I seized the opportunity to snipe the top-tier weapon, the Dragon's Roar sword, for just 500 gold in the system auction house, thanks to a slip-up by the vice leader of the Blood Moon Guild in tagging the price. That treasure was worth 50 billion gold. But as soon as I got my hands on the sword, a pack of wild monsters came after me. They surrounded me tightly, layer upon layer, leaving me in an extremely critical situation. I gripped the Dragon's Roar sword, silently reciting my skill, and suddenly the blade's light blazed intensely. Trapped in this dilapidated cave, with the campfire crackling, my thoughts drifted back to the moment of crossing, the truck, the headlights, and then nothing but endless darkness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this world full of health bars and equipment. Everyone can change careers at 18 and embark on a different life path. I recall the past of this body's original owner. His parents were bandits who joined a bandit gang in these desolate mountains. But 3 months ago, while robbing, they encountered tough opponents and both died, leaving only me, on the verge of adulthood. In this bandit den, I'm like a ghost. Everyone is busy with their own affairs, and no one truly cares about me. Today is my 18th birthday, and I can now change my profession. While no one was paying attention, I quietly walked to a secluded corner deep in the cave, took a deep breath, and silently opened the profession change panel. Once it appeared, I decisively confirmed the change. After completing the process, the system prompted whether to play the profession change animation. Not wanting to attract the attention of bandits, I firmly chose no. When I saw the result of the profession change, I was stunned. It turned out to be an SSS rank intelligence officer, and even the only one. In this world where professions are categorized into 9 ranks, this is the highest level. Out of curiosity, I clicked to view the intelligence gatherer's skills, daily access to 2 precise pieces of intel covering vital information such as rare item trades and hidden quests. I couldn't wait to give it a try. The first piece of intel nearly made my jaw drop. Lin Potian, vice president of the Blood Moon Guild, messed up while listing the Dragon's Roar sword after a breakup-induced drinking binge. He accidentally omitted 9 zeros, putting the weapon valued at 50 billion gold on auction for just 500 gold before it would be withdrawn after 5 seconds. I was utterly shocked. Just how much alcohol does it take to make such a colossal mistake? I've decided, this weapon is mine for sure. Next, I checked the second piece of intel. In 3 days, the hidden boss Shadow Wolf King will respawn deep in the dark mountains. Defeating it guarantees a 100% drop of an SSS-tier pet egg, the Nether Lightning Wolf Pup. This is a priceless treasure you can't easily buy, but I still have time to prepare. Right now, the most crucial thing is acquiring the Dragon's Roar sword. I checked my personal assets panel and found that, including what my parents left me, I only have 350 gold coins. So I dug out a pile of worn-out equipment left by my parents, those rusted iron swords, tattered leather armor, and scattered pieces of protective gear, and directly listed them on the auction house for quick sale, earning another 200 gold coins. Now I had 550 gold coins, which should be enough. I hid in a secluded corner deep inside the cave, opened the system auction interface, and searched for the Dragon's Roar sword, but the results showed the item was currently not for sale. Checking the system time, it was only 13:45 in the afternoon. There was still some time left before 14 hours 32 minutes and 15 seconds, so I could only wait patiently, eagerly anticipating the chance to secure this rare treasure. I kept my eyes glued to the system time until finally, 14 hours 32 minutes and 15 seconds arrived. I couldn't wait to click the search button, and the results refreshed instantly. The Dragon's Roar sword was right there in front of my eyes. Price, 500 gold coins, fixed price. Remaining time, permanent. Seeing this, my heart nearly leaped out of my throat. It's really appearing. Without the slightest hesitation, I immediately clicked the Buy Now button. The system popped up a confirmation window. Confirm purchase of Dragon's Roar sword for 500 gold coins? Confirm/cancel, I shouted without hesitation. Confirm. Immediately, the system notified me of a successful purchase. Dragon's Roar sword has been placed in your backpack. Your balance, 50 gold coins. The entire transaction took less than a second. My palms were drenched in sweat. I'd actually bought the Dragon's Roar sword, worth 50 billion, for just 500 gold coins. I took several deep breaths to calm my excited emotions before opening my backpack to check. In the first slot of the backpack lay a long sword emitting faint golden light. I clicked to retrieve it, and with a flash of golden light, the Dragon's Cry sword appeared in my hand. The sword was about 1.2 meters long, with a dark golden blade carved with intricate dragon patterns. The hilt is wrapped with black cord, offering an excellent grip. The entire sword emits a faint intimidating aura, as if it genuinely contains the power of a dragon. The dragon-shaped patterns on the blade glow faintly under light, mysterious and powerful. I can't help but admire. Damn, that's cool. Truly worthy of being a 5 billion worth piece of equipment. Then, I clicked to view the detailed attributes of the Dragon's Roar sword. Equipment name, Dragon's Roar sword quality, orange equipment requirement, no level restriction base attribute, strength plus 999 special skill, Dragon's Roar impact. Dragon's Roar impact releases the dragon's might contained within the Dragon's Roar sword, dealing massive damage to all enemies within a 999 meter range. Damage value is 500% of the user's strength attribute. Cast time, instant. Cooldown, 9 hours. After reading the attribute description, I was completely shocked. No level restriction. Most equipment here has level requirements, so those who can wear level-free gear are all big shots without exception. And this isn't even the kind of no-level equipment with terrible stats. This sword directly increases strength by 999 points. What does this mean? Players gain 10 free attribute points per level up. And this sword provides a whopping 999 point strength boost, equivalent to leveling up 100 times. And there's also a long-range attack skill with a range of 999 meters, Dragon Roar Impact. Awesome! I immediately equipped the Dragon Roar sword. A golden light enveloped my body, indicating successful equipment. The Dragon Roar sword appeared at my waist, with its scabbard simultaneously manifesting and perfectly encasing the blade. I distinctly felt a surge of immense power flooding into my body. I quickly opened my personal attribute panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao level, 1 occupation, intelligence officer, SSS rank unique, strength, 1007 spirit, 15 constitution, 10 agility, 12. The strength attribute had skyrocketed from the original 8 points straight to 1007 points, surpassing 1000. Awesome! All of this was thanks to Lin Potian, who was dead drunk at the Blood Moon Guild headquarters and mistakenly listed the Dragon's Roar sword, worth 50 billion gold, for just 500 gold, giving me this incredible opportunity to snatch it up. In this world where everyone has professions, leveling up is the key to becoming stronger. With each level gained, you receive 10 free attribute points and can acquire new skills. I left the bandit den and came to a desolate mountainous area, ready to test the power of the Dragon's Roar sword. Outside the cave, the rocks were jagged and weeds grew thickly, distant mountain ranges stretched continuously, while sparse shrubs dotted the nearby area. I walked along the mountain path for half an hour and arrived at a flat hillside. It's safe here, so I began looking for wild creatures. Soon, next to a large rock, I spotted a gray wild hare with fierce red eyes, level 1. I slowly drew my dragon chant sword and shouted, "What are you staring at?" With a whoosh of the sword, the hare died instantly, notifying me that I gained 10 experience points. Remembering those rookie warriors I saw earlier at the bandit den, who needed at least 5 strikes to kill a single hare, while I achieved it with just 1 slash, truly worthy of a weapon valued at 50 billion. I must be considered a top-tier player now. Later, I spotted a translucent blue slime the size of a basketball, level 1. I swung my sword again, slicing the slime in half, its blue goo splattering everywhere, earning me another 12 experience points. I continued hunting hares, slimes, small goblins, all taken down with a single sword stroke. 10 minutes later, I successfully reached level 2 and gained 10 free attribute points. But I felt the leveling speed was a bit slow. Level 1 wild creatures yield little experience, and their density in the area isn't high either. Then I thought of the active skill of the Dragon's Roar sword. Dragon's Roar Impact can deal massive damage to enemies within a range of 999 meters. If we find densely packed monsters, the leveling efficiency will definitely skyrocket. Too bad its cooldown is 9 hours. Thus, I decided to head to areas with higher level monsters. The mountain path grew increasingly rugged, and the surroundings became more desolate. An hour later, I reached the edge of a dense forest. The air was thick with the musky scent of wild beasts, interrupted by occasional low growls. The ground was covered with animal tracks and droppings. Not far into the woods, a sturdy brown wild boar appeared before me. Its sharp tusks glinted as it rooted through the soil with its snout. Upon spotting me, it raised its head and emitted a threatening grunt, level 5. I didn't attack immediately. Instead, I surveyed my surroundings and spotted more level 5 wild creatures, a gray wild wolf resting under a tree and several spotted deer foraging in the woods. Let's begin. Using aggro techniques, I stopped about 3 meters away from the wild boar, startling it into chasing me. I controlled my pace, deliberately passing by where the wild wolf was hiding, drawing its aggro. Then, I ran past the herd of spotted deer, looping around to provoke them and get them to join the chase. Just like that, I weaved through the forest with an ever-growing trail of wild creatures behind me: 5 wild boars, 3 wild wolves, 24 spotted deer, and other beasts. At that moment, I spotted a bizarre-looking mutated wild boar under a large tree, level 8. It was slightly larger than an ordinary wild boar, with dark red fur and tusks that gleamed with a metallic sheen. A mutated wild boar. My eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. I circled around it, and it joined the chasing squad. Soon, over a dozen wild creatures had me completely surrounded: boars charging head-on, wolves flanking from the sides, deer circling around, and mutated boars pressing in from the rear. I thought to myself, now's the moment. If I don't act now, I'm dead. Gripping the Dragon's Roar sword tightly, I silently chanted, "Dragon's Roar Strike." The Dragon's Roar sword erupted with dazzling golden light, its dragon-patterned engravings glowing as the blade trembled violently. A heaven-shaking dragon's roar burst forth, carrying immense draconic majesty. A golden shockwave expanded outward with me at its center, striking every wild monster within a 999-meter radius. Boom! The colossal explosion instantly obliterated the horde of monsters surrounding me. Even the mutated wild boar couldn't put up any resistance. System notifications chimed frantically. I'd leveled up 9 times in a row. Chapter 4, absolutely go for it. Zhang Hao jumped straight from level 2 to level 10, earning 90 free attribute points. This leveling speed. He was stunned. After all, for an ordinary person who had just changed jobs, reaching level 10 from level 1 without any guidance would take at least a month. And him? He went from level 1 to level 10 in half a day. This was the power of top-tier gear combined with an SSS-tier class. Awesome! This feeling of rapid leveling up was simply incredible. After calming down, Zhang Hao began searching the area for loot. Killing monsters yielded not only experience points but also a chance to drop gold coins and gear. Zhang Hao searched the battlefield meticulously. He found a total of 51 gold coins. This was to be expected. The gold drop rate at low levels was extremely low. Zhang Hao approached the corpse of the mutated boar. He discovered a piece of equipment. Shoulder guards. Exquisitely crafted, the material appeared to be some kind of high-grade leather. Picked up. Equipment properties. Equipment name, boar shoulder guards. Quality, purple. Level requirement, 1+. Base stats, strength plus 30. Purple quality gear. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. In this world's equipment quality hierarchy, there are 7 tiers from lowest to highest. White, blue, purple, pink, orange, red, gold. This was solid gear for lower levels. For most ordinary players, owning a single purple quality item was already quite impressive. Not bad luck. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Now that he had reached level 10, he could finally equip these purple quality shoulder pads. He placed the shoulder pads into his equipment slot. Attributes activated. He opened his personal attributes panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 10. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank unique. Strength, 1037. Spirit, 15. Stamina, 10. Agility, 12. Remaining free attribute points, 100. Now that I've reached level 10, it's time to distribute these 100 attribute points. Zhang Hao began contemplating his allocation strategy. With the divine grade dragon roar sword in his possession, his attack power was already formidable. What mattered most now was survival. Health and speed were the keys to survival. HP determines how much damage he could withstand, while speed determined whether he could escape danger in time. Then I'll boost Constitution and Agility. Zhang Hao allocated 50 points to Constitution and another 50 points to Agility. After the allocation, his stats became Strength 1037. Spirit 15. Constitution 60. Agility 62. Zhang Hao had no intention of returning to the bandit hideout. He now possessed the dragon's roar sword worth 50 billion credits and the purple quality boar shoulder guards. If the bandits saw this gear, they would undoubtedly covet it. They might even develop murderous intent, trying to seize his gear. He found a sturdy tree in the woods, climbed up to a branch, and rested. A new day dawned, bringing fresh intelligence to gather. Daily Intelligence, viewing first report. A message immediately appeared on the system panel. Intelligence 1, special sale on blind boxes in the system auction house. Skill blind box with serial number TX9527 priced at 10 gold coins. This blind box may contain the skill book Thunderbolt Thrust. Click to view details. Lightning Thrust skill book. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. He knew Lightning Spike was a devastating single target skill with immense attack power and additional lightning elemental damage. Mastering this skill would perfectly compensate for his lack of single target damage abilities. Currently, his only offensive skill was Dragon Roar Impact. While it had a large area of effect, its cooldown lasted a full 9 hours. Facing a single powerful foe, he'd be left relying solely on basic attacks after exhausting Dragon Roar. As a single target skill, Lightning Strike had a much shorter cooldown, making it a viable option for regular attacks. Zhang Hao immediately checked his assets. With a total of 101 gold coins, purchasing this 10 gold blind box was more than sufficient. Buy it. Must buy it. Zhang Hao promptly opened the auction house and typed TX9527 into the search bar. The search results appeared instantly. Skill blind box TX9527. Price, 10 gold coins fixed price. Time remaining, permanent. Zhang Hao clicked buy now directly. Purchase successful. Skill blind box TX9527 added to your inventory. Zhang Hao immediately opened his backpack and retrieved the newly purchased blind box. It was a square box emitting a faint blue glow, its surface engraved with intricate magical patterns. Open the blind box. The box emitted a dazzling blue light, which then faded away to reveal a skill book glowing with lightning within. Skill book, Lightning Spike. Quality, blue. Prerequisite, any class. Learn the skill book. The skill book transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot into Zhang Hao's body. He felt a powerful surge of lightning energy coursing through his veins, and the method for using Lightning Strike filled his mind. Learning successful. You have mastered the skill, Lightning Thrust. Zhang Hao examined the skill book's effects. Thunderbolt Thrust, rapidly dash to the target and launch a thrust, dealing massive lightning damage. Damage equals 300% of the user's strength attribute. Cooldown, 30 seconds. With his current strength attribute at 1037 points, using lightning thrust could deal 3111 points of damage. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction before continuing to review today's second piece of intelligence. I wish to view the second piece of intelligence. The system panel displayed another message. Intelligence 2, bandits from the bandits' den acquired a valuable treasure during last night's raid and are now violently clashing over its division. The conflict is escalating, with casualties already reported. Bandits' den location click to view. Bandit hideout? Zhang Hao felt puzzled. Could it be the bandit hideout he had previously lived in? He clicked to view the location details. The map indeed showed his former residence. You're telling me? A precious treasure? Who knows what it is, but it's got these bandits fighting over the spoils. Zhang Hao began recalling the bandit hideout setup. The bandit leader was Black Tiger, a level 19 bandit class, the strongest fighter in the entire gang. He had 3 lieutenants, Scarface at level 17, One Eye at level 18, and Skinny Monkey at level 16. The rest of the grunts were mostly around level 15, with average strength. There were about a dozen members total, with Black Tiger at the highest level of 19, while the rest ranged between levels 15 and 18. Can I go now? Zhang Hao carefully analyzed the strength comparison between both sides. Though he was only level 10, he wielded the Dragon Roar sword, granting him a staggering 1037 points in strength. If he unleashed Dragon Roar shock within the bandit lair, its 999-meter attack range would cover the entire cave, instantly wiping out most of the bandits. Even if some managed to survive, he still had his newly mastered lightning thrust skill. With 500% strength-based area damage plus 300% strength-based point damage. That should be more than enough to handle them. Absolutely doable. Chapter 5, ha ha ha. The loot is mine. Zhang Hao hurried along the familiar mountain path toward the bandit hideout. The path was rugged and uneven, dotted with protruding rocks and deep ravines. He had been panting heavily when he first traversed this section. But now that his agility attribute had risen to 62 points, walking felt much easier. Zhang Hao approached the cave housing the bandit's lair. Before he even reached the entrance, he heard the clamor and clanging of metal echoing from within. The sounds were loud and intense, clearly indicating a fierce battle was underway. They're still fighting. Zhang Hao reached the cave entrance and pressed himself against the rock wall to observe the scene inside. A campfire still burned inside, its light illuminating the entire cavern. But the scene now was completely different from before. Several bodies lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around them. The air thick with the pungent stench of blood. The surviving bandits were locked in fierce combat, the clanging of blades echoing continuously. Every pair of eyes was bloodshot, their expressions utterly relentless. Zhang Hao contemplated whether to strike immediately. Should I just charge in and unleash the Dragon Roar shockwave? It was possible. But it's not safe. Their levels were all higher than his. In this world, level differences grant damage reduction. Higher levels have a natural advantage over lower ones. The greater the level gap, the higher the damage reduction rate. Black Tiger was level 19, 9 levels above him. Scarface was level 17, One Eye was level 18, and Skinny Monkey was level 16, all significantly higher than his own level 10. Moreover, they might possess life-saving consumables or skills. If he charged in recklessly and failed to take them all out in one go, the surviving bandits could join forces in counterattack, putting him in grave danger. Then I'll wait for them to weaken each other. I'll play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Let them drain each other's health and skills first. When both sides are exhausted, I'll step in to finish them off. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. So Zhang Hao hid at the cave entrance, quietly observing the battle inside. Watching these bandits slaughter each other. It felt like catching turtles in a jar. The battle raged on for 5 minutes. Skills were unleashed in rapid succession. They kept guzzling health potions and mana potions. Zhang Hao, observing the fight, noticed a pattern. These bandits had split into 2 factions. One faction was led by the bandit chief Black Tiger, flanked by 4 or 5 lower-level henchmen. Black Tiger wielded a massive black broadsword, its blade still stained with blood. Ranked 19th, he was the strongest among them. On the other side were 3 lieutenants, Scarface, One Eye, and Skinny Monkey. Each of them also had several underlings in tow. Scarface wielded a curved blade, One-Eyed Dragon used a pair of battle axes, and Skinny Monkey carried a slender dagger. Another 10 minutes passed. The battle was nearing its end. On the bandit leader Black Tiger's side, only he remained. All his men were dead. Black Tiger himself was gravely wounded, several deep gashes cutting into his flesh as blood flowed freely. His health was critically low, his face pale, and his breathing labored. The situation for the second in command wasn't much better either. All their men had fallen in battle, leaving only Scarface, One Eye, and Skinny Monkey. But they were in rough shape too, covered in wounds, their weapons dripping with blood. Zhang Hao thought, it's about time. Time to move. Both sides were nearly depleted, their health bars critically low, and most of their skills already spent. At that moment, the 3 lieutenants slowly closed in on Black Tiger. Their eyes burned with greed and ruthlessness. Black Tiger leaned against the cave wall, gasping for breath. Scarface licked the scar on his face and sneered, "Big brother, should I kill you and take the goods, or will you hand them over yourself?" Black Tiger gasped for breath, letting out a cold laugh. "Does it really matter? If I hand it over myself, will you spare my life?" Scarface roared with laughter, "Ha ha ha, true enough. Then I'll kill you first before taking the goods." No sooner had the words left his mouth than all three attacked simultaneously. Scarface's curved blade slashed at Black Tiger's neck from the left. One Eye's double axes came down from the front. Skinny Monkey's dagger stabbed straight for Black Tiger's heart. Three weapons struck simultaneously, leaving Black Tiger utterly defenseless. Thud. Blood spattered as Black Tiger was hacked to death. His body collapsed to the ground, dropping all his equipment. A black greatsword, a set of leather armor, and various pieces of protective gear lay scattered on the ground, gleaming in the light. Scarface rubbed his hands together excitedly, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha! The loot is mine." He was about to walk over to Black Tiger's corpse to loot the gear. At that very moment, the one-eyed man suddenly launched a sneak attack from the side. Taking advantage of Scarface's distraction, he raised his double-headed axe and swung it hard at the back of Scarface's head. Thud. Critical hit. Scarface didn't even have time to scream before his health bar vanished. Instantly killed. His head exploded, spraying blood and brain matter all over Cyclops. The Cyclops licked his lips and roared with maniacal laughter, "Ha ha ha ha! The loot is mine." He was just about to pick up the gear scattered on the ground. At that very moment, the Skinny Monkey beside him launched a surprise attack. The short sword in Skinny Monkey's hand shot out like lightning, piercing the Cyclops' heart with deadly precision. His health bar plummeted to 0. Ah! The one-eyed man stared wide-eyed at the dagger in his chest, utterly stunned. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his body swayed several times before crashing to the ground. Another critical hit, an instant kill. Skinny Monkey pulled out the dagger and laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha ha! The stuff is mine now." Now, the entire cave held only the Skinny Monkey as its sole survivor. Excitedly, he walked toward the gear on the ground, ready to claim all the spoils. At that very moment, Zhang Hao moved. Thunderbolt thrust. Zhang Hao silently chanted the skill's name in his mind. Instantly, a blue lightning glow erupted from his body. The lightning enveloped his body, forming a shield of electricity. The next second, Zhang Hao vanished from the cave entrance. The lightning thrust effect activated, propelling him across the entire length of the cave in an instant to stand beside Skinny Monkey. Before Skinny Monkey could comprehend what had happened, a figure shrouded in lightning materialized before him. "Who?" Skinny Monkey began to speak. Zhang Hao's dragon roar sword had already pierced through his chest. Critical hit. The massive damage instantly wiped out Skinny Monkey's health bar. Skinny Monkey's eyes bulged wide as a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. Instant death. Zhang Hao, "Ha ha ha ha! The treasure is mine." His laughter echoed through the cave. Not a single living soul remained in the entire cave. Only corpses littered the floor, along with various equipment and materials. Blood stained the ground crimson, and the air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. This was way too easy. I didn't even use Dragon Roar Shock, I just took them down. Zhang Hao surveyed the aftermath before him, feeling somewhat surprised. He had anticipated a fierce battle and was even prepared to unleash his ultimate move, Dragon Roar Impact. Instead, a single lightning thrust had ended the fight. It's also because their health bars were already low. Zhang Hao analyzed the battle's outcome. Skinny Monkey was level 16, 6 levels higher than him, but after prolonged combat, his health had dropped below 1/3. A critical hit that instantly killed him was entirely expected. But speaking of which, what exactly were they fighting over? Zhang Hao scanned the surroundings, searching for the prized treasure that had sparked this internal conflict. Chapter 6, A Bountiful Harvest, the Ghost Set. Zhang Hao surveyed the area, the ground littered with corpses and gear. Time to loot. Where's my precious treasure? First was the corpse of the bandit leader, Black Tiger. Zhang Hao walked over to the corpse. Several pieces of gear lay scattered on the ground. A black broadsword, a set of dark leather armor, and various protective gear like greaves, shoulder pads, and a belt. There was also a pile of gold coins. He picked up the gold coins first. Gained gold coins +2, 847. Damn it! Zhang Hao froze for a moment. Black Tiger had nearly 3,000 gold coins on him. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and began collecting the equipment. First item, Black Greatsword. Equipment name, Black Iron Executioner's Blade. Quality, purple. Requirement, level 10+. Base attributes, strength +150. Purple quality with a 150 strength boost. This blade's strength bonus is indeed impressive, a solid weapon for most players. But for me. Zhang Hao examined the Dragon Roar sword in his hand. Orange quality, strength +999. Way too far off. Zhang Hao shook his head. Compared to the Dragon Roar sword, the Black Iron Decapitation blade was nothing but a lightweight. I'll sell it later. Zhang Hao stowed the blade in his backpack. He continued scavenging. Second item, dark leather armor. Equipment name, Bandit Chief's breastplate. Quality, blue. Equipment requirement, level 10 plus. Base stats, constitution plus 45. Third item, shoulder guards. Equipment name, black iron shoulder guards. Quality, blue. Equipment requirement, level 10 plus. Base stats, strength plus 38. Zhang Hao continued to loot. Greaves, belt, bracers. Black Tiger had a lot of gear on him, but most of it was blue quality. Finally, Zhang Hao found the main prize beneath the bandit leader's corpse. A pink quality piece of gear. A ring. The ring glowed with a soft pink hue, its surface set with a milky white gemstone. A faint mist swirled within the gem, giving it an air of mystery and preciousness. This must be the prized treasure mentioned in the intel. Zhang Hao checked the ring's attributes. Equipment name, Ghost Ring. Quality, pink. Requirements, level 20 plus. Base attribute, spirit plus 220. Ghost set, ghost ring, ghost bracelet, ghost necklace. Set effect, click to view. Plus 220 spirit? Not bad. But what caught Zhang Hao's attention more was another line of text. Ghost set. It's actually a set. Zhang Hao's heart began to race. Set equipment was extremely rare in this world. Not only do individual pieces boast excellent stats, but collecting multiple pieces also activates additional set effects. These set effects were often incredibly powerful, far surpassing ordinary gear. Ghost ring, ghost bracelet, ghost necklace. Zhang Hao silently recited the names of the 3 set pieces. All accessories. A 3-piece accessory set. Zhang Hao clicked to view the set effects. The system panel immediately displayed a detailed description of the set effect. Ghost set effect. Equipping the ghost set renders your character semi-transparent. This effect can be freely toggled on or off. Single piece effect, your transparency is reduced to 80%, allowing others to vaguely see your silhouette. 2-piece effect, your transparency is reduced to 98%. Others must look very closely to detect your presence. 3-piece effect, transparency reduced to 100%, entering a state of complete invisibility. Others cannot see you at all. Holy crap! Zhang Hao exclaimed in shock. Complete invisibility. This set effect is terrifying. If you collect all 3 pieces, you can become completely transparent. Others wouldn't be able to see you at all. Zhang Hao carefully reread the set effect description. Set effect can be freely activated or deactivated. This meant he could control his invisibility at will. He could become invisible whenever he wished and reappear whenever he chose. It was entirely up to him. And the description doesn't mention becoming visible after attacking. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. Generally speaking, stealth-type skills or equipment come with limitations. For instance, attacking might cancel invisibility, or movement speed might decrease. But the description for this ghost set made no mention of such limitations whatsoever. Could it mean that once I put on this set, I can move freely while invisible? A surge of excitement welled up inside Zhang Hao. If that were true, the value of this set would be beyond measure. Complete invisibility, unrestricted movement, no limitations whatsoever. What would that mean? It meant he could come and go as he pleased anywhere. Go wherever he pleased, do whatever he desired. No one could see me, no one could stop me. This is practically a divine artifact. Zhang Hao immediately tried to equip it. He wanted to wear the ghost ring. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Equipment failed, character level insufficient. Cannot equip. Ha! He scrutinized the equipment requirements again, level 20 plus. He was only level 10. Zhang Hao suddenly remembered. The bandit leader Black Tiger was level 19. No wonder he hadn't equipped this item during the fight. Turns out he wasn't high enough level either. If Black Tiger could equip the ghost ring in the cave environment where others couldn't see him clearly, his strength would be even greater. But it doesn't matter. Zhang Hao stowed the ghost ring into his backpack. Staring at the ghost ring in his backpack, Zhang Hao felt a surge of anticipation. This set only unleashed its true power when 2 or 3 pieces were combined. Wearing just 1 piece only made him 80% transparent. It didn't grant complete invisibility. After securing the bandit chief's loot, Zhang Hao turned his attention to the corpses of the 3 lieutenants. Scarface, One Eye, Skinny Monkey. These 3 were second only to Black Tiger in strength and should have decent gear on them. Zhang Hao first approached the Scarface corpse. Gained gold +1, 923. Equipment obtained, Crescent Blade. Equipment obtained, Bandit Greaves. Equipment obtained. Zhang Hao quickly picked up all the equipment. Then he opened his backpack to check the Crescent Blade's attributes. Equipment name, Crescent Blade. Quality, blue. Equipment requirement, level 10 plus. Base stats, strength +42. Blue gear. Zhang Hao continued to examine other equipment. Leg guards, wrist guards, belt. All blue quality. Scarface doesn't even have any purple gear on him. Zhang Hao felt a pang of disappointment. He walked over to the one-eyed bandit's corpse. Gained gold plus 2, 156. Equipment obtained, two-handed great axe. Equipment obtained. Zhang Hao examined the great axe's attributes. Equipment name, two-handed great axe. Quality, blue. Level requirement, 10 plus. Base stats, strength plus 48. Still blue gear. Zhang Hao shook his head and continued picking up other gear. The Cyclops gear was all blue quality too, no purple gear. Looks like we're counting on Skinny Monkey now. Skinny Monkey was killed by his own hand, his body lying nearby. Gained gold plus 1, 687. Equipment obtained, Shadow Blade Dagger. Equipment obtained. Zhang Hao picked up the dagger. The blade was slender, glowing with a purple hue. Purple gear. Zhang Hao immediately checked its attributes. Equipment name, Shadow Blade Dagger. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, level 10 plus. Base stats, strength plus 110, agility plus 15. Strength plus 110, and it even boosts agility. Zhang Hao nodded. For an assassin or rogue class, this sword was undoubtedly a fine weapon. Too bad it wasn't his style. I'll sell it too. Zhang Hao continued to loot the other gear from the Skinny Monkey. When he picked up the third piece of gear, Zhang Hao froze. A pair of greaves. It glowed with a purple light. Another purple great item. Equipment name, Swiftwind Greaves. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, level 10 plus. Base stats, constitution plus 32, agility plus 18. This will work. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. This leg guard only required a level 10 character to equip, which he could wear right now. Plus, the stats were solid, boosting both constitution and agility. It perfectly complemented his need for both defense and speed. Chapter 7, Strike It Rich. Zhang Hao equipped the Swiftwind Greaves. He continued looting the rest of Skinny Monkey's gear. The rest were all blue quality items. Belt, wrist guards, boots. Zhang Hao stowed everything into his backpack. After looting the bandit leader and his 3 lieutenants, several bandit corpses remained unsearched. He walked toward the nearest corpse. It was a lowly grunt, his face still frozen in a deathly expression of terror. Bend down. Pick up. Gained gold coins plus 87. Equipment obtained, tattered iron sword. White gear. Zhang Hao tossed the equipment straight into his backpack, not even bothering to examine it closely. Continue. Second corpse. Obtained gold plus 92. Equipment obtained, worn leather armor. Another white item. Third corpse. Gained gold plus 156. Equipment obtained, rusted bracers. Still a white item. The gear on these minions is junk, not worth wasting time checking stats. Just toss them into the backpack. Fourth corpse, fifth corpse, sixth corpse. The system notification chime rang out repeatedly. Gained gold plus 134. Gained gold plus 178. Gold plus 95. The gold count kept climbing. Just from these lowly minions alone, over 1,000 gold coins had been dropped. Killing players really does drop more loot than monsters. Zhang Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. He recalled how he had killed so many level 5 monsters in the forest earlier, only to end up with a measly 51 gold coins after all that effort. And now, just picking up a few corpses had netted him over 1,000 gold coins. The difference was like night and day. Being a bandit really is awesome. Zhang Hao kept looting. Soon, every last minion's corpse was thoroughly looted. His backpack now held over a dozen white tier items and 3 blue tier pieces. Zhang Hao opened his backpack to review his total haul. Gold coin count displayed. Current gold, 12,847. Over 12,000. Remember, he had previously sold his parents' belongings to scrape together just 550 gold coins. And now, a single haul netted him over 10,000 gold coins. And that's just gold coins. His backpack was also stuffed with gear. A dozen white quality items, 7 or 8 blue quality pieces, and 3 purple quality items. Selling them at the auction house would bring in a decent sum. Especially those 3 purple quality items. Purple quality gear is in high demand on the market, fetching at least a few thousand gold coins each. This was a real windfall. Zhang Hao's lips curled upward. Currently equipped. An orange quality weapon, the Dragon's Roar Sword, purple quality boar shoulder guards, and purple quality Swiftwind Greaves. The remaining slots were all empty. Belt, boots, chestplate, bracers, rings, bracelets, necklace. A total of 9 equipment slots. Currently, only 3 are equipped. Zhang Hao began selecting the best blue quality gear from his backpack. Zhang Hao first selected a blue chestplate. Equipment name, Bandit Chief's chestplate. Base stats, Constitution plus 45. He then continued selecting gear for other body parts. Blue belt. Equipment name, Rough Made Belt. Base stats, Constitution plus 22. Blue shoes. Equipment name, Leather Boots. Base stats, Agility plus 50. Blue wrist guards. Equipment name, Iron Bracers. Base stats, Strength plus 28. Blue ring. Equipment name, Ring of Strength. Base stats, Strength plus 25. Blue bracelet. Equipment name, Guardian bracelet. Base attribute, Constitution plus 27. Lastly, a blue necklace. Equipment name, Bandit necklace. Base stats, Strength plus 30. Equip. All equipment slots are now filled. Zhang Hao opened his personal attributes panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 10. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank unique. Strength, 1120. Spirit, 15. Stamina, 186. Agility, 130. All three primary attributes have seen significant increases. Now only the spirit attribute remains below 100. Zhang Hao stared at the pitiful 15 points in spirit. But he wasn't worried. Because he still had a level 20 ghost ring in his inventory that he hadn't equipped yet. Once I hit level 20 and equip the ghost ring, my spirit stat will break the 100 mark too. I have to go. Zhang Hao turned and walked out of the cave. He sped along the mountain path, his agility attribute now boosted to 130 points, making the journey far easier. After about half an hour, Zhang Hao reached the edge of a dense forest. He was now far from the bandit hideout, with no sign of anyone in sight. Safe. Zhang Hao stopped beneath a large tree and sat down, leaning against its trunk. Time to deal with this gear. He opened his backpack to inspect its contents. The backpack was filled with the bandit's gear. This gear was completely useless to Zhang Hao now. Leaving them in his backpack would only take up space. Sell it all. Zhang Hao opened the system auction house interface. The interface displayed various categories: weapons, armor, accessories, items, consumables, materials. He clicked I want to sell. He selected all the white tier gear in his backpack and clicked quick sell. This function allowed the system to directly recycle the gear. While the price was lower than normal auctioning, it offered the advantage of being quick and convenient, with funds arriving instantly. System recycling in progress. Recycling successful. Rusty Iron Sword 3, gold plus 156. Worn Leather Armor 2, gold plus 178. Next up, blue equipment. Roughly made belt, gold plus 156. Iron bracers, plus 183 gold. Two purple tier items remain, the Black Iron Executioner's Blade and the Shadow Blade Dagger. No use for these either. Sell them. Your auction item Black Iron Executioner's Blade has sold. Gold plus 42,000. Your auction item Shadow Blade Dagger has been sold. Gold plus 38,000. He then sold off a pile of materials as well. Zhang Hao checked his assets, current gold, 100,091. 100,000. Feels good. Being a bandit sure makes money fast. Zhang Hao stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Time to plan my next move. He recalled the second piece of intelligence he'd obtained yesterday. In 3 days, the hidden boss Shadow Wolf King will spawn deep within the Dark Mountains. Defeating it guarantees a drop of the SSS grade pet egg Shadow Lightning Wolf Cub. Why not head over now and stake out the spot? The moment the boss spawns, he'll be the first to strike. No chance for anyone else to snatch it. Plus, the monsters in the Shadow Mountains are higher level, perfect for leveling up. Zhang Hao opened the map to check. Let's go. The terrain ahead began to shift. Trees grew denser, and a damp mist hung heavy in the air. In the distance, the silhouettes of rolling mountains could be seen, appearing eerie and mysterious in the night. You have entered Shadow Mountains. The system alert sounded. Zhang Hao looked around. The atmosphere here was completely different from before. The forest was so dense that the sky was barely visible. The ground was carpeted with dead leaves and moss, emitting a musty, decaying odor. A low howl echoed from the distance. Woo woo. Zhang Hao pressed onward. He spotted the first wild beast. A gray-black wolf, its fur appearing coarse and stiff. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, fixed on him. Shadow Wolf. Level 10. A level 10 monster. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Chapter 8, Maxed Out Skills. Zhang Hao planned to do as he had in the forest earlier, lure all these wild monsters together, then wipe them out in one go with Dragon Roar. Deep within the forest ahead, he spotted more monsters. Several shadow wolves prowled the undergrowth, a massive black bear lay resting beneath a tree, and agile cat-like creatures with pointed ears leaped between branches. Shadow Cat Demon. Level 10. Not bad. The monster density here is quite high. Zhang Hao approached the nearest shadow wolf to draw its attention. The shadow wolf thrust all 4 legs against the ground and lunged toward Zhang Hao. He spun and fled. He ran in circles through the woods. As he ran, he deliberately passed by other wild monsters. Mountain Giant Bear. Level 12. The giant bear rose to its feet and joined the pursuit. The shadow cat leaps down from the trees and joins the chase. More shadow wolves burst from the depths of the forest, trailing behind. Other wild beasts were drawn to the commotion as well. Venomous Stinger Scorpion. Level 10. Shadow Python. Level 10. That should be enough. Zhang Hao surveyed the dense swarm of monsters behind him and decided their numbers were sufficient. Dragon Roar Charge. The Dragon Roar sword erupted in dazzling golden light. Roar! A golden shockwave radiated outward from Zhang Hao like a mad whirlwind. Within a 999-meter radius, every single monster was struck by this dragon's might. Instantly obliterated in a single blow. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 11. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 12. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 13. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 14. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 15. Leveled up 5 times in a row. Gained 50 free attribute points. This leveling speed is so satisfying. Zhang Hao allocated all 50 free attribute points to agility. Agility, 130-180. After the allocation, Zhang Hao distinctly felt his body grow lighter. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. With the stat allocation complete, he began searching the battlefield for loot. His gaze swept swiftly over each corpse, picking up items one by one. All corpses were cleared. Zhang Hao opened his backpack to check his haul. This time, he gained 241 gold coins. This payout was significantly better than killing level 5 monsters before. Level 10 monsters definitely had a higher drop rate. Besides gold coins, his backpack now contained numerous materials. In terms of gear, he had obtained 5 pieces of equipment. Zhang Hao examined them one by one. The first 4 were white tier items. The last one. Oh, a purple tier item. This necklace was crafted from the polished fangs of some beast, milky white in color with a smooth surface. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up as he immediately clicked to inspect. Equipment name, Wolf Fang Necklace. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, level 15+. Base stats, strength plus 40, spirit plus 40. Pretty lucky. Zhang Hao felt a surge of delight. This was a purple grade item with dual attribute bonuses. Strength boosted attack power, while spirit increased spell damage and mana pool. It also provided some magical defense. Zhang Hao thought of the necklace he currently wore. He wore the blue quality, Bandit Necklace. Bandit Necklace, strength plus 30. Wolf Fang Necklace, strength plus 40, spirit plus 40. The Wolf Fang Necklace completely outclasses the Bandit Necklace. It provided an additional 10 points to strength. Plus it grants an extra 40 points of spirit. Swap. After swapping, Zhang Hao opened his personal attributes panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 15. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank unique. Strength, 1130. Spirit, 55. Stamina, 186. Agility, 180. Spirit jumped from 15 to 55. At last, my spirit stat isn't so pitiful anymore. Next, it's just a matter of waiting for the Shadow Wolf King to respawn. Can't afford to be careless when fighting the boss. Need to prepare some consumables. So, Zhang Hao opened the system auction house interface and purchased 50 bottles of health potions and 10 bottles of mana potions. That should be enough. After stocking up on potions, another thought occurred to him. Oh right, there's also the skill proficiency for Lightning Spike. He opened the skill panel to check. Thunderbolt Strike level 0. Proficiency, 100. His proficiency stood at a mere 1 point. This is because he'd only used Lightning Spike once before when he killed Skinny Monkey in the bandit hideout. Skills also require leveling up. Zhang Hao recalled this world's skill system. Each skill has levels, ranging from level 0 to level 3, totaling 4 tiers. Level 0 is the initial level, where the skill's effect is weakest. To reach level 1, the skill must be used 100 times. Reaching level 2 requires using the skill 1000 times. Reaching level 3, the maximum level, requires using the skill 10,000 times. Each level up alters and enhances the skill's effect. It's best to level up the skill. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. He currently had 2 primary attack methods. One was Dragon Roar Impact, an area of effect attack dealing explosive damage, but with a cooldown lasting a full 9 hours. The other was Lightning Lunge, a single target attack dealing high damage with a mere 30-second cooldown. If he could max out Lightning Strike, dealing with single targets would become much easier. Then I'll use this Dragon Roar cooldown period to start grinding for proficiency. Zhang Hao searched the forest for wild monsters. Shadow Wolf. Level 10. This wolf was digging beneath a tree, seemingly searching for food. Zhang Hao activated his skill directly. Thunderbolt Strike activated. He instantly traversed over 10 meters, closing in on the Shadow Wolf. The Dragon Roar sword pierced through the Shadow Wolf's body. Instant kill. Zhang Hao glanced at the skill panel. Proficiency, 100. Continue. For the next period, Zhang Hao focused solely on slaying monsters with Thunderbolt Stab. Every 30 seconds, the moment the cooldown ended, he immediately unleashed the skill. 1 Shadow Wolf. Lightning Strike proficiency plus 1 100. 1 Shadow Cat. Lightning Strike proficiency plus 1 100. Zhang Hao kept grinding his proficiency like this. Time ticked by second by second. He kept grinding. Over an hour passed. Thunderbolt stab proficiency +1, 99 100. Just one more. Thunder Spike. Congratulations! Your skill Thunder Spike has leveled up. Current level 1. Proficiency 1001000. Finally leveled up. Zhang Hao immediately opened the skill panel to check the changes. Lightning Lunge level 01, rapidly dash toward the target and strike with a lunge, dealing massive lightning damage. Damage equals 300% 350% of the caster's strength attribute. Cooldown 30 seconds 25 seconds. Skill damage increased by 16%, cooldown reduced by 5 seconds. The improvement is quite noticeable. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Should we keep enhancing it? But I'm getting a bit sick of grinding. If we keep grinding proficiency, it takes 1000 skill uses to go from level 1 to level 2. To go from level 2 to level 3, I'd need 10,000 uses. And it takes time. That's too long. The Shadow Wolf King is about to respawn. We won't make it in time. Zhang Hao thought it over and made a decision. Then I'll pay to level up. Zhang Hao opened the auction house and typed into the search bar, Skill Mastery Scroll. The search results immediately refreshed. Skill Mastery Scroll Blue. Effect, increases the level of a designated skill by 1 upon use. Price, 50,000 gold coins fixed price. 50,000 gold coins each. Zhang Hao glanced at his gold coin balance. He'd spent some on potions earlier. Adding the gold dropped from monsters he'd just slain and the proceeds from selling equipment. It was just enough for 2. Buy. Zhang Hao clicked to purchase directly. Purchase successful. Skill Mastery Scroll X2 added to your inventory. Current gold, 91. 100,000 gold coins all gone in an instant. Zhang Hao stared at his balance, feeling a sharp pang of regret. The 100,000 gold coins he'd just saved up before they'd even had time to warm his hands were gone in an instant. Money really does fly out the door. Damn it. But despite the sting, spending was necessary. Zhang Hao opened his backpack and pulled out the first Skill Mastery Scroll. It was a scroll glowing with a faint blue light. Using Skill Mastery Scroll. The scroll dissolved into a streak of blue light and entered Zhang Hao's body. He felt a surge of powerful energy flood his body, rapidly concentrating in his right arm. That was the point of power when executing the lightning thrust. The energy coursed through his arm, as if rebuilding the memory of his muscles. Seconds later, the energy dissipated. Congratulations! Your skill Thunderbolt Thrust has been upgraded. Current level 2. He drew the second Skill Mastery Scroll and used it again. The same blue light, the same surge of energy. Congratulations! Your skill Thunder Spike has leveled up. Current level 3 max. Max level. Zhang Hao opened the skill panel to check the max level effects. Thunderbolt Thrust level 3, dash to the target at extreme speed and launch a thrust, dealing massive lightning damage. Damage equals 500% of the user's strength attribute. Cooldown 15 seconds. Chapter 9, Shadow Wolf King. Alright. From level 0 at the start to max level 3 now. Damage increased from 300% to 500%. Cooldown reduced from 30 seconds to 15 seconds halved. Damage increased by 67%, cooldown halved. The skill description has also changed. Originally rapid dash, it now reads dash at extreme speed. For the time being, Zhang Hao ceased grinding monsters. He needed to conserve his energy for the Shadow Wolf King boss. During the monster grinding earlier, Zhang Hao had leveled up again. Current level 16. Zhang Hao allocated all 10 free attribute points to Spirit. Spirit 5565. After completing these preparations, Zhang Hao headed to the Shadow Wolf King's spawn point to wait. Dragon Roar Charge had finished cooling. The boss's spawn timer had reached 0. The clearing ahead suddenly showed signs of disturbance. A cloud of black mist filled the air. From the black mist emerged a colossal black wolf. This wolf was enormous, standing 2 meters tall when upright. Its entire coat was a deep, glossy black. Its eyes were a blood red, burning with a dark crimson flame. It let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Wah! The deafening howl echoed throughout the entire dark mountains. Zhang Hao felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, the imposing aura of a high-level creature. Shadow Wolf King. Level 20. Thankfully it's only level 20. I can definitely take it on solo. Let's begin. Zhang Hao stood up and moved to the open area. The Shadow Wolf King immediately sensed his presence. Those crimson eyes locked onto Zhang Hao in an instant. It growled lowly, lowering its body slightly into a pre-attack stance. Zhang Hao didn't give it the chance to strike first. Thunderbolt Thrust. Blue lightning erupted. His displacement ability activated, transforming his entire body into a streak of blue lightning that instantly covered over 20 meters. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the Shadow Wolf King's flank. Thrust. Swish. The Dragon Roar Sword pierced the Shadow Wolf King's midsection with pinpoint accuracy. Arg. The Shadow Wolf King let out an agonized howl. Zhang Hao's strength was too high, 1130 points. This single strike dealt a massive chunk of damage to the Shadow Wolf King's health bar. Zhang Hao's heart leapt with joy. One strike took out 40% of its health. At this rate of damage, just 2 more lightning stabs would be enough to finish off the boss. But the boss's state changed. Its eyes turned an even deeper crimson, flames nearly bursting from its gaze. Waves of black mist began rising from its back. The mist swirled in the air, quickly enveloping the Shadow Wolf King's body. It was about to strike back. Zhang Hao wasn't ready to unleash the dragon roar yet. Because it wouldn't finish it off instantly. It's better to save it for emergencies. So Zhang Hao waited for Lightning Spike to finish its cooldown. The Shadow Wolf King's forelegs stomped violently against the ground as it charged toward Zhang Hao. Its speed was blinding, carrying immense momentum. This must be the Wolf King's charge skill. Zhang Hao was prepared. The instant the Wolf King charged, he darted sharply to the right. Whoosh! The Shadow Wolf King's massive form swept past him, stirring up a whirlwind. Close call. Thank goodness my agility stat is 180 points, otherwise I wouldn't have dodged that. The Shadow Wolf King, its strike missed, immediately pivoted. Its forelegs dug into the ground several times before launching another attack. This time, it wasn't a charge. Instead, it opened its gaping maw and lunged directly at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao dodged again, relying on his agility advantage. He leapt backward, pushing off the ground with both feet, sending his body flying over 3 meters. The bite missed. Then, the Shadow Wolf King launched relentless attacks. Zhang Hao concentrated fully on evading. While dodging, he waited for Lightning Spike to finish its cooldown. With the aid of his 180 agility, he successfully dodged most of the strikes. But during the fight, he still encountered skills he simply couldn't dodge. A massive black energy coalesced in the Shadow Wolf King's mouth before erupting violently. It was a black energy beam, moving at incredible speed and covering a wide area. Zhang Hao couldn't fully dodge it in time. He could only twist his body sideways to avoid the beam's central path. A searing pain shot through him. You have been struck by dark breath. Health 400. His health dropped significantly. Zhang Hao's total HP was his constitution stat multiplied by 10, amounting to 1860 points. He was still quite resilient. He immediately retrieved 2 bottles of health potions he'd bought at the auction house and downed them. Used intermediate health potion X2, health plus 400. Health restored to full. Thunder Spike cooldown complete. Excellent. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes. He halted his steps and turned to face the Shadow Wolf King. Thunderbolt strike. Blue lightning erupted from his body once more. The dragon roar sword thrust forward once more. This time, the attack targeted the Wolf King's neck. Swish. The blade pierced the Wolf King's throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the dragon roar sword crimson. Arg! The Shadow Wolf King let out a piercing howl of agony. Its health was down to 20%. It had reached the health threshold for dragon roar charge. At that moment, a blinding black light erupted from the Wolf King's body. Warning! Shadow Wolf King has entered berserk mode. Awah! This howl was entirely different from before. The previous howls were merely sounds. But now, this howl carried a peculiar force. Sound waves radiated outward, forming visible ripples around the clearing. Zhang Hao felt the air around him vibrate. Immediately, the black mist around him coalesced into a series of dark openings. From these openings, smaller black wolves began to emerge. Shadow Wolf Cub. Level 15. These pups were only 1/3 the size of the Shadow Wolf King, but their numbers were vast. There were over 30 Shadow Wolf Cubs. They surrounded Zhang Hao completely, their pairs of blood-red eyes fixed intently on him. Can you summon reinforcements after going berserk? Surrounded by the dense swarm of pups, Zhang Hao thought to himself, but I still have my ultimate move. Dragon Roar Impact. The dragon-shaped patterns on the Dragon Roar sword began to glow. Roar! A golden shockwave erupted from Zhang Hao's body, violently radiating outward. Within a 999-meter radius, every target was struck by this Dragon Wrath shockwave. First were the Shadow Wolf Cubs. Before they could even cry out in agony, their bodies dissolved into black smoke within the golden shockwave. Killed Shadow Wolf Cubs X34, gained EXP plus 6,800. Over 30 cubs were instantly obliterated in a single strike. Next, the Shadow Wolf King was struck head-on by the Dragon's Might shockwave. Its massive body shook violently, the red glow in its eyes fading instantly. Awoo! Its final howl abruptly ceased. Boom! The Shadow Wolf King collapsed to the ground. Defeated Shadow Wolf King, gained EXP plus 8,000. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 17. Got it. Chapter 10, Golden Fur. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Though he'd only gained 1 level, his experience bar was already over half full. Level 18 wasn't far off. And then, the Shadow Wolf King dropped loot. The ground was littered with all sorts of items and materials, at least 2 or 30 pieces. So many. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up as he hurried toward the Wolf King's corpse. First things first, pick up all the loot. Gained gold plus 1,247. Acquired material, Shadow Wolf Hide X1. Acquired materials, Wolf King Fangs X2. Acquired material, Shadow Crystal X5. Equipment obtained, Swift Shadow Boots. Equipment obtained. Obtained special item, Nether Lightning Wolf Cub Pet Egg. After stowing everything in his backpack, Zhang Hao immediately checked the pet egg. A golden glowing egg appeared in his backpack. An SSS grade pet. Pet eggs can be sold. Within the marketplace, there are also quite a few low-quality pet eggs for sale. But whether to sell this pet egg or not, Zhang Hao planned to check its attributes first. He took a deep breath and clicked to view the pet egg's attributes. Equipment name, Nether Lightning Wolf Cub Pet Egg. Quality, SSS grade. Type, Growth Type Combat Pet. Hatching requirements, none. Starting level, synchronized with owner's level. Growth cap, no limit. Trait 1, level synchronization pet level permanently matches owner's level. Trait 2, Lightning True Form automatically revives beside owner 24 hours after death, with unlimited revivals. Initial skills, Thunderclaw, Lightning Teleportation. Click to view. Description, descended from the legendary Underworld Wolf Clan's royal bloodline, naturally wielding the power of thunder and lightning. Hatch? Yes, no. Zhang Hao's heart raced as he reviewed the attributes. Level synchronization meant that whenever he leveled up, his pet would level up alongside him, no need for separate grinding. More crucially, it granted immortality. Automatic resurrection after 24 hours of death, with unlimited revives. This is insane. Other pets die permanently, but not this one. Zhang Hao grasped the value of this trait. This meant he could send his pet to tank damage during boss fights while he focused on dealing damage from the rear. When exploring dangerous areas, he could send the pet in first to scout. Even if it died, it wouldn't be a big deal, it would just revive after 24 hours. Sell it? No way. Zhang Hao shook his head. An SSS grade pet egg priceless. Even if someone offered an astronomical price, they might not be able to buy it. And with such outstanding stats, I simply couldn't bear to part with it. Hatch. Zhang Hao clicked yes on the system panel. The pet egg flew out of his backpack and hovered before him. Golden light radiated from within the shell, growing brighter and brighter. Crack. The first crack appeared on the shell. Crack, crack. The crack spread rapidly, soon covering the entire shell. Boom. The shell shattered, scattering into a shower of golden sparks. A tiny wolf cub appeared in the air. It was no bigger than a palm, its soft gray fur giving it an adorable appearance. Golden lightning danced around it, crackling and popping. Woof. The wolf cub let out a high-pitched, childlike cry. Then, its body began to rapidly expand. In less than a second, it grew from palm size to half a meter tall. It continued growing. 3 seconds later, a full-grown wolf stood before Zhang Hao. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, its body measured nearly 2 meters in length. Its gray fur shimmered with a metallic sheen, and its powerful muscles were clearly defined. Golden lightning crackled around its body, filling the air with a scorched scent. A pair of amber eyes gazed at Zhang Hao, their expression gentle. Due to the level synchronization trait, its level follows its master, which is why it grew instantly. Zhang Hao surveyed the colossal wolf before him. Imposing and powerful, radiating sheer strength. Zhang Hao pondered what name to give his new pet. Gray fur, golden lightning. Then I'll call you Golden Fur. Woof. Golden Retriever gave a low growl, as if in response. Zhang Hao smiled and patted Golden Fur on the head. The fur felt incredibly soft yet resilient, with a satisfying bounce to the touch. Let's see what skills you've got. Zhang Hao opened the pet panel to check the Golden Retriever's skills. Skill 1, Thunder Claw. Effect, swings sharp claws in a tearing attack. The strike carries golden lightning sparks, dealing 200% combined lightning and physical damage. Inflicts a 3-second paralysis effect. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Holy. Zhang Hao was stunned. 0-second cooldown? No cooldown at all? So this is its basic attack. Dealing 200% damage every single time. Critical hit every single time. Oh, wait. Crits deal 400% damage. Impressive. Truly an SSS-tier pet. Next, Zhang Hao checked the Golden Retriever's second skill. Skill 2, Lightning Teleport. Effect, transforms into lightning for instant teleportation, immune to all control effects during movement. Range, 34 meters. Level X2. Cooldown, 5 seconds. A movement skill with a very short cooldown. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Thunder Claw granted it high damage output. Lightning Teleport grants it mobility. Combined, they're incredibly powerful. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Hao patted the golden-haired creature's head again. Woof. The Golden Retriever gave a low growl and rubbed its head against Zhang Hao's hand. After settling the pet, Zhang Hao remembered there was still a purple tier item in his backpack he hadn't checked. Oh right, there's a pair of shoes too. He opened his backpack to take a look. The shoes were black, crafted from what appeared to be some kind of beast leather, lightweight yet resilient. Silver patterns adorned the uppers, resembling the swirls of a swift wind. Equipment name, Swift Shadow Boots. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, level 15 plus. Base stats, agility plus 88, constitution plus 10. Zhang Hao glanced again at the boots he currently wore. Leather boots. Quality, blue. Agility plus 50. In comparison, the Swift Shadow Boots completely outclass the leather boots. They grant an additional 38 agility and 10 constitution. Swap. Zhang Hao immediately equipped the Swift Shadow Boots. He hopped twice in place, feeling his entire body grow noticeably lighter. He opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 17. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank unique. Strength, 1130. Mental, 65. Stamina, 196. Agility, 218. Free attribute points, 10. Agility has already surpassed 200 points. Additionally, there are 10 attribute points remaining to be allocated. Zhang Hao allocated all 10 free attribute points to Constitution. Constitution, 196-206. Constitution has also broken 200. Chapter 11, What is this? After sorting out his gear and pet, Zhang Hao leaned against a tree trunk to rest. Time to check today's intelligence reports. He silently commanded, Daily Intelligence, View First Report. A message immediately appeared on the system panel. Intelligence 1, in 3 days, the dungeon Blood Moon Ruins will open. Level restriction, 2040. Within the dungeon, the Shadow Guardian at coordinates X, 2847, Y, 1392 will drop the orange equipment Abyssal Knight's breastplate upon defeat. Click to view details. Orange gear. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. His Dragon Roar sword was already orange tier, and he knew firsthand how powerful it was. If he could get his hands on an orange chest piece, his power would surge significantly. He absolutely had to clear this dungeon in 3 days. Level requirement, 2040. I should level up a bit more before then, just to be safe. Zhang Hao committed the dungeon details to memory before moving on to the second piece of intelligence. Viewing the second piece of intelligence. The system panel displayed another message. Intelligence 2, upon reaching level 18, you will acquire a new class skill. A new skill. Zhang Hao was thrilled. It was common knowledge that any class gained new skills upon leveling up. His intelligence officer profession was finally about to gain its first new skill beyond the basic abilities. Zhang Hao glanced at his experience bar. After defeating the Shadow Wolf King, he was now level 17, just half the experience away from level 18. Then I'll level up first, get to level 18. Let's see what my new skill does. Zhang Hao stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Most monsters in the Shadow Mountains were around level 10, with the highest being the level 20 Shadow Wolf King. Having already slain the Shadow Wolf King, it wouldn't respawn anytime soon. The monsters here aren't enough. I need to find a higher level area. Zhang Hao opened the map to check. Heading north from the Shadow Mountains lay an area called the Barren Highlands. The map indicated it was a monster zone for levels 15-25. Let's go there. 1 hour later. Zhang Hao stood atop a barren plateau. The terrain was open, dotted with exposed rocks and withered shrubs. The sky hung heavy, and a putrid stench hung in the air. You have entered Wilderness Highlands. We're here. Zhang Hao took a few steps forward and soon spotted the first group of wild monsters. 3 green-skinned humanoid creatures, about 5 feet tall, with pointed ears and 2 fangs protruding from their mouths. They held wooden clubs and stone axes, crouching on the ground, seemingly occupied with something. Goblin. Level 18. Goblins, huh? Zhang Hao nodded. These were common low-level monsters, not very intelligent, and lived in groups. Golden Fur, attack. Zhang Hao patted his pet beside him. Woof. Golden Retriever let out a low growl and vanished from his spot. Lightning Teleport, activated. The Golden Retriever's body transformed into a streak of golden lightning, flashing before the first goblin. Its claws lashed out. Golden sparks erupted from the claw tips, crackling and popping. Thunder Claw. Squeak. The goblin let out a shrill scream as 3 bloody gashes tore open its chest. Its health bar instantly dropped by a third. The golden-haired creature didn't pause, unleashing 2 more swipes. 3 strikes, instant kill. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. The golden-haired goblin's attack efficiency was indeed high, and each strike carried an electric spark effect, creating an intimidating presence. The other 2 goblins snapped out of it, raising their weapons and charging toward the golden-haired creature. But the golden-haired goblin gave them no chance. Lightning Teleport, activated once more. It instantly appeared beside the second goblin. 3 claws, instant kill. Teleport again. It materialized before the third goblin. 3 claws, instant kill. All 3 goblins lay dead. Zhang Hao walked over to pick up the drops. Gained gold plus 156. Gained materials, Goblin Hide X3. Continue. For the rest of the time, Zhang Hao let Golden Retriever handle the fighting while he stayed behind to collect gear and gold. Golden Retriever's combat style was straightforward. Charge forward, 3 claws to instantly kill one. Teleport to the next target, repeat the 3 claw instant kill. The efficiency was absurdly high. All Zhang Hao had to do was follow behind, occasionally picking up dropped items. Truly an SSS-tier pet. What a thrill. 10 minutes later. Zhang Hao had already cleared over 20 goblins. The experience bar is steadily rising. He was about to reach level 18. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Roar! The sound was loud, carrying a distinct edge of fury. Zhang Hao looked up. A towering figure emerged from behind distant rocks. It was a massive goblin. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, it was muscular throughout, its skin a deeper shade of green than ordinary goblins. Several vicious scars marred its face, and a deep gash ran across one eye. In its hand, it clutched a thick, blood-stained mace. Goblin King. Level 25. The boss is here. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Kill it, just what I need to hit level 18. The Goblin King charged forward, brandishing his wolf tooth club. Its speed far surpassed that of ordinary goblins, each step thudding heavily against the ground. Zhang Hao, perfect. I could use the exercise. Golden Fur, let's take it on together. Zhang Hao and Golden Hair joined forces to confront the Goblin King. Golden Hair drew aggro up front, unleashing thunder claw attacks. Zhang Hao had it much easier. Whenever lightning thrust's cooldown ended, he'd unleash it. With Zhang Hao and Golden Retriever sandwiching the enemy from front and back, the Goblin King couldn't handle both. What followed was a one-sided beating. Golden Retriever unleashed relentless damage up front, keeping the Goblin King's aggro firmly locked on him. Zhang Hao positioned himself to the side or rear, unleashing lightning lash every 15 seconds. The Goblin King tried to chase the Golden Retriever, but the dog's lightning blink made it impossible to catch up. When it tried to turn and attack Zhang Hao, the Golden Retriever would strike from behind, forcing it to turn back. 2 minutes later. The Goblin King's health bar was nearly depleted. It's over. Zhang Hao delivered the final thunder spike. The Goblin King crashed to the ground. Feels like it wasn't even as strong as the Shadow Wolf King. Level up notification. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 18. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 19. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 20. Gained 30 free attribute points. Leveled up 3 times in a row? Soloing the Goblin King really paid off in experience. Zhang Hao allocated all 30 free attribute points to Spirit. Spirit 6595. My spirit stat is almost hitting 100. Zhang Hao walked over to the Goblin King's corpse and began looting the drops. Gained gold plus 1888. Materials obtained, Goblin Hide x12. Gained materials, Shattered Fangs x5. Acquired material, Goblin King's Bone x1. No gear drop. Zhang Hao felt a pang of disappointment. He kept rummaging through the pile when suddenly, something unusual caught his eye. A blueprint glowing with a faint green light. Ha! What's this? Chapter 12, what should I ask? Zhang Hao clicked on the blueprint to examine it. Goblin King Skin Design Blueprint. Type, Fashion Blueprint. Description, crafts the Goblin King cosmetic appearance upon use. Equipping this cosmetic does not affect any attribute bonuses from equipped gear, altering only the visual appearance. Allows you to disguise yourself as the Goblin King. Crafting materials required, Goblin Hide x30 Shadow Wolf Hide x1 Wolf King's Fang x2 Shadow Crystal x5 Shattered Fang x5 Goblin King's Bone x1. Costume? Zhang Hao froze for a moment. He knew what this was, pure cosmetic gear with no stat bonuses. In this world where everyone undergoes class changes, some players would spend large sums to purchase various costumes for personalized appearances. Some outfits were dashing knight armor, others were splendid mage robes, and still others were cool assassin nightgowns. But these outfits were purely cosmetic, they offered no boost to combat prowess. If it doesn't boost stats, it seems pretty useless. Zhang Hao shook his head. But then something occurred to him. This Goblin King skin could disguise him as the Goblin King himself. Meaning, once worn, others couldn't see his true face. Wait, this might actually be useful. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He thought of a very practical use. When leveling up alone in the wilderness, he'd inevitably encounter other players. If he came across a lone player, he could easily play the role of a bandit and snatch some gear and gold coins. The problem was, if he robbed them with his true face. If the robbery succeeded, he could kill to silence witnesses. But if the robbery failed, the victim would remember his face. What if they belonged to a major guild or have powerful backers? Getting hunted down for revenge would be bad news. But what if you wear the Goblin King skin? The victim wouldn't see your true face at all. Even if robbed, they'd only remember being robbed by a Goblin King, no clue who actually did it. In that case, this skin is incredibly valuable. Zhang Hao nodded. Plus, this skin doesn't take up an equipment slot, doesn't affect stats, and can be put on or taken off anytime. Wear it when needed, perfect for everyday use. Zhang Hao checked the required materials for crafting. Goblin Hide x30 got plenty from killing goblins earlier, more than enough. Shadow Wolf Hide X1 dropped from the Shadow Wolf King. Got it. Wolf King Fangs X2 also dropped by the Shadow Wolf King. Got it. Shadow Crystals X5 also dropped by the Shadow Wolf King. Got it. Shattered Fangs X5 dropped by the Goblin King I just killed. Got it. Goblin King Bone X1 just dropped. Got it. All materials are accounted for. Zhang Hao's heart leapt with joy. Let's get started. Learning Blueprint. Blueprint learned successfully. You have mastered the crafting method, Goblin King Skin. Zhang Hao opened the crafting interface and selected Goblin King Skin. The system automatically deducted the required materials from your backpack. Crafting in progress? A green glow erupted from Zhang Hao's hands. The glow lasted for 3 seconds before fading. Crafting successful. Goblin King Skin added to your fashion inventory. Zhang Hao opened his fashion inventory to check. A green icon appeared inside, depicting a fierce image of the Goblin King. Let's test the effect. Zhang Hao clicked equip. Instantly, a layer of green light rose from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire body. When the light faded, Zhang Hao's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. His skin had turned a deep green. Fierce scars appeared on his face, with a deep gash running across one eye. His muscles had grown thick and powerful, giving him an utterly ferocious appearance. Zhang Hao looked down at his hands. Green, rough skin covered them, and sharp claws protruded from his fingers. He looked exactly like the Goblin King. He glanced at the Dragon Roar sword at his waist. The sword had changed as well. The once dark old longsword had now become a thick, club-like weapon. Bloodstains splattered across the club, giving it an intimidating presence. How incredible! Zhang Hao couldn't help but marvel. The costume not only altered his appearance but also transformed the look of his weapon. Yet he could sense that the Dragon Roar sword's attributes remained entirely unchanged. The strength bonus remained at 999 points, and the Dragon Roar shock skill was still intact. Only its appearance had transformed into that of a wolf's tooth club. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. From now on, when encountering lone players in the wild, he could don the skin to rob them. Zhang Hao cancelled the costume effect, and his body returned to its original form. My level has surpassed 18. Time to check out my new skills. Zhang Hao opened his attributes panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 20. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank Unique. Strength, 1130. Spirit, 95. Stamina, 206. Agility, 218. Class skills, Daily Intelligence, Intelligence Inquiry. New click to view skill description. Universal skill, Lightning Thrust level 3. Equipment skill, Dragon Roar Impact. One more skill. In the Profession skill section, besides the basic Daily Intelligence, there's now an additional Intelligence Inquiry. This is the new skill acquired at level 18. Zhang Hao immediately clicked to view the skill description. Intelligence Inquiry level 18 class skill actively specifies a direction to obtain precise intelligence. Intelligence types include rare item locations, hidden quest clues, boss spawn information, emergency event alerts, etc. Unlike Daily Intelligence, this skill allows the intelligence officer to independently choose the inquiry content. Cooldown, 3 days. Current status, available. I can actively ask questions. Zhang Hao's heart began to race. This skill was crucial. His basic skill, Daily Intelligence, was powerful, but it had one drawback: randomness. The 2 Daily Intelligence updates were randomly assigned by the system, leaving him no control over their content. Sometimes the intelligence provided might not be immediately useful. But now, this Query Intelligence skill could partially remedy that flaw. You can now actively choose what intelligence to inquire about. Although it has a 3-day cooldown, this skill is incredibly valuable. Zhang Hao carefully considered the skill's potential uses. If he urgently needed a specific piece of equipment, he could directly inquire about its location. If he wanted to find a specific boss, he could ask for it directly. If he wanted clues for a hidden quest, he could ask about that too. It was essentially a universal intelligence gathering tool. So what should I ask about? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. What did he need most right now? Equipment. The gear he currently wore was decent, but there were still many gaps. Especially that ghost ring. It required a full set of 3 pieces to unleash its full potential. Currently, he only possessed 1 ghost ring. Still missing the ghost bracelet and ghost necklace. Wait, I can inquire about the ghost bracelet's location. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. The ghost set's invisibility effect was incredibly powerful. If he could gather all 3 pieces, he'd gain the ability to become completely invisible. That would make leveling up in the wild, exploring dungeons, and even raiding much easier. He already had a purple tier Wolf Fang necklace and was wearing it right now. Now for the ghost bracelet. Zhang Hao immediately activated the skill. Intelligence Query, location of equipped ghost bracelet. A message instantly appeared on the system panel. Intelligence Query, ghost bracelet. Intelligence feedback: the ghost bracelet is currently held by player Su Yuxuan. Player level, 20. Class, Frost Empress S rank. A rising star and core member of the Blood Moon Guild, currently training in the eastern region of Sunset Plains by hunting Wind Wolves level 15 monsters. Click to view detailed coordinates. Su Yuxuan, S rank class Frost Empress. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The intel says she's alone and only level 20. Could I ambush her? He began weighing their respective strengths. She was an S-rank mage class, undoubtedly formidable at long-range damage. But he was an SSS class himself, 2 major tiers above her. Plus, he had his SSS-tier pet golden retriever as backup. 1 man, 1 dog. Oh, wait. 1 man and 1 wolf. Taking down a lone mage like her should be no problem. Then let's go rob her. Chapter 13, What Did I Hit? After making his decision, Zhang Hao began inspecting his equipment. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Wait, I'm level 20 now. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. The Ghost Ring's equipment requirement was level 20 or above. I can wear it now. He immediately opened his backpack and took out the ring that glowed with a pink light. Equipment name, Ghost Ring. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 20 plus. Base stats, Spirit plus 220. Zhang Hao glanced at the blue ring in his equipment slot. Equipment name, Ring of Strength. Quality, blue. Base attribute, Strength plus 25. Swap it out. After swapping it out, he opened the stats panel to check the changes. Strength, 1105. Spirit, 315. Constitution, 206. Agility, 218. Strength decreased by 25 points, but Spirit shot straight past 300. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Now my magic defense isn't too shabby either. He recalled the pain inflicted by the Shadow Wolf King's Dark Breath attack earlier. That was magical damage. With 315 spirit points now, his magic defense had significantly increased. If hit by magic again, it shouldn't hurt nearly as much. Oh, and the Goblin King's skin. He opened his costume inventory and selected it to equip. A green glow rose from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire body. As the glow faded, Zhang Hao transformed into a muscular Goblin King. Perfect. Ready. Zhang Hao patted the golden-haired creature beside him. Let's go. Follow me on a heist. Woof. The golden retriever gave a low growl and followed behind Zhang Hao. Man and wolf set off towards Su Yuxuan's coordinates. Sunset Plains, Eastern Region. Su Yuxuan stood on an open grassland, facing 3 gray wind wolves. Wind wolf. Level, 15. She raised her right hand, her pale palm glowing with an icy blue light. Frost domain. A thin layer of ice formed on the ground, radiating outward from her. The thin ice rapidly spread, covering an area 10 meters in diameter. 3 wind wolves were simultaneously engulfed. Frost spread across their bodies, freezing their paws to the ground. Ice spike technique. Su Yuxuan waved her hand again. A dozen sharp ice spikes plummeted from the sky, striking the 3 wind wolves with pinpoint accuracy. Killed wind wolves x3, gained EXP plus 450. Phew. Su Yuxuan exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Just as she was about to search for the next group of monsters, she suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her body. A system notification flashed through her mind. Magic power insufficient. Frost domain cannot be maintained and has been automatically deactivated. Ha! Su Yuxuan froze for a moment before quickly opening her status bar to check. Magic power, 54,100. Oh no! I'm out of mana. She tapped her forehead. After battling monsters for so long, her mana had been completely drained. I completely forgot. Su Yuxuan pouted in frustration. The Frost Queen class was an S-tier mage, boasting high damage and strong crowd control. But it had one fatal flaw: it was incredibly mana-hungry. Each skill consumes over twice the mana of a standard mage. Mana potions, mana potions. Su Yuxuan opened her backpack. Empty. I used them all up. She had brought 100 bottles of blue potions when she left, and now they were all gone. Then I'll buy some. Su Yuxuan opened the system shop. Intermediate magic potion, 100 gold coins bottle. She clicked to purchase. Insufficient funds! Exclamation point. Su Yuxuan froze. She opened her wallet to check. Current gold, 213. These coins were dropped by monsters she'd just defeated. Oh no! I'm broke. I forgot to ask the guild leader for money before leaving. She crouched down and hugged her knees. What should I do? What should I do? Terrifying scenarios began playing out in Su Yuxuan's mind. What if I run into bad people? What if someone tries to rob me? Robbery or assault? Her face instantly drained of color. That would be terrible. Su Yuxuan shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off those chaotic thoughts. I'm out of mana now, I couldn't possibly fight them. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. No, stay calm. Su Yuxuan took a deep breath. Come on, Su Yuxuan. You're the rising star of the Blood Moon Guild, you can do this. She clenched her small fists to encourage herself. But I'm out of mana. A mage without mana is just a sitting duck. Even some random bandit in white gear could pin me down and rub me into the ground. At that thought, her little face fell again. Wait. Su Yuxuan's eyes lit up as she suddenly remembered something. I still have a chance. The guild leader gave me a pink quality life-saving item. She opened her equipment menu to check. Ghost bracelet. Quality, pink. Base attributes, strength plus 230. Ghost set, ghost ring, ghost bracelet, ghost necklace. Set effect, equipping the ghost set renders the character semi-transparent. This effect can be freely toggled on or off. Single piece effect, reduces your transparency to 80%, allowing others to vaguely see your silhouette. This was the life-saving gear specially given to her by the Blood Moon Guild's leader. It comes in handy. Su Yuxuan immediately activated the set effect. Activate ghost bracelet transparency effect? Yes, no. Yes. A faint glow emanated from the bracelet, enveloping Su Yuxuan's body. Her body began to turn transparent. Her skin, clothing, and equipment all became semi-transparent. With only 20% opacity, she resembled a faintly visible ghost. Su Yuxuan looked down at her hands. She could make out the outline of her hands, but it was extremely blurry. Phew. This should be safe now. She exhaled in relief. I need to hurry back to town, get money, and buy potions. Then I'll come back out to grind monsters and level up. Su Yuxuan headed toward the nearest town, Sunset Town. She walked quickly, glancing back frequently, afraid someone might be following her. After about 10 minutes, Su Yuxuan spotted a massive gray wolf ahead. She stared intently at the gray giant wolf ahead. Golden lightning danced around it, crackling and popping. It seems different from ordinary wind wolves. Su Yuxuan tilted her head. Too bad I'm out of mana. Otherwise, I'd definitely farm it. With my insane luck, I'd totally get some top-tier gear. You're lucky. Su Yuxuan sighed. She circled around the giant wolf and quickened her pace toward Sunset Town. As she walked, Su Yuxuan calculated how many bottles of mana potions she'd need to buy back in town. At least 200 bottles. No, 300 bottles would be safer. Her head was down, completely oblivious to what lay ahead. Just then. Thud. Su Yuxuan felt herself collide with something. It had some give. Her entire body lost balance and she fell backward. Then something grabbed her. Ouch. Su Yuxuan's face flushed instantly. What is that? She cried out in alarm and pushed the hand away forcefully. Zhang Hao's perspective. Zhang Hao stood on the grassland, scanning his surroundings. He had already donned the Goblin King's skin and the Ghost Rings effect was active. His body had become semi-transparent. Now, only his outline was visible, though it remained extremely blurry. He was searching the grasslands for Su Yuxuan with his golden-haired companion. Where could she be? Zhang Hao frowned. The intel clearly stated Su Yuxuan was in the eastern region of Sunset Plains. Yet aside from a few wind wolves, there was no sign of anyone else here. Could I be too late? Has she already left? Zhang Hao felt a pang of regret. If he missed this chance, finding her again would be difficult. Just then. Thud. Zhang Hao felt himself bump into something. Soft. Warm. His reaction was swift. Almost instinctively, he reached out and grabbed. Chapter 14, I Am a Bandit. His palm touched something soft. Huh? What did I grab? Zhang Hao froze for a moment. Ah. Who's there? Pervert. Stop pinching me. A girl's voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Hao heard the voice and immediately let go. He took a step back. He instantly realized. He had bumped into a person. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. It must be Su Yuxuan. She had the ghost suit too, no wonder he couldn't see her. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, staring intently ahead. He'd been staring into the distance the whole time, completely oblivious to what was right in front of him. He saw a blurred outline. A girl's figure. Semi-transparent. Found you. So you were here all along. Zhang Hao smiled. Ha ha ha. Su Yuxuan jumped at the sound of laughter. Who? Who's laughing? She looked around warily. Then she lifted her head. She looked closer. A blurred figure came into view. A green outline. A tall figure. A translucent goblin? Su Yuxuan froze. She had never seen a translucent monster before. Zhang Hao looked at her and said, "Hello there, little beauty." He paused for a second. Robbery. Oh my. It's a translucent monster. Su Yuxuan screamed in fright. I'm not a monster, I'm a player. Zhang Hao corrected. Oh. Su Yuxuan relaxed and stood up. Oh, it's just a player. She patted her chest. But she quickly regained her composure. What did you say you were going to do? Zhang Hao, robbery. At his command, the golden retriever in the distance sprinted over, blocking Su Yuxuan's path. Su Yuxuan's face instantly drained of color. Her eyes reddened. Tears began to fall. Wanla. We got robbed when we ran out of blue. What should I do? What on earth should I do? She crouched down, hugging her knees. Zhang Hao's heart leapt at the words out of mana. She's out of mana? A mage without mana was essentially harmless. He'd thought a fierce battle was inevitable. But now, it seemed unnecessary. What a relief! Zhang Hao felt elated. Su Yuxuan's sobs grew louder. Mr. Bandit, please don't kill me. She wiped away her tears. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. She repeated emphatically. Zhang Hao. Su Yuxuan sniffled a few times and lifted her head. Through tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the translucent goblin figure. Mr. Bandit, are you here for the money or the ladies? Zhang Hao mimicked his parents' tone from years ago and shouted. Money. If you don't want to die, hand over all your gear and gold coins. Su Yuxuan nodded while crying. Okay, I'll give you everything. She reached up and removed the ghost bracelet. After removing it, her translucent form gradually solidified. A young girl appeared before Zhang Hao. She looked 17 or 18, with long black hair tied into a ponytail, the end secured with a light blue ribbon. Her face was round, her eyes large, tears still clinging to her lashes. Her figure was curvy, clad in an elegant ice blue mage's robe embroidered with intricate magical patterns. Her entire presence radiated a soft, adorable charm. Su Yuxuan began removing her gear. Shoulder pads, belt, combat boots, necklace, rings. One by one, she removed each piece of gear and tossed them onto the ground. She opened her backpack and emptied out all the gear and materials inside. Clatter. A large pile of items scattered across the grass. Everything I had is right here. Su Yuxuan sobbed, Mr. Bandit, please let me go. Zhang Hao looked down at the ground. Over a dozen pieces of equipment glinted in the sunlight. The most eye-catching item was the pink-quality weapon, a staff radiating an icy blue glow. The shaft was crystal clear, as if carved from frozen ice. A blue gem was set at its tip, swirling with cold mist within. Besides the staff, the rest of the gear was also purple quality. Purple breastplate, purple greaves, purple war boots, purple bracers. 7 or 8 pieces of purple gear, each radiating an extraordinary aura. Holy crap! Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. This little rich girl. He crouched down and began picking up the gear. Pink staff, collected. Pink ghost bracelet, got it. Purple chest armor, got it. Purple greaves, got it. Zhang Hao swept all the equipment and materials into his backpack. He stood up and suddenly sensed something was wrong. Something's wrong. Zhang Hao spun around and glared at Su Yuxuan. Where's the gold? How come you only have 200 gold coins? Hand them over, or I'll kill you. Su Yuxuan shuddered in fear. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Why? Mr. Bandit, I'm not refusing to give them to you. She felt utterly wronged and burst into loud sobs. I just forgot my money when I left home. These 200 gold coins were just dropped by a monster I defeated. Su Yuxuan grew more and more aggrieved as she spoke, unable to hold back her tears. This amount isn't even enough to buy a bottle of blue potion. And you robbed me of it. Why? She sat on the ground in a frog-like position, sobbing, if I had mana, I could have fought back. I'm the Frost Queen. An S-rank profession. Why? Zhang Hao was speechless. He stared at Su Yuxuan for a few seconds. Then why not sell your gear to buy blue potions? Su Yuxuan froze. Her sobbing abruptly stopped. She stared blankly at Zhang Hao, blinking a few times. Then she slapped her forehead. Right. How did I not think of that? A look of sudden realization spread across her face. Mr. Bandit, you're so clever. Zhang Hao. Looks like she's one of those spoiled rich girls sent out to toughen up. Zhang Hao began taking stock of his gains. The ghost bracelet was secured. Plus 7 purple grade items. A pink magic staff. A huge haul. Should he kill this naive fool? Zhang Hao pondered for a few seconds. Seemed unnecessary. He now had the goblin skin to disguise himself. She didn't know his true appearance. Also, she's a member of the Blood Moon Guild. Killing her might bring unnecessary trouble. Forget it. Zhang Hao made his decision. Since you're being so cooperative, I won't kill you. Su Yuxuan immediately flashed a grateful expression. Thank you, Mr. Bandit. Zhang Hao paused. But, Su Yuxuan grew tense. The next second, she burst into tears again. Why? Tears welled up instantly. I knew it. I knew you were going to rape me, didn't you? She sobbed as she spoke. I've heard so many stories like this from the guild leader's sister. After robbing people of their gear and gold, bandits always do bad things to lone girls. I'm so scared. Why? She wiped her tears and whispered, Mr. Bandit, could you please be gentle? Zhang Hao felt a line of black hair sprout from his forehead. What on earth is going through your head? He snapped irritably, go back and get the money. 10 million gold coins. I'll wait here for you. Su Yuxuan froze. Batting her teary eyes, she asked incredulously, no kidnapping? Zhang Hao, no. Miss, would you kindly respect my profession? He said with deadpan seriousness, I'm a bandit, not a flower thief. Su Yuxuan froze for 2 seconds. Then a bright smile spread across her face. Oh, I see. She stood up from the ground and brushed the dust off her clothes. Alright, Mr. Bandit. I'll go get the money to ransom myself right now. Wait here for me. Zhang Hao nodded. Su Yuxuan turned and ran towards Sunset Town. After a few strides, she turned back and waved. Goodbye, Mr. Bandit. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Chapter 15, The Two-Piece Set. Su Yuxuan's figure vanished from view. Zhang Hao stood rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction she had departed. That naive little thing. You think I'm as dumb as you? Only a fool would wait here for you. Blondie, let's get out of here. Woof. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao came to a halt in a concealed spot. He began taking stock of his loot. He opened his backpack and pulled out the pink quality ghost bracelet. Equipment name, Ghost Bracelet. Quality, pink. Base attributes, strength plus 230. Oh. It actually boosts strength. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He glanced at the blue bracelet he currently wore. Equipment name, Guardian Bracelet. Quality, blue. Base attribute, Constitution plus 27. Swap. Zhang Hao equipped the ghost bracelet. He opened the attribute panel to check. Strength 1235. Spirit 315. Constitution 179. Agility 218. Strength has surpassed 1200. But Constitution has dropped to 179. This won't do. Zhang Hao frowned. Constitution affects health points, it can't be too low. I need to restore my Constitution. He opened his backpack and began inspecting the purple gear he'd looted from Su Yuxuan. Soon, he found a purple chestplate. Equipment name, Frostguard Breastplate. Quality, purple. Requirements, level 15 plus. Base stats, Constitution plus 95. Zhang Hao glanced at the blue breastplate he was currently wearing. Bandit Chief's chestplate, Constitution plus 45. Swap. After equipping it, he continued rummaging through his backpack for other purple gear. A purple belt. Equipment name, Frostbound Waistband. Quality, purple. Base stats, Constitution plus 30, Spirit plus 20. Compared to his blue belt. Rough made belt, Constitution plus 22. Swap. A purple pair of shoulder pads. Equipment name, Frost Shoulder Guards. Quality, purple. Level requirement, level 20 plus. Base stats, strength plus 63. Compared to your own purple shoulder pads. Boar Shoulder Guard strength plus 30. Swap. Zhang Hao continued filtering. A purple necklace. Equipment name, Ice Crystal Necklace. Quality, purple. Base attributes, Spirit plus 68. Compared to his own purple necklace. Wolfong Necklace strength plus 40, Spirit plus 40. It gives 28 more spirit but 40 less strength. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. Forget it, I won't swap. Strength is more important. Lastly, there's a pair of purple combat boots. Equipment name, Swiftness Boots. Quality, purple. Base stats, Agility plus 92. Compared to my own purple boots. Swift Shadow Boots Agility plus 88, Constitution plus 10. Only 4 more agility but 10 less Constitution. Not worth swapping. After careful selection, Zhang Hao equipped 3 pieces, Frostguard Breastplate, Icy Waistguard, and Frozen Shoulder Guards. He opened the attribute panel to check the final results. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 20. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank unique. Strength, 1240. Spirit, 315. Constitution, 237. Agility, 238. Strength surpassed 1200. Constitution has also returned above 200. Feels great. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Moreover, he no longer had any blue gear on him. The lowest grade was now purple gear. He glanced at his equipment panel. Weapon, Dragon's Roar Sword orange. Chest, Frostguard Breastplate purple. Leg guards, Gale Guard Leggings purple. Boots, Swift Shadow Boots purple. Shoulder guards, Frostbite Shoulder Guards purple. Belt, Frostbound Belt purple. Ring, Spectral Ring pink. Bracers, Ghost Bracers pink. Necklace, Wolfong Necklace purple. Zhang Hao grinned. With this setup, who wouldn't call me a boss? Next up was dealing with the gear he'd swapped out. Zhang Hao listed all the blue gear he'd replaced and any unused purple gear in the auction house. Your auction item Guardian Bracelet has sold. Gold plus 2, 240. Your auction item Bandit Chief's Chestplate has sold. Received gold plus 2,180. Your auction item Rough Belt has sold. Gold coins plus 2,560. Your auction item Ice Crystal Necklace has sold. Gold plus 68,000. Your auction item Swift Boots has sold. Gold plus 86,000. The materials in your backpack were sold as well. Everything has been processed. Zhang Hao checked his gold coin balance. Current gold 320,091. 320,000. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Robbery really is a fast way to make money. He recalled how painstakingly he had to grind monsters and save up gold coins back then. Now, rob one naive girl and 320,000 gold coins were instantly his. This feels great. Zhang Hao leaned against the tree trunk, feeling utterly content. Oh, right. He remembered there was still a pink magic wand in his backpack. It was Su Yuxuan's weapon. Zhang Hao took out the staff and checked its attributes. Equipment name, Frost Scythe. Quality, pink. Requirements, level 15+. Base attributes, Spirit plus 480. Special effect, Frost Enhancement increases all ice elemental skill damage by 30%. Plus 480 Spirit plus skill damage boost. Zhang Hao whistled. No wonder it's pink gear. Too bad I'm not a mage class, can't use it. Let's sell it. Zhang Hao opened the auction house and selected the bidding mode. Starting bid, 10 million gold coins. Starting bid, 10 million gold. That's the price. Zhang Hao clicked to confirm listing. Listing successful. Gear sorted. Zhang Hao stood up. Let me see the ghost set, the two-piece effect. He opened the set panel. Ghost set, ghost ring, ghost bracelet, ghost necklace. Currently equipped, 2-3. Set effect, activated. Two-piece effect, your transparency reduced to 98%. Others must look very closely to detect your presence. Activate set effect? Yes, no. Activate. Zhang Hao clicked to confirm. His body began to turn transparent. Zhang Hao looked down at his hands. They were almost invisible. Only a faint outline could be discerned. He looked at the dragon roar sword again. It too had become translucent, its outline nearly vanishing. This transparency. Zhang Hao walked over to a nearby rock and looked at the reflection on its surface. Nothing was visible. The reflection was empty, as if he didn't exist at all. Perfect. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He activated the recording function and began filming. First, he recorded a segment from a distance. The video showed nothing but an empty grassy field. Not a soul in sight. Then he walked up to the camera, just 3 meters away. The video still showed nothing. Only grass and distant woods. Zhang Hao changed angles and filmed from the side. Same result. Completely invisible. Finally, he zoomed the lens in as close as possible, less than a meter away. This time, the video finally showed some anomalies. There were faint distortions in the air, like heat waves. But without careful observation, it was impossible to detect. It's completely invisible from a distance, and even up close, you have to look very carefully to spot it. Zhang Hao turned off the recording function. This stealth effect is incredible. He pondered for a moment, then tested it while moving. Walking, running, swinging his sword, unleashing skills. No matter what action he performed, the transparency effect remained intact. Perfect. Chapter 16, Why Separate? Sunset Town, at the city gate. Su Yuxuan stood there, her eyes red and tear streaks still visible on her face. Why isn't Sister President here yet? Su Yuxuan sniffed. She'd sent the guild leader a message, saying she'd been robbed and was now waiting for her at the city gate. But after waiting 10 minutes, there was still no sign of her. Just then, a woman approached. She wore a dark crimson mage's robe, tall and slender, with striking features. It was Chen Wan, one of the core members of the Blood Moon Guild. Little Yu Xian. Chen Wan hurried to Su Yuxuan's side. I heard you were robbed. Seeing Chen Wan, tears welled up in Su Yuxuan's eyes once more. Sis Wan. Wah? I got robbed by a translucent goblin. She sobbed as she spoke. He took all my gear. Even the pink wand the guild leader gave me was stolen. And the ghost bracelet. Wah? Chen Wan patted her shoulder and comforted her. Stop crying. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. You can always buy new gear. Su Yuxuan wiped her tears. But those were from the guild leader's sister. It's okay. Chen Wan opened the auction house and began searching. Soon, she found a pink staff. Frostbite Scepter. Current auction price, 30 million gold coins. This staff was identical to the one Yuxuan had worn before. Chen Wan clicked to purchase. Purchase successful. She traded the staff to Su Yuxuan. Here you go. It's just like the original one. Su Yuxuan took the staff, her eyes lighting up. Thanks, Sister Wan. Equipping the staff lifted her spirits considerably. But then she remembered something, and her little face fell again. But the ghost bracelet was stolen too. That bandit took all my gear. Chen Wan smiled. Not the bracelet, sis. But if you're talking about the ghost set, I happen to have one here. She pulled a pink necklace from her backpack. The necklace was a pale pink throughout, adorned with a milky white gemstone. Ghost necklace. Quality, pink. Base attribute, spirit plus 210. Su Yuxuan's eyes widened. This is the ghost necklace. The third piece of the set. Chen Wan nodded. Right. I was planning to give it to you anyway, hoping to complete the set for you. Take it. Sis Wan. Su Yuxuan was so touched she felt tears welling up again. You and the president have been so kind to me. She took the necklace. Chen Wan ruffled her hair. Silly girl, you're our guild's treasure. Of course we'll treat you well. It's my fault for being careless and not bringing you some gold coins when we went out. Now you have no money to buy blue potions. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been robbed. Su Yuxuan shook her head. It's not your fault. I forgot to bring money myself. Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh right. I still need to head out of town. Chen Wan frowned in confusion. What for? Su Yuxuan replied earnestly, Mr. Bandit is still waiting for me to return with the ransom. I promised him I'd give him 10 million gold coins. Chen Wan froze. Then she laughed. Silly girl, Mr. Bandit has surely left by now. He wouldn't be so foolish as to wait for you to return. Ha? Su Yuxuan blinked. Is that so? Of course it is. Chen Wan stifled a laugh. Thieves aren't stupid. They'd run off after stealing the goods. How could he still be waiting there for you to bring people to catch him? Su Yuxuan suddenly understood. Oh. So that's how it is. She tapped her forehead. How did I not think of that? Then I'll give it to him next time we meet. Chen Wan. Fine. Chen Wan nodded in agreement, then I'll give it to him next time we meet. She couldn't help but think to herself, this girl is way too naive. Chen Wan dropped her smile and said seriously, by the way, the Blood Moon Ruins instance will open in 2 days. Level requirement is 2040. You should go then. Su Yuxuan's face instantly drained of color. A dungeon? I'm scared to go alone. She stammered nervously, what if I get robbed again? That bandit might be going too. Chen Wan chuckled. Don't worry, you won't be going alone. Everyone from our Blood Moon Guild who joined at the same time as you will be going. And it's not just us, several other guilds are bringing their new members into the dungeon too. The rewards for this dungeon are amazing, we might even get red gear. Everyone's scrambling to get in. Yuxuan, as the rising star of our guild, you absolutely have to go. And I'm going too this time. She paused. I'm level 40 right at the cap for entering the dungeon. With me protecting you, there won't be any problems. Su Yuxuan finally exhaled in relief. That's great. With Sister Wan here, I'm not afraid. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Sis Wan, why did you and Vice President Lin Potian break up? Chen Wan's expression stiffened slightly. She thought to herself, because he wasn't up to par in that department. But she said aloud, it wasn't really anything serious. We just weren't compatible. Two people together need some compatibility. Su Yuxuan tilted her head. I don't really get it. You're still young. You'll understand later. Chen Wan smiled and changed the subject. By the way, little Yuxian. You're so pretty when you got robbed, that goblin bandit didn't try anything inappropriate with you, did he? Su Yuxuan nodded. Yes. He pinched me. Chen Wan's breathing instantly quickened. Tell me everything. Her gaze fixed on Su Yuxuan, her eyes burning with intensity. Where did he pinch you? How did he do it? Su Yuxuan thought for a moment. When I bumped into him, he seemed to instinctively reach out and grab. And then he pinched it. Chen Wan felt her heart racing. Damn it. Goblin, man, this is so thrilling. It had been ages since she'd felt this way after breaking up with Lin Potian. Ahem. Chen Wan cleared her throat twice, suppressing the flutter in her chest. That bandit was really over the top. She took a deep breath. Alright, it's getting late. Let's head into town and rest first. Meanwhile, deep within a secluded forest, dozens of miles from Sunset Town, Zhang Hao leaned against a large tree, browsing the auction house. He opened his My Auctions list. Your auction item Frost Scythe has been sold. Gold coins plus 30 million. Current gold, 30,320,091. Over 30 million gold coins. Zhang Hao grinned widely. There sure are a lot of rich people out there. After robbing Su Yuxuan, Zhang Hao had been hiding here all day. He figured it was safe now. I should be able to go out and grind monsters now. I need to level up as much as possible before the Blood Moon Ruins open. He checked the time, it was already the next day. Zhang Hao activated his intelligence officer skill. Daily Intelligence, View First Report. A message immediately appeared on the system panel. Intelligence 1, Northern Dark Mountains Region. Monster Tauron Warrior, level 22. Guaranteed drop, White Tiger Power Enhancement Stone. 5 new core members of the Dragon Ascension Guild and a level 40 leader are en route to Sunset Town, grinding monsters to level up. Expected to be located and defeated within 30 minutes. Click to view details. Chapter 17, The Damned Thief. Enhancement Stone. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He knew the value of enhancement stones. This item could be socketed into equipment, permanently boosting its attributes. The enhancement was 10%. But once embedded, it could never be removed. Therefore, junk gear wasn't worthy of being socketed. My Dragon Roar Sword is orange quality. It's absolutely worth enhancing. Zhang Hao nodded. Dragon Ascension Guild. He recalled. His parents had mentioned this guild before. It was fairly large and quite renowned. Not to be trifled with. There's also a level 40 leader present. We can't go head to head with them. Zhang Hao didn't set out immediately. He planned to review the second piece of intelligence first. I need to check the second piece of intel. The system panel flashed another message. Intelligence 2, at this very moment, in the northern region of the Shadow Mountains, 5 new core members of the Heavenly Calamity Sect Guild and their leader mentor are besieging the hidden boss Nightmare Spider level 25. Upon defeat, it has a 100% chance to drop the purple skill book Shadow Bind. The battle is expected to conclude in 15 minutes. Click to view details. Oh. Zhang Hao perked up. A purple skill book, and a magic type one at that. Magic skills require sufficiently high spirit stats to deal significant damage. Zhang Hao glanced at his own spirit stat. Spirit, 315. My spirit stat is already high enough to deal significant damage with magic skills. He began to ponder. Both pieces of intelligence were promising. And neither was too far from him. He could reach either within 10 minutes. Tiansha sect another guild. They also have a level 40 leader. Quite a few guilds have arrived in Sunset Town today. Could it be they're all here for the Blood Moon Ruins dungeon? Possibly. One is an enhancement stone, the other a skill book. Which one do you want? Of course, I want both. I have the ghost set stealth effect. I can wait until they finish the boss fight, then sneakily grab the skill book and run. Even if they spot me, they won't be able to see my face clearly. There's more time with the enhancement stones. Zhang Hao made his decision. Then we'll head to the Heavenly Slaughter sect first to pick up any leftovers. He opened the map and confirmed the coordinates in the northern Dark Mountains based on the intelligence details. He recalled the golden hair into the system space. This time, he'd proceed stealthily. If discovered and forced into a fight, he'd summon Golden Fur to battle. Zhang Hao activated the ghost suit's invisibility effect and donned the Goblin King skin. He dashed toward the coordinates. Northern Dark Mountains. By the time Zhang Hao arrived, the battle was nearing its end. In the clearing ahead, a colossal spider thrashed wildly. Nightmare Spider. Health 8%. This spider stood 3 meters tall, its entire body pitch black, with barbed claws covering all 8 legs. 5 young people are surrounding it and attacking. A middle-aged man watches from the sidelines. He must be the level 40 leader. Among the youths, the leader is a warrior wielding a long sword, its blade wrapped in golden light. Mo Yuntian, its health is running low. A mage shouted. Mo Yuntian nodded. Everyone, focus. Final burst. He raised his sword. Army-shattering slash. A golden blade of energy sliced through the air. Boom! The sword energy struck the spider's head. The other 5 simultaneously unleashed their skills. Fireballs, ice spikes, arrows, axe blades. A barrage of attacks struck the spider. Nightmare Spider HP, 8% 1%. Almost there. Mo Yuntian swung his sword once more. A basic attack. The blade pierced the spider's eye. Critical hit. Night Demon Spider HP, 1% 0%. The spider let out its final shriek. Crashed to the ground. Dead. At that very moment, Zhang Hao stood beside the spider's corpse. His body was almost completely transparent. No one noticed. A glow emanated from around the spider's corpse. The drop began. Gained gold plus 2,847. Materials obtained, Spider Silk X12. Materials obtained, Venom Sax X3. Equipment obtained, Shadow War Boots. Obtained skill book, Shadow Bind. Zhang Hao reacted with lightning speed. He bent down. Swept everything clean. Everything was stowed into his backpack. Got it. Run. Zhang Hao spun and took off. At breakneck speed. Within seconds, he had already sprinted 50 meters away. Mo Yuntian watched the spider fall to the ground, a smile spreading across his face. Finally done with it. He sheathed his sword and walked toward the corpse. Should be some good loot here. The other 5 members gathered around. This is a level 22 hidden boss, it's gotta have some great gear. Maybe even purple gear. Mo Yuntian crouched down. He looked down to inspect. Nothing. The ground was completely empty. Mo Yuntian froze. He looked again, carefully. Still nothing. What's going on? A mage asked in confusion. The boss didn't drop anything? That can't be. Another person crouched down to search. They rummaged around the corpse. Nothing was found. The 6 exchanged bewildered glances. This doesn't add up. One archer suddenly exclaimed, I clearly saw a flash of light just now. Something must have exploded out. Mo Yuntian frowned. He remembered he'd had the recording function on during the boss fight. He'd intended to show off his combat skills. Hold on. Mo Yuntian opened the system and pulled up the recording replay. The footage appeared before his eyes. He quickly dragged the progress bar to the moment the boss died. Then he began examining it frame by frame. Frame 1, the spider collapses to the ground. Frame 2, a glow emanates from the ground. Frame 3, drop items appear. Gold coins, materials, equipment. And a purple skill book. Mo Yuntian's eyes widened. There really is something. But in the next frame, everything vanished. Vanished into thin air. What the hell? Mo Yuntian paused the footage. Rewind. Slow motion. He stared at the screen, scrutinizing every frame. Then, he saw it. In the frame where the object vanished, there was an outline on the ground. Very faint. Hardly discernible. But it was definitely there. It was the motion of bending down to pick something up. Green. The shape. Like a goblin? Damn it. Mo Yuntian sprang to his feet. Just you wait until I find you. He looked around. He clenched his fists. Damn thieves. Bandits. Come out here. Mo Yuntian drew his long sword, pointing it at the empty space. If you've got the guts, fight me to the death. What kind of skill is hiding like a coward? His voice echoed through the mountain forest. The other 5 finally snapped out of their daze. What? Someone stole it? Who did it? Where? At that moment, Zhang Hao had already run a considerable distance. Feels good. Zhang Hao opened his backpack to check. The skill book was in hand. Plus 2 pieces of gear and a pile of materials. What a steal. He glanced at the map. The Minotaur warrior should be just ahead. My enhancement stones hope it's not too late. Zhang Hao picked up his pace. He sprinted toward his target. Chapter 18, Teaching You a Lesson. 15 minutes later, Zhang Hao arrived at the location of the first intelligence report. Before him lay an open valley with jagged rock walls. In the valley's center, a 3-meter-tall Minotaur roared. Minotaur warrior. Level 22. This creature was covered in bulging muscles, gripping a thick totem pole in its hands. Its skin glowed a dark crimson, and white mist puffed from its nostrils. 5 young men were circling it, attacking. We made it just in time. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He hid behind a boulder at the edge of the valley, observing the battlefield. The leader was a warrior wielding dual swords, their blades wrapped in flames. Dragon Roar. Watch your positioning. A mage shouted. The warrior named Dragon Roar nodded, then slid his feet to dodge the Minotaur's sweeping strike. Armor-piercing slash. The flaming blades struck the Minotaur's leg. Damage numbers flashed. The Minotaur winced and stumbled back a step. The other 4 seized the opportunity to unleash their attacks. Icicles, fireballs, arrows, a barrage of attacks rained down upon the Minotaur. Their coordination was seamless. Zhang Hao's gaze fell upon another figure nearby. A young man clad in a black robe stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the valley. He did not participate in the battle, merely observing silently. A thought struck Zhang Hao, he must be the level 40 leader mentioned in the intel. A player of that level far surpassed his own strength. No chance of winning. The plan remained unchanged, loot everything and run. He crouched low and crept toward the battlefield. The ghost set's invisibility effect activated, rendering his body nearly invisible. Zhang Hao approached the Minotaur, positioning himself about 5 meters away. This position allowed him to grab the loot first without getting too close to the bosses, avoiding friendly fire from other players. The battle raged on. The Minotaur's health had already dropped below 30%. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Who's there? Everyone froze. The voice belonged to a young archer in the group. His eyes widened as he stared intently at a spot near the Minotaur. What's wrong? Long Xiao frowned and asked. Captain, look closely. There's a figure beside the boss. Translucent. Green. Looks like a goblin? Everyone immediately grew alert. The level 40 leader nearby also stirred. He strode swiftly to the edge of the battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the area around the Minotaur. Zhang Hao's heart sank. This is bad. He'd been spotted. He had thought 98% transparency would be sufficient concealment, yet that archer had still spotted something amiss. Archers really do have sharp eyesight. What should he do? Run? Zhang Hao glanced at the Minotaur's health bar. Health, 40%. He was down to his last breath. I definitely can't take on a level 40 player. But this Taoran warrior is trash. I can one-shot it, grab the loot, and make a run for it. Zhang Hao made his decision. The next second. Thunder spike. Blue lightning erupted from Zhang Hao's body. His form transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly covering 5 meters and appearing beside the Minotaur. The Dragon Roar sword thrust forward. The Minotaur warrior had only a sliver of health left. Zhang Hao didn't stop. Dragon Roar charge. The Dragon Roar sword erupted in dazzling golden light, its dragon-shaped patterns on the blade glowing wildly. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. Golden shockwaves radiated outward from Zhang Hao at the epicenter. 999 meters in radius. All 5 members of the Dragon Roar team were caught in the blast. Boom! Their health bars plummeted instantly. Health 100% 32%. HP 100% 28%. Health 100% 35%. Ah! What kind of damage? What kind of skill is this? The 5 of them screamed in shock, their faces turning pale. A single strike wiped out 70% of their health. What kind of monster is this? The expression of the level 40 black-clad leader changed. Everyone, take your potions. Get your health back up. Now! He didn't pursue recklessly but swiftly moved to the 5 students' side, assuming a defensive stance. If the enemy launched another attack, he had to protect these students. Zhang Hao paid no attention to their reactions. The moment the Minotaur hit the ground, drop items appeared. He bent down and swept them up. Gained gold +3, 124. Acquired materials, Minotaur Totem Fragments x5. Acquired materials, Tough Leather x8. Equipment obtained, Totem War Boots. Equipment obtained, Horned Shoulder Guards. Obtained special item, White Tiger Power Enhancement Stone. All items stored in backpack. Retreat! Zhang Hao turned and sprinted away. Within a few breaths, he had sprinted over 30 meters. The level 40 leader was named Sword Dust. Watching the translucent green figure vanish at the valley's end, he did not pursue. The 5 students' health hadn't fully recovered yet. If this was a diversion tactic and the enemy had accomplices waiting, it would be dangerous. Everyone okay? Jianchen asked in a low voice. Long Xiao downed 2 bottles of health potions, his face grim. We're fine, master. But the boss got stolen. Damn it! What the hell was that translucent goblin? It took out 70% of our health in one hit. If it weren't for you, master, we'd all be dead. Jianchen shook his head. The enemy is extremely powerful and possesses stealth abilities. Likely an assassin class. To one-shot a level 22 boss at half health and deal such devastating damage to you lot. Clearly, they're extremely well equipped. He gazed toward the valley's end. And cautious too. Seeing me here, he looted and fled without lingering. Long Xiao clenched his fists. Damn it! We let him get away. Jianchen patted his shoulder. Forget it. You're all safe, that's what matters. Let's go. On to the next leveling spot. The Blood Moon Ruins dungeon is about to open. Consider this incident a lesson learned. Remember, always stay alert in the wild. Ambushes can happen at any moment. The 5 nodded. Yes, master. At that moment, Zhang Hao had already run a considerable distance. He found a concealed cave and sat down against the rock wall. Phew! Zhang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Looks like the 2-piece ghost outfit just isn't enough. Zhang Hao frowned. With 98% transparency, it was indeed hard to spot from a distance. But up close, there was still a risk of being seen through. There's still the final ghost necklace. I absolutely must get my hands on it. Once my information query skill cools down, I'll look into the relevant intel. Only by gathering all 3 pieces and achieving 100% transparency could he truly become completely invisible. Zhang Hao opened his backpack to check. The White Tiger Strength Enhancement Stone lay quietly within, emitting a faint white glow. Zhang Hao grinned. Feels good. First he'd snatched loot from the Heavenly Calamity sect, and now he'd plundered the Dragon Ascension Guild's boss. He'd fleeced both major guilds. Zhang Hao, time to see what I got. He pulled the purple skill book from his backpack. Skill book, Shadow Bind. Quality, purple. Prerequisites, any class. Effect, upon casting, the user's shadow extends outward, binding the target. Bound targets cannot move or use displacement skills. Duration, 3 seconds plus mental attribute 100, rounded down. During casting, the user cannot move and continuously consumes mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Chapter 19, Wanted Notice. Zhang Hao studied the attributes thoughtfully. Looks like it's not a damage skill. It's a control ability. Should he learn it? Zhang Hao pondered. His current skill setup was Dragon Roar Impact and Lightning Spike. One was an area of effect damage skill, the other a single target burst. Both are offensive skills. He lacked a crowd control ability. And I have Golden Retriever. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He could use this skill to control the monster himself, letting his pet go in for the damage. A man and a wolf working together would surely be effective. Zhang Hao, then I'll learn it. He clicked to learn it. The skill book transformed into a jet black beam of light and entered Zhang Hao's body. Learning successful. You have mastered the skill, Shadow Bind. Zhang Hao opened his attributes panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 20. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank unique. Strength, 1240. Spirit, 315. Constitution, 237. Agility, 238. Class skills, Daily Intelligence, Intelligence Inquiry. Universal skills, Lightning Strike level 3, Shadow Bind level 0. Equipment skill, Dragon Roar Impact. Shadow Bind hasn't been fully leveled yet. Needs upgrading. Zhang Hao glanced at the level 0 notation beside the skill. But I can't be bothered to grind levels myself. Just buy a scroll to level up. Zhang Hao opened the auction house and searched for Skill Mastery Scroll. Search results refresh instantly. Skill Mastery Scroll Purple. Effect, increases the level of a designated skill by 1 upon use. Price, 150,000 gold fixed price. 150,000 gold coins per scroll. The last blue quality scroll was only 50,000 gold coins. A bit pricey. But Zhang Hao has money. Bought it. Zhang Hao bought 3 scrolls. Purchase successful. Skill Mastery Scroll 3 added to your inventory. Current gold, 29,876,062. The scrolls transformed into a purple light and entered his body. Congratulations! Your skill Shadow Bind has been upgraded. Current level, 1. Zhang Hao proceeded to use the second scroll. Congratulations! Your skill Shadow Bind has leveled up. Current level, 2. Third card. Congratulations! Your skill Shadow Bind has leveled up. Current level, 3 max. Max level. Zhang Hao immediately checked the skill description. Shadow Bind level 3. Upon casting, the caster's shadow extends outward, binding the target. Bound targets cannot move or use displacement skills. Control duration, 3 seconds 6 seconds plus mental attribute 100 rounded down. After successful casting, it continuously consumes the caster's mana. The longer the control duration, the higher the consumption. The caster can move freely. Cooldown, 30 seconds 15 seconds. Perfect. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Come to think of it, this is a huge improvement. Base control duration increased from 3 seconds to 6 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 30 seconds to 15 seconds. And at max level 3, you can move while restraining enemies. That's incredibly flexible. Zhang Hao did some calculations. His current spirit stat was 315 points. Control duration, 6 seconds plus 3 seconds equals 9 seconds. If my spirit stat reached 900 points, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Then the control duration would be 6 seconds plus 9 seconds equals 15 seconds. The cooldown would also be 15 seconds. That would mean infinite control. A vivid image flashed through Zhang Hao's mind. Controlling a petite beauty. Infinite control. He could. Zhang Hao shook his head. No. That's not how this skill is used. It should control the boss. You can move freely and deal damage with Lightning Lunge. Golden Fur could also unleash frenzied attacks with Thunder Claws. Man and Wolf unleashing infinite damage. This is the correct way to use it. Zhang Hao continued to inspect the other equipment. 3 more items remained in his backpack. Totem War Boots blue. Horn Shoulder Guards purple. Shadow Boots purple. He skipped the blue gear entirely. Zhang Hao opened the first purple item. Equipment name, Bullhorn Shoulder Guards. Quality, purple. Requirements, level 20 plus. Base stats, strength plus 60, constitution plus 30. Equipped item, Frost Shoulder Guard strength plus 63. It's 3 points less strength, but 30 points more constitution. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate, swap. Next was the second purple tier item. Equipment name, Shadow War Boots. Quality, purple. Requirements, level 20 plus. Base stats, agility plus 90, spirit plus 30. Currently equipped boots, Swift Shadow Boots agility plus 88, constitution plus 10. 2 more points in agility, 30 more points in spirit, 10 fewer points in constitution. Zhang Hao pondered. Spirit increases control duration. Need to stack spirit to 900 points. Swap. After equipping, Zhang Hao opened his stats panel to check. Strength, 1237. Mental, 345. Stamina, 257. Agility, 240. Nice. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Last was the White Tiger Strength Enhancement Stone. He took out the stone emitting a white glow and checked its properties. White Tiger Power Enhancement Stone can be socketed into equipment, permanently increasing that equipment's attribute bonuses by 10%. Requires a visit to the blacksmiths for socket installation. Cannot be removed once socketed. I need to go to the blacksmith's shop. There's no blacksmith shop out here in the wild. Zhang Hao stood up. I need to make a trip to Sunset Town. He set off along the mountain path towards Sunset Town. After less than 10 minutes, Zhang Hao noticed something amiss. The wilderness was teeming with people. In the forest ahead, at least 5 or 6 groups of players were grinding monsters. A level 15 wind wolf spawned and was instantly charged and slashed to death by 3 warriors. That's mine. Bull. I saw it first. 2 players argued over a single monster. Zhang Hao frowned. He walked a bit further. The scene grew even more absurd. In an open clearing, over a dozen players formed a circle, waiting for the mob to spawn. The spawn point was completely bare, every blade of grass trampled flat. They're all here for the Blood Moon Ruins dungeon, right? Zhang Hao shook his head. The Blood Moon Ruins instance is about to open, and major guilds are bringing their new recruits to gather at Sunset Town. These early levelers have crowded the monster zones to the point of gridlock. Forget it, I'm not going to compete with them. Zhang Hao turned and headed straight for Sunset Town. 2 hours later, the gates of Sunset Town came into view. As soon as Zhang Hao reached the gate, he saw a crowd of players gathered around the bulletin board. Look! 2 more wanted posters. The bounty's so high. Who is this goblin bandit? Is he translucent? Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Zhang Hao's interest peaked and he pushed his way through the crowd. On the bulletin board, 2 brand new wanted posters were plastered in the most conspicuous spot. First, Wanted. Issued by Heaven's Wrath Sect. Target, semi-transparent goblin bandit. Crimes, theft, robbery. Description, green, semi-transparent, wielding a flail, suspected use of stealth-type equipment. Reward, 10 million gold coins. Note, 10,000 gold coins reward for valid leads. Second notice. Wanted poster. Issued by Blood Moon Guild. Wanted, lustful goblin bandit. Crimes, robbery, indecent assault on young maidens. Description, semi-transparent, green skin, wielding a flail. Reward, 10 million gold coins. Note, 10,000 gold coins reward for valid leads. Chapter 20, a full-grade enhancement stone. Zhang Hao stared at the 2 wanted posters, his mouth twitching. This artwork. The portrait depicted an ugly goblin with bared fangs and a menacing expression. It looked exactly like me when I wore the Goblin King skin. That's me. But, Zhang Hao protested inwardly, I admit to robbery and theft. But when did I commit indecent assault? That's ridiculous. I have professional integrity, damn it. Robbery is robbery, I never molest young ladies. Many players around him stared at the wanted poster, their eyes gleaming. 20 million. Catching this goblin would make us rich. Too bad we have no clue where he is. New intel just came in. Word is this goblin nearly one-shot 5 newbies from the Dragon Ascension Guild, knocking out 70% of their health in a single move. Holy crap. That intense? Yeah. Forget it. Better not mess with someone like that. Zhang Hao continued reading. Below the 2 wanted posters, a notice that looked somewhat different was also posted. Pink paper featured a crookedly drawn goblin illustration, adorned with several cute little stars. Missing person notice? Posted by Blood Moon Guild Su Yuxuan. Subject, Mr. Transparent Goblin. Reason, return of 10 million gold coins ransom. Description, semi-transparent, green, looks formidable, lecherous. Note, if Mr. Bandit sees this, please contact me. The ransom is ready. My word is my bond. Contact, Blood Moon Guild Headquarters, Sunset Town. Su Yuxuan. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched as he finished reading the entire wanted notice. Surrounding players murmured. Ha, this missing person notice is so adorable. Is this girl serious? She's actually offering money to the bandit? Zhang Hao snorted coldly and turned away from the bulletin board. Oof. Do you think I'm stupid? If I went, wouldn't you just capture me? Though this innocent-looking girl seemed genuinely naive, Zhang Hao didn't believe the Blood Moon Guild would actually let her wait there alone to hand over the money. They'd definitely have a bunch of people lying in wait, just waiting for him to walk right into their trap. Nice try. Zhang Hao turned and walked away from the crowd. Passing through the city gate, the guard NPC glanced at him but offered no resistance. Sunset Town was bustling with activity. Both sides of the street were packed with players setting up stalls, offering every kind of equipment, materials, and potions imaginable. Zhang Hao didn't linger, heading straight for the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith's shop was located on the western side of town. Even before entering, the clanging of metal could be heard. Zhang Hao pushed open the door. A wave of heat hit him. Inside, the forge blazed fiercely, its coals glowing crimson. A burly man with bulging muscles swung a hammer, striking a red-hot piece of iron, sending sparks flying everywhere. He wore a leather apron, his face covered in stubble, his hair damp with sweat. NPC blacksmith Zhang Hao. Level? After a series of brain-dead conversations, the blacksmith began embedding the enhancement stones into Zhang Hao's armor. System notice, embedding successful. Blacksmith Zhang picked up the Dragon Roar sword and handed it to Zhang Hao. It's done. Zhang Hao took the sword. He opened the equipment panel to inspect. Equipment name, Dragon Roar Sword. Enhancement stone embedded, White Tiger Power Enhancement Stone. Base attribute, Strength plus 1098. Strength increased from 999 to 1098. Increased by 99 points. Zhang Hao opened his personal attributes panel. Strength 1336. The strength attribute officially surpassed 1300 points. Zhang Hao stared at the Dragon Roar Sword's attributes, his brow slightly furrowed. It's improved significantly, but it still feels like something's missing. Weapons and equipment can accommodate up to 4 enhancement stones. Moreover, when all 4 slots are filled, an additional 10% base attribute bonus is granted. I want to max out this weapon. He opened the system auction house and typed into the search bar, Azure Dragon Power Enhancement Stone. Azure Dragon Power Enhancement Stone. Effect, permanently increases equipment attributes by 10% after socketing. Price, 10 million gold fixed price. 10 million. Zhang Hao continued searching. Black Tortoise Power Enhancement Stone. Price, 10,500,000 gold coins. Vermilion Bird Power Enhancement Stone. Price, 9,500,000 gold coins. Both are around 10 million. Zhang Hao quickly calculated. Adding the White Tiger Power Enhancement Stone he had just socketed, he would need another 30 million gold coins to complete the set of 4 gems. He opened his personal inventory panel. Current gold, 29,876,062. Not enough. Still a bit short. Zhang Hao opened his backpack. Inside were still plenty of materials looted earlier and equipment he didn't need. No point keeping them anyway. Sell everything. Zhang Hao began clearing out his backpack, listing everything in the auction house. Your auction item, Spider Silk X12, has sold. Earned gold plus 2,400. Your auction item, Shattered Fangs X5, has sold. Gold plus 3,200. Your auction item, Totem War Boots, sold. Gold plus 18,000. Your auction item, Boar Shoulder Guards, sold. Gold plus 42,000. System notifications chimed one after another. A few minutes later, everything was processed. Zhang Hao checked his balance. Current gold, 30,012. That's enough. Zhang Hao placed an order directly in the auction house. Purchase successful. Azure Dragon Power Enhancement Stone added to inventory. Purchase successful. Black Tortoise Power Enhancement Stone added to inventory. Purchase successful. Vermilion Bird Power Enhancement Stone added to inventory. Current gold, 12. Zhang Hao glanced at his balance of just 12 gold coins and shrugged. Money's meant to be spent, right? If I run out, I'll just rob someone else. Robbery's the fastest way to get cash. He turned to the blacksmith and said, keep going with the enhancements. Put the last 3 stones in for me. The blacksmith took the 3 enhancement stones and nodded. All right. Ding. Ding. Clink. 3 crisp clangs echoed. Azure Dragon Strength Enhancement Stone embedded. Xuanwu Power Enhancement Stone embedded. Vermilion Bird Power Enhancement Stone embedded. Detected maximum enhancement level reached. Triggering additional attribute bonuses. Base attributes increased by 10%. The blacksmith handed the Dragon Roar sword to Zhang Hao. Upon grasping it, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his body. For colored light Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird flowed along the blade, faintly revealing the illusory forms of the 4 sacred beasts. He immediately opened the equipment panel to inspect. Equipment name, Dragon's Roar Sword. Quality, orange. Equipment requirements, no level restriction. Enhancement stone socketed, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird max level. Base stats, strength plus 1,498 plus 50%. Special skill, Dragon Roar Impact. Dragon Roar Impact unleashes the dragon's might contained within the Dragon Roar Sword, dealing massive damage to all enemies within a 999-meter radius. Damage equals 500% of the user's strength attribute. Casting time, instant. Cooldown, 9 hours. 1498 strength. Zhang Hao equipped the Dragon Roar Sword and opened his personal attributes panel. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 20. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank unique. Strength, 1736. Spirit, 345. Constitution, 257. Agility, 240. Strength reached 1700 points. Feels good. Chapter 21, Hidden Quest. Sunset Town, Central Square. Zhang Hao sat on the stone steps beside the fountain, holding a freshly bought skewer of grilled meat. The skewer still sizzled with oil, releasing the aroma of cumin and chile. Worth 2 gold coins. He took a bite. The meat was firm, and the seasoning was just right. Not bad. Zhang Hao looked around as he ate. The square was bustling with noise. Newly arrived players were everywhere, gathered in small groups chatting. Some discussed equipment stats, others organized parties for dungeon runs, while others loudly hawked materials for sale. Buying shadow crystals. Top dollar. 5,000 gold per crystal. Looking for a mage to join Blood Moon Ruins raid. Level 30 plus required. Selling purple grade leggings. Top tier stats. Only 180,000 gold. The cacophony of voices blended together, creating a deafening din. Zhang Hao shook his head. He had planned to leave the city to continue leveling up. But the thought of the dense throngs of players outside made him reconsider. Monster spawn points were completely occupied. A dozen or so people would surround a single spawn point, waiting to instantly kill the monsters the moment they appeared. There was no way to compete. Forget it. I'll just wait out the next couple days in Sunset Town. Zhang Hao finished the last piece of meat and brushed the grease off his hands. The Blood Moon Ruins dungeon was about to open anyway. He'd treat these 2 days as a break. He stood up and headed toward the inn on the other side of the square. Sunset Town, Restful Inn. Zhang Hao pushed open the door and stepped into his rented room. The room wasn't large, but it was clean. A wooden bed, a desk, a chair, and a simple wardrobe in the corner. The window faced the town's main street, offering a view of players coming and going. The room cost 10 gold coins for 2 days and 1 night. Current gold, 0. Zhang Hao was now completely broke. He flopped onto the bed. The soft mattress made him sigh with comfort. This is the life. For those 18 years living in the wild, he'd either slept in caves or up in trees. Now, being able to lie in a bed felt absolutely blissful. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, ready to rest for a while. But before long, he opened them again. Alright, I haven't checked the intel yet today. He sat up, leaning against the headboard. Daily Intelligence, viewing the first report. A message appeared before him. Intelligence 1, Blacksmith Shop Hidden Quest. At Sunset Town Blacksmith Shop, inquire with NPC blacksmith Zhang Hao about Blood Moon memories to trigger hidden quest The Blacksmith and Princess's Bond. Completing the quest grants the pink skill book Blood Moon Rage. This quest is single player only and can only be completed by 1 person. Quest difficulty, hard location, deep within the Blood Moon ruins. Click to view details. Zhang Hao bolted upright in bed. A hidden quest? And a pink skill book at that. Zhang Hao grinned widely. Pink quality skill books were practically priceless on the market. Even if someone were to sell one, the price would be astronomical. 100 million gold coins might not even secure one. Who'd have thought that blacksmith from yesterday had a hidden quest? He's just a blacksmith, what connection could he possibly have to the princess? Zhang Hao recalled the scene at the blacksmith's forge where he had embedded enhancement stones. That burly man with a stubbly face and bulging muscles looked like an ordinary NPC blacksmith. Who could have guessed he harbored such a profound secret? I need to check the second piece of intelligence. The system panel flashed another message. Intelligence 2, Blood Moon Ruins instance opens tomorrow. Su Yuxuan, prodigy of the Blood Moon Guild, was robbed yesterday by a translucent goblin, losing her ghost bracelet. Today, Chen Wan, leader of the Blood Moon Guild, gifted Su Yuxuan the pink tier equipment ghost necklace. Tomorrow, Su Yuxuan will enter the Blood Moon Ruins instance wearing the ghost necklace. Ghost necklace? Zhang Hao froze for a moment. He had planned to wait until tomorrow when his intelligence inquiry skill cooled down to specifically check the whereabouts of the ghost necklace. Little did he expect the information to surface today. Su Yuxuan? Isn't she that naive little thing? A smirk curved Zhang Hao's lips. That silly girl who still wanted to pay ransom after he robbed her, now she had another piece of the ghost set. Looks like she's got some clout in the Blood Moon Guild. The group's darling? Who cares? If he could snatch her ghost necklace, then I could complete the 3-piece set. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. The 3-piece set's effect was 100% transparency, complete invisibility. Then he could move freely through the dungeon, plundering whoever he pleased. The Blood Moon Ruins dungeon opens tomorrow. Then I'll find an opportunity to rob her again inside the dungeon. For now, I'll head to the blacksmith's to claim the quest. Zhang Hao turned and headed for the door. The streets of Sunset Town bustled with crowds. Zhang Hao weaved through the bustling crowd, heading toward the blacksmith's shop. Passing a skewered meat stall, he caught the rich aroma of cumin. Hey, folks! Try my skewers. Fresh off the grill. The vendor, a plump middle-aged man, was shouting his sales pitch with gusto. Zhang Hao glanced over and shook his head. I'm not hungry. He thought to himself, next time I find Su Yuxuan, I'll make sure to get back the 10 million she owes me. He kept walking. The shops lining both sides of the street were brightly lit. Inside the weapon shop, several warriors tested newly purchased long swords, their swings cutting through the air with sharp whistles. Outside the apothecary, a mage argued fiercely with the shopkeeper over the price of a bottle of magic potion, both flushed with heated debate. Zhang Hao made his way through the bustling scene and arrived at the blacksmith's shop. Clang! 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 Before he even entered, he heard the familiar rhythmic clanging. Rhythmic, one blow after another. Zhang Hao pushed open the door. A wave of heat hit him. The shop's furnace blazed fiercely, glowing coals radiating intense heat. Blacksmith Zhang Hao stood before the furnace, swinging his hammer to strike a red-hot piece of iron. Sparks flew everywhere. Wearing only a leather apron, his bare chest revealed muscles defined by the firelight. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, evaporating instantly upon hitting the floor. It's you again. Zhang Gunsuk glanced up at Zhang Hao, his voice deep and low. Still want to embed the reinforcement stones? No. Zhang Hao stepped into the shop and casually closed the door behind him. I need to ask you something. Go ahead. Zhang Dinshua continued hammering the iron block in his hands, the clanging echoing through the shop. Zhang Hao observed his focused demeanor and spoke up. I heard that some things happened around Sunset Town in the past. What happened? Jang Kun-suk's tone was flat, his hands never pausing. About the blood moon. Zhang Hao paused deliberately, observing the blacksmith's reaction. Blood moon? Jang Kun-suk's movements remained unchanged. The Blood Moon Ruins dungeon opens tomorrow. The town's swarming with people. Why are you asking about this? Zhang Hao pressed on cautiously, not the dungeon. I'm talking about the Blood Moon's past. Your story with her. Clang. The iron hammer struck the iron block with a heavy thud. But this time, the force was significantly greater. Sparks flew, landing on Zhang Ginchua's arm and leaving several red marks. He remained utterly oblivious. You. Zhang Ginchua slowly lowered the hammer and turned around. He stared at Zhang Hao, his eyes holding a hint of wariness and a trace of indescribable complexity. Chapter 22: The Blacksmith and the Princess's Bond. How did you know? His voice grew hoarse. Zhang Hao shrugged. Wasn't that incident common knowledge back then? Zhang Kun-suk fell silent. He turned and walked over to the stove, using tongs to pick up the red-hot iron block and toss it into the nearby bucket of water. Sizzle! Steam instantly billowed upward, emitting a shrill hiss. White steam filled the shop, obscuring Zhang Ginchua's face. The Blood Moon Chronicles. Zhang Ginchua's voice emerged from the mist, tinged with bitterness. It's been years since anyone mentioned that phrase. He walked over to a wooden stool in the corner of the shop, sat down, took a flask from the shelf beside him, pulled the stopper, and tilted his head back to take a large gulp. Then listen up. His gaze drifted toward the dancing flames in the hearth, his eyes growing distant. Many years ago, there was a duchy on this continent called the Duchy of Blood Moon. The princess of that duchy was named Blood Moon Yang Anna. Jang Kun-suk's voice softened, as if recalling something precious. She was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Golden hair, sapphire eyes. When she smiled, the whole world seemed to light up. He paused, his fingers tightening around the wine flask. Back then, I was just an ordinary blacksmith's apprentice, repairing weapons for the knights in the royal palace. She often came to watch me forge. She said I looked focused and handsome when I worked the anvil. At this point, Jang Kun-suk's lips curved into a bitter smile. A princess falling for a blacksmith. Do you think something like that could ever end well? Zhang Hao remained silent, listening quietly. Jang Kun-suk took another sip of his drink. Back then, many people pursued young Anna. Nobles, knights, merchants, all sorts of people. But the most qualified among them was a mage. His voice grew somber. Chen Haotian Blood Eye. The most powerful mage in the Blood Moon Duchy at the time, a level 70 mage. His influence was immense, second only to the king in the duchy. The king held him in high regard, even personally arranging his engagement to young Anna. He declared he would marry his princess to him. Back then, Chen Haotian visited the royal palace daily, bearing all manner of precious gifts. Magic gems, rare materials, even red quality equipment. He went to great lengths to win young Anna's affection. Jang Kun-suk smiled bitterly. But young Anna didn't like him. She said Chen Haotian's eyes weren't quite right and his health was poor. The one she liked was me. A blacksmith's apprentice who couldn't even cast a spell. His voice carried a hint of self-mockery, yet also a trace of pride. We were together for 3 years. Jang Kun-suk continued. 3 years of hiding. By day, she was a noble princess, handling the duchy's affairs and attending various banquets. Only at night would she sneak to my blacksmith shop to be with me. His voice grew quieter. We made a promise once I saved enough money, I'd take her away from here. To a place where no one knew us, to open a small blacksmith shop. She'd handle the sales, and I'd forge the iron. And live out our days in quiet simplicity. Jang Kun-suk paused for a long moment after saying this. Only the crackling of the forge fire filled the shop. After a moment, Zhang Hao asked, and then? Then. Jang Kun-suk downed a large gulp of liquor. Then the Blood Moon Duchy was destroyed. His voice turned icy. Chen Haotian launched the war, and the Blood Moon Duchy couldn't hold out. The royal palace fell, the king was slain, and the duchy was destroyed. Princess Yang Anna was captured by him. Zhang Ginchua's fingers tightened around the wine jug, his knuckles turning white. I'll go save her. But I'm just a blacksmith with a broken sword, how could I possibly defeat Chen Haotian? He struck me down with a single spell, leaving me gravely wounded in the wilderness to die. He lifted his head and looked at Zhang Hao. When I woke up, 3 months had passed. A passing merchant saved me. Yang Anna isn't dead. She was imprisoned by Chen Haotian in the Blood Moon Ruins. Sealed away with some magic I don't understand. Trapped there forever. Zhang Hao frowned slightly upon hearing this. Why not just kill her? Because he still loves her. Jang Kun-suk sneered coldly. That madman Chen Haotian, he destroyed the duchy and slaughtered so many people. But he claims he still loves young Anna. He trapped her in the ruins, wanting to torture her slowly, to make her regret it. To make her understand that only he, Chen Haotian, is worthy of her. Zhang Ginchua's fist slammed hard against the nearby iron anvil. Thud. The dull sound echoed through the shop. Chen Haotian was frail and sickly. He died of illness 10 years ago. But, even as a ghost, he still won't let Yang Anna go. He trapped her within the ruins, setting countless restrictions. He demanded Yang Anna stay with him forever. But Yang Anna would rather die than submit. She said that even in death, she would never marry the murderer who destroyed her home. Zhang Hao fell silent. Zhang Genshua rose and walked to the hearth. All these years, I've wanted to go in and save her. But the Blood Moon Ruins has a level restriction, only players between levels 20 and 40 can enter. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm level 65 now. I can't get in. He turned to face Zhang Hao. So? I need to ask you for a favor. Help me get Yang Anna out of the ruins. System notice, hidden quest: the blacksmith and the princess's bond triggered. Mission objective: enter the Blood Moon Ruins and escort Blood Moon Princess Yang Anna out of the ruins. Mission difficulty: hard. Quest reward: pink skill book Blood Moon's Raging Tide. Accept? Zhang Hao stared at the prompt on his system panel, then glanced at the blacksmith before him. This towering man now had a slight flush in his eyes. Anyway, Chen Haotian is already dead, just a soul now. I can give it a shot. Zhang Hao nodded. By the way, what level is Yang Anna now? She should be at least level 50 by now. Zhang Gunsuk said. Level 50? Zhang Hao frowned. Then I can't beat her. What if she refuses to come back with me? Impossible. Zhang Hao, calm down, I'm just saying what if. Think about it, I'm an outsider. How could a princess just follow some stranger? Zhang Genshua calmed down and nodded. You're right. So you can't force her. She has to come with you willingly. Then what should I do? Zhang Kunsuk paused before speaking. Anna Yang and I have a secret code. If you use it, she'll know I sent you. What's the code? Just tell her. Zhang Kunsuk paused, his voice growing slightly unnatural. A blacksmith asked me to ask you a question. Which is better, a dry bed or a damp one? Say that again? Is a dry bed better, or a damp bed more comfortable? Zhang Kunsuk repeated it, his face expressionless. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. You two are really getting into it. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Zhang Gunsuk's face before he quickly regained his serious expression. This is our secret. Back when we were together, I always liked asking her that question. He turned his gaze toward the fireplace. Every time I asked, she'd hold me tighter. Then she'd tell me. Of course it's wet and comfortable. Because that means you're by my side. Zhang Hao. Suddenly, he felt like he'd swallowed a mouthful of dog food. All right. Zhang Hao nodded. I'll remember that. System notice, you have accepted the hidden quest, the forger and the princess's bond. Zhang Kunsuk turned around and looked at Zhang Hao. I'm counting on you, bring her back. For my reward, I will. Chapter 23, this is it. The next day, early morning. Zhang Hao sat by the window in the hotel room, holding a bowl of hot congee, the complimentary breakfast provided by the hotel. It was millet porridge, sprinkled with chopped scallions and topped with a poached egg. Steaming hot, it gave off the aroma of grains. As he sipped the porridge, he watched the street outside the window. The main street of Sunset Town was already packed with people. Members of major guilds, dressed in uniform attire, were lining up and assembling in formation. Some were distributing potions, others inspecting equipment, while some shouted pre-battle mobilization cries. The Blood Moon Ruins are about to open. All members, prepare yourselves. Remember, once inside, find your teammates first. Do not act alone. This dungeon offers generous rewards, let's give it our all. A cacophony of voices filled the air, making the entire town buzz like boiling water. Zhang Hao took a sip of porridge, finding it a bit too hot. He blew on it and continued eating. The porridge tasted pretty good, just the right amount of saltiness, with the egg yolk fried to perfection. One bite released a stream of golden egg yolk. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Zhang Hao looked up toward the window. A massive pillar of blood-red light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire town of Sunset. The edges of the beam rippled with an eerie, water-like distortion, spreading outward in ever-widening circles. Immediately afterward, a translucent system panel appeared before everyone's eyes. Blood Moon Ruins Dungeon Invitation. Esteemed adventurer, the Blood Moon Ruins have opened. We cordially invite your presence. Level restriction, 2040. Dungeon type, ultra-large open-world dungeon. Teleport mechanism, players will be randomly assigned to various locations within the ruins upon entry. Party rules, party members will be teleported to the same area and will not be separated. Dungeon timer, every 72 hours, you will be prompted to leave the instance. Special note, death within the instance is permanent. All gold and equipment carried will be lost. Proceed with caution. Enter Blood Moon Ruins? Enter cancel. A sudden cheer erupted along the street. It's here. Finally here. Quick, quick. Everyone prepare for teleportation. Mages, stay close. Warriors, lead the charge. Commanders from major guilds began frantically shouting orders to organize their forces. Within the Blood Moon Guild's ranks, Su Yuxuan gripped her staff nervously, her face slightly pale. Beside her stood their leader, Zhen Wan, along with 5 other new recruits from the same intake. Don't be afraid, Yuxuan. I'll protect you. Chen Wan patted her shoulder. Remember, once we're inside, don't wander off. Stay close to the group. Su Yuxuan nodded. She stole a glance toward the bulletin board. The pink missing persons notice still hung there, fluttering gently in the breeze. Mr. Bandit. I wonder if he's in the dungeon too. I still haven't paid him back what I owe him. She murmured softly. What are you saying? Chen Wan asked. And nothing. Su Yuxuan shook her head hastily. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Ascension Guild's ranks, Long Xiao gripped his flaming longsword tightly, his gaze sharp. Everyone listen up. If we encounter that translucent goblin bandit in this dungeon, call for backup immediately. The teacher said that guy is powerful, don't fight him alone. The members nodded in unison. The Heavenly Calamity Sect team was conducting a similar briefing. Mo Yuntian stood at the front of their group, his expression dark. That damn goblin stole our skill book. If we run into him in the dungeon this time, we won't let him get away. In the inn room, Zhang Hao set down his empty rice porridge bowl and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He glanced at the system panel before him, a faint smile curling his lips. Finally here? He clicked the enter button. The next second, the entire room began to shake violently. No, not just the room. It was the entire Sunset Town. The entire world. Zhang Hao felt the ground beneath his feet begin to warp, the walls start to melt. Then, the light began to shift. The bright morning sunlight rapidly dimmed, as if someone were frantically turning down the brightness. The sun outside the window began to plummet. Not a normal sunset. It was an unnatural, eerie, and precipitous descent that defied the laws of physics. In less than 10 seconds, day turned to night. In the sky, a massive blood moon slowly rose. It was more than 3 times larger than a normal moon, nearly filling half the sky. Its color was thick, scarlet, blood-like red. So dark red it was almost black, so red it made one's heart race. The blood moon's glow bathed the earth, staining the entire world an eerie crimson hue. Zhang Hao looked down at his hands. The crimson light reflected on the back of his hand, making it appear as though it were drenched in blood. He lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. The surrounding buildings had all changed. The once bustling tavern had become a crumbling stone tower, its walls overgrown with black vines resembling ivy. The blacksmith's shop had become an abandoned forge, its chimney collapsed. In the distance, the city walls had become a towering ring of black fortifications, their surfaces scarred by arrow marks and sword gashes. Tattered banners hung from the walls, flapping in the wind beneath the blood moon, whistling in the night air. Further still, the outline of a massive castle could be seen. It stood at the deepest recesses of the ruins, its black spires piercing the sky, appearing eerily sinister against the backdrop of the blood moon. Zhang Hao thought to himself. We've entered the blood moon ruins. That must be where the Blood Moon Princess is imprisoned. But first, I need to retrieve my orange gear. Intelligence from 3 days prior. Within the Blood Moon Ruins instance, the Shadow Guardian at coordinates X, 2847, Y, 1392 will drop the orange tier equipment Abyssal Knight's breastplate upon defeat. Zhang Hao opened the map and verified the coordinates. Shadow Guard, Abyssal Knight's breastplate. Here I come. Zhang Hao activated the Ghost Set's invisibility effect, his form instantly blurring. After running for about 5 minutes, 3 humanoid creatures appeared on the road ahead. Standing about 2 meters tall, they were clad in tattered armor, their eye sockets glowing with green ghostly flames. Rusty swords gripped in their hands, they drifted aimlessly in place. Undead Knight. Level 25. Zhang Hao glanced at them but didn't slow his pace. He skirted around the monsters, slipping through the ruins on the side. Thanks to the Ghost 2-piece set's camouflage, the Undead Knight didn't notice him at all. He ran for another 5 minutes. Zhang Hao halted. A vast plaza opened up ahead. At its center stood a massive altar. Circular in shape, it measured about 20 meters in diameter and was constructed from black stone bricks. Its surface was carved with intricate runes that glowed with a dark crimson light. At the altar's center stood a 3-meter-tall stone pillar, its summit suspended with a black crystal the size of a basketball. The crystal continuously emitted a black mist that slowly descended, enveloping the entire altar. Before the altar, a figure stood silently. It was a warrior clad in pitch-black heavy armor. Over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, his entire body encased in heavy armor. The surface of the armor was crawling with dark red patterns, resembling veins. He wielded a massive black long sword, its blade stretching a full 5 feet in length, emanating a sinister glow. Most striking was his helmet. Curved horns extended from either side, while the visor featured only 2 narrow slits, through which a crimson glow emanated. Shadow Guardian. Level 30. That's the one. Kill it and you'll get the orange tier Abyssal Knight's breastplate. Chapter 24, Big Mouth. Zhang Hao paused behind the ruins, studying the Shadow Guardian. It's a special level 30 boss. Looks like it's guarding this altar. He glanced at the black crystal at the altar's center. He had no idea what it was. But Zhang Hao didn't care. He only wanted the gear on the boss. Let's fight. With no other players around, Zhang Hao stepped out of the ruins and approached the edge of the plaza. He thought to himself, "Come forth, golden fur." A grey giant wolf materialized from the void, golden lightning dancing around it. "Awah!" Golden fur growled low, its amber eyes fixed on the shadow guard in the distance. The shadow guard's helmet slowly turned toward it. Crimson light locked onto the golden beast. "Intruder!" A deep voice echoed from within the helmet, carrying a metallic resonance. "Kill!" The shadow guardian raised its massive sword and charged toward the golden-haired figure. "Golden fur, create distance!" Zhang Hao barked the order. Golden hair flickered like a golden lightning bolt, instantly appearing at the shadow guard's flank. Lightning teleport. Zhang Hao activated his skill simultaneously. Thunder spike. Blue lightning erupted from his body. His form transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly traversing 30 meters to appear behind the shadow guard. The dragon roar sword thrust forward. Electric arcs danced wildly across the armor's surface. Damage numbers flashed. The shadow guardian staggered back, its health bar plummeting instantly. HP 100% 80%. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. One strike took off 20% of its health. He stared at the dragon roar sword in his hand. A fully socketed weapon, boasting 1736 strength and a 500% damage multiplier. This was the feeling of crushing dominance. 3 more lightning stabs, plus a dragon roar charge, and it'll be finished. Thunderbolt strike was on cooldown, 15 seconds remaining. Golden fur, go! Golden fur roared and charged at the shadow guard. Its claws lashed out. Thunder claw. Golden lightning bolts erupted. Crack. 3 gashes appeared on the shadow guard's chestplate. HP 80% 72%. Lightning teleport. The shadow guardian swung his sword at the golden-haired figure, but only struck an afterimage. Roar. The shadow guardian roared in fury. He turned to pursue the golden-haired figure. But the golden-haired warrior's lightning teleport had only a 5-second cooldown. He couldn't catch up. Golden fur attacked again. HP 72% 62%. 10 seconds later. Lightning lunge cooldown complete. Second strike. Zhang Hao transformed into lightning once more. Boom. Another strike pierced the shadow guardian's side. HP 62% 42%. The shadow guard's health had already dropped below half. He halted his pursuit of the golden-haired figure. The greatsword plunged into the ground. Both hands gripped the hilt. Shadows surged violently across his entire body. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. Is he about to unleash his ultimate move? The next second. The shadow guardian abruptly raised its head. Shadow realm. Boom. Thick black mist erupted from his body. The black mist spread outward at an incredible speed, instantly engulfing the entire altar plaza. Before Zhang Hao could escape the area, he was swallowed by the black mist. His vision dimmed. System notice, you are affected by shadow domain, losing health per second. Damage numbers continuously flashed on Zhang Hao and the golden-haired man. Can't dodge it. Zhang Hao glanced at the rate his health bar was depleting. The damage isn't that high. This is magical damage. His spirit stat was 345 points. His magic defense wasn't low. For other players, this attack might deal significant damage. But for Zhang Hao, no panic. Zhang Hao pulled a health potion from his backpack and downed it in one gulp. His health bar instantly refilled. As for the golden-haired one, it had plenty of health. Let it tank the damage, no need to waste healing potions. As his health continued to drain, Zhang Hao noticed the shadow guardian's health bar actually increasing. HP 42% 45%. 45% 50%. 50% 55%. Zhang Hao, this move can actually drain health? No time to stall, end this quickly. Thunder Spike's cooldown ended once more. Third strike. Zhang Hao charged forward. HP 55% 35%. He raised the Dragon Roar sword. Golden light erupted from the blade. Dragon Roar impact. Boom. HP 35% 15%. The Shadow Guardian's health was now critically low. Only 15% remained. Suddenly, a crimson glow surged from the Shadow Guardian's entire body. His form began to swell, and the patterns on his armor grew more vivid. System alert, Shadow Guardian has entered Berserk mode. Attack power plus 50%, movement speed plus 50%. Roar! The Shadow Guardian let out a deafening roar. He raised his massive sword, poised to cleave Zhang Hao in two. Time to try out my new skill. Zhang Hao raised his right hand, Shadow Bind. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly came to life. The shadows extended outward, transforming into a black chain that instantly wrapped around the Shadow Guardian. The Shadow Guard's movements froze. The greatsword froze mid-air, frozen in its slashing stance. The dark crimson patterns on its armor flickered violently, as if struggling. But it was futile. The Shadow Bind's control effect held it firmly in place. 9 seconds. Zhang Hao counted down the time. Golden hair, go! Woof! Golden hair transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Lightning teleport. Instantly appearing before the shadow guard. His claws lashed out. Thunder claw. Crack. 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 Golden lightning bursts from the wounds. HP, 15% 12%. The golden-haired beast didn't stop. Another claw strike. Another swipe. Health, 12% 10%. Zhang Hao also charged forward. The dragon roar sword slashed out. The shadow guard's health bar was already depleted. But at that very moment, the shadow domain still pulsed around its body. Black mist continuously poured into its body. Health, 3% 4%. 4% 5%. Within the shadow domain skill, it steadily regenerated health. But the rate of its health recovery still couldn't keep up with the damage output from Zhang Hao and the golden retriever. Slash. 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 Grab, grab, grab. The shadow guardian was hacked to death by Zhang Hao and golden retriever's wild slashes. It's over. Zhang Hao's final sword thrust pierced the shadow guardian's chestplate. Crack. Cracks appeared on the armor. The cracks spread rapidly. Boom. The entire suit of armor exploded apart. The shadow guard's body dissolved into a black mist scattered by the wind. The greatsword clattered to the ground with a dull thud. Defeated shadow guardian. Gained EXP plus 89,000. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 21. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 22. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 23. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 24. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 25. Gained 50 free attribute points. Leveled up 5 times in a row? Zhang Hao froze for a moment. Then he laughed. Feels good. He looked down at the ground. After the shadow guard's corpse dissipated, a pile of dropped items scattered across the ground. Gold coins, materials, equipment. At least a dozen items. The most eye-catching item was a chestplate glowing with an orange radiance. This is the one. Zhang Hao walked over and began collecting them. Gained gold plus 12,847. Acquired materials, shadow crystals x8. Obtained materials, abyssal iron ingot x5. Equipment obtained, shadow greaves. Equipment obtained, abyssal knight's breastplate. After stowing everything in his backpack, Zhang Hao immediately retrieved the orange-colored chestplate. The chestplate was a deep crimson black, its metallic surface gleaming with an eerie sheen. The most striking feature was the chestplate. There, gaping wide, was a monstrous maw. Fangs interlocked. The edges of the maw still twitched faintly, as if alive. This design. Zhang Hao stared at the gaping maw on the chestplate. Pretty fierce. He opened the equipment properties panel. Chapter 25, She'll Be Alone Tomorrow Night. Equipment name, Abyssal Knight's Breastplate. Quality, Orange. Requirements, Level 25 plus. Base stats, Constitution plus 200. Special Skill 1, Abyssal Maw. Special Skill 2, Knight's Heart. 2 special skills? Zhang Hao examined them one by one. Abyssal Maw, the maw on the chestplate can devour other equipment, permanently enhancing this gear's attributes. Devour 100 pieces of white quality gear, Constitution plus 100. Devour 100 blue quality equipment, Constitution plus 100. After devouring 200 pieces of equipment, gain an additional plus 100 Constitution. Current progress, 0-200. Knight's Heart begins automatically restoring health after 5 seconds without taking damage. Restores 5% of maximum health per second. Zhang Hao sucked in a sharp breath after reading the stats. Holy! What the hell is this thing? Base stats alone grant 200 Constitution. And it can still grow. After devouring 200 pieces of equipment, it could gain an additional 200 points of Constitution. Plus an extra 100 points after fully devouring. That's a total of 500 points in Constitution. This stat. That's higher than my current total Constitution across all equipment. He turned his attention to the second skill. Invulnerability triggers in just 5 seconds? This is absolutely insane. After all, Zhang Hao's lightning spike skill has a 15-second cooldown. Restores 5% health per second? If you start disengaging with 10% health remaining, you'd be back to full health in 18 seconds. Holy crap! That's the true value of orange gear. Switch it on. Zhang Hao removed his purple breastplate, Frostguard breastplate, Constitution plus 95, and equipped the Abyssal Knight breastplate. He opened the attribute panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 25. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank Unique. Strength, 1736. Mental, 345. Stamina, 362. Agility, 240. Free attribute points, 50. Constitution increased from 257 to 362. Increased by 105 points. Still have 50 free attribute points left. Zhang Hao pondered, only agility hasn't reached 300 yet. Add to agility. Agility, 240-290. Zhang Hao continued to examine the items dropped by the boss. A purple pair of greaves caught his eye. Equipment name, Shadow Greaves. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, level 20+. Base stats, Constitution +40, Agility +30. Zhang Hao glanced at the leggings he was currently wearing. Gale Leggard's level 10 purple equipment, Constitution +32, Agility +18. Change. Strength 1736. Spirit 345. Stamina 370. Agility 302. Very good. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Now all attributes are above 300. He turned his gaze to the remaining two pieces of equipment. One white item, one blue item. Zhang Hao didn't even bother checking their stats. If they're useless, I'll just feed them to the Abyssal Knight's chestplate. He picked up the white quality bracers and held them close to his chest. A shadowy maw appeared on Zhang Hao's chest. He shoved the bracers into the gaping maw. Crunch! The fang snapped shut, instantly crushing the equipment. Devouring successful. White equipment +1. Constitution +1. Current progress 100 white. Zhang Hao picked up the blue quality combat boots. He shoved them into the giant maw as well. Crunch! Devouring successful. Blue equipment +1. Constitution +1. Current progress 100 blue. Now one white item and one blue item have been fed. It's best to max out the stats as soon as possible. However, the auction house cannot be used inside dungeons. Once inside a dungeon, the auction house becomes inaccessible. Then I'll wait until I finish this dungeon before going out to buy gear and max out the enhancement levels. Now I've also obtained the orange tier chest armor. All gear has been swapped out. Time to check today's daily intelligence. Zhang Hao silently commanded, Daily Intelligence, view the first report. A message immediately appeared on the system panel. Intelligence 1, player actions have drawn the attention of dungeon boss Chen Haotian Blood Eye. He has dispatched large numbers of undead knights and undead soldiers to surround player gathering points. A large-scale monster sweep event is expected within the dungeon within the next half hour. After reading the intelligence, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. The dungeon boss is Chen Haotian? Wasn't he already dead? Zhang Hao recalled his conversation with blacksmith Zhang Binshua. He had said Chen Haotian died of illness 10 years ago, yet even as a wandering spirit, he refused to let Princess Blood Moon Yang Anna rest. Looks like he found a way to resurrect himself. Who cares? The minions he sent were nothing but a massive source of experience points and gear. When the time came, he'd grind relentlessly to level up. The gear that drops will be fed into the Abyss Knight's chestplate. Then, Zhang Hao began examining today's second piece of intelligence. I want to view the second piece of intelligence. The system panel displayed another message. Intelligence 2, destroying the altars guarded by Shadow Wardens reduces boss Chen Haotian's base attributes. The Blood Moon ruins contain 4 altars. Destroying all 4 reduces Chen Haotian's damage output by 40%. Click to view coordinates of other altars. Destroying altars weakens the boss's damage output. So that's the purpose of the altar guarded by the Shadow Guardians. I've already defeated one Shadow Guardian. Now I can destroy this altar. Let's destroy it then. I'll have to take on this Chen Haotian boss sooner or later. Next, Zhang Hao approached the stone pillar at the altar's center. A black crystal the size of a basketball floated atop the pillar. Zhang Hao swung his sword, shattering the crystal above. The black mist ceased flowing. The altar was deactivated. Done. Now, both pieces of intelligence have been reviewed. There was still one query intelligence skill left. Should I use an inquiry opportunity? What should I ask? Zhang Hao pondered. 3 options appeared. Option 1, inquire about Blood Moon Princess Yang Anna's whereabouts. Her exact location would help him escort her out of the dungeon to complete blacksmith Zhang Binshua's quest. Option 2, inquire about Chen Haotian. Why did he resurrect? What are his weaknesses? This would make boss fights easier. Option 3, ask about Su Yuxuan. First, get the ghost necklace. Just ask when that silly girl would be alone. The necklace was still with her. When she was by herself, he could go ask her for money and rob her again. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. He wasn't ready to leave the dungeon just yet, especially with Princess Blood Moon Yang Anna still there. The dungeon offered abundant resources and monsters of just the right level. It would be better to grind here a while longer. So the princess matter could wait. As for Chen Haotian, blacksmith Zhang Genshua had mentioned he was level 70. Plus, 3 other altars remained intact. Even if he obtained intelligence on him, it wouldn't be easy to take him down alone. The best course was to upgrade his gear first, destroy the remaining 3 altars, and then proceed. Then the optimal choice is clear. A hint of amusement flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes. He would seek out Su Yuxuan. Obtain the ghost necklace to complete the 3-piece set, granting 100% full invisibility. That would make moving around the dungeon much easier. It's decided. Zhang Hao activated the Intelligence Query skill. Intelligence Query, Player Su Yuxuan Isolation Timing. Intelligence Feedback, Player Su Yuxuan will be unaccompanied tomorrow night at 23:47. Blood Moon Guild leader Chen Wan used her class skill to create a temporary hot spring bath at this campsite for team members to rest and recover. Su Yuxuan will bathe alone in the hot spring. Duration of solitude, approximately 15 minutes. Click to view coordinates. Zhang Hao read the intel, a faint smile curling his lips. Got it. The intelligence provided extremely detailed information. Tomorrow night at 11:47 p.m. Su Yuxuan will be alone in the hot spring for 15 minutes. 15 minutes is plenty. While she was showering, I used my shadow bind skill to restrain her. Blackmail her. Rob her. Chapter 26, what if he really could beat him? As for Su Yuxuan, that will have to wait until tomorrow night. Still plenty of time. Zhang Hao leaned against a broken stone pillar at the altar's edge, pulling a dry piece of bread from his backpack and taking a bite. Hard as a rock, tasteless. But it was all he had left from the inn, might as well eat it. Alright then, I'll go take care of the other 3 shadow guards next. Who knows, maybe I'll get some decent gear drops. Chewing the bread, Zhang Hao opened his map to check the coordinates of the other 3 altars. The 3 locations were in the northwest, southeast, and directly north of the ruins. None were particularly close. I'll just go in order. The closest one in the northwest first. Zhang Hao stuffed the remaining half of his bread into his mouth, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and set off toward his destination. 20 minutes later. Zhang Hao arrived at the altar's site in the northwest. It was an abandoned barracks. Collapsed barracks, rusted weapon racks, and shattered shields littered the ground. Dried bloodstains glowed a dark crimson under the blood moon's light. The air was thick with a mixture of decay and gunpowder. Zhang Hao frowned. The smell was unpleasant. He navigated around a pile of collapsed wooden crates, making his way through the camp's crumbling ruins. In the clearing ahead, a second altar came into view. It was identical to the previous one. Circular black stone slabs, intricate runes, and a black crystal suspended at its center. But the scene before the altar was different. Other players were here. 5 players were circling the shadow guard, unleashing relentless attacks. Zhang Hao halted his steps, hiding behind a half-collapsed wall to observe the battlefield. The highest level among the 5 was only 24. Solo players? Zhang Hao thought to himself. They weren't guild members, just a few random players thrown together to run dungeons. He glanced at the Shadow Guardian's health bar. Shadow Guardian. HP, 78%. They're fighting it. Zhang Hao rubbed his chin. What should we do? He pondered for a few seconds. They might not be able to win, right? Once the Shadow Guard's health dropped below 50%, it would activate Shadow Realm and begin draining life. That skill has a large area of effect and deals significant ongoing damage. Plus, the boss drains health extremely fast. If the damage output isn't high enough, it simply can't be defeated. Then let's wait and see. If they can't handle it, I'll take over. If they can, I'll just stealth in and snatch the loot. Perfect. On the battlefield, 5 solo players fought fiercely. The warrior leading them, known as Iron Shield, wielded a blue-quality one-handed sword and shield. He stood at the forefront, constantly blocking the Shadow Guard's attacks with his shield. Mage. Ice spike its legs. Archer, watch your positioning. Don't get hit by the sweeping attack. Healer. Heal me. My health's running low. Iron Shield tanked the boss while directing his teammates. The mage in the party was a young girl with the ID Little Raindrop. Standing in the back row, she continuously cast Ice Spike. Icicles pierced the joints of the Shadow Guardians. HP, 78%, 75%. Hit. Little Raindrop shouted excitedly. The archer Windchaser positioned on the flank continuously fired arrows. Arrows clanged against the Shadow Guard's armor, sparks flying. The damage wasn't significant, but it was better than nothing. The priest, Anran, focused solely on healing Iron Shield. Streams of white light fell upon Iron Shield, keeping his health bar above the danger zone. Meanwhile, the assassin Shadowblade circled around to the Shadow Guard's back, repeatedly stabbing at the gaps in its armor with daggers. The 5 worked together fairly well. HP, 75%, 72%. 72%, 68%. 68%, 65%. Good. Keep it up. Iron Shield shouted, keep up this pace and we can win. But just then, the Shadow Guard suddenly halted its assault. It took a step back, plunging its massive sword into the ground. The next second, boom! Thick black mist erupted from the Shadow Guardian's body. The Shadow Realm activated. The black mist spread outward at an astonishing speed, instantly engulfing a 30-meter radius. All 5 players were swallowed whole. What the hell? I'm losing health. Zhang Hao watched it all unfold clearly from behind the wall. The health bars of the 5 players were dropping at a rate of about 5% per second. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guard's health began to recover. HP, 52%, 53%. 53%, 55%. 55%, 57%. No! It's healing! Iron Shield shouted, everyone, full power attack. Interrupt its healing. The mage, Little Raindrop, gritted her teeth and unleashed a barrage of ice spike spells. But she was losing health herself. Zhao Yudian HP, 100%, 85%. 85%, 70%. Iron Shield. I can't hold on. Zhao Yudian downed a health potion, but her HP continued to drop. The priest, Amren, tried to heal her teammates, but her healing couldn't keep up with the damage from the Shadow Realm. No way. The healing isn't enough. Archer chasing Win's health had already dropped below 50%. He panicked, retreating while gulping down potions. I'm pulling out. If I don't retreat now, I'll die. The assassin Shadowblade couldn't hold out either. Being a fragile class, his health was lower than everyone else's. Shadowblade HP, 45%, 30%. Damn it. I can't win this. Shadowblade turned and fled, dashing out of the Shadow Realm's range. The moment they saw someone fleeing, the others' resolve shattered. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The archer, Chasewind, followed suit and fled. The mage, Little Raindrop, dared not continue casting spells and turned to flee. The priest, Amren, followed closely behind. Only the warrior Iron Shield remained, stubbornly holding his ground. Don't run! We were so close to taking it down. Iron Shield shouted. But no one paid him any mind. The Shadow Guard's greatsword swung down. Iron Shield raised his shield to block. Clang! The immense force sent a numbing shock through his arm. Iron Shield health, 60%, 40%. A single strike had knocked out 20% of his health. And the Shadow Realm continues to drain his health. 40%, 35%. 35%, 30%. Iron Shield gritted his teeth and finally gave up. Damn it! He spun and dashed out of the Shadow Realm, reuniting with his teammates. 5 figures stood in the distance, panting heavily. The Shadow Guard did not pursue. It stood before the altar, the black mist gradually receding as it resumed its guarding posture. HP, 64%. It had recovered even more than before. We can't beat it. Iron Shield's face darkened. This boss is insane. It starts regenerating health at 50% HP. We'll never kill it. The mage, Little Raindrop, sat dejectedly on the ground, my mana's almost depleted. The priest, Amren, shook her head. My healing can't keep up with the damage from that black mist. Archer chasing Wind sighed, forget it. This boss is beyond our level. Shadowblade, the assassin, nodded. Let's go. We'll grind other mobs for levels. No point wasting time here. The 5 were about to leave. Just then, a voice rang out. Guys, aren't you going to fight? The 5 froze, turning their heads. A player clad in black and red armor emerged from behind the ruins. He gripped a long sword that glowed with a dark golden light, looking quite extraordinary. Beside him followed a massive grey wolf. The wolf stood 1.5 meters tall, nearly 2 meters long, its body crackling with golden lightning. Who are you? Iron Shield eyed the newcomer warily. Zhang Hao chuckled. Seems like you've been fighting for ages without a win. If you're done, I'll take over, huh? Iron Shield froze for a moment. He glanced at his teammates, then back at Zhang Hao. Just you? Zhang Hao, yes. Shadowblade, the assassin, couldn't help but laugh. Bro, didn't you see what just happened? 5 of us couldn't take it down. You're not going to stand a chance alone. The mage Little Raindrop also tried to dissuade him, that boss can heal itself and its damage is off the charts. Going in alone is suicide. Zhang Hao shrugged. Let's give it a shot. You guys aren't fighting anyway. Iron Shield hesitated. He looked at the glowing sword in Zhang Hao's hand, clearly no ordinary weapon. Your gear looks pretty solid. Tai Dun paused. But this boss is really tough. Be careful. Got it. Zhang Hao waved dismissively and headed toward the Shadow Guard. The 5 solo players exchanged glances. He's actually going to fight it? Probably just some hothead who's never seen a boss like this before. We'll find out when he gets wiped. Forget it, let's just watch. His gear looks pretty solid. What if he actually pulls it off? The 5 didn't leave, instead standing at a distance to observe. Chapter 27, Boosting Spirit. Zhang Hao approached the altar. The Shadow Guardian slowly turned, its crimson glow locking onto him. Intruder! A deep voice echoed. Kill! The Shadow Guard raised its massive sword and charged toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao did not retreat. A thought flashed through his mind. Golden Fur, attack! Woof! Golden Fur let out a low growl and vanished in an instant. Golden lightning streaked through the air. Lightning teleport! The next second, the golden-haired figure materialized beside the Shadow Guardian. Its claws lashed out. Thunder Claw! Golden sparks erupted from the claw tips, illuminating the entire battlefield. Crack! 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 3 gashes appeared on the Shadow Guardian's armor. Damage numbers flashed. HP, 64%, 58%. 6% health. The 5 solo players watching from afar froze in shock. Iron Shield's eyes widened. That damage. The mage little raindrop rubbed her eyes. Did I see that right? 6% in one hit? What kind of pet is this? Shadowblade's voice cracked. It took us 5 people half an hour to chip away just over 30% of its health, and this thing takes out 6% in one hit? The priest, Anran, murmured, that DPS. It's almost matching all 5 of US combined. Archer Windchaser swallowed hard, and did you notice? That skill seems to have no cooldown? The words had barely left his mouth. The golden beast lashed out with its claws once more. Thunder Claw. Golden lightning bolts erupted once more. HP, 58%, 52%. Another 6%. Damn it. No cooldown at all. The assassin Shadowblade was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell kind of pet is this? 0-second cooldown on skills? The mage little raindrop's voice trembled. This must be at least an S-rank pet, right? Iron Shield stared intently at the battlefield, not just S-rank. Look at its movement, the teleport skill. Golden Fur unleashed, lightning teleport, once more. Transforming into a golden bolt of lightning, it appeared behind the Shadow Guard. Claw combo. HP, 52%, 46%. 46%, 40%. The Shadow Guardian's health plummeted. Shadow Realm activated once more. It attempts to turn and attack the golden-haired one, but the latter's speed is too swift. Each time the greatsword swung down, it only struck after images. That agility. Iron Shield muttered, the boss can't even hit it. At that moment, Zhang Hao moved. Time for me to warm up. He gripped the Dragon Roar sword. Thunderbolt thrust. Boom! Blue lightning erupted from Zhang Hao's body. The blinding flash illuminated the entire abandoned barracks. His form transformed into a streak of blue lightning, instantly traversing 30 meters. So fast it was nearly impossible to track his path. The next instant, Zhang Hao materialized behind the Shadow Guard. The Dragon Roar sword thrust forward. Damage numbers flashed. HP, 40%, 20%. One strike. 20% health. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. 5 solo players stood frozen in place, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Holy! The assassin Shadowblade erupted first with a startled cry. What the hell kind of damage is this? The mage little raindrop's voice cracked. One hit for 20%? The priest covered her mouth, eyes wide as saucers. Archer chasing Windus legs went weak. We 5 fought for 10 minutes and only took off over 30% and he does 20% in one hit? Iron Shield's hands trembled. He gripped his shield so tightly his knuckles turned white. This is a boss level enemy. His voice trembled slightly. That damage, it's higher than that wolf's. The mage little raindrop murmured, that sword, it's at least pink tier quality. The assassin, Shadowblade, swallowed hard. I know about pink gear, but even pink gear shouldn't be this absurd. Could it be orange gear? Holy! It's definitely orange gear. Iron Shield took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. To deal that kind of damage, his strength stat must be at least 1200 points. 1200 points? The other 4 sucked in their breath. Among the 5 of them, Iron Shield had the highest strength stat at just over 300 points. What did 1500 points even mean? It was 4 times their own. Which guild's big shot is this? Iron Shield murmured. On the battlefield, the Shadow Guardians let out furious roars. Roar! Its form began to swell, the patterns on its armor turning a vivid crimson. System alert, Shadow Guardian enters Berserk state. Attack power plus 50%, movement speed plus 50%. It's here. Berserk mode. Iron Shield shouted, watch out. Its damage will be extremely high now. The Shadow Guardian raised its greatsword and charged toward Zhang Hao. Its speed was more than double what it had been before. Zhang Hao raised his right hand. Shadow bind. The next second, the shadow beneath Zhang Hao's feet suddenly came to life. The shadow twisted and stretched, transforming into a black chain. The chain arced through the air, instantly coiling around the Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard's movements froze. His entire body was tightly bound by the black chain. The greatsword froze mid-air, frozen in its slashing stance, unable to fall. The dark crimson patterns on the armor's surface flickered violently, as if struggling desperately. But it was useless. The Shadow Bind's control effect held it firmly in place. The 5 solo players fell silent once more. He has control skills too? Iron Shield swallowed hard. Shadowblade, the assassin, was completely stunned. He can both deal damage and control. Archer Windchaser was at a loss for words. S-rank pet. Orange tier weapon. 1200 strength. Both damage skills and control skills. Just who is this guy? Zhang Hao couldn't care less about their thoughts. Golden fur, attack. Woof. Golden hair transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Lightning teleport. Instantly materializing before the Shadow Guardians. His claws lashed out. Thunder claw. Crack. 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 Golden lightning bolts erupted violently at the wound. HP, 20% 14%. One more swipe. HP, 14% 8%. One more swipe. HP, 8% 2%. Zhang Hao charged forward. The dragon roar sword slashed out. The final strike pierced the Shadow Guardian's chestplate. Crack. Cracks appeared on the armor. The cracks rapidly spread, covering the entire suit of armor. Boom! The armor shattered. The Shadow Guardian's body dissolved into a black mist, scattered by the wind. Defeated Shadow Guardian, gained EXP plus 89,000. Golden upgrade light radiated from Zhang Hao's body. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 26. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 27. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 28. Gained 30 free attribute points. Leveled up 3 times consecutively. Zhang Hao began collecting the dropped items. Gained gold plus 13,241. Gained materials, shadow crystals x6. Gained materials, abyssal iron ingot x8. Equipment obtained, shadow belt. Zhang Hao stared at the 30 free attribute points on his stats panel, deep in thought. What should I allocate them to? Strength was already high enough. His constitution was supported by an orange tier chestplate, so he wasn't lacking there either. He had to choose between agility and spirit. He felt spirit was the better choice. Because the duration of shadow bind is tied to your spirit stat. The formula is 6 seconds plus spirit 100. Currently at 345 spirit, control lasts 9 seconds. If spirit reaches 900 points, the control duration will be 15 seconds. The skill cooldown is also 15 seconds. That would enable infinite control. Increase spirit. Spirit plus 30. Attributes allocated. Chapter 28, you can fight more freely. Zhang Hao continued to tally the spoils of war. Besides gold coins and materials, the Shadow Guard dropped 4 pieces of equipment. 3 white quality items. 1 purple quality item. White gears useless. Feed it straight to the chestplate. Zhang Hao fed the 3 white quality items to the chestplate. Clank. Clack. Snap. The 3 white grade items were chewed to pieces. Constitution plus 3. Current progress, for 100 white. Zhang Hao nodded and retrieved the purple tier item for inspection. Equipment name, Shadow Belt. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, level 20 plus. Base stats, Constitution plus 40, Spirit plus 45. Zhang Hao glanced at the belt around his waist. Frostbound waistband, Constitution plus 30, Spirit plus 20. Constitution increased by 10 points. Plus 25 to Spirit. Swap. Zhang Hao equipped the Shadow Belt. Opened the stats panel to check. Strength 1736. Spirit 400. Constitution 386. Agility 302. Very good. My spirit attribute has reached 400 points. Shadow bind now lasts 10 seconds. Only 500 more points of spirit needed to achieve infinite control. Zhang Hao closed the attribute panel and walked toward the center of the altar. With a raised sword, he shattered the black crystal atop the pillar. The altar deactivated. Done. 2 altars left. After finishing up, Zhang Hao prepared to head toward the other 2 altars. Boss. At that moment, the warrior named Iron Shield was striding toward Zhang Hao. 4 other teammates followed behind him. Each of the 5 wore a look of nervousness and anticipation. Iron Shield stopped about 5 meters away from Zhang Hao, forcing a somewhat stiff smile onto his face. Zhang Hao wasn't afraid they'd rob him, because they couldn't beat him. He was already being generous by not robbing them himself. What's up? Boss, sorry to bother you. His tone was polite, even a bit humble. We just witnessed your strength, it was truly formidable. He cleared his throat and continued, so, we were wondering, would you be interested in teaming up with us? Run dungeons together. He paused, then added, of course, gear distribution would be your priority. We just want to tag along with you to gain some experience. The mage beside him, Little Raindrop, nodded in agreement. Exactly. Please take us under your wing, sir. The archer, chasing wind, rubbed his hands together. We promise not to slow you down. The assassin, Shadowblade, chimed in, big shot, it must be exhausting grinding solo. We can help lighten the load. The priest, Anran, clutched her staff and whispered softly, I have plenty of healing mana. I can keep you topped up. The 5 chattered excitedly, each chiming in. Zhang Hao listened, then shook his head. No need. I'm used to soloing. Iron Shield froze. The other 4 fell silent too. The atmosphere grew awkward. Iron Shield gritted his teeth and refused to give up. He took a deep breath and spoke again. Boss, you see, we have a healer in our party. He gestured toward the priest, Anran, standing behind him. Anran's healing output is solid, she can keep you topped up. If you're soloing this, will your health potions last? The monsters in this dungeon are pretty fierce. What if your health runs low? Iron Shield paused here, carefully observing Zhang Hao's expression. Enough. Zhang Hao thought to himself, I have the Abyssal Knight's breastplate, which provides infinite health regeneration. I don't need a healer. Iron Shield choked on his words. He glanced at his teammates. They all wore helpless expressions. The mage, Little Raindrop, muttered under her breath, the big shot doesn't want to bring us along. Archer Chasing Wind sighed, he's so strong, it's only natural he wouldn't want us. The assassin, Shadowblade, rolled his eyes. Forget it. Don't make fools of ourselves. Iron Shield fell silent for a few seconds. He knew it would be rude to keep pestering him. Alright, fine then. Iron Shield nodded, a hint of disappointment in his expression. My apologies for the disturbance, sir. May your martial fortune flourish. With that, he turned to call his teammates. Let's go. We'll keep grinding monsters over there. The 5 of them left with their heads hanging low. After walking a dozen meters, Xiaoyu couldn't resist glancing back. What a pity. Zaya Oud inside. If only we could tag along with that pro, we'd level up so fast. Chasing Wind nodded in agreement. Yeah, his pet is insane. 0 cooldown on skills? That's ridiculous. Shadowblade stroked his chin. Guys, what guild do you think he's from? Iron Shield shook his head. No clue. But someone with gear and a pet like that must be a core member of a top-tier guild. Could be Blood Moon Guild. Could be Heaven's Wrath too. Or the Dragon Ascendant Guild? The group suddenly halted in their tracks. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Slightly. But unmistakably. Thud. 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 As if something were moving deep beneath the earth. And not just one. Hundreds, thousands of them. What's going on? The 5-person squad immediately readied themselves for battle. Over at Zhang Hao's end. The golden-haired creature sensed something amiss. Its fur bristled all over its body, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. Woof! The vibrations grew increasingly violent. Rubble within the ruins began to tremble. Collapsed timber creaked and groaned. The next second. Boom! The ground split open. A dozen cracks spread out from beneath the earth like a spiderweb. Thick black mist poured from the fissures. The black mist churned, carrying the stench of decay and death. Then, a gaunt, skeletal hand emerged from the fissure. The skin on the hand had rotted away, revealing stark white bones. The nails were long and sharp, a dull grayish black. Clatter. A skeleton clad in tattered armor crawled out from beneath the earth. Eyes burned with ghostly green flames. In its hand, it clutched a rusted longsword. Undead Soldier. Level 24. This is only the beginning. The second one. The third. The fourth. More and more undead soldiers crawled out from beneath the earth. Black mist swirled around their bodies, while green ghostly flames in their eye sockets glowed eerily in the darkness. In less than 10 seconds, 50 or 60 undead soldiers had already crawled onto the ground of the abandoned barracks. And their numbers kept growing. 100. 200. 300. The barracks were now densely packed with undead soldiers. They rose to their feet, raising their weapons. In perfect unison, they turned toward Zhang Hao. Eerie green ghostly flames locked onto him. Gah! The undead soldiers let out a shrill howl. The sound tore through the air, echoing through the ruins. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. So this is what the intel mentioned. He recalled the first piece of intelligence received today. Player actions have drawn the attention of instance boss Chen Haotian Blood Eye. He has dispatched large numbers of undead knights and soldiers to surround and eliminate player gathering points. Chen Haotian's Undead Legion. Zhang Hao surveyed the dark, swarming mass of monsters before him. A faint smile curved his lips. Just what I need. Just what I need to level up. I have the Abyssal Knight's breastplate for healing. This time I can fight more freely. Chapter 29, Knight's Heart. The Iron Shield Quintet stared at the dense swarm of undead soldiers before them, frozen for 2 seconds. Then Iron Shield suddenly smiled. Alright. He raised his shield and shouted, this many mobs? Clearing them will level us up several times over. Little Raindrop the mage perked up too, right. We couldn't take down that Shadow Guard boss earlier, but we can handle the minions. Form up. Iron Shield immediately commanded the team. I'll hold the front line. Shadowblade and Windchaser flank the sides. Little Raindrop handles ranged damage. Anran, keep me healed. The 5 quickly took their positions. The nearest undead soldiers charged forward. Iron Shield raised his shield to block. Clang. The rusty longsword struck the shield, sparks flying. Iron Shield HP 100% 95%. Not much damage. Iron Shield sighed in relief, then swung his sword in a backhand strike, slicing through the undead soldier's neck. Undead soldier HP 100% 85%. Archer Chasewind fired an arrow from the side. The arrow struck the skeleton soldier's skull. Shadowblade, the assassin, circled behind and thrust his dagger into the gap between the skeleton's ribs. The mage Raindrop stood in the back row, raising his staff. After taking turns casting over a dozen skills, they finally succeeded in defeating it. Defeated undead soldier, gained plus 2400 EXP. It's fine, steady, and methodical. Iron Shield turned to the next undead soldier. Keep going. The 5 began clearing the second one. The third undead soldier fell. A pile of drop items scattered across the ground. Gold coins, materials, and a golden glowing token. Ha! Iron Shield bent down to pick up the token. It felt warm to the touch, its surface carved with intricate patterns. He tapped to view its attributes. The next second, Iron Shield froze in place. Guild Founding Token. Description: allows the establishment of a guild upon use. Each guild may only use this token once. This token is essential for founding a guild. Without it, guild creation is impossible. Holy SHT. Iron Shield's voice cracked. We got the loot, guys. The other 4 immediately gathered around. What treasure? Let me see. When they saw the guild founding order, they all froze in shock. Guild founding order? Zhao covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. I remember the guild founding token was worth 500 million gold coins, right? 500 million gold coins? Chasing Wind's hands trembled. Anrun's legs went weak and she collapsed onto the ground. We're rich. The 5 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Then, a collective scream of excitement erupted. We really hit the jackpot. Little Raindrop was so overcome with emotion that tears welled up in her eyes. 500 million. 500 million gold coins. If we split it evenly, that's 100 million each. Zhue Feng's voice trembled. Shadowblade took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Hold on, let's not get carried away just yet. He looked at Iron Shield. This thing, are we really going to sell it? Iron Shield froze for a moment. What else are we supposed to do with it? To build a guild. A gleam flashed in Shadowblade's eyes. The 5 of us can form our own guild. With a guild, running dungeons and taking down bosses will be a breeze. And... He paused, lowering his voice. Once the guild grows, we could earn even more than 500 million. At these words, the other 4 fell deep in thought. Iron Shield stroked his chin. What you're saying seems to make sense. Little Raindrop nodded in agreement. Yeah, we're all solo players now, always getting bullied by guild members. If we had our own guild. Chasing Wind chimed in, we wouldn't have to kowtow to anyone else. Anrun whispered, but isn't it really hard to start a guild? Can we even do it? Iron Shield fell silent for a few seconds. Maybe we could ask that big shot from earlier. See if he's joined a guild. If we could get him to join our guild, we'd definitely make it work. The other 4 all agreed. I think it's possible. If that big shot joins our guild, we'll definitely make it work. That's true, but would he even consider us? But how will we know unless we ask? What if they agree? You're right. Iron Shield looked around at his 4 teammates. Then let's wait until we finish clearing these mobs. I'll go ask the big shot. If he doesn't join, we'll sell the token. If he does, we'll start our own guild. Keep grinding. We might even get some good loot. Charge. The 5 of them, their spirits soaring, plunged back into battle. This time, they fought with extraordinary vigor. Their coordination was seamless. Though not the most efficient, their approach was steady and safe. The Iron Shield absorbed damage, the damage dealer slowly chipped away at health, and the healer constantly restored vitality. No mistakes. No risks. It was just slow. On the other side, Zhang Hao surveyed the undead legion before him, flexing his wrists. Golden hair, follow me. Woof. Gripping the dragon roar sword, he charged straight into the horde of monsters. The nearest undead soldier swung his sword simultaneously. Zhang Hao didn't dodge. He took the monster's blow head on, then swept his sword horizontally. Another strike. Snap. 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 Skeletal bones scattered across the ground. 2 swords for 1. Still pretty quick. If using lightning thrust, it's 1 strike per target. And Golden Hair's kill efficiency surpassed Zhang Hao's. Its skills had no cooldown. The golden-haired figure charged into the monster horde from the flank. Lightning teleport. Golden lightning streaked through the air. Thunder claw. 3 undead soldiers fell simultaneously. Killed undead soldiers x3, gained EXP plus 7,200. Zhang Hao and the golden-haired warrior began clearing monsters at an extremely rapid pace. 1, 2, 3, 4. Swarms of undead soldiers fell. But there were simply too many. A dozen undead soldiers closed in simultaneously, swinging their swords from all directions. Zhang Hao parried several blows but still took a few cuts. Zhang Hao health 100% 88%. HP 88% 79%. HP 79% 71%. Tisk. Zhang Hao retreated several steps, breaking free from the melee. The undead soldiers attempted to pursue. Lightning teleport. Golden fur instantly materialized before them, blocking their path. His claws slashed repeatedly. Several undead soldiers were pinned down by the golden-haired creature. Zhang Hao stood 10 meters away, waiting for his health to regenerate. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. System notice, no damage taken for 5 seconds. Knight's heart effect activated. A dark crimson glow began to radiate from the edges of the massive wound on Zhang Hao's chest. The glow spread across the surface of his armor, enveloping his entire body. The next second, his health bar began to recover. Health 71%, 76%. Health 76%, 81%. HP 81%, 86%. HP 86%, 91%. HP 91%, 96%. Health 96%, 100%. 6 seconds. Health restored to full. Zhang Hao flexed his shoulders, raised his sword, and charged back into the undead legion. Continue. The sword's glow flared once more. Undead soldiers fell. Over at the free roaming party. They had just finished off the 7th undead soldier. Phew. I'm exhausted. Chasing Wind gasped for breath. Zio Yudian sat on the ground resting. My mana's almost depleted. Take a potion first. We'll fight again later. Iron Shield pulled a blue potion from his backpack and handed it to Little Raindrop. Just then, Shadowblade suddenly pointed toward the distance. Look over there. Everyone looked up. There, Zhang Hao was charging recklessly through a swarm of monsters. Sword up, sword down. 2 swings took out one monster, occasionally landing a critical hit to finish another. His golden-haired companion coordinated with him, claws lashing out as electric sparks erupted. Swarms of undead soldiers fell in droves. Holy! Chasing Wind's eyes widened. That efficiency. Iron Shield swallowed hard. It takes us a minute to take down one. He does them in 2 seconds. Little Raindrop suddenly stood up, pointing at Zhang Hao. Look at his health bar. Everyone looked closely. Zhang Hao was surrounded by several undead soldiers, his health bar dropping significantly. Then he stepped back out of combat. Seconds later, his health bar rapidly refilled. Chapter 30, Team Me Up. Is he on drugs? And Ran asked doubtfully. Of course he is. Shadowblade replied matter-of-factly, how else would he heal that fast? Iron Shield nodded. Big shots always carry plenty of potions. What a waste. Little Raindrop sighed. We pay 50 gold coins for a single health potion. How much must he be spending with that kind of consumption? He's a big shot, after all. Chasing Wind shook his head. We can't compare. But I didn't see him actually use the potions. Iron Shield turned around. Anyway, once we clear these monsters, we're inviting the big shot to join our guild. Yeah. The 5 plunged back into battle. What they didn't know was, Zhang Hao hadn't consumed a single health potion. He relied entirely on his chest armor's skill to restore health. Half an hour later, the undead soldiers before Zhang Hao had been nearly wiped out. Countless bones and equipment littered the ground. A golden glow of leveling rose from Zhang Hao's body. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 29. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 30. Gained 20 free attribute points. Immediately after, an even more dazzling light flared from the golden-haired figure. Golden lightning danced wildly around it, more intense than before. Electric arcs sliced through the air, crackling with explosive pops. System notice, your pet golden retriever has leveled up to level 30. Your pet golden retriever has mastered a new skill, Chain Lightning. Ha! Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Golden retriever got a new skill. He immediately opened the pet panel to check. Pet golden retriever Shadow Lightning Wolf. Level 30. Quality, SSS grade. Skill 1, Thunderclaw. Effect, swings sharp claws to tear at the target, dealing 200% lightning physical hybrid damage. Inflicts a 3-second stun effect. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Skill 2, Lightning Teleport. Effect, transforms into lightning for instant teleportation, immune to all control effects during movement. Range, 60 meters. Level X2. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 3, Chain Lightning New. Effect, when using Skill 1 Thunderclaw, an additional lightning bolt strikes, dealing the same damage as Thunderclaw. The lightning bolt ricochets between enemies up to 10 times, with each ricochet dealing 10% less damage. If no other enemies are nearby, the lightning bolt strikes the same target a second time. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Another skill with no cooldown? So powerful. Chain Lightning synergizes with Thunderclaw. One swipe deals 2 hits. If multiple enemies are nearby, the lightning can bounce. Monster clearing efficiency doubles instantly. Boss. A familiar voice rang out. Zhang Hao turned his head. The Iron Shield quintet hurried over. This time, their expressions were different from before. Their eyes held a hint of excitement and anticipation. What now? Zhang Hao inquired. Taidun took a deep breath and spoke up. Boss, I was wondering, have you joined a guild? No. Zhang Hao shook his head. He was indeed a solo player, having always acted alone since his parents passed away. Taidun's eyes lit up. He glanced at his teammates behind him, who nodded in unison. Iron Shield rubbed his hands together. Sir, we'd like to invite you to join our guild. Would you consider joining us? Zhang Hao paused, taken aback. Then he shook his head. No thanks. I'm used to going solo. But? Disappointment flashed across Iron Shield's face. The other 4 members also lowered their heads. The atmosphere fell silent for several seconds. Taidun clenched his jaw, as if making up his mind. Then, you should be the president. He lifted his head and met Zhang Hao's gaze directly. Are you willing to take it? Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. Establishing a guild requires a token. That thing is expensive. Don't joke around. I'm not joking. Iron Shield immediately pulled a golden glowing token from his backpack. Our party just dropped a guild founding token. He held the token aloft and offered it to Zhang Hao. Take it if you're willing. You'll be our guild leader from now on. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up as he stared at the token. Guild founding token? That's a treasure worth 500 million. His gaze swept over the 5 men. Steal it from them? The thought barely formed. Iron Shield stepped forward again, extending the token toward Zhang Hao. Boss, take it. Zhang Hao didn't take it. He stared at Iron Shield. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll take it and run? Taidun paused for a second. Then he smiled. Then so be it. His tone was calm, without a hint of jest. Zhang Hao looked into his eyes. Sincerity. Open. And a hint of determination to burn his bridges. A thought flashed through Zhang Hao's mind. He could take the token and run, or kill to silence witnesses. But this time, he found himself reluctant to do either. Zhang Hao fell silent for a few seconds, deep in thought. Perhaps starting a guild wouldn't be a bad idea. Establishing a guild offered numerous advantages. First, guilds have a storage system, allowing you to store large amounts of gear and materials much more convenient than a backpack. Second, guild members could share resources, making dungeon runs more efficient when grouped. Furthermore, guilds possess exclusive territories where various facilities can be constructed, even resource mining sites yielding substantial long-term profits. Moreover, having a guild means having influence. When encountering members of other guilds in the wild, you won't be bullied. Most importantly, these solo players seem pretty reliable. They're far more trustworthy than the bandits lurking in those outlaw dens. Zhang Hao came to his decision. He reached out and took the token. Alright, I accept. Exclamation point. Taidun froze for a moment. Then his face erupted with wild joy. Really? You agreed, sir? The other 4 members also grew excited. This is fantastic. We have a guild now. And the boss is our guild leader. The 5 of them danced around in excitement. The mage, Little Raindrop, even jumped up in excitement. Zhang Hao stowed the token in his backpack. Once we get out of the dungeon, I'll create the guild. I'll add you all then. Yes, yes, yes. Iron Shield nodded repeatedly. Oh, and let's add each other as friends. Zhang Hao nodded. The group quickly added each other as friends. Iron Shield has been added as a friend. Zhao has been added as a friend. Windchaser has been added as a friend. Shadowblade has been added as a friend. Anran has been added as a friend. After adding the friends, Iron Shield rubbed his hands together. President, what should we do next? Zhang Hao gazed into the distance. On the other side of the ruins, hordes of undead soldiers still roamed. Dense as ants, at least 300 or 400 remained. He glanced again at the golden-haired one who'd just acquired a new skill. Clearing mobs with lightning chain would be absolutely exhilarating. Zhang Hao, you guys are leveling up way too slow. Let me help you guys level up. Come on, group up with me. The guild leader wants to level us up? Zhao Yudian jumped up in excitement. She grabbed Chui Feng's arm beside her and shook it hard. Did you hear that? The guild leader is taking us. Chasing Win's face flushed with excitement. I heard it. I heard it. Holy crap. Iron Shield took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. But his hand gripping the shield still trembled slightly. The guild leader, this is too much honor. His voice faltered slightly. Shadowblade rubbed his hands together nervously beside him. Exactly. Exactly. Guildmaster, you've already agreed to join our guild. That's more than enough. We can grind it out ourselves, no need to trouble you. And Ran also whispered softly, that's right, Guildmaster. We don't want to trouble you. Though they said this, all 5 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Hao. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation. Like children staring at candies in a shop window, saying they don't want them while their bodies betray their true feelings. Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile at their expressions. We're all on the same team. Why beat around the bush? He opened the party interface. Come on, let's form a party. System notice, player Iron Shield has invited you to join their party.
Accept? Zhang Hao clicked accept. The next second. You have joined the party.
Current party members: Zhang Hao, Iron Shield, Little Raindrop, Windchaser, Shadowblade, Anren.
Chapter 31, Mowing Down.
The moment the team formed,
the 5 of them erupted in celebration. Wah! Zhao Yudian screamed, spinning in circles with excitement.
Chasing Wind punched Shadowblade on the shoulder. We're in a party with the big shots.
Shadowblade returned the punch. Holy! We really did it.
Taidun stared at the words Zhang Hao on the party interface, his eyes welling up.
Once bullied by guildmates, beaten by wild bosses, rejected by every party. Now,
he finally had his own guild. And such a powerful guild leader to lead them. Guild leader. Iron Shield suddenly dropped to one knee, right hand pressed to his chest, striking the pose of a knight's oath. From this day forward, I, Iron Shield, swear to follow the guild leader to the death.
The other 4 froze for a moment. Then, Little Raindrop knelt on one knee as well. Me too. Chasing Wind, I swear too. Shadowblade, count me in. Anren, and me too. All 5 knelt neatly before Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao watched the scene, somewhat speechless.
You guys?
He scratched his head.
All right. Get up. No need to make it so formal. Let's go farm some monsters. The 5 finally stood up.
But their eyes still burned with intensity. The group of 6 pressed deeper into the ruins, where undead soldiers swarmed in the distance.
At that moment,
Iron Shield suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Hao. Guild leader.
He asked somewhat sheepishly, may I ask what grade your weapon is? It looks so cool.
The other 4 immediately turned their gaze toward him.
Zhao Yudian's eyes sparkled. Yeah. That sword has dragon patterns on it. Chasing Wind swallowed hard, and it keeps glowing. Could it be embedded with an enhancement stone? Anren whispered, no need to ask. It definitely has an enhancement stone inlaid. I bet it's pink quality. The 5 of them chattered excitedly.
Zhang Hao heard their conversation and pondered for a moment.
Guess there's no need to keep it from them anymore.
I'm going to be their future guild leader.
Showing off my strength a bit is probably a good idea. I can tell you, but you can't share this with anyone else, understand? Got it. Absolutely.
Zhang Hao paused briefly before saying calmly, orange grade.
Fully enhanced enhancement stone. No level restriction. The air froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
5 voices erupted in a deafening roar simultaneously.
Iron Shield nearly dropped his shield. Orange gear? Max tier? No level restriction? Zhao Yudian froze completely, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Holy crap.
Chasing Wind's legs went weak, and he plopped down onto the ground. I thought it was a pink weapon.
Turns out I was being too conservative. The 4 enhancement stones needed for max enhancement must cost 40 million gold coins, right? And it's level unrestricted? How much is unrestricted gear worth? Does anyone know?
Anren covered her mouth, eyes wide as saucers, tears welling up.
Big shot. Absolute boss. I've hit the jackpot this time. Iron Shield took a deep breath. Took another deep breath. And yet another deep breath.
He forced himself to calm down. But his voice still trembled. An orange tier item with no level restrictions. This is our guild leader. Zhao Yudian wiped the corner of her eye. I've been playing this game for so long, and I've never even seen orange gear. Chasing Wind scrambled to his feet. I heard orange gear starts at 100 billion credits.
Level less ones are priceless, you can't even buy them.
Anren whispered softly, our guild leader is so amazing. Iron Shield suddenly remembered something. He looked at Zhang Hao and tentatively asked, guild leader, your strength stat must be over 1200 now, right?
To deal that much damage, it must be. Zhang Hao nodded. It has. Over 1700. Ha! Holy! The 5 of them gasped again. Holy! 1700? Zhao Yudian jumped up in excitement. I knew it. Chasing Wind's voice cracked. The guild leader is so amazing. I barely have 200 strength points. Shadowblade was completely stunned, the gap between 200 and 1700.
Iron Shield took a deep breath. My strength stat is 220 now, it's already the highest in our team. Compared to the guild leader. He shook his head with a wry smile.
We're not even in the same dimension.
Anren whispered softly, the guild leader is like a god in the heavens, while we're just ants on the ground. Little Raindrop nodded vigorously, exactly. The 5 of them chattered excitedly, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Zhang Hao listened to their discussion without speaking. They've shown enough of their strength.
Time to get down to business. All right. Zhang Hao said calmly, enough chatting. Prepare to farm monsters.
Yes, guild leader. The 5 immediately fell silent. They arrived at the area where monsters gathered.
An open clearing amidst the ruins.
Shattered shields, rusted spears, and broken arrows littered the ground. Faded banners still hung from the collapsed walls of distant barracks, fluttering in the wind beneath the blood moon. Hordes of undead soldiers roamed this area.
Eerie green ghostly flames burned in their eye sockets. The sound of bones grinding together echoed with a hollow creak. The air thickened with the stench of death. Iron Shield gripped his shield, ready to charge. Xiao Yu raised her staff, preparing to unleash Ice Spike. Windchaser drew his bowstring taut. Shadowblade slipped into stealth, his form growing translucent. Anren pressed her palms together, ready to heal at a moment's notice. The five stood ready for battle. Just then, Zhang Hao raised his hand. You lot just stand here and watch. He looked at the five of them. You're too slow at grinding. Ha! Tai Dun froze. Well, that doesn't seem quite right, President. Little Raindrop also looked embarrassed. We want to help too. Chasing Wind chimed in, yeah, President. You're working too hard alone. Shadowblade, at least let us assist. Anren whispered softly, that's right, President. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'm resting here too. Let my pets handle these monsters. He glanced at the golden retriever beside him. Golden retriever. Woof. The golden retriever growled low, its fur bristling. Golden lightning danced wildly around it. Crackling arcs of electricity illuminated the surrounding ruins. Zhang Hao pointed toward the undead legion ahead, charge. Woo woo woo. The golden-haired beast let out a long howl. The next second, it transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, vanishing from its spot in an instant. Lightning teleport. Golden lightning streaked through the air. In the blink of an eye, the golden-haired figure materialized at the heart of the undead legion. The claws lashed out. Thunder claw. Golden lightning burst from the claw tips. 3 undead soldiers' bones were instantly torn to shreds. But this was only the beginning. The instant the thunder claw struck, an even thicker golden lightning bolt erupted from the first undead soldier. Chain lightning. The lightning leapt from one to the next. Crack. The lightning struck the second undead soldier. The skeleton shuddered, charred marks appearing on its bones. But the lightning didn't stop. It ricocheted off the second undead soldier. Struck the third. The fourth. The fifth. Golden Hair unleashed a barrage of attacks. Golden lightning chains danced wildly through the undead legion. Each leap was accompanied by a thunderous crack. With each thunderclap, another undead soldier fell. The entire battlefield was illuminated by golden lightning, as bright as day. Arcs of electricity weaved through the air, forming a vast net. Undead soldiers fell in droves within its grasp. Bones scattered across the ground. Dropped gear and gold coins reflected the lightning, like golden raindrops scattering. Killed undead soldiers x10. Lightning teleportation. The golden-haired figure vanished. When it reappeared, it was already in another area. Thunderclaw plus chain lightning. Seconds later, another wave of undead soldiers fell. Golden lightning bolts swept through like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass remained. In less than 5 seconds, the entire expanse of undead soldiers in the clearing center was wiped clean. Only bones and scattered loot remained on the ground. The golden-haired creature swished its tail. Chapter 32, His Weakness. Lightning teleport. His figure vanished once more. He materialized in the ruins of the barracks to the left of the wreckage. Over 30 undead soldiers remained there. Thunderclaw plus chain lightning. Golden chains of lightning erupted once more. Undead soldiers fell in droves. Undead soldier kills x15. 7 or 8 seconds later, the left area is cleared. The golden-haired figure continued moving. Right side. Rear. Near the wrecked weapons rack. Beside the collapsed city wall. Golden lightning streaked everywhere. Undead corpses littered the ground. The entire battlefield became a solo performance for Golden Hair. Like mowing grass. Reaping the undead soldiers one by one. The 5 iron shields stood their ground. They maintained their combat stances. Shields raised. Wands raised. Bowstrings drawn. Daggers gripped. Healing light gathered. But, motionless. Just standing there, dumbstruck. Watching everything unfold before her. Xiaoyu's mouth gaped wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Chasing Wind didn't even notice the bowstring slackening, the arrow dropping to the ground. Shadowblade emerged from stealth, utterly dumbfounded. Anren's healing blow faded as she covered her mouth. Iron Shield slowly lowered his shield. His hands trembled. This. Iron Shield's voice was dry. What kind of efficiency is this? Zhao muttered, we're taking them down one by one. Chasing Wind chimed in, it's mowing them down in waves. Shadowblade swallowed hard, like mowing grass. Anren whispered softly, easy and pleasant. Iron Shield took a deep breath. I finally get it, he said, turning to look at Zhang Hao, who was resting against a boulder. Why the guild leader said we're grinding too slowly. Zhao also looked at Zhang Hao. Chasing Wind followed suit. Shadowblade looked over. And Ran also looked over. In the eyes of all 5, were filled with admiration, awe, and a hint of relief. Relief that they had made the right choice.
Relieved to have encountered such a guild leader, Zhang Hao leaned against the boulder. He pulled a bottle of water from his backpack. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. The water was lukewarm, but it quenched his thirst. He watched the golden-haired warrior charge across the battlefield. A faint smile touched his lips. Truly an SSS-tier pet. This monster spawning efficiency. Awesome. The golden retriever's health bar began to drop, HP, 92% 85%. A crack split open beneath its feet. Black mist poured out from the fissure. A new undead soldier was crawling out. Its sword pierced the golden-haired creature's leg. The golden-haired warrior growls. Golden hair still needs someone to heal it. Zhang Hao looked at the 5-person team. And ran. Froze for a moment, huh? Zhang Hao, you're in charge of healing the golden retriever. Ah. Why yes, President. And Ran snapped to attention. She raised her staff. She pressed her palms together. A white healing light shot from the tip of the staff. The light fell upon the golden-haired figure. Warm. Gentle. The wounds on the golden-haired figure healed at a visible pace. The health bar began to rise. Golden retriever health 85% 92%. 92% 100%. A smile spread across Ran's face. She looked at Zhang Hao, her eyes brimming with anticipation. President, how did I do? Zhang Hao nodded. Not bad. You'll be responsible for healing the golden-haired one from now on. The rest of you, he said, turning to the Iron Shield Quartet. You guys handle picking up gear, gold, and materials. That's all there is to it. Iron Shield froze for a moment. That's it? Zhang Hao, that's it. Iron Shield glanced at the scattered loot covering the ground. Then he looked at the undead soldiers continuing to spawn in the distance. Suddenly, he smiled. Got it, guild leader. He turned to his teammates and shouted, did you hear that? We're in charge of looting. Charge. Zio Udian, got it. Chasing Wind, roger that. Shadowblade, no problem. The 4 of them dashed toward the battlefield with excitement. They began bending down to pick up items scattered on the ground. Pick up gold coins plus 124. Picked up Shadow Crystal X1. Picked up white equipment, broken sword. The golden-haired figure continued to fight the monsters. Golden lightning erupted once more. Swarms of undead soldiers fell. The 4 followed right behind the golden-haired one. Like walking a dog. Golden retriever cleared an entire area. They followed behind, collecting gear, gold, and materials. Once finished, they continued following the golden retriever. Golden retriever clears the next area. They kept picking up items. Leisurely. Effortless. Pleasant. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 31. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 32. Gained plus 20 free attribute points. Level 32. Zhang Hao opened his attribute panel and allocated all 20 free points to Spirit. Spirit, 440. He glanced at the coordinates of the remaining 2 shadow guards on the map, thought for a moment, and decided against going. While there are plenty of monsters around, I'll level them up first. Zhang Hao turned to face the 5-person group busy looting gear. Let's keep grinding monsters and level up. Got it, guild leader. The Iron Shield Quintet responded immediately. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Golden lightning bolts crackled throughout the ruins. Golden fur swept through the horde of monsters, unleashing chain lightning strikes. Swarms of undead soldiers fell in droves. The Iron Shield Quintet followed behind, bending to gather drop items. Gold coins, materials, equipment. Their backpacks grew heavier by the moment. Golden upgrade lights flashed again and again. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 33. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 34. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 35. Midday. 6 people sat resting beside a pile of ruins. Xiaoyu nibbled on dry bread, her face beaming with joy, leveling up so fast. Chasing Wind took a sip of water. Following the guild leader to grind monsters is so satisfying. Iron Shield stared at his level 35 already? That was fast. Shadowblade marveled, over 10 levels in a single day. Anran murmured softly, it's all thanks to the guild leader. Afternoon. Golden hair continued sweeping through the area. Another wave of level-up lights flashed. Evening. Zhang Hao glanced at his experience bar, his brow furrowing slightly. Current level, 35. Experience, 85%. He noticed the experience bar was rising very slowly. He had just slain over 30 undead soldiers, yet the bar had barely moved a single notch. The monsters in this Blood Moon Ruins dungeon simply weren't high enough level. Farming monsters below his level meant leveling up was painfully slow. He glanced at his teammates. All 5 members of Iron Shield were stuck at level 35. Their experience bars were climbing at a snail's pace. Looks like this is as far as I can take them. There's no point in continuing to group up and grind monsters. Zhang Hao glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the evening.
He recalled the intelligence report. Su Yuxuan will be alone tonight at 11:47 p.m. I have business to attend to tonight. Besides, today's daily intel hasn't been used yet. He'd been too busy grinding monsters. Zhang Hao found a corner to sit down. He silently recited, Daily Intelligence, view the first intelligence. Information appeared on the system panel. Intelligence 1, upon reaching level 36, you will acquire a second-class skill. A second-class skill? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He carefully recalled. At level 18, he had acquired his first-class skill, Intelligence Gathering. Now he'd get the second one at level 36. One at level 18, one at level 36. Zhang Hao speculated, looks like I gain a new professional skill every 18 levels. Then the next one will be at level 54. He glanced at his current level. Level 35. He was 15% short of the experience needed for level 36. Gotta hurry up and hit level 36. Zhang Hao continued to review the second piece of intelligence. I need to view the second piece of intelligence. The system panel displayed another message. Intelligence 2, the Dragon Ascension Guild, Heaven's Wrath Guild, and Blood Moon Guild have formed a tripartite alliance and are currently battling the boss Chen Haotian within the castle. The battle will end in defeat, with the three major guilds suffering heavy losses, a total of 12 players killed. However, they have also uncovered two weaknesses of Chen Haotian. 1. Chen Haotian cannot leave the castle grounds and is confined to its interior. 2. Two women reside within the castle. Chen Haotian is deeply infatuated with one but intensely fearful of the other. These women may hold the key to defeating him. Chapter 33, Gear Feast. Zhang Hao studied the intelligence report, lost in thought. The three major guilds failed even when they joined forces? And 12 people died. He recalled the 2 altars he had destroyed earlier. I only destroyed 2 altars. The 2 Shadow Guardians remain unkilled. Chen Haotian hasn't had his damage output reduced by 40% yet. It's understandable that the 3 major guilds couldn't defeat him. Zhang Hao shifted his gaze to the latter half of the intelligence report. Chen Haotian cannot leave the castle. That was good news. When we can't defeat him, at least we don't have to worry about him relentlessly pursuing us. There are 2 women in the castle? Zhang Hao frowned slightly. The one Chen Haotian favors, it must be Princess Bloodmoon, Yang Anna. Then who's the other woman? Chen Haotian actually fears her? This clue was crucial. But there wasn't enough information yet to figure it out. Forget it. We'll deal with it later. Zhang Hao dismissed the thought. The immediate priority is to level up to 36 and acquire my second-class skill. What effect will my second-class skill have? Amidst the distant ruins, the Iron Shield Quintet huddled around a campfire. The flickering flames danced across their faces, revealing weary yet contented smiles. Zhao Yudian was sorting through the loot in his backpack, while Chui Feng leaned against a collapsed stone pillar, eyes closed in quiet rest. Ingren wiped the grime from his dagger, and Anren sat dazed, clutching his staff. Iron Shield crouched on the ground, poking the embers with a stick to stoke the flames higher. The night winds swept through the ruins, stirring dust from the ground. The blood moon still hung in the sky, bathing the entire world in an eerie crimson glow. Zhang Hao approached. The sound of footsteps startled the 5. President! Iron Shield immediately stood up, and the other 4 turned to look as well. Zhao Yudian brushed the dust off his clothes and stood up. President, have you rested well? Zhang Hao nodded and found a relatively flat rock by the campfire to sit on. The warmth of the flames seeped through his armor, dispelling some of the night's chill. He looked at the 5 of them and said, there's no point in continuing to grind monsters with you now. Iron Shield froze. Guild leader? The level gap is too great. Zhang Hao explained, I'm level 35 now. Grinding these monsters under level 30 barely gives me any experience points. Same for you guys. He paused before continuing, besides, I have some personal matters to attend to. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhao Yudian's face, but she quickly regained her smile. The guild leader is right. Chasing Wind nodded in agreement. Yeah, we can't keep bothering the guild leader forever. Shadowblade scratched the back of his head. I'm already satisfied after grinding with the guild leader all day. Anren murmured softly, going from level 25 to 35 in a single day? I never would have dreamed it possible. Iron Shield took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Hao, and said earnestly, Guild leader, you've already done so much for us. From agreeing to join our guild in the first place, to leading us through monster grinding and leveling up. His voice caught slightly. Truly, thank you so much. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Little Raindrop's eyes were reddened. That's right, guild leader. You've been more than generous to us. Chasing Wind nodded firmly, go handle your own affairs. We can keep grinding on our own. Shadowblade patted his chest, once the dungeon's done, we'll be waiting for you to start the guild. Anren hugged her staff and whispered softly, go ahead, guild leader. We'll be fine. Zhang Hao observed the expressions on their faces, a faint smile curving his lips. All right. He nodded. Once the dungeon clears, I'll add you all when I establish the guild. All right. The The 5 replied in unison. The atmosphere eased slightly.
The campfire flickered in the wind, crackling softly.
Sparks drifted into the night sky, quickly vanishing in the glow of the blood moon. Zhang Hao suddenly remembered something.
He opened his backpack and glanced inside. After grinding for a day and night, the loot he'd gathered had filled his backpack to the brim. White gear, blue gear, purple gear.
Every quality imaginable. Right.
Zhang Hao looked at the 5 of them.
Take the best gear you've looted. Give me the remaining white and blue gear. Iron Shield froze, huh? Little Raindrop looked puzzled. Guild leader, what do you need white and blue gear for?
Chasing Wind was also puzzled. Those items have such low stats.
You wouldn't want them, would you, guild leader? Shadowblade scratched his head. Yeah, white and blue gear won't fetch much when sold. Anrun whispered, does the guild leader want to help us get rid of this junk gear? Zhang Hao offered no explanation, merely stating flatly, just give them to me.
Oh, okay, President. Iron Shield immediately began rummaging through his backpack. The other 4 members followed suit. I've got 12 white tier items here. Little Raindrop pulled the gear out piece by piece and piled it on the ground. I've got 8 white gear pieces and 5 blue gear pieces. Chasing Wind also started pulling items out. I've got more white gear, 17 pieces. 6 blue gear. Shadowblade placed his gear to the side. Tai Dun and Enran did the same. Soon, a small mountain piled up on the ground. White and blue glows intertwined, appearing somewhat dazzling in the light of the bonfire. Guild leader, everything's here. Iron Shield said. Zhang Hao nodded and walked over to the pile of gear. He bent down and picked up the first white tier item, a rusty short sword. Broken short sword white. Zhang Hao pressed the dagger against his chest. The next second, the 5 of them watched in disbelief. The monstrous maw etched onto the armor plate over Zhang Hao's chest suddenly came to life. The fangs parted slightly. A strange suction emanated from the massive maw. The dagger was sucked into its mouth. Snap! The fangs snapped shut. A crisp cracking sound echoed. The dagger was instantly torn to shreds, transforming into specks of light that merged into the armor. Devouring successful. White equipment +1. Constitution +1. All 5 of them stared wide-eyed. Holy! Iron Shield froze in place. What the hell is that? Xiao Yudian covered her mouth, her voice trembling. The president's armor, alive? Chasing Wind's legs went weak, and he plopped down onto the ground. That mouth, it just moved, right? I didn't see wrong, did I? Shadowblade's dagger fell to the ground, and he didn't even notice. Anrun curled into a ball behind the Iron Shield, whispering, so scary. Zhang Hao paid no heed to their reactions. He picked up the second piece of equipment. Damaged leather armor white. He pressed it close to his chest once more. Snap! The gaping maw opened, devoured, and closed. Swallow successful. White equipment +1. Constitution +1. Holy crap! Little Raindrop screamed. It ate another piece? Tai Dun swallowed hard, his voice dry. The guild leader's armor can eat equipment? Zhang Hao continued. The 3rd piece. 4th piece. 5th piece. Snap. 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 The crisp sound of shattering echoed continuously. The gear on the ground diminished at a visible pace. White light was swallowed piece by piece. Devouring successful. White equipment +1. Constitution +1. Devouring successful. White equipment +1. Constitution +1. Devouring successful. White equipment +1. Constitution +1. The system notification sounded repeatedly in Zhang Hao's mind. The 5 others stood by, watching in stunned silence. The white equipment was devoured in no time. Zhang Hao began picking up the blue gear. Iron bracers blue. Consumption successful. Blue equipment +1. Constitution +1. A few minutes later, all the equipment on the ground vanished. Only a few pieces of purple quality gear remained lying there. Zhang Hao paused his actions and opened the equipment panel to inspect. Equipment name, Abyssal Knight's Breastplate. Quality, orange. Requirements, level 25 or above. Base stats, Constitution +290. Current progress, 63-100 white. Current progress, 27-100 blue. Equipped 90 pieces of gear. Gained 90 points of Constitution. Chapter 34, we hit the jackpot. He opened his personal attributes panel to confirm. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 35. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank unique. Strength, 1736. Spirit, 470. Constitution, 476. Agility, 302. Zhang Hao allocated all the free attribute points gained from previous level ups to his spirit stat. Both his spirit and constitution stats now hovered around 470 points. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He turned to face the 5 individuals still reeling in shock. You. Iron Shield snapped out of it, guild leader. Your gear is.
It's an orange tier item with scaling properties. Zhang Hao said indifferently. The air froze once more. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Another orange tier item? The 5 of them burst out in unison. Guild leader, you have 2 orange tier items? Zhao Yudian jumped up in shock. Holy crap. Chasing Wind and Shadow Blade embraced each other. We can't take it anymore. Iron Shield took several deep breaths before finally calming himself. He looked at Zhang Hao, his voice trembling. Guild leader, may I ask? What effect does this armor have? The other 4 immediately turned their gaze toward him. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. Zhang Hao considered it. Since it had already been revealed, there was no need to keep it hidden. He opened the equipment panel and immediately sent the Abyssal Knight's chestplate stats to the party chat channel. Equipment stats sent. Zhang Hao said indifferently, take a look yourselves. The 5 immediately opened the party chat interface. The next second. Equipment name, Abyssal Knight's breastplate. Quality, orange. Equipment requirement, level 25 or above. Base stats, Constitution plus 290. Special skill 1, Abyssal Maw. Special skill 2, Knight's Heart. Abyssal Maw, the maw on the chestplate can devour other equipment, permanently enhancing this gear's attributes. After consuming 200 pieces of equipment, gain an additional Constitution plus 100. Knight's Heart begins automatically restoring health after 5 seconds without taking damage. Restores 5% of maximum health per second. Iron Shield dropped to his knees. Literally kneeling. Both knees on the ground. This chestplate stats. His voice trembled, it's too goddamn OP. Zhao Yudian clutched her staff, her entire body shaking. Base Constitution 200 points, and it can still grow. Chasing Wind stared at the description of Knight's Heart, completely dumbfounded. What's this healing effect? Restores 5% of maximum health per second? This. Shadowblade could barely form coherent sentences. What is this? Anran suddenly screamed in horror. This healing? She looked at Zhang Hao, tears welling up in her eyes. What do you need me, the healer, for now? I'm out of a job. Little Raindrop realized it too, right? No wonder the guild leader was acting so weird while grinding mobs today. I thought the guild leader was just spamming potions the whole time. Who knew it was the HP regeneration skill from that orange chest piece? Chasing Wind slapped his thigh. No wonder. The guild leader farmed monsters all day and his health stayed maxed out. So that's how it was. Iron Shield knelt on the ground, lifting his head to look at Zhang Hao. His eyes brimmed with admiration and awe. Guild leader. His voice was solemn. You truly are the strongest person I've ever seen. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Zhao Yudian's eyes were reddened. The president is so amazing. Chasing Wind nodded vigorously. So powerful. Shadowblade took a deep breath. With a president like this, we're bound to grow bigger and stronger. Anran murmured softly, the guild leader is practically godlike. Zhang Hao observed their reactions without speaking. He simply stood silently beside the campfire, letting the flames dance across his armor. The gaping maw on his chest had closed once more. The jagged fangs remained interlocked, still appearing terrifyingly fierce. But the gaze the 5 now cast upon that gaping maw had shifted from fear to awe. All right. Zhang Hao broke the silence. It's getting late. I should be going. He looked at the 5 of them. If you encounter danger you can't handle, contact me. Divide these purple gear among yourselves, I have no use for them. Yes, guild leader. The 5 replied in unison. Iron Shield rose from the ground, brushing dust from his knees. Go with confidence, guild leader. We'll take care of ourselves. Little Raindrop nodded vigorously. Go handle your business, guild leader. Chasing Wind, once the dungeon clears, we'll be ready to join the guild. Shadowblade, take care, guild leader. Anran whispered softly, goodbye, guild leader. Zhang Hao nodded. He turned away from the campfire and walked deeper into the ruins. Golden Hair followed closely behind. The 5 stood by the campfire, watching Zhang Hao's figure vanish into the darkness. Only when the figure was completely out of sight, they snapped back to reality. Iron Shield looked at his teammates. We really ran into a super big shot. Zhao Yudian nodded vigorously. Yeah. 2 orange tier items. And both are super powerful ones. Chasing Wind sighed with emotion. We've hit the jackpot this time. Shadowblade laughed. Once our guild is established, we'll definitely thrive. Anran hugged her staff and murmured softly, Following the guild leader is definitely the right choice. The 5 sat back down around the campfire. But this time, their eyes brimmed with anticipation. Anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao had already exited the ruins. He opened the map to check his current location. He was now level 35, with 85% experience points. Most of the ordinary undead soldiers had been cleared out. Only the remaining 2 shadow guards remained to be dealt with. There were 4 shadow guards in total. 1 each guarded the east, west, south, and north. I've already taken care of the eastern and western ones.
Only the south and north ones remain. He looked at the coordinates marked on the map. The southern Shadow Guardian was closest to him. Let's head south first. Zhang Hao made his decision. Killing 2 Shadow Guards should get me to level 36. He glanced at the current time. 8 o'clock sharp. Over 3 hours remained until Su Yuxuan would be on her own. Plenty of time. Zhang Hao set off, heading south. 20 minutes later. Zhang Hao arrived at the southern altar. 2 minutes later. The Shadow Guardian fell. Killed Shadow Guard, gained EXP plus 89,000. Current level, 35. Experience, 95%. Only 5% left. Zhang Hao began collecting gear. Gold plus 12,456. Materials obtained, Shadow Crystals X7. Obtained materials, Abyssal Iron Ingot X6. Plus gear 2 white items and 2 blue items. Feed them directly to the chestplate. Giant Maw devours. Constitution plus 4. Then, Zhang Hao walked to the center of the altar and shattered the black crystal with a single sword strike. System notice, altar destruction progress 3-4. Only 1 left. Zhang Hao turned and departed, heading toward the northern altar. The northern altar stood amidst a frost-covered ruin. A thin layer of ice covered the ground, reflecting the glow of the blood moon. Shadow Guardians stood watch before the altar. Exactly as before. Golden lightning teleports. Thunderclaw strikes in rapid succession. Zhang Hao's lightning thrust. Shadow bind control. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. This time, it took less than a minute to finish them off. The last Shadow Guardian fell. Golden upgrade light erupted from Zhang Hao's body. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 36. Gained plus 10 free attribute points. System notice, you have reached level 36. Acquired new class skill, Insightful Intelligence. New skill. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. But he didn't immediately check the skill. Instead, he first picked up the drop items on the ground. Gained gold coins plus 13,782. Gained materials, Shadow Crystals X9. Equipment obtained, Broken Shield White. Equipment obtained, Frostbite Robe Blue. Equipment obtained, Witch's Curse Necklace Pink. A pink necklace? Zhang Hao paused in surprise. But I need to check out my new skill first. He opened the skill panel. Class skills, Daily Intelligence, Intelligence Inquiry, Intelligence Insight New. Zhang Hao tapped, Intelligence Insight. Skill description expanded. Intelligence Insight Level 36 Professional Skill. Intelligence officers can proactively view a target's basic information. Can view NPC's level, profession, and skill names. Can view players' level, profession, and skill names. Usage restriction, only effective on targets within 50 levels of the user. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Chapter 35, not even a dog would wear it. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up after reading the skill description. This skill has no cooldown. I can use it whenever I want. It's just that skill description I don't get it. Gotta find some monsters to test it out. Zhang Hao turned his gaze toward the distant ruins. After scanning the area, he quickly spotted his target. A skeleton knight clad in tattered armor was wandering the edge of the ruins. It gripped a rusted longsword and rode a skeletal steed. An old adversary. Undead Knight. Level, 25. That'll do. Zhang Hao made up his mind. Intelligence Insight. The next second. An invisible wave shot from Zhang Hao's eyes, landing on the Undead Knight. The system panel immediately displayed. Target, Undead Knight. Level, 25. Skills, Undead Charge, Death Slash. 2 skills? Zhang Hao stared at the skill names on the panel, lost in thought. Undead Charge, Death Slash. After grinding monsters for so long, Zhang Hao was already familiar with the skill mechanics of the Undead Knight. He recalled previous monster grinding sessions. The Undead Knight had used both of these skills. Undead Charge was an acceleration skill. The skeleton mounted on a bone steed would suddenly accelerate, charging toward its target. Its speed was roughly double that of normal movement. Upon reaching the target, it would swing its sword down. Death Slash is an enhanced basic attack. The Undead Knight raises its longsword high before delivering a powerful downward strike. The damage is significantly higher than a normal attack, roughly double. Black mist billows from the blade during the strike. So that's how it works. Zhang Hao stroked his chin and nodded. This was the information revealed after using the new Insight Intelligence skill. The skill panel only displayed the name, without any specific data. But from the name alone, I could infer the skill's general effect. Zhang Hao continued to ponder the value of this new skill. Insight Intelligence allows me to view the skill names of any NPC or player whose level is no more than 50 above mine. I tested it earlier, it shows their skill names. Though I can't see the specific attributes, I can still guess their general effects from the names. Several potential applications flashed through his mind. First scenario, boss battles. If you use Insight Intelligence beforehand to check the boss's skills, you'll know what moves it will use. For
For example, if the boss has a skill called Flame Breath, it's definitely an area of effect fire attack. Knowing this in advance allows for targeted tactics.
Dodge when you need to dodge, defend when you need to defend. No need to fumble around like a headless chicken.
Second scenario, when raiding other players or engaging in player versus player combat.
You can use insight to check what skills your opponent has.
Their skill names will be clearly displayed.
You can predict their combat style and attack patterns based on skill names alone.
If a mage has Fireball and Icicle, they're a ranged damage dealer. Warriors have Charge and Shield Slam, making them melee tank types. The most crucial aspect is, you know the enemy's abilities, but they don't know yours. This is the information gap.
In combat, this information advantage grants immense tactical superiority.
This skill is incredibly powerful.
A faint smile curves Zhang Hao's lips. The intelligence officer profession truly revolves around intelligence.
Daily intelligence grants foresight. Intelligence query grants the ability to proactively gather information.
Analyzing intelligence grants an informational advantage in combat. The three skills were intricately linked.
Truly an SSS-tier profession.
Zhang Hao dismissed his thoughts and opened his backpack. He hadn't yet examined the pink grade necklace dropped by the shadow guardian he'd just slain. He pulled the necklace out. It felt icy cold to the touch. The entire necklace was pitch black, its chain woven from dense black crystals, each one glowing with a purple light within. The pendant was a thumb-sized black skull, its eye sockets set with two purple gems that flickered with an eerie glow.
Zhang Hao opened the attribute panel to inspect. Equipment name, Witch's Curse Necklace. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 30+. Base stats, Spirit plus 270.
Special effect, Witch's Curse equipping reduces strength, constitution, and agility by 33%, while increasing spirit by 99%. This effect is a curse-type debuff and cannot be dispelled through conventional means. Zhang Hao stared at the special effect for several seconds.
This necklace is quite one-sided.
Sacrificing 33% of the other three attributes to double the spirit stat. This is a classic example of extreme gear. For mage classes, it might be god-tier gear.
But for physical classes like warriors and assassins, it's complete junk. I'm not a mage.
Zhang Hao shook his head. He needed strength for damage output, constitution for survivability, and agility for maneuverability. While the spirit stat could extend the duration of Shadowbind's control effect, sacrificing the other three stats was too costly.
Zhang Hao glanced at the necklace he currently wore. Equipment name, Wolf Fawn Necklace. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, level 15+. Base attributes, strength plus 40, spirit plus 40. Trying it on wouldn't hurt. Zhang Hao removed the Wolf Fawn necklace and replaced it with the Witch's Curse necklace. The instant the necklace touched his neck,
a chill spread through his skin and throughout his entire body.
Ugh! Zhang Hao felt a tightness in his chest.
A wave of weakness washed over his limbs, as if something had been drained from him.
His muscles went limp and weak.
Even breathing felt difficult.
System notice, you have equipped the Witch's Curse necklace. You are currently cursed.
Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and opened his attributes panel.
Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 36. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank unique. Strength, 1136-33%. Spirit, 1400 plus 99%. Constitution, 319-33%. Agility, 202-33%. Free attribute points, 10. Zhang Hao, damn it. Seems pretty powerful after all. His spirit attribute shot straight up to 1400 points. Then,
Zhang Hao calculated the total attribute point gains.
After equipping it, strength decreased by 600 points. Constitution dropped by 157, agility by 100. Combined, that's a total reduction of 857 attribute points. Mental attribute increased by 930 points. 930-857 is equal to 73. Overall gain? A net gain of 73 attribute points. Interesting. Moreover, with this necklace, my spirit stat has surpassed 900 points. Shadowbind skill duration, 6 plus 14 is equal to 20 seconds. The cooldown is 15 seconds. This means I can bind enemies indefinitely. The Witch's Curse necklace, not even a dog would wear it? Wear it! I'm wearing the Witch's Curse necklace.
Zhang Hao stretched his body. The weakness persisted, but he had grown accustomed to it.
Chapter 36, Dungeon Announcement. He glanced at the time. 10 p.m. sharp.
Only 1 hour and 47 minutes remained until Su Yuxuan was left alone.
I need to hurry over.
He turned to face the altar. The last black crystal still hovered atop the stone pillar. Zhang Hao raised his sword.
Crack!
The crystal shattered.
The black mist dissipated. System notice, altar destruction progress 4-4. Done.
Zhang Hao sheathed his sword.
Immediately afterward, he received the instance announcement. Dungeon announcement, all 4 altars within the Blood Moon ruins have been destroyed.
Dungeon boss Chen Haotian Blood Eye has entered a weakened state.
Damage output reduced by 40% for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the weakened state will end and the altars will reactivate. Dungeon announcement: all 4 altars of the Blood Moon ruins have been destroyed. Dungeon announcement. 3 times in a row. Any more announcements? Zhang Hao frowned.
He had been planning to sneak in alone during the boss's weakened state.
Now the entire instance knew about the boss's vulnerability. After some more thought. But this is for the best.
Everyone knew the news, and when the time came, players from those 3 guilds would surely seize the opportunity to take down Zhang Hao.
By then, I'll have already obtained the ghost necklace. With the power of complete invisibility,
he could stir up trouble.
Reap the rewards. Oomph. Alright. I'm heading to Su Yushuan right now to get my ghost necklace. Then find a chance to steal the boss.
Zhang Hao stored the golden-haired creature back into the system space, opened his costume tab, and donned the Goblin King's skin. A green glow enveloped his entire body. His skin darkened to a deep green, his face scarred with a ferocious expression, muscles bulging. The Dragon Roar Sword's appearance transformed into a thick, club-like weapon. Immediately after, Zhang Hao activated the Ghost Set's transparency effect. 2-piece effect activated, 98% transparency. His body became nearly transparent.
Only at extremely close range and with careful observation could one faintly discern his outline. Let's go. Zhang Hao sped toward the coordinates where Su Yushuan was located. Dragon Ascension Guild Camp. On an open patch of ground west of the ruins, several tents formed a circle.
A bonfire blazed at the center, casting flickering shadows upon the surrounding stone walls. Team leader Jin Shen sat on a flat stone, sharpening his long sword with a whetstone. The blade scraped rhythmically against the stone, emitting a steady hiss. The firelight danced across the blade, illuminating his focused profile. Guild members gathered in small groups nearby, some repairing gear, others sorting supplies, while a few leaned against the stone walls, eyes closed in quiet repose. The atmosphere was quiet and oppressive. The failure of their last castle assault weighed heavily on everyone's minds.
12 lives. Real death. Just then, a golden system notification suddenly appeared before everyone. Dungeon announcement: all 4 altars within the Blood Moon ruins have been destroyed. What?
The whetstone in Jin Shen's hand fell to the ground. He sprang to his feet, staring at the announcement that had popped up in the instance chat channel.
The surrounding teammates also halted their actions. They had all seen the dungeon announcement. All altars destroyed? Boss weakened? Damage reduced by 40%? What does this mean? Whispers of confusion rippled through the group. Jian Chen's expression darkened considerably.
So that altar served this purpose? He recalled the altar he had seen earlier in the ruins. At the time, he had led his team past it and spotted the Shadow Guardians before the altar. But in his haste to reach the castle, defeat the final boss, and claim the reward, he chose to take a detour and ignored that minor boss. Now it seemed. I miscalculated. Jin Shen clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. If only he had destroyed the altar first. If the 3 major guilds had split up and destroyed all 4 altars first, then Zhang Hao's damage would have been reduced by 40%. Those 12 people might not have died. Damn it! Jin Shen slammed his fist into the stone wall beside him. Thud! The dull thud echoed through the camp. The surrounding team members were startled.
Captain! A young soldier approached cautiously. Are you all right? Jin Shen took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm fine.
He turned to face the members gathered in the camp.
Everyone, assemble.
The team members immediately dropped what they were doing and quickly formed ranks before the campfire. Jin Shen surveyed the group, his voice solemn.
You all saw the announcement earlier. The boss has entered a weakened state. This is our chance.
But relying solely on the strength of Dragon Ascension.
He paused. It still won't be enough. A mage raised his hand. Captain, what should we do? Jin Shen fell silent for several seconds. Just then,
a youth clad in black battle armor stepped forward from the crowd.
Long Xiao.
He was the highest level warrior in the group, level 35, second only to Jin Shen in strength.
Team leader.
Long Xiao's voice was calm, yet his tone carried a hint of resolve. We should contact the other guilds.
Last time, even the 3 major guilds joining forces couldn't defeat Zhang Hao. Now, though the boss is weakened, he's still incredibly powerful. If we act alone, we might lose more men. The camp fell instantly silent. All eyes turned to Jian Chen. No one spoke.
Only the crackling of the campfire echoed.
Jian Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
Then he opened them.
You're right.
He nodded, his voice low. Contact the Heavenly Calamity Guild and the Blood Moon Guild. Tell them we'll join forces again tomorrow morning.
This time,
Jian Chen's gaze sharpened.
We must kill the dungeon boss Zhang Hao. Tiansha Sect Guild Camp.
Perched on a relatively intact stone platform atop the high ground east of the ruins, the camp was established. The elevated position offered sweeping views, overlooking most of the ruins. Several tents stood in neat rows, with a makeshift command post erected in the center. Constructed hastily from fallen stone columns and planks, the platform held maps, telescopes, and several partially consumed bottles of potions. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Lin Hai. He wore a set of dark blue heavy armor, was heavily built, and sported a short beard. Standing before the command console, he leaned his hands on the tabletop and studied the unfolded map. The map marked the castle's location and the routes they had previously explored. Mo Yuntian stood beside him. He held a piece of dry bread in his hand, nibbling at it bite by bite. The rest of the team at camp were busy with their own tasks. Some repaired equipment, others organized backpacks, while several warriors huddled together, quietly discussing tactics. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The previous failure had left everyone feeling downcast. Just then, a golden system notification suddenly appeared. Dungeon announcement: all 4 altars within the Blood Moon ruins have been destroyed. What? Lin Hai snapped his head up. Mo Yuntian dropped the bread in his hand onto the ground. The altars destroyed? A bowman muttered. Boss weakened. Damage reduced by 40%. Lin Hai stared at the announcement for a few seconds, then slammed his fist onto the table. Thud. The potion bottles on the map jumped from the impact. So that's how it works. His voice carried frustration and reluctance. No wonder even our 3 major guilds joining forces couldn't take down Shenhaoyan. It was because the altar wasn't destroyed. Chapter 37, tomorrow morning. Mo Yuntian bent down to pick up the bread from the ground, brushed off the dust, and said thoughtfully, Captain, I recall we passed an altar earlier. You said we should take down the boss first and deal with the altar later. Lin Hai's expression darkened further. That was my mistake. He gritted his teeth. If we had destroyed the altar first back then, those guild members wouldn't have died. The camp fell silent. After a few seconds, Mo Yuntian suddenly spoke up. Captain, who do you think destroyed these 4 altars? Lin Hai froze for a moment. Right. Who? He recalled their recent experiences in the dungeon. The 3 major guilds were all busy exploring the castle, seeking opportunities to defeat the boss. No one had paid any attention to the altar. Could it be some solo group? A warrior speculated. Impossible. Mo Yuntian shook his head. Shadow guards guard the altar. That's a special boss. A solo group couldn't possibly defeat it. Lin Hai frowned. Then who could it be? Mo Yuntian fell silent for a few seconds. Then, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Green. Semi-transparent. A goblin wielding a wolf-tooth club. The leader. Mo Yuntian lifted his head and looked at Lin Hai. I think it might be him. Who? That green goblin. Lin Hai froze. The other members of the camp turned their heads as well. You mean, the bandit on the wanted poster? I heard he nearly wiped out the Dragon Ascension Guild in one move last time. Mo Yuntian nodded. Yes. If it's him. Mo Yuntian paused. Taking down 4 altars? It's entirely possible. Lin Hai fell deep in thought. That translucent goblin had taken out 70% of the Dragon Ascension Guild's new recruits in a single strike. That kind of damage. Utterly terrifying. Plus, he's got stealth gear. Finding him will be incredibly difficult. We need to be careful he doesn't steal our kills during boss fights. Contact Dragon Ascension and Blood Moon guilds. Lin Hai made his decision. Tomorrow morning, we'll join forces again. This time, we must kill Shenhaoyan. Blood Moon Guild Camp. In a relatively intact courtyard on the southern edge of the ruins. The stone walls were slightly damaged but still sturdy enough to shield against the night wind. Only 2 tents remained in the camp. One belonged to Chen Wan, the other to Su Yuxuan. When they entered the instance, the Blood Moon Guild had 6 members. But now, only she and Chen Wan remained. The other 4 had all perished within the castle. Every time Su Yuxuan thought of this, her heart ached. Chen Wan watched Su Yuxuan's silent expression and sighed softly. She set down the grilled meat in her hand and reached out to pat Su Yuxuan's shoulder. Yuxuan, don't dwell on it too much. Su Yuxuan lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Sis Wan, I keep wondering. If only I'd been stronger back then, if only my damage output had been higher, would they still be alive? Chen Wan shook her head. It wasn't your fault. Her voice was gentle yet firm. We all did everything we could. Su Yuxuan lowered her head, saying nothing. Just then, a golden system notification suddenly appeared. Instance announcement: all 4 altars within the Blood Moon ruins have been destroyed. Exclamation point. Both of them froze in shock. Chen Wan abruptly stood up, staring at the announcement before her. Altars? Destroying the altars weakens the boss? So that's how it works. At that moment, Chen Wan received a message from Lin Hai, the leader of the Tian Shaman Guild. Lin Hai, Chen Wan, did you see the announcement? The boss has entered a weakened state. This is our chance. I've already contacted Jianchen. Tomorrow morning, our 3 guilds will join forces once more to take down Shenhaoyan. This time, we will succeed. Chen Wan read the message and fell silent for a few seconds.
Then she replied. Chanwan agreed. Meet at the castle gates tomorrow morning.
After sending the message, she turned to Su Yuxuan.
Yuxuan. Tomorrow morning, we're going to fight Zhang Hao again. Su Yuxuan paused for a moment, then nodded firmly. Alright.
Her eyes hardened with resolve.
This time, I'll definitely try even harder. Chanwan observed Su Yuxuan's expression, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That's good. She patted Su Yuxuan's shoulder. But before that, let's get some proper rest first. We'll need our energy for tomorrow's fight. Su Yuxuan nodded.
Chanwan glanced around the campsite, then looked back at Su Yuxuan.
Oh, right, Yuxuan. Let's take a shower first. We've been running around the dungeon these past few days, we're covered in dust and sweat. After we shower, we'll be nice and fresh to take down the boss tomorrow. Su Yuxuan's eyes lit up. Shower? But is there a bathroom here? Chanwan gave a mysterious smile. Follow me.
She led Su Yuxuan out of the camp to an open area beyond the courtyard. The ground here was relatively level, enclosed by stone walls that created a somewhat secluded space. Chanwan stood in the center of the clearing, closed her eyes. She pressed her palms together. The next second, a pale blue glow emanated from Chanwan's body. The light was soft, like moonlight, carrying a cool and soothing sensation. The light grew brighter and brighter, gradually enveloping the entire clearing. The ground began to transform. Gravel and dust seemed swept away by an invisible force, revealing smooth ground beneath. Immediately after, circles of pale blue patterns appeared on the ground. The patterns spread outward like ripples in water, delineating a vast magical array across the clearing. The patterns grew brighter, emitting a soft blue glow. Whoosh! A column of water shot skyward from the center of the magic circle. Reaching 3 meters high, it dispersed mid-air, transforming into countless droplets that fell back to earth. The droplets landed on the ground without splashing, instead seeping into the earth. The ground began to sink. No, not sinking. It was hollowing out, forming an elliptical depression. The depression grew deeper and deeper, eventually forming a pool about 1 meter deep and roughly 5 meters in diameter. Clear water surged from the bottom, swiftly filling the entire pool. The water's surface shimmered with a pale blue glow, rising in wispy wisps of steam. Bathed in the light of the blood moon, the mist appeared exceptionally ethereal, like a fairyland. Suddenly, a ring of bamboo sprouted from the surrounding stone walls. The bamboo grew rapidly, thickening and rising until it formed a bamboo curtain encircling the hot spring pool. Gaps remained between the bamboo slats to allow airflow, yet the interior remained hidden from outside view. The entire process took less than a minute. A complete hot spring bathing area materialized out of thin air amidst the ruins. Wow! Su Yuxuan jumped up in excitement. She ran excitedly to the edge of the pool, crouched down, and tested the water temperature with her hand. The moment her fingers touched the surface, a warm sensation washed over her. So nice! Su Yuxuan's eyes sparkled like a child who'd just received a cherished toy. The temperature is just right. Not too hot, not too cold. She turned to look at Chanwan, her eyes brimming with admiration. Sis Wan, you're so amazing. This skill is so amazing. Chapter 38, look closely. Chanwan walked over and ruffled Su Yuxuan's hair. This is my professional skill. I can create temporary hot spring baths. It lasts for 2 hours, plenty of time for us to relax properly. Su Yuxuan nodded vigorously. She stood up, eager to jump right in. Wait. Chanwan pulled her back. You go first. I'll patrol the area to make sure it's safe. Call me when you're done, then I'll go next. Okay. Su Yuxuan nodded obediently. Chanwan turned and left, her figure quickly disappearing into the darkness of the ruins. Su Yuxuan stood by the pool, gazing at the steaming hot spring before her, a bright smile lighting up her face. This is perfect. Finally, I can have a proper bath. She stretched lazily, her entire body relaxing. In the shadows of the ruins, Zhang Hao's figure blended almost completely into the darkness. The ghost suit's two-piece effect granted him 98% transparency. Combined with the Goblin King skin's camouflage and the cover of night in ruins, he was virtually undetectable unless someone stepped right up to him and scrutinized his presence. He witnessed the entire sequence. From Chanwan activating her skill, to the hot spring bathhouse materializing out of thin air, to Su Yuxuan's excited expression. He saw it all clearly. So that's how it is. Zhang Hao thought to himself, the intel said Chanwan could create temporary hot spring baths. This skill is pretty practical. What class is Chanwan? A thought struck Zhang Hao. Inside intelligence. An invisible wave shot from Zhang Hao's eyes, piercing through the ruins and landing on Chanwan. The system panel immediately popped up with information. Target, Chanwan player. Level, 41. Class, Sanctuary Builder A rank. Skills, Sanctuary Construction, Fountain of Life, Natural Sanctuary, Healing Link. Sanctuary Builder? Zhang Hao stared at the job title, lost in thought. Judging by the name, it must be a class that can create various terrains and alter landscapes. He glanced at the skill list.
Sanctuary construction, fountain of life, natural sanctuary, healing link.
Sanctuary construction must be the skill that created that hot spring earlier.
Fountain of life and healing link both sound like healing type skills. Nature's sanctuary, probably a defensive or protective skill. Zhang Hao nodded. Looks like she's a support-oriented class. She can create fields, heal, and protect her teammates.
This kind of class is popular in raid groups, but probably not very strong in solo combat.
He glanced in the direction Chen Wan had departed.
The woman had already crossed to the other side of the ruins and was patrolling diligently. The distance between them grew steadily.
Very good.
Zhang Hao withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the hot spring bathhouse. Behind the bamboo curtain, Su Yuxuan had already begun taking off her coat.
The timing is about right. Zhang Hao did not act immediately.
He quietly emerged from the shadows of the ruins, hugging the stone wall as he inched closer to the hot spring bathhouse.
The ghost suit's transparency effect rendered his form nearly invisible.
Combined with the cover of night in the ruins, even someone standing 10 meters away wouldn't be able to spot him.
Zhang Hao reached the bamboo curtain.
He peered through the slits in the bamboo curtain. Su Yuxuan stood by the pool, her back turned to him. She had already removed her outer robes.
Zhang Hao took a deep breath.
Then he gently parted the bamboo curtain and squeezed through sideways. The entire process made not a sound. The bamboo curtain closed behind him, blocking the view from outside. Inside the hot spring bathhouse, steam filled the air. White steam rose from the water's surface, enveloping the entire space. Visibility was extremely low, allowing only faint outlines to be discerned a few meters away. This worked to Zhang Hao's advantage. His body, already 98% transparent, was now nearly invisible under the thick veil of mist. Unless Su Yuxuan walked right up to him and reached out to touch him, there was no way she could detect his presence. Standing within the mist, Zhang Hao thought, just to be safe, I should check Su Yuxuan's information first.
He thought to himself. Inside intelligence. An invisible wave shot out, landing on Su Yuxuan. The system panel popped up. Target, Su Yuxuan player. Level, 35. Class, Frost Queen S rank. Skills, Ice Spike, Frozen Domain, Frost Nova, Arctic Shield. S-class class.
Zhang Hao glanced at the panel and nodded.
All 4 skills deal ice-based magical damage. No apparent issues. Let's get started.
Zhang Hao made his decision. He was about to step forward.
Suddenly.
He froze. Because he realized Su Yuxuan's clothes were already mostly off. Only the last piece remained. And she was reaching to unfasten it.
Zhang Hao stood frozen in place, silent for 2 seconds. The girl was indeed pretty. And well endowed. Is this taking advantage of her?
Zhang Hao shook his head.
I'm a bandit. Bandits rob, it's only natural. I'm not here for her, just for the money. No need to feel embarrassed. Is there a time for robbery?
He recalled a news story from his past life.
Honey traps thrive precisely during moments like this.
The more vulnerable they are, the less guarded they become.
Spot on.
Zhang Hao convinced himself. He looked back at Su Yuxuan.
By now, Su Yuxuan had completely undressed.
She carefully folded her last piece of clothing and placed it on the stone.
Then she tentatively dipped one foot into the hot spring pool. Ah! She let out a satisfied little sigh.
Soaking in the hot spring feels so good. Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of languor. Su Yuxuan slowly stepped into the pool, the warm water rising over her ankles, calves, knees, thighs.
Finally, her entire body sank beneath the surface.
Only her head and shoulders remained above the surface.
Hoo! Su Yuxuan sighed contentedly.
Leaning against the pool edge, she closed her eyes, her entire body relaxing.
It's been ages since I've had such a relaxing bath.
She murmured softly.
Then she began humming a tune. La 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 la. It was a light-hearted tune. It sounded like a children's song.
Su Yuxuan hummed along as she cupped her hands to scoop up hot spring water and wash her face.
Water droplets slid down her cheeks and fell back into the pool. Her expression was relaxed and content. Completely without a trace of caution.
Zhang Hao stood in the mist, watching the scene unfold.
The time is right. He moved silently toward Su Yuxuan from the shore. He stopped less than half a meter behind Su Yuxuan.
From this distance, he could clearly see her profile.
Su Yuxuan was still humming a tune. La la la.
She scooped water with her hands to wash her hair. Her long black hair, drenched with water, clung to her shoulders and back. Water droplets fell from the ends of her hair, creating ripples on the water's surface.
Just then, Su Yuxuan suddenly stopped humming. Ha!
She opened her eyes and looked at the water surface before her.
By the shore, she glimpsed a faint, blurred outline. Vague and indistinct. Like mist condensed into a human form. What's going on? Some kind of magical natural phenomenon? Su Yuxuan blinked in confusion. She stood up and took 2 steps toward the outline.
She drew closer, examining it intently.
Chapter 39, Give It to Me. Through the swirling mist, Su Yuxuan finally made out the shape. It wasn't a human form condensed from moisture. It was green. Translucent. A goblin? Wah! Su Yuxuan's eyes widened, about to scream. The next second, a rough, large hand abruptly clamped over her mouth. MMMPH. Su Yuxuan tried to struggle. But immediately, she found herself unable to move. Her entire body felt bound by invisible chains. Her limbs were stiff. Unable to move. She couldn't even turn her neck. Only her eyes could still move. Shadow Bind had activated. Su Yuxuan's eyes widened in terror as she tried to cry out for help. But her mouth was covered, leaving her only able to make muffled sounds. Zhang Hao leaned close to her ear, his voice low and hoarse. "Don't make a sound. Or I'll kill you." He deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound even rougher and more menacing. Su Yuxuan nodded. MMMPH. I understand. I won't make a sound. Zhang Hao released the hand covering her mouth. But the shadow bind remained active. Su Yuxuan remained completely immobilized. "Mr. Goblin, have you come to collect the 10 million gold coins from me?" Zhang Hao stood on the shore, looking down at her from above. "Yes. But I want more than just gold. I want every piece of equipment and material on your person. I want everything." Su Yuxuan froze. "Huh," she protested softly. "But Sister One already bought back all my gear last time. Are you robbing me again?" Her voice carried a hint of hurt and confusion. "Why always me? What did I ever do to you, Mr. Goblin? Last time you robbed me when I was out of mana, and this time you're robbing me while I'm naked in the shower. How can you always take advantage of people like this?" "Zhang Hao, cut the nonsense. You're immobilized under my control right now. I'll release it shortly. Hand over every piece of gear and every gold coin you have on you. Or else, humph. I won't just stop at robbery. I've recorded everything. You know what that means." Su Yuxuan bit her lip and began to cry. I'll give it to you, okay? You're bullying me, wah?" She stammered between sobs. "Boo, but could you at least let me put my clothes back on first? This is so embarrassing." Her face flushed bright red. Shame, fear, and resentment swirled together. Zhang Hao watched her for 2 seconds in silence. "No. I'm working. I don't have time to deal with your shame. Don't try anything funny. Your health is high right now. I'll just take a little blood from you first. When you're down to your last breath, even if you try to fight back, one touch will kill you." With that said, Zhang Hao raised his wolf tooth club and struck her head 3 times. Thud. 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 Su Yuxuan health, 100% 72%. 72% 44%. 44% 16%. Su Yuxuan's face drained of color. Her lips drained of color. Her entire body leaned against the poolside, her breath faint as a thread. Don't kill me," she whispered weakly. "I'll give it to you, I'll give you anything, I beg you." Zhang Hao sheathed his wolf tooth club. "Don't blame me." His voice remained cold. "I'm doing this for safety's sake. Right now, your health is down to 16%. The slightest touch will kill you. So don't even think about resisting or running away. Got it?" Su Yuxuan nodded tearfully. "Wah? I understand. I won't resist or run away." Zhang Hao glanced at her. "I'll count to 3, then release your restraints. Throw your money and gear at my feet. 3, 2, 1. Shadow bind released. Su Yuxuan's body went limp, nearly slipping into the water. She quickly grabbed hold of the stones by the pool to steady herself. Then she opened her system backpack and began pulling things out. "These are all my gold coins." She pulled out a money pouch. Gold coins, 10,742,385. Over 10 million. This money was meant for you all along. I said it, and I keep my word. And then there's the equipment. This is the wand Sister One bought for me, exactly the same as the one you snatched from me last time. She pulled out the pink quality staff. And these purple quality items? She removed the purple quality robes, boots, and belt from her equipment slot. Piled them on the ground. Finally. She hesitated for a moment. She took out a necklace. Ghost necklace. Wan Jie gave this to me. She meant it to protect my life. Su Yuxuan stared at the necklace in her hand, tears falling once more. She said she saved up for a long time to buy this set for me and told me to take good care of it. She lifted her head and looked at Zhang Hao. Her eyes pleaded. "Please, can you not take this? Sister One has been so kind to me. If this gets taken too, I won't have the face to see her again." Zhang Hao looked at her. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Tears glistened on her lashes. Her entire being radiated vulnerability and pitiableness. But Zhang Hao still shook his head. "No. Give it to me." Su Yuxuan froze. He held out his hand. "Give it to me." Su Yuxuan bit her lip as tears streamed down her face. Finally, she handed him the necklace. Here. Wah. She finally couldn't hold back, crouching by the sink and bursting into tears. She wept bitterly. Her shoulders shook with sobs. Zhang Hao picked up the equipment and gold coins scattered on the ground, one by one, stuffing them into his backpack. Gained gold plus 10,742,385. Equipment obtained, Frost Staff Pink. Equipment obtained, Ghost Necklace Pink. He picked up the last piece of equipment and stuffed it into his backpack. Got the ghost necklace. The three-piece set was finally complete. Zhang Hao suppressed his inner excitement, maintaining his usual cold expression. He retrieved the ghost necklace from his backpack. The necklace was silver-white throughout, its chain formed by countless tiny ghost-shaped links strung together. Each tiny ghost appeared lifelike, glowing faintly under the moonlight. The pendant was a thumb-sized soul gem, its interior swirling with milky mist, as if a genuine soul were sealed within. Zhang Hao opened the attribute panel to inspect. Equipment name, Ghost Necklace. Quality, Pink. Equipment requirement, Level 20+. Base attributes, Spirit plus 210. He removed the Witch's Curse necklace he was currently wearing. The moment the black necklace was removed, warmth flooded back into his body. The weakness in his limbs vanished and his muscles regained their strength. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to endure the drained feeling anymore. He put on the ghost necklace. The instant it touched his neck, a cool sensation spread across his skin. Unlike the icy, eerie sensation of the witch's necklace. The ghost necklace felt soft and gentle, like a layer of fine feathers lightly brushing against his skin. Comfort. Reassuring. The next second. System notice, you have equipped the ghost necklace. Ghost set complete, ghost ring, ghost bracelet, ghost necklace. Trio effect activated, reduces your transparency by 100%, granting complete invisibility. Others cannot see you at all. Chapter 40, not ready to leave everyone. Zhang Hao looked down at his hands. Empty. Nothing at all. Not the semi-transparent state from before. Instead, they had vanished completely, utterly. He couldn't see his hands, couldn't see his body. It was as if he never existed at all. Zhang Hao froze for a moment. This feeling was strange. He raised his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. His field of vision was empty. Yet he could feel his hand's presence, sense his fingers moving, feel the air flowing past his fingertips. Complete invisibility. Now I'm truly invisible to all. He looked toward Su Yuxuan, not far away. The young girl was still crouched by the pool, sobbing. She wept bitterly. Tears kept falling, splashing into the hot spring water and creating ripples. Zhang Hao spoke up, you cooperated well. I won't kill you. Su Yuxuan nodded through her sobs. Thank you. Zhang Hao turned and walked toward the bamboo curtain. His footsteps echoed softly on the damp stone slabs. He took 2 steps. He suddenly stopped. Wait. Zhang Hao looked down at his feet. He couldn't see anything. In a state of complete invisibility, he couldn't even see where his own feet were. Those last 2 steps had been taken purely by feel. This feels a bit strange. Zhang Hao stood rooted to the spot, trying to lift his hand. His hand remained empty. But he could feel his arm lifting, feel the muscles straining. Not being able to see my own body, this feeling is bizarre. Zhang Hao shook his head. Then, he looked at the steaming hot spring pool before him. The pale blue water surface shimmered with a soft glow. Steam curled upward, carrying a faint sulfuric scent mingled with the fresh fragrance of some herb or plant. The water shimmered, reflecting the crimson glow of the blood moon, making it look exceptionally inviting. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a surge of temptation. He had been grinding dungeons all day. From yesterday until now, non-stop for a full day and night. Though the golden retriever was the main player, walking the dog was exhausting too. Soaking in a hot spring would feel so good. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced again at Su Yuxuan, who was still crying. The young girl had no idea he was still there. And he was completely invisible right now. She can't see me anyway. Resting here for a bit shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhang Hao made his decision. He turned and walked back to the pool's edge. He stepped into the hot spring pool with caution. The instant his feet touched the water. Whoosh! A warm sensation spread from his soles. Not scalding, but hot. Just the right kind of warmth. Zhang Hao sank down inch by inch. The water rose past his ankles. His calves. Knees. Thighs. Finally, his entire body sank into the hot spring. Ha! Zhang Hao leaned against the edge of the pool, exhaling a long breath. So comfortable. Damn, this feels good. The warm water enveloped his entire body, like countless gentle hands massaging him. His aching muscles gradually relaxed under the soothing warmth. His taut nerves slowly unwound. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, his entire being sinking into relaxation. This was the first time he had felt so relaxed since arriving in this world. The hot spring pool was quite large. He and Su Yuxuan were separated by about 3 meters. Su Yuxuan was still crying on the other side of the pool.
Zhang Hao, meanwhile, leaned against the edge on this side, savoring the rare moment of respite.
Steam filled the air.
The light of the blood moon filtered through the steam, casting a hazy red glow upon the water's surface. The surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of water. And Su Yuxuan's sobs.
Time ticked by second.
Zhang Hao remained submerged.
He said nothing. He just sat there in silence. 5 minutes passed.
Su Yuxuan was still crying.
10 minutes passed.
She was still sniffling.
Zhang Hao.
He opened his eyes and looked at her.
What's wrong? Are you this upset about being robbed?
His voice echoed in the quiet hot spring bathhouse.
Deep.
Hoarse.
Yeah.
Su Yuxuan jerked her head up, her whole body trembling with fright. She looked around in terror.
Goblin-san?
She was startled.
You weren't gone?
Zhang Hao leaned against the poolside, his voice calm.
I only said I wouldn't kill you. I never said I was leaving right away. Su Yuxuan froze for a moment. Oh. I guess you're right.
She murmured softly, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Then she looked around warily.
But there was nothing to see. The hot spring bathhouse was completely empty except for her. Steam filled the air. Nothing was visible. Mr. Goblin? Where are you? Why can't I see you? Su Yuxuan asked cautiously. Zhang Hao didn't answer the question. Instead, he said. Enough already. Sure, I robbed you.
But at least you're still alive.
As long as you're alive, you'll find a way. Su Yuxuan lowered her head and sniffled again. Woo.
She rubbed her eyes, her voice thick with nasal congestion.
It's not that, Mr. Goblin. I'm not upset because you robbed me. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow.
Su Yuxuan hugged her knees tighter.
I'm upset because our guild is disbanding.
Oh? Zhang Hao froze for a moment. He sat up straight and looked at Su Yuxuan.
The Blood Moon Guild is disbanding? MHM. Su Yuxuan nodded.
She lifted her head, her eyes reddening once more.
Our vice president, Lin Potian, lost an extremely valuable sword. She sniffed and continued.
The sword is called the Dragon Roar Sword, worth 100 billion gold coins.
Because we lost that sword, the guild's funds are running low.
The guild leader said. She said the guild might have to disband.
As Su Yuxuan spoke, tears began to fall once more.
That's why I'm so upset. Zhang Hao felt a wave of unease wash over him at those words. The Dragon Roar Sword. That sword is in my possession now. He recalled the scene at the auction house where he'd snagged it at a bargain. Lin Potian, drunk from heartbreak, had mistakenly priced a $1 billion orange-tier weapon with no level restrictions at a mere 500 gold coins. And he had just happened to see the daily intelligence report. He bought the sword for 500 gold coins. It turned out that sword was so important to the Blood Moon Guild. Losing it meant the entire guild would disband.
Ahem. Dissolve it, then. He said indifferently. We'll just find a new guild. But? Su Yuxuan's voice choked up. But I can't bear to leave Sister Chen and the guild leader.
She lifted her head, tears falling in steady drops.
I can't bear to leave everyone in the guild. Everyone has been so kind to me. Sister President always looks out for me, and Sister Chen is always helping me too.
Last time you robbed me, Sister Chen helped me buy back all my gear.
She even gave me a ghost necklace.
At this point, Su Yuxuan started crying again.
Why? Now you've taken the necklace too. I really can't face Sister Chen anymore. Zhang Hao. Chapter 41, No Need. Zhang Hao, then just start your own guild and have everyone join it, right? If you start a new guild and invite them all in, wouldn't that work? Su Yuxuan stared blankly ahead. But I don't have the money. The guild charter is incredibly expensive, 500 million gold coins. I can't possibly afford it.
Zhang Hao leaned back against the poolside.
500 million gold coins. That really is a hefty sum. But then again, I do have a guild charter token.
He recalled the token he'd obtained from Iron Shield. Iron Shield and his group had dropped it, then voluntarily given it to him.
It was currently tucked away in his backpack.
Zhang Hao fell deep in thought.
I need to establish a guild anyway. I'll need to recruit strong members. He looked at Su Yuxuan. Su Yuxuan was an S-rank class, the Frost Empress. Her damage output should be solid. If I could bring her on board. And then there was Chen.
Zhang Hao recalled the information he'd seen earlier through Insight Intelligence.
Sanctuary Builder A class. A rank class, support type. Capable of creating battlefields, healing, and protecting allies. Extremely useful in team dungeons. Zhang Hao suddenly spoke up. So, would you like to join my guild? Su Yuxuan froze. Ha?
She could hardly believe her ears.
Join your guild?
Yes. Zhang Hao's voice was calm. I have a guild founding order and plan to establish a guild.
You're an S-rank profession with solid strength, you're welcome to join.
He paused briefly before continuing.
Chen is also quite strong. She can join too. And any other strong members from your guild are welcome too. That way, you and your friends won't have to split up. Su Yuxuan's eyes widened. Really? Her voice brimmed with delight. Mr. Goblin, are you truly willing to let us join your guild? Zhang Hao replied. Then he added. But my guild only takes the strong. If you're weak, don't bother coming. If your guild leader's sister is powerful, she can join. If not, then forget it. Su Yuxuan nodded immediately. My guild leader's sister is incredibly strong. Her tone grew excited. She's a healer. A really good one. She can heal the whole team and even revive fallen members. Last time we fought the boss, if it weren't for the guild leader constantly healing us, we would have wiped the entire team. Zhang Hao. Plenty of milk. That sounds kinda weird. Can even revive teammates? That's pretty impressive. He cleared his throat. Then have her come to my guild for an interview. If she truly has the skills, let her join. Su Yuxuan cheered with arms spread wide. That's fantastic. She exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Goblin, you're so kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Overjoyed, she spun around in the pool. Splashes flew everywhere. Zhang Hao watched her joyful antics, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This little girl. Just moments ago she was crying so bitterly and now she's smiling again. He shook his head and opened the friend panel. He selected Add Friend. Add Friend, Su Yuxuan. Note, Anonymous User. A system notification chime sounded. Friend request sent. Su Yuxuan received the notification on her end. She immediately opened it to check. Player Anonymous User has requested to add you as a friend. Accept? Did Mr. Goblin add me as a friend? Su Yuxuan asked excitedly. Yeah. Zhang Hao replied. Su Yuxuan immediately clicked accept. Added friend, Anonymous User. Added. She said happily. Then she opened her friends list to check. An additional ID appeared in the friends section. Anonymous User. Level, class all displayed as? Su Yuxuan stared at this friend ID, her eyes sparkling. Mr. Goblin, why did you add me anonymously? Zhang Hao leaned against the poolside and replied casually. Just playing it safe. Once the Blood Moon Guild truly collapses, I'll add you under my real name. Now isn't the time. Su Yuxuan nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the full meaning. Oh, okay. Zhang Hao paused before adding. One more thing. Your gear once you join my guild, I'll return it to you. Su Yuxuan's eyes lit up. Really? Her voice brimmed with delight. Mr. Goblin, will you really give me back my gear? Zhang Hao replied. I've said it before, my guild only wants the strongest. You're an S-rank class with potential worth cultivating. Returning your gear will make you stronger. This benefits the guild. Plus, I'll give you even better gear than before. Su Yuxuan was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes again. But this time, they weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of deep emotion. Mr. Goblin. She choked out. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're such a kind person. Zhang Hao. This silly girl. I'm a bandit, after all. How did I become a good person? He shook his head. You're welcome. The hot spring pool fell silent once more. Steam still rose steadily. The light of the blood moon filtered through the steam, casting hazy shadows upon the water's surface. Su Yuxuan sat in the pool, a smile on her face. Her face, which had been tear-stained moments ago, now looked somewhat comical. Her eyes were red, her nose was red. But she was laughing heartily. Just then, she suddenly remembered something. Mr. Goblin? She asked cautiously. I haven't actually seen what you look like yet. Su Yuxuan's voice trembled with shyness. You're my future president. May I see your face? Zhang Hao paused for 2 seconds. Are you sure? Su Yuxuan nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Her tone turned serious. You robbed me twice. And now I want to join your guild. I feel like we're meant to be. So I want to see what you look like. Zhang Hao leaned against the poolside, not responding immediately. After a few seconds, he spoke. You should know, I'm a bandit. Once you see my face, I'll decide whether to kill you or not. Su Yuxuan's smile froze on her face. Bandits can't reveal their identities. Now that you've seen my face, I have only 2 choices. Kill you to silence you. Or, lock you away forever. So I'll ask you one more time. Do you still want to see? Su Yuxuan shook her head frantically. No. No more. I won't look. I won't look at anything. In the hot spring pool. Steam rose in wisps. Su Yuxuan sat at the edge of the pool, her legs gently swaying in the water, a smile on her face. Zhang Hao leaned against the opposite side of the pool, eyes closed as he savored the hot spring. Just then. Yuxuan. Chen Wan's voice came from beyond the bamboo curtain. Zhang Hao snapped his eyes open. Su Yuxuan also froze for a moment. Sis Wan? Are you done showering? Chen Wan's voice came from outside. Su Yuxuan glanced around. Not yet, Sister Wan. Chapter 42, Departure. Zhang Hao mentally calculated the time.
It had been roughly 15 minutes since Su Yuxuan entered. According to intelligence, her time alone was about to end.
Then I'll come in and wash with you. Chen Wan said, there's hardly anyone outside. I just finished patrolling the area, it's perfectly safe. Oh, that's great.
Su Yuxuan replied cheerfully.
Zhang Hao. I have to go. He immediately stood up and moved swiftly toward the poolside.
The sound of splashing water echoed.
Wan Jia, come quick. I have great news to tell you. Su Yuxuan's excited voice rang out behind him.
Zhang Hao had already stepped out of the pool. He strode toward the bamboo curtain.
He reached out to push the bamboo curtain aside and squeezed through sideways.
The bamboo curtain closed again.
Outside,
the night breeze blew by, carrying a chill.
Footsteps echoed.
Very close. Chen Wan emerged from the shadows of the ruins and approached the bamboo curtain. Closer and closer.
3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter.
Zhang Hao stood motionless outside the bamboo curtain.
In his fully cloaked state, Chen Wan couldn't see him.
She reached out to part the bamboo curtain. Her hand touched the spot where Zhang Hao's arm was.
The sensation. Ice cold. Damp.
Chen Wan froze for a moment, withdrew her hand, and looked at it.
Wet. Is it the steam from the hot springs?
She murmured, shaking her head before parting the bamboo curtain and stepping inside.
Zhang Hao took a deep breath. I almost got caught.
He turned and hurried away from the hot spring bathhouse. As he passed through the slits in the bamboo curtain, he caught a glimpse inside through the mist. Chen Wan was walking toward the pool's edge, beginning to undress.
Zhang Hao tore his gaze away and left. Deep within the ruins,
Zhang Hao found a concealed corner and sat down.
He glanced at the time.
It was past midnight.
Su Yuxuan had gone missing at 11:47 p.m. yesterday.
15 minutes had passed, marking the start of a new day. Daily Intelligence, view the first report. Zhang Hao silently commanded in his mind.
The system panel immediately popped up.
Intelligence 1, the Dragon Ascension Guild, Heaven's Wrath Sect, and Blood Moon Guild plan to unite once more to raid the dungeon boss Zhang Hao at 6 a.m. today. However, the Blood Moon Guild will not participate due to the robbery of their core member Su Yuxuan, who lost all her equipment.
With the altar destroyed, Zhang Hao is in a weakened state.
The Dragon Ascension and Heavenly Calamity Guilds will successfully defeat him at 6:43 a.m., securing the pink tier equipment item Blood Moon Ring.
However, Zhang Hao is not truly dead. He will resurrect 15 minutes later. Defeating the resurrected Zhang Hao will drop an orange equipment blueprint, Abyssal Night Greaves.
Oh! Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. The boss has 2 lives. The first death is a feint, dropping a pink item.
The second is the real death, dropping an orange equipment blueprint. Orange gear.
A smile curved Zhang Hao's lips.
Another orange tier item. He had to get his hands on it. He began formulating a plan.
When the 2 guilds fight the boss, I'll stay hidden nearby. After they finish the first round, I'll swoop in for the pink gear.
Then I'll slip away in the chaos and lure them out of the castle. Then I'll return and kill Zhang Hao after he revives. Get the orange gear blueprint. Zhang Hao nodded. Seems fine. I need to review the second piece of intelligence.
The system panel popped up again.
Intelligence 2, there are 2 women in the castle. Zhang Hao is deeply infatuated with one, yet terrified of the other. The woman Zhang Hao fears is Princess Bloodmoon, Yang Anna, for her insatiable desires.
Each encounter leaves him utterly drained, instilling profound dread.
The woman Zhang Hao favors is the witch Lu Ruyan.
Her cold demeanor and disdainful attitude toward him only fuel his desire to conquer her, making her his new object of affection. After reading this, Zhang Hao's mouth twitched.
Who would have thought the woman Zhang Hao fears is Yang Anna?
He recalled the blacksmith Zhang Binshua's request.
The blacksmith had asked him to rescue Yang Anna. He'd even given him a secret signal. He was to ask her, do you sleep better in a dry bed or a damp one?
Zhang Hao shook his head.
No wonder she's a woman who even level 70 mages fear. That stamina, unbelievable. He turned his attention to the latter half of the intelligence report. Witch Lu Ruyan. Cold-hearted disposition. Zhang Hao liked her.
Tisk. Zhang Hao curled his lip.
You can't even satisfy Yang Anna, yet you're thinking of chasing after the witch?
Seriously, overestimating his abilities. But none of this was his concern. Zhang Hao dismissed the thought.
Forget it.
No need to worry about that witch.
I'll just go find Yang Anna.
Give her the password and lead her out of the ruins.
Complete the blacksmith's quest and get the pink skill book.
After soaking in the hot springs for over 10 minutes, Zhang Hao felt considerably more relaxed. He glanced up at the blood moon in the sky. It remained unchanged. Huge, crimson, eerie. Now. Zhang Hao mentally took stock. The Ghost Trio set was now complete. The full invisibility effect was activated. Equipment was sorted.
Su Yuxuan's situation was also resolved. He agreed to let her join the guild, securing a powerful S-rank DPS. As for Chen Wan and a rank support class, we hope to recruit her as well. Personnel matters are now settled. He glanced at the time again. 12:27 a.m. Over 5 hours remained until 6 a.m. What's next? Zhang Hao pondered. Rest? I'm rested up. Continue grinding monsters?
The undead soldiers in the dungeon are too low level, yielding pitifully little experience.
Grinding them is a waste of time.
Besides, all the white and blue gear in my backpack has already been fed to the chestplate. If I grind now, there's nowhere to store the gear that drops.
My backpack is nearly full. Then, Zhang Hao lifted his head and gazed into the distance.
At the edge of the ruins, a massive black castle stood tall.
Its spires pierced the sky. The walls rose high.
Bathed in the light of the blood moon, it looked eerily sinister.
Let's head into the castle and find young Anna.
Zhang Hao made his decision. The blacksmith Zhang Genshua's task remained unfinished.
He must escort Princess Yang Anna, the Blood Moon Princess, out of the ruins.
Find her sooner, complete the mission sooner, and claim the pink skill book reward sooner.
Besides, he had to wait inside the castle until 6 a.m. anyway.
Waiting for the Dragon Ascension Guild and Heavenly Slaughter sect to arrive and fight the boss. So I can take advantage of the chaos.
In that case, let's go now.
Zhang Hao stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes.
He opened his system backpack and checked his inventory.
He had enough health potions and mana potions. The gear he'd snatched from Su Yuxuan was still in his backpack. Once she joined the guild, he'd return them to her. But for now, he'd keep them.
Zhang Hao opened his attributes panel again. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 36. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank unique. Strength, 1696. Spirit, 640. Constitution, 386. Agility, 302. Free attribute points, 10. After swapping the Witch's Curse necklace for the Ghost necklace, Zhang Hao's attributes returned to normal. I still have 10 free attribute points left to allocate. Add them to Agility. Agility, 302-312. Attributes allocated. We can set out now.
Zhang Hao set off toward the castle.
Chapter 43. Hello, madam.
Several wandering figures appeared on the road ahead.
Undead soldier. Level, 24.
3 skeleton soldiers were shuffling about in place. Zhang Hao didn't slow his pace. He walked straight toward the 3 undead soldiers. Under the ghost armor's full stealth effect, his form vanished completely into thin air.
Not even an outline could be seen.
Zhang Hao walked right past the undead soldiers. The closest skeleton stood less than half a meter away from him. The undead soldier's head slowly turned. The green ghostly flames in its eye sockets swept over Zhang Hao's position. But it found nothing.
It continued to wander. A faint smile touched the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth. Total invisibility is awesome. These monsters can't see me at all. He pressed onward.
He encountered several more waves of undead knights. The skeletons riding their bone steeds failed to notice him as well. Zhang Hao strode right through the entire ruin area.
No combat. No pauses. Effortless. Pleasantly. 10 minutes later. Zhang Hao arrived at the outer perimeter of the castle.
The castle's outer walls stood over 10 meters tall, constructed from massive black stone bricks. The surface of the stones was covered with cracks and moss. The walls bore the scars of arrows and cannonballs. Evidently, it had endured fierce battles. The main entrance was a massive iron gate. Intricate patterns carved into the gates depicted scenes from some ancient war. 2 guards stood before the gate.
Undead guard. Level, 30.
Standing over 2 meters tall, they wear heavy black armor. They wielded massive battle halberds.
They stood motionless at the entrance.
The ghostly flames in their eye sockets burned brighter than those of ordinary undead soldiers,
emitting an eerie crimson glow. Zhang Hao took a step forward, walking toward the iron gate.
The 2 undead guards remained utterly still. Their battle spears were planted in the ground.
Standing perfectly upright, Zhang Hao reached the iron gate.
He reached out to push the door. The door was heavy.
But it wasn't locked. Squeak! A deep, grinding sound echoed.
The iron door slowly swung open.
A crack appeared.
Just wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. The heads of the 2 undead guards turned simultaneously toward the iron gate. The crimson ghostly flames in their eye sockets flickered violently. They raised their battle spears,
assuming a battle-ready stance. But they could see nothing.
The door opened of its own accord.
No enemies. No intruders. An eerie silence.
The undead sentry maintained its alert stance, scanning the surroundings. Zhang Hao had already squeezed through the door crack. He stood inside the castle walls, glancing back over his shoulder.
2 guards still peered through the doorway.
Then they slowly lowered their halberds, returning to their guard positions.
Zhang Hao smiled. The ghost suit really is useful. Completely invisible, he avoided countless battles along the way. Alright. Time to find Yang Anna. Zhang Hao entered the castle.
The interior of the castle stood in stark contrast to the desolation outside.
It was exquisitely crafted, showing no signs of having endured war. The castle hall was exceptionally spacious.
Black marble tiles covered the floor, intricately carved with delicate patterns. Several massive stone columns stood in the center of the hall. The ceiling soared high, at least 10 meters above.
Several enormous crystal chandeliers hang from above.
At the far end of the hall,
a broad staircase ascended.
The staircase ascended, leading to the second floor of the castle.
According to intelligence, Yang Anna was imprisoned within the castle.
But the intelligence didn't specify which room.
Looks like we'll have to search them one by one. Zhang Hao searched every room on the first floor. No one. No monsters, no NPCs.
Zhang Hao made his way to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was lined with tightly closed doors on both sides. The doors were carved with various patterns. Some depicted flowers, others animals, and still others weapons.
Torch holders hung on the corridor walls.
Zhang Hao approached the first door. He reached out to push the door. Creak. The door swung open. Inside was a bedroom.
A bed, a wardrobe, a dressing table.
The room was fully furnished.
But no one was there. Zhang Hao backed out and closed the door. He continued forward. Second door. He pushed it open. Study.
Rows of bookshelves lined the walls. Books piled high on the shelves.
A quill pen lay on the desk. No one was there. Zhang Hao closed the door. The third door. Storage room.
Piled high with odds and ends.
Boxes, wooden barrels, tools.
A chaotic jumble of things piled together.
Still no one.
Zhang Hao continued.
The fourth door. Fifth door. The sixth door. Room after room. All empty.
Either bedrooms or studies or storage rooms. Zhang Hao began to walk with growing impatience.
How many rooms does this castle have, anyway?
He muttered under his breath.
Just then, a faint sound drifted from the end of the corridor. Very faint. Faint. Like someone speaking?
Zhang Hao stopped in his tracks. He pricked up his ears to listen carefully.
Splash. The sound of water. Footsteps too. And
a woman's soft moan.
Manhwa. Lazy and drawn out.
Zhang Hao's eyes lit up.
Someone's here.
He quickened his pace, heading toward the source of the sound.
At the end of the corridor. The final door. A blooming rose was carved into the door. The rose's petals layered upon each other, exquisite and magnificent. A faint candlelight seeped through the crack in the door. Flashing and flickering. Zhang Hao approached the door. Peering through the crack.
The room was spacious. The floor was covered with soft red carpet.
Heavy velvet drapes hung on the walls.
A massive bathtub stood in the center of the room. The tub was crafted from fine wood, its surface carved with intricate patterns. The tub was filled to the brim with water. Several rose petals floated on the surface.
Steam rose in wisps. A woman sat within the tub.
Her back is turned toward the door. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends submerged in the water. Her skin was fair and delicate, glowing softly in the candlelight. Her eyes were closed as she leaned against the edge of the tub.
One hand rested on the tub's rim.
Her fingertips lightly tapped the water's surface,
emitting a soft, rhythmic patter.
Her other hand held a silk cloth, slowly wiping her arm. Her movements were graceful and languid.
Mum. She let out another soft hum.
Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of contentment. Zhang Hao stood outside the door, staring at the woman.
Who is she? Is she Princess Blood Moon Yang Anna? Or the witch Lu Ruyan?
According to intelligence, there were two women in the castle.
One was Yang Anna, the other was Lu Ruyan. But judging by their silhouettes alone, it's impossible to tell them apart.
Zhang Hao used the inside intelligence skill, but it had no effect. She doesn't belong to the players or monsters, she's an NPC within the dungeon. Therefore, no related intelligence could be viewed.
Forget it.
Zhang Hao thought for a moment. I'll just ask her directly. To learn the names of NPCs within a dungeon, you must engage them in conversation at least once. After talking to them, their names would appear above their heads.
Dungeon NPCs aren't monsters.
They can't attack players, nor can they be attacked by players. So there's no need to worry about any risks.
Then let's go talk to her.
Zhang Hao reached out and pushed the door open. The door creaked softly.
The woman in the bathtub showed no reaction.
Her eyes remained closed as she savored the moment of bathing. Zhang Hao stepped into the room. He approached the side of the tub, positioning himself about 3 meters away from the woman.
Then, he thought to himself. Ghost suit effect deactivated. The next second, Zhang Hao's form materialized out of thin air. In the form of the Goblin King.
The woman in the bathtub still hadn't opened her eyes.
Zhang Hao cleared his throat. He spoke. Good evening, ma'am. May I ask, do you prefer a dry, comfortable bed? Or a damp, comfortable bed? Chapter 44, Partners.
The woman in the bathtub opened her eyes. They were narrow, elongated eyes. The outer corners were slightly upturned, carrying a hint of allure. But her gaze was cold. Cold as ice. She slowly turned her head to look at Zhang Hao. A faint smile appeared on her face. But that smile held no warmth. Instead, it carried an eerie feeling. Ha! She let out a soft chuckle. Her voice was beautiful, as clear and crisp as a silver bell. Do you find dryness more comfortable? Or moisture? She repeated Zhang Hao's words. Are you teasing me? Then she tilted her head and looked at Zhang Hao. She studied him. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the goblin skin disguise, seeing Zhang Hao's true form. Oh, so you're a player after all. I knew it. Chen Haotian would never say something like that to me. The moment the words fell, Zhang Hao saw the name displayed above her head. Which Lu Ruyan? Zhang Hao's expression froze. Holy crap. He'd mistaken her for someone else. He stood beside the bathtub, staring at the woman before him named Which Lu Ruyan. His mind raced. Mistaken identity. What should I do? What else could he do? Well, if it was a mistake, then so be it. Anyway, dungeon NPCs can't really threaten players. Just ask where Yang Anna is and go find her directly. Once he realized this, Zhang Hao's expression instantly calmed. He shrugged casually. So you're Which Lu Ruyan? My apologies, I must have mistaken you for someone else. I'm not here for you. He looked Lu Ruyan straight in the eyes and stated plainly. I'm here to see Blood Moon Princess Yang Anna. Oh, right. Do you know which room Yang Anna is in? Lu Ruyan tilted her head, narrowing her slanted eyes slightly. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Zhang Hao from head to toe with a probing gaze. From the green head disguised as goblin skin, to the wolf tooth club clutched in his hand, to those seemingly unruffled eyes. The air hung heavy for several seconds. Only the steady drip of water echoed in the bathroom. A faint smile touched Lu Ruyan's lips. Third floor, she said slowly. The second floor is mine. The third floor is hers. If you're looking for her, just go upstairs. Oh, thanks. Zhang Hao nodded and turned to leave. He took a step toward the door. Wait. Lu Ruyan's voice sounded from behind him. Zhang Hao stopped in his tracks. Is there something else? Ha! Lu Ruyan let out a soft chuckle. She stood up. Splash. The sound of water filled the air. Water splashed everywhere. Crystal clear droplets slid down her body, tracing the curves of her form before plopping back into the tub with a steady drip-drip. Candlelight danced across her damp skin, outlining her hazy, alluring contours. She stepped out of the tub. Her bare feet touched the marble floor. Clack! Click! Her footsteps were light. Yet each step felt like a stab to Zhang Hao's heart. Lu Ruyan walked over to a nearby rack and casually picked up a black silk robe. She slowly draped it over her shoulders. Her movements were graceful and composed. Not the slightest bit hurried. The robe hung loosely over her shoulders, the sash casually wrapped once, barely covering the crucial areas. Yet it still hinted at what lay beneath. She turned to face Zhang Hao. Her narrowed eyes held a hint of amusement. Finished teasing me and now you want to leave? Her voice was gentle. But that gentleness sent a chill down his spine. Zhang Hao turned to face her. He spread his hands, his tone innocent. So what do you want? Lu Ruyan tilted her head, staring at him for a few seconds. Then, she smiled. Sweetly. I want to know. She took a step forward, walking toward Zhang Hao. Step by step. Why did you go looking for Yang Anna? Zhang Hao didn't back away. He stood his ground, watching Lu Ruyan draw nearer. I had a mission to see her. His tone was calm as he stated his purpose directly. I need to kill Chen Haotian, then bring Yang Anna out of the instance to complete the mission. Oh? Lu Ruyan halted her steps. She stood less than a meter away from Zhang Hao. She tilted her head back, looking up at him. I'm here to kill Chen Haotian too. Her smile grew meaningful. All right. Wait a moment. After speaking, she turned and walked to the other side of the room. There stood an exquisitely crafted sandalwood table. The tabletop was covered with various bottles and jars. Glass bottles filled with colored liquids. There were earthenware jars holding dried herbs. And some strange materials Zhang Hao couldn't name. And right in the center of the table sat a crystal ball the size of a fist. Its surface was smooth and translucent, with faint mist swirling within. Lu Ruyan walked to the table and sat down. She extended both hands, placing them on either side of the crystal ball. Closing her eyes, the candles in the room suddenly began to flicker. The flames seemed to be blown by an invisible wind, swaying wildly. Shadows danced across the walls. The crystal ball glowed. A pale blue glow blossomed from within the crystal ball. Growing brighter. Growing more dazzling.
After a dozen seconds, the crystal ball's light gradually dimmed, finally returning to its ordinary appearance. Lu Ruyan opened her eyes. Her gaze shifted as she looked at the crystal ball. A faint smile curved her lips. Ha! She chuckled softly, her voice tinged with amusement. It seems Chen Haotian is truly going to die this time. She turned her head to look at Zhang Hao. He's no longer of use. Zhang Hao frowned. What do you mean? Lu Ruyan stood up and walked back to stand before Zhang Hao. My crystal ball can predict the future to a certain extent. She explained. I foresee that Chen Haotian will die this time. She pointed her finger at Zhang Hao. You killed him. His first fake death didn't fool you, and now you've killed him a second time. Her smile grew brighter and brighter. So many years have passed. Finally, a player has seen through his fake death. Zhang Hao suddenly understood. So that's how it was. He nodded. Lu Ruyan circled around Zhang Hao, as if appraising some rare commodity. So? She stopped in front of Zhang Hao. Her narrowed eyes fixed on him. After Chen Haotian's death, would you be interested in becoming my partner? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Partner? This might be a hidden quest. He was instantly intrigued. Tell me more. He cut straight to the point. What exactly is the nature of this collaboration? Also, how did you and Chen Haotian collaborate before? Lu Ruyan smiled. She walked over and sat down on the bed, crossing one leg over the other. The hem of her robe slid down, revealing a slender stretch of pale calf. My deal with Chen Haotian was simple. She said slowly. I help him resurrect, granting him immortality. He helps me collect souls. Zhang Hao pondered this. Collect souls? He pressed. What do you need souls for? Lu Ruyan tilted her head, smiling without answering. Ha! She placed a finger on her lips. It's a secret, you know. Fine. Zhang Hao didn't dwell on the matter. It's a partnership, you get what you want, and I get what I want. Chapter 45, The Meeting Gift. Zhang Hao pressed on, so after partnering with you, I'll be collecting souls for you too? What's in it for me? Lu Ruyan nodded. Yes. I need a large number of souls. She paused before adding. Souls from monsters or players either will do. As for the benefits. She stood up and walked toward Zhang Hao. Step by step. Each step was deliberate. Steady. She reached Zhang Hao. She tilted her head back. The distance between them was less than half a meter. What do you want? Her voice grew soft. Soft. With a hint of allure. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao answered. Top-tier gear, skill books, money. He paused. That's all. Lu Ruyan blinked. Don't you want women? Zhang Hao shook his head. With these things, women will come naturally. Not exactly. Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled. Her smile was sweet. But that kind of smile made one's heart grow cold. At least I'm not that kind of woman. She reached out and gently poked Zhang Hao's chest. If you want me, it's not just about having money and gear. Zhang Hao remained expressionless. What does that have to do with me? I'm not interested in you. Lu Ruyan froze for a moment. Then, she burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. She laughed until she shook like a willow in the wind. The sash of her robe loosened slightly. Ha! What an interesting man. She lifted her head and looked at Zhang Hao. A sickly thrill flickered in her eyes. You don't like me. She suddenly leaned in. So close. Her nose was almost touching Zhang Hao's face. And what are you staring at my chest for? Zhang Hao. He didn't speak. Because it was true. It's a man's automatic targeting system, what can I do about it? Lu Ruyan's smile grew even brighter. Oh, and one more thing. She turned and walked back to the table. She picked up a small mirror from the table and held it up to herself. You're still carrying my necklace in your backpack. You came looking for me with it, and you say you don't like me? Zhang Hao froze. My necklace? He immediately opened his system backpack to check. He found the pink quality necklace. Witch's Curse necklace. Zhang Hao took out the necklace. The black chain glowed with a sinister light under the candlelight. Is this necklace yours? Lu Ruyan set down the mirror. She turned around, gazing at the necklace in Zhang Hao's hand. Her gaze softened. Yes. She walked toward him slowly. I am the witch. Even though that necklace carried a curse, you still wore it, didn't you? And you claimed you had no desire for me? Ha! Zhang Hao didn't want to say anything. Of course I wore this necklace because it brought tangible benefits. Why else would I bother wearing a cursed necklace? All right. My mission is to collect souls. Monster souls count too, got that? He stared straight at Lu Ruyan. What's my reward? Lu Ruyan smiled. She walked up to Zhang Hao. She extended her hand. She gently stroked Zhang Hao's face. I rather like you. Her voice was gentle. But her eyes were tinged with madness. You're far more honest than Chen Haotian. I believe you'll make an excellent partner. She withdrew her hand. First, Lu Ruyan approached Zhang Hao.
She extended her hand, her fingertip lightly touching the witch's curse necklace.
The next second, the necklace glowed.
The black chain suddenly erupted with dazzling light.
Purple light spread out from the chain. The entire necklace glowed. It trembled. The light grew brighter and brighter, finally reaching its peak. Then, snap!
A soft crack.
The light faded.
The necklace's color changed.
The once jet black chain turned a deep purple. The skull pendant on it also changed form.
The purple gemstones in its eye sockets turned crimson.
The entire necklace now radiated an eerie yet powerful aura.
Zhang Hao immediately opened the attribute panel to inspect it.
Equipment name, Witch's Affection Necklace. Quality, orange. Equipment requirement, level 30+. Base attributes, Spirit plus 270.
Special effect Old Witch's Curse equipping reduces strength, constitution, and agility by 33% while increasing spirit by 99%. This curse type debuff cannot be dispelled by conventional means.
Special effect New Witch's Affection the Self-Important Witch has developed a slight fondness for you. Equipping this item increases spirit by 99%.
Zhang Hao's eyes widened.
The pink gear turned orange. The previous curse effect was gone too.
Previously, wearing this necklace reduced strength, constitution, and agility by 33%. It increased spirit by 99%.
Now, the negative effects had vanished completely. Only the pure positive buffs remain.
This is practically divine gear. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly.
Do you like it? I do. Zhang Hao nodded directly. These stats are perfect for me. He tucked the necklace into his backpack. Thanks.
Ha! Lu Ruyan chuckled softly.
It's not over yet. This is just my welcome gift to you.
She turned and walked to the window, parting the heavy velvet curtains. The blood moon's light streamed through the window, casting a crimson patch across the floor.
Lu Ruyan stood at the window, her back to Zhang Hao.
Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends curling slightly.
Now, let's examine the contract between us. Lu Ruyan turned around.
She extended her right hand,
palm facing upward. A black vortex suddenly appeared in the center of her palm.
The vortex spun slowly, emitting a low hum. Purple light spilled from the vortex, tracing eerie patterns in the air.
Zhang Hao stared at the vortex. He could sense a powerful force emanating from it. Not oppression. Rather, it was a kind of allure.
As if it were calling out for something.
The next second, a book flew out of the vortex.
It was thick, bound in deep black leather, its cover carved with intricate patterns.
The patterns resembled ancient script or perhaps twisted vines. The book hovered in midair for a second.
Then it drifted slowly toward Zhang Hao. Lu Ruyan withdrew her hand. The vortex vanished. She stood by the window, her silhouette outlined by moonlight.
Take a look.
Zhang Hao reached out and caught the book. It felt heavy in his hands.
Much heavier than he had imagined.
The cover felt cold and smooth to the touch, like some kind of special metal. He looked down to examine it. Several blood-red characters appeared on the cover.
The witch's contract.
The characters were twisted, as if written in blood.
Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. A skill book? Lu Ruyan didn't answer.
She simply stood there, silently watching him. A faint smile curved her lips.
Zhang Hao checked the book's properties. Special skill book, witch's contract. Quality, orange. Prerequisite, any class. Effect, upon signing, you establish a partnership with Witch Lu Ruyan.
After defeating any target monsters, dungeon bosses, players, you may absorb their soul.
Each collected soul permanently increases your constitution by 1 point. The maximum constitution increase is capped at current level 10. Contract restriction: if no targets are killed for 33 consecutive days, all collected souls will dissipate, and the increased constitution attribute will be reset to 0.
Additionally, 33% of your current constitution attribute will be deducted as punishment. Special note, Witch Lu Ruyan is the final boss of the level 100 dungeon cage of the Eternal Night Witch. After signing the contract, the souls you collect will simultaneously enhance Lu Ruyan's power. Please consider carefully. Chapter 46, Asleep. Zhang Hao stared blankly at the attribute description for several seconds. Then, his eyes lit up. Very bright. As if he'd spotted some kind of treasure. This, Zhang Hao quickly calculated in his mind. I am currently level 36. The maximum is 3610 is equal to 360 points of constitution. This means that by defeating 360 monsters, I can increase my constitution attribute by 360 points. What does this equate to? It's like leveling up 36 times, and each time I level up, I put all 10 free attribute points into constitution. Once I reach level 40, the cap will be 400 points. At level 50, it's 500 points. At level 60, it would be. Zhang Hao grew more and more excited as he calculated. This skill is absolutely amazing. He already needed to grind monsters relentlessly to level up.
Now with the skill, each monster slain not only granted experience but also permanently boosted his constitution. It was like getting double the rewards. Lu Ruyan stood by the window, watching Zhang Hao's excited expression as she asked, "Do you like it?" Her voice was gentle, but that gentleness carried a hint of sickly delight. "I like it." Zhang Hao nodded immediately. "I love it." He glanced at the skill description again. His gaze lingered on the section labeled Contract Restrictions. If you fail to kill monsters for 33 consecutive days, all increased constitution will be reset to 0 and an additional 33% will be deducted. Zhang Hao pondered. A whole month without fighting monsters? That was basically impossible. He needed to level up, run dungeons, farm gear. He had to deal with monsters every single day. Forget a month, even skipping a week of monster slaying was unrealistic. So this negative effect is practically non-existent for me. Zhang Hao continued reading. Special note, which Lu Ruyan is the final boss of the level 100 dungeon Cage of the Eternal Night Witch. Lu Ruyan is the boss of a level 100 dungeon? Zhang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. What did this imply? It meant that in the future, he might become enemies with Lu Ruyan. And the more monsters he killed and souls he collected, the stronger Lu Ruyan would become. If he really had to fight her as the final boss later, wouldn't that be digging his own grave? Zhang Hao fell into a moment of contemplation. The room was quiet. Only the sound of wind rustling outside the window. And the crackling of the candle flame. A few seconds passed. Zhang Hao came to a decision. Who says I have to run her dungeon? Level 100? By then, I'll have countless dungeons to choose from. He could easily skip the Cage of the Eternal Night Witch. He wouldn't. Then he wouldn't become enemies with Lu Ruyan. No matter how powerful she becomes, it won't concern him. Besides, even if he did have to fight her someday, that would be a long time from now. I'll become stronger myself. For now, securing the rewards was the priority. Once he reached level 100, it wouldn't be too late to figure out how to deal with her. With these thoughts settled, Zhang Hao's hesitation vanished completely. He lifted his head and looked at Lu Ruyan by the window. Agreed. I accept this contract. Zhang Hao opened the skill book. System prompt: do you wish to learn the skill Witch's Contract? Warning: once learned, this skill cannot be forgotten. The contract with which Lu Ruyan will remain permanently active. Confirm? Zhang Hao clicked confirm without hesitation. The next second, the skill book dissolved into countless points of light, surging into Zhang Hao's body. The points felt warm. They flowed through his arms and spread throughout his entire body, finally converging at the center of his chest. Zhang Hao felt a surge of warmth in his chest. Then, a powerful force radiated outward from his heart. It flowed through every limb and bone. The sensation was strange, as if something had taken root within his body. Deeply, firmly embedded within the depths of my soul. System notice: skill learned successfully. You have mastered the skill Witch's Contract level 0. The contract with which Lu Ruyan is now officially active. Zhang Hao opened his skill list to review. Class skills: Daily Intelligence, Intelligence Inquiry, Intelligence Insight. Universal skills: Lightning Thrust level 3, Shadowbind level 3, Witch's Contract level 0. Equipment skill: Dragon Roar Impact. Zhang Hao nodded. The skills had been learned. He glanced again at the level of Witch's Pact. Level 0? Can this skill still be upgraded? Zhang Hao looked up at Lu Ruyan. What are the attributes at level 3? Lu Ruyan smiled mysteriously. You can try upgrading it yourself. Her tone was light, with a hint of teasing. I'm not an encyclopedia, telling you everything. Isn't it more fun to explore on your own? Zhang Hao pursed his lips. Fine. Anyway, killing 100 monsters would level him up, and then he'd find out naturally. He pulled the Witch's Affection necklace from his backpack. The deep purple chain glowed with a faint, eerie light under the candlelight. Zhang Hao removed the ghost necklace and replaced it with the Witch's Affection necklace. The moment the necklace touched his neck, a wave of warmth washed over him. It felt completely different from when he wore the Witch's Curse necklace before. This time, there was no sense of weakness. No coldness. Only warmth. And there was also being watched. Zhang Hao instinctively glanced at Lu Ruyan. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan was staring at him. Her gaze was intense and passionate. Do you like it? She asked with a smile. This necklace was made by my own hands. It's the only one in the whole world. Zhang Hao didn't respond. He opened the attribute panel to inspect. Name: Zhang Hao. Level: 36. Class: Intelligence Agent SSS rank Unique. Strength: 1696. Spirit: 1400 base 700 plus Witch's Affection 99%. Constitution: 386. Agility: 312. Very good. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. His spirit attribute had doubled. From 700 points to 1400 points. Awesome.
He stared at the attribute panel, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was a huge win. Not only did he get the orange necklace, he also learned a skill that permanently boosts his constitution. And the skill could even be upgraded. This trip to the castle was totally worth it. Zhang Hao felt elated. He looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. He rarely called her by name. Then he extended his hand. Happy collaboration. Lu Ruyan also extended her hand and grasped Zhang Hao's. Her hand was cold. Her fingertips felt slightly icy. She smiled. Pleased to cooperate. Her fingers traced a gentle line across Zhang Hao's palm. Then she let go. Zhang Hao withdrew his hand. That's all. He turned and walked toward the door. I'm going to find Yang Anna. Goodbye. He reached for the door handle. Wait. Lu Ruyan's voice sounded behind him. Zhang Hao paused. He turned around. What now? Is there something else? Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and giggled. He. Chen Haotian and Yang Anna are married. And it's nighttime now. They're sleeping together on the 3rd floor right now. She paused, a hint of amusement in her voice. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward for you to go ask her about what's happening under the covers right now? Zhang Hao. He pictured the scene. Chen Haotian and Yang Anna, the married couple, were sleeping. He suddenly bursts into their room. Right in front of the dungeon boss Chen Haotian, asking his wife, is it more comfortable when the bedding is dry and crisp, or when it's damp and cozy? Chapter 47, Fireball. Then, the scene would be incredibly awkward. Chen Haotian would probably lose his temper on the spot. Zhang Hao scratched his nose. It really isn't appropriate. He pondered for a moment. According to intel, at 6 a.m., members of the Heavenly Calamity sect and the Dragon Ascension Guild would come to farm the boss. At that time, Chen Haotian would definitely have to go fight. He could go find Yang Anna later. Then I'll wait until morning to go. Zhang Hao made his decision. He looked at Lu Ruyan. Can I stay here with you for one night? Lu Ruyan tilted her head, her narrow eyes blinking. Sure thing. This room is big anyway, so just find a spot to stay wherever you like. Zhang Hao walked over to the window, pulled out one of the chairs, and sat down. The chair's cushion was soft, likely filled with some plush material. He glanced at the system time. 1:07 a.m. Nearly 5 hours until dawn. 5 hours. Zhang Hao muttered under his breath. Sleep? Unlikely he could sleep. He was wide awake now. Besides, this was a dungeon, a castle, the witch's chamber. How could I possibly relax and sleep? I need to find something to do. Zhang Hao pondered inwardly. He opened his attribute panel to check. Spirit, 1400 base 700 plus witch's affection 99%. 1400 points. Zhang Hao stared at the number for several seconds. My spirit stat is already quite high. He rubbed his chin. If I could get a magic damage skill, my output would be impressive. Currently, his primary damage source was Thunderbolt Strike. Physical attack. Damage coefficient is 500% of strength. Very high. But the problem is, this skill has a 15-second cooldown. It can only be cast once every 15 seconds. If you have a magic skill, you can keep dealing damage during the lightning spike cooldown. No wasted time. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. I remember. He recalled the reward from blacksmith Zhang Genshua's quest. After bringing Yang Anna out of the dungeon, the quest reward was a pink skill book. What was it called again? Zhang Hao strained to recall. Right, Blood Moon Rampage. A pink quality skill book. It should be pretty powerful. But the problem was, he wouldn't get it until after leaving the dungeon. We're still inside the dungeon. I need a magic skill I can use right now. Zhang Hao opened his system backpack and began searching. He found a magic skill book. Skill book, Fireball. Zhang Hao took out the skill book. It was thin, with a red cover featuring a blazing flame. It looked quite ordinary. Zhang Hao tapped to view its properties. Skill book, Fireball. Quality, white. Prerequisites, any class. Effect, condenses fire elements into a fireball, hurled at the target to deal magical damage. Damage coefficient, spirit attribute 0.5. Cooldown, 3 seconds. White quality. The most basic skill book. Damage multiplier is only 0.5x spirit. It's kinda trash. Zhang Hao pursed his lips. But it's better than nothing. He pondered for a moment. It'd only be used for one night anyway. Once he completed the quest and obtained the pink skill book Blood Moon Rage, this fireball spell would naturally become obsolete. I'll stick with this for now. Zhang Hao clicked to learn it. System prompt, do you wish to learn the skill Fireball? Yes. The next second. The skill book dissolved into countless specks of light, surging into Zhang Hao's body. A warm sensation spread from his fingertips, flowing through his arms and throughout his entire body. Finally, it converged at the center of his chest. Zhang Hao felt a surge of warmth in his chest.
Immediately afterward, an unfamiliar power began to flow within him.
The sensation was peculiar, as if something had suddenly been added.
System notice, skill learned successfully.
You have mastered the skill Fireball level 0.
Zhang Hao opened his skill list to check. Class skills, Daily Intelligence, Intelligence Inquiry, Intelligence Insight.
Universal skills, Lightning Lunge level 3, Shadowbind level 3, Witch's Pact level 0, Fireball level 0.
Equipment skill, Dragon Roar Impact. Zhang Hao nodded.
The skills had been learned. But the level 0 Fireball spell dealt far too little damage.
He needed to find a way to level it up. Get it to level 3.
Zhang Hao recalled the methods he'd used to upgrade Lightning Spike and Shadowbind earlier.
2 approaches.
First, use a skill mastery scroll. But the system auction house couldn't be accessed inside the dungeon, so scrolls couldn't be purchased.
The second method, manually cast the skill. Each use increased proficiency by 1 point. Once proficiency is maxed, the skill upgrades. Looks like I'll have to go with the second method.
Zhang Hao made his decision.
Next step is to max out the skill's proficiency.
He stood up and walked to the center of the room. The space here was relatively large.
He wouldn't bump into any furniture. Zhang Hao took a deep breath.
He raised his right hand,
palm facing forward. With a thought. Fireball. The next second,
a surge of heat erupted from his chest, racing down his right arm toward his palm. His palm suddenly grew scorching hot.
Then, whoosh!
A ball of orange-red flame materialized before his palm.
The flame rapidly condensed and compressed, finally forming a fist-sized fireball. Flames danced across its surface, radiating intense heat.
Zhang Hao could feel the wave of heat washing over him.
Go!
He swung his arm. The fireball shot forward.
Its speed was swift. It traced an orange-red arc through the air.
It traveled about 3 meters.
Disperse!
Zhang Hao thought to himself.
The fireball instantly extinguished. It dissolved into countless sparks that vanished into the air. It didn't hit the wall.
They did not ignite the furniture.
Clean and precise. System notice, Fireball spell proficiency +1. Current proficiency, 100. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction.
This method works. He could control the fireball's flight distance. He could extinguish it just before it hit the wall.
That way, it wouldn't mess up the witch's room. Continue.
Zhang Hao raised his hand once more.
Fireball spell. Whoosh. A second fireball coalesced.
It flew 3 meters.
Extinguished. Fireball proficiency +1. Fireball proficiency +1. Fireball proficiency +1. Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke up. What are you doing? Zhang Hao didn't pause his movements.
While casting fireball spell, he replied, can't you tell? Practicing to improve my skill proficiency.
Oh. Lu Ruyan nodded. She changed into a black nightgown.
Made of silk, it was embroidered with dark red patterns.
The robe hung loosely, draping slackly over her frame. She crossed one leg over the other. One hand propped her chin.
Her narrowed eyes fixed on Zhang Hao, watching him unleash fireball spells over and over. A smile played on her lips.
Not a word spoken. Just watching. Keep practicing. I'll give you a gift later. Fireball proficiency +1, 98 100. Fireball proficiency +1, 99 100. Fireball proficiency +1, 100 100. The next second, golden light erupted from Zhang Hao's body. It was slightly dimmer than the glow during leveling up. Yet it was still dazzling.
The light enveloped Zhang Hao's right hand. A warm sensation radiated from his palm.
That unfamiliar power flowed faster within his body. More smoothly. System notice, congratulations. Your skill Fireball has leveled up. Current level, 1.
Proficiency, 100 1000.
Zhang Hao halted his movements. He opened the skill panel to inspect.
Fireball level 1 condenses fire elements into a flaming orb and hurls it at the target, dealing magical damage.
Damage value, Spirit 0.6. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Chapter 48, You've Got Some Nerve. The damage coefficient changed from 0.5 to 0.6. An increase of 0.1. The cooldown remained unchanged at 3 seconds. It only increased the coefficient by 0.1. Zhang Hao frowned. The improvement was too minor.
Just as I thought, it's nothing but a trash white skill book. Zhang Hao shook his head. But there was no better option. Then he'd just have to keep practicing.
Every bit of improvement counts.
Zhang Hao raised his hand once more.
Fireball. Fireball proficiency +1, 101 1000. Repeat after repeat. Zhang Hao's movements grew increasingly mechanical. No thought was required anymore.
His body had developed muscle memory.
Raise hand. Focus. Release. Extinguish. Lu Ruyan remained seated at the bedside. Her posture had changed. No longer crossed one leg over the other. Instead, she sat sideways on the edge of the bed with her legs together. The hem of her nightgown fell down, covering her calves. Her chin rested in her palm. Her narrow eyes were half closed. She looked somewhat drowsy. Yet she kept watching Zhang Hao. Not a word. Time continued to pass. 3:11 a.m. Fireball proficiency +1 998 1000. Fireball proficiency +1 999 1000. Fireball proficiency +1 1000. Golden light erupted once more. This time, the light was even brighter than before. It enveloped Zhang Hao's entire right arm. A warm sensation spread from his fingertips. It flows through his arm and spreads throughout his body. The power within him grew even stronger. System notice, congratulations. Your skill Fireball has leveled up. Current level, 2. Proficiency, 1000. Zhang Hao exhaled a long breath. Opening the skill panel to view. Fireball level 2 condenses fire elements into a flaming orb and hurls it at the target, dealing magical damage. Damage value, Spirit Attribute 0.7. Cooldown, 3 seconds. The damage coefficient increased from 0.6 to 0.7. An additional 0.1 was added. The cooldown remains at 3 seconds. Zhang Hao glanced at his proficiency. 1000. It would take 9,000 more casts to reach level 3. He glanced at the time again. 3:15 a.m. Over 2 hours until dawn. There wasn't enough time to reach level 3. He turned and walked back to the chair by the window. He plopped down. He leaned back. His entire body relaxed. Ha! He closed his eyes. Guess this will have to do for now. Once we leave the instance and get that pink skill book, I won't need this trash fireball spell anymore. Zhang Hao settled in for a rest. He slid down a bit. He found a more comfortable position. He closed his eyes, ready to doze off. Just then. My partner, how could you use such a crappy skill? Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Hao opened his eyes. He turned his head. Lu Ruyan was staring at him. A hint of amusement flickered in her narrowed eyes. I'll give you a new one. Zhang Hao froze for a moment. He sat up abruptly. Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? His tone dripped with frustration. Lu Ruyan tilted her head. A look of hurt appeared on her face. I saw how seriously you were practicing. I didn't want to disturb you. Zhang Hao. He stared at Lu Ruyan for a few seconds. This woman. Her mood swings are way too extreme. Just moments ago, she was that cold, elegant, and noble witch-like figure. Now she suddenly switched to this coquettish tone? Zhang Hao shook his head. Forget it. Whatever her personality is. The most important thing now was to get a better skill book. He stood up. He strode over to the bed. Reached out his hand. Hand it over. His tone was direct. Very firm. Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Hao's fierce expression. Suddenly, she smiled. You're so fierce. She blinked her eyes. Her narrow eyes curved into crescent moons. I love it. Zhang Hao. I'm a bandit. He said expressionlessly. What kind of bandit isn't fierce? Hand it over. Fine. Lu Ruyan smiled even more brightly. She rose from the bed. She walked over to the nearby rosewood table. She rummaged through a drawer for a moment. She pulled out a book. Here. She turned around. She handed the book to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao took it. It felt heavy in his hands. The cover was a deep crimson. It depicted a blazing flame. But unlike the previous white fireball spellbook, the flames on this book were more violent. More intense. It looked distinctly unusual. Zhang Hao immediately opened its properties. Skill book, Witch's Enhanced Fireball. Quality, purple. Prerequisite, must have mastered the skill Fireball beforehand. Effect, a fireball spell enhanced by the witch Lu Ruyan, far surpassing the standard version. Learning this replaces the original fireball skill. Condenses fire elements into an amplified fireball, hurled at the target to deal magical damage. Damage equals 200% of the base fireball spell. Cooldown, 1 second. Description, this is an enhanced version of fireball spell developed by the witch Lu Ruyan after years of research. She once used this skill to incinerate an entire city. Zhang Hao stared at the skill description. He froze in place. Prerequisite skill is fireball, yet the damage is 200% of fireball? And the cooldown had dropped from 3 seconds to 1 second. 3 seconds could cast 3 spells. Total damage output is now 6 times. Zhang Hao couldn't help but curse under his breath. He looked up and looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan stood before him. Her narrow eyes curved into crescent moons. Her smile was sweet. Do you like it? Her voice was gentle. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Suddenly, he understood. No wonder you never stopped me from practicing. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Ruyan. I misunderstood you.
Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and giggled.
He. Good to know.
She took a step closer.
Reaching out, she gently poked Zhang Hao's chest.
So? She tilted her head back. Her narrowed eyes fixed on Zhang Hao.
Shouldn't you thank me?
A smile suddenly spread across her face.
That kind of smile. A bit roguish. A bit wicked.
He mimicked the tone his bandit father used to speak to his bandit mother.
Lowering his voice. Thanks my ass, you. Why didn't you say you had this good stuff earlier? Lu Ruyan.
She froze. Her entire body froze in place. Her narrow eyes widened in shock. The smile on her face froze. Clearly, she hadn't expected Zhang Hao to pull this stunt out of nowhere.
An eerie silence fell over the room.
The two stared at each other.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then, Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled. Her laughter was exaggerated. Ha 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 ha.
She shook with laughter. The sash of her nightgown loosened slightly.
You? She laughed until she couldn't breathe. You've got some nerve saying that. Ha 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 ha.
She laughed for a long while before finally stopping.
Interesting. You really are a bandit.
She licked her lips. Zhang Hao ignored her reaction.
He looked down at the skill book in his hand. I'm learning this.
Zhang Hao clicked to learn.
System notice detected that you have mastered the prerequisite skill Fireball level 2. Do you wish to learn the skill Witch's Improved Fireball? Warning, learning this skill will replace your existing Fireball skill. Yes. Chapter 49, what a pity. The next second. The skill book shattered into countless specks of light, flooding into Zhang Hao's body. These specks were different from before. Not warm orange-red.
Instead, they were a searing crimson, carrying a frenzied aura. The light poured in through his fingertips, flowing down his arms and throughout his entire body. Zhang Hao felt the power within him boil, roaring, as if ignited, growing hotter, growing stronger. Finally, boom! An even more powerful force erupted within him. System notice, skill learned successfully. You have mastered the skill Witch's Enhanced Fireball level 2. Original skill Fireball has been replaced. Zhang Hao opened his skill list to check. Class skills, Daily Intelligence, Intelligence Inquiry, Intelligence Insight. Universal skills, Lightning Spike level 3, Shadow Bind level 3, Witch's Pack level 0, Witch's Improved Fireball level 2. Equipment skill, Dragon Roar Impact. Fireball has vanished. In its place was, Witch's Improved Fireball level 2. Zhang Hao couldn't wait to test its effects. He turned around, facing the open space in the center of the room. He raised his right hand, ready to unleash it. Wait! Lu Ruyan suddenly screamed. She leapt up from the bed. Her speed was astonishing. In an instant, she was before Zhang Hao. She grabbed Zhang Hao's arm. Don't let go! Don't let go! Her tone grew unusually urgent. Zhang Hao was startled by her sudden outburst. Don't use that skill in my room. This fireball, it's huge. Zhang Hao, huge? How big? Lu Ruyan paused to think. Anyway, it's huge. Just don't use it here. Be a good girl, okay? Her tone shifted again. It became the kind of voice used to coax a child. Zhang Hao looked at her. This woman. Her mood swings are way too extreme, aren't they? Just moments ago, she was frantic and flustered. Now she's using this gentle, coquettish tone. She was utterly unpredictable. Fine. Zhang Hao nodded. Then I won't try it here. He turned and walked back to the chair by the window. He plopped down. Hey, wake up. A soft voice sounded by his ear. Zhang Hao opened his eyes groggily. A delicate face came into view. Lu Ruyan was leaning over him. Her long hair cascaded down, the ends gently brushing against Zhang Hao's cheek. It tickled. Someone's already arrived at the castle. Her voice was soft, with a hint of mischievous laughter. Zhang Hao snapped back to his senses. He sat bolt upright. What time is it? He immediately opened the system panel to check the time. Current time, 6:40. Damn it! Zhang Hao's eyes widened. He remembered sitting in his chair with his eyes closed, resting around 4 a.m. How had he fallen asleep so easily? The intel said. Zhang Hao quickly recalled in his mind. The Dragon Ascension Guild and Heavenly Slaughter Guild will successfully defeat the boss Chen Haotian at 6:43 a.m., obtaining a pink tier item, Blood Moon Ring. It was now 6:40 a.m. Only 3 minutes remained until the boss was defeated. I have to hurry. Zhang Hao immediately stood up. Lu Ruyan was still standing beside him. She had changed her clothes. No longer the loose black nightgown from last night. Instead, she wore a form-fitting deep purple gown. The neckline was high, reaching all the way up to her neck. The sleeves were long, covering her wrists. The hem fell to her ankles. She looked dignified and elegant, like a noble lady preparing for some formal occasion. A world apart from the seductive, alluring witch of last night.
Zhang Hao glanced at her. You changed clothes? Lu Ruyan twirled around.
The skirt's hem traced a graceful arc through the air.
Do you like it?
Her tone turned playful.
Like a young girl. Zhang Hao.
This woman's mood swings are way too fast.
Last night she was all cold and elegant.
Then she switched to a coquettish tone.
Now she's suddenly this bubbly, girlish type? It's okay.
Zhang Hao replied half-heartedly. He had no time to worry about Lu Ruyan's clothes. The most important thing now was to snag a bargain.
I'm off.
He pushed open the door. Zhang Hao hurried toward the staircase.
At the stairwell entrance. Boom! A massive explosion echoed from below. The entire castle shook.
Dust rained down from the stone walls.
Immediately followed by battle cries. Charge! Watch out for the boss's skills. Healers, heal.
A cacophony of voices mingled together. The battle had reached a fever pitch.
Zhang Hao hurried downstairs. He opened his backpack as he walked. He retrieved the ghost necklace. Ghost necklace.
He removed the witch's affection necklace and replaced it with the ghost necklace.
The next second. Ghost set effect activated. 3-piece set effect, 100% transparency, complete invisibility. Zhang Hao's form vanished instantly into thin air. Completely invisible.
He continued down the stairs. He reached the corner between the second and first floors. He peered down through the banister.
In the castle hall. A fierce battle was underway.
In the center of the hall. A figure stood there.
It was a man. Nearly 6 feet tall. Slender and well-proportioned. He wore a black robe. The robe was embroidered with crimson patterns, resembling some ancient magical array.
His face was handsome. His features were deep and sculpted.
A high, straight nose and thin lips.
His skin was pale, devoid of any hint of color. Yet this pallor only accentuated his striking beauty.
Most striking of all were his eyes. Blood-red pupils. They glowed with an eerie light in the darkness. Like 2 rubies.
His long hair was also black, cascading over his shoulders.
Strands of hair fell along his cheeks, swaying gently with his combat movements.
His entire presence radiated a somber elegance.
Like an ancient noble stepping out of an oil painting. Dungeon boss, Chen Haotian Blood Eyes. Level, 70. Health, 9%.
Zhang Hao stared at the man for a few seconds. So this is Chen Haotian.
He was actually quite handsome.
But who would have thought such a handsome man would be lacking in that department?
What a shame.
He withdrew his gaze and began observing the other players on the battlefield. There were 9 players in the hall.
He mentally cross-referenced the intelligence.
The Dragon Ascension Guild and the Heavenly Slaughter Sect Guild had joined forces. But the Blood Moon Guild hadn't shown up.
Neither Su Yuxuan nor Chen Wan were present.
A faint smile curved the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth.
It matched the intelligence perfectly.
A thought flashed through his mind.
Inside intelligence.
An invisible wave shot from Zhang Hao's eyes, landing on the swordsman closest to the boss below.
The system panel immediately popped up.
Target, Jian Chen player.
Level, 41. Class, Swiftwind Blade Dancer A rank.
Skills, Whirlwind / Phantom Step, Sword Dance Cyclone, Sky Splitting / Target, Lin Hai player.
Level, 41. Class, Elemental Manipulator A rank. Skills, Elemental Blast, Icefire Twin Blast, Thunder Judgment, Elemental Shield. Target, Longshao player. Level, 35. Class, Unbreakable War Goddess rank. Skills, God of War's Roar, Body of Steel, Berserker Charge, Earth-Shattering Strike. Target, Mo Yuntian player. Level, 35. Class, Breaker of Armies Sword Saint rank.
Skills, Armor Piercing / Sword Chi Surge, Immortal Sword Heart, Fatal Strike.
Chapter 50, Where's the Stuff?
Zhang Hao casually glanced at the other players.
All level 35. Classes included frontline warriors, archers, mages, and priests. A standard dungeon setup.
But none were particularly strong classes.
Perfect.
No player's skills can detect me. This time, I'm not just going to steal their boss, I'm going to rob them blind. Every gold coin and piece of gear on their bodies, I'll take it all.
Just then. Wait.
Long Xiao suddenly shouted, glancing warily around.
What is it?
Jian Chen frowned and turned to look at Long Xiao.
Gritting his teeth, Long Xiao spoke with grave seriousness. Team leader, do you remember the last time we were grinding bosses in the wilderness?
Jian Chen froze for a moment. Then his expression changed.
You mean? Yes.
Long Xiao nodded forcefully.
That translucent goblin. He stole the boss's loot. This time, could he be here too?
The moment those words left his mouth, the entire party's mood shifted. Players who had been preparing to advance halted their movements.
Mo Yuntian frowned. He screwed me over once before too.
His voice grew somber. That translucent goblin is nearly impossible to spot unless you look closely. Last time we were farming the boss, he snatched the loot right from under us.
We fought our asses off for half an hour, and the moment the boss dropped, he suddenly appeared and snatched everything. Mo Yuntian's hand trembled on the hilt of his sword as he spoke. Clearly, that experience had left a deep impression on him. Lin Hai, the leader of the Tiansha sect, fell silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke up, "We can't afford to be careless." He turned to face an archer in the group. Lin Hai gestured around them. "You have the best eyesight. Scour the surroundings for anything unusual. Especially those translucent outlines. Look very carefully." The archer nodded vigorously. "Understood." He immediately raised his bow and turned to scan the entire hall. His gaze swept from the floor to the walls. From the walls to the ceiling. From the first floor to the second. Very carefully. With utmost seriousness. Not a single corner was overlooked. His gaze swept over the spot where Zhang Hao stood. Zhang Hao stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. "Nothing." The archer shouted back, "I looked very carefully, there's no translucent outline anywhere around here." "No one." Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." The archer's tone was unwavering. "You know my eyesight. Within 50 meters, I could spot even a single fly. If that goblin was here, I wouldn't have missed it." Long Xiao relaxed his guard. "That's good." Jian Chen nodded. "Looks like he didn't come. Then let's continue. Let's hurry and take down the boss." Everyone refocused their attention on Chen Haotian. Zhang Hao leaned against the stone pillar, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "A translucent goblin? They were after the 2-piece set bonus. But I've got 3 pieces now. Complete invisibility. Not even an outline." Zhang Hao was in high spirits. He continued watching the match. Below, Jian Chen and Lin Hai stood together. The 2 team leaders began discussing the allocation rules. Lin Hai. Jian Chen spoke up, "Once the boss is dead, how should we split the loot?" Lin Hai considered it. "Let's split it 50-50 based on value. If gear drops, it goes to whoever needs it more. If neither of us needs it, we'll sell it and split the gold evenly." Jian Chen nodded. "Agreed. It's settled then." The 2 men extended their hands. They shook hands. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The surrounding teammates also broke into smiles. The atmosphere lightened. After all, the boss was down to just 9% health. Victory was within reach. "Get ready." Jian Chen raised his longsword and shouted, "Final push. Full power." "Roger that." The group responded in unison. Lin Hai raised his staff. Elemental blast. 3 orbs of light, each a different color, coalesced at the tip of the staff. Red flames. Blue frost. Purple lightning. The 3 spheres of light shot forth simultaneously, crashing toward Chen Haotian. Boom. 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 3 consecutive explosions. Chen Haotian's health 9%, 7%. Jian Chen flickered into motion. Whirlwind slash. The twin swords became afterimages. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. 4 strikes. 4 streaks of sword light struck Chen Haotian almost simultaneously. Chen Haotian's health 7%, 5%. Archer. Archer drew back the bowstring. Armor-piercing arrows. The arrow whistled through the air. It struck Chen Haotian squarely in the chest. Chen Haotian health 5%, 4%. Other players unleashed their skills in succession. The entire team coordinated flawlessly. Chen Haotian's health plummeted rapidly. 4%. 3%. 2%. 1%. Final blow. Mo Yuntian and Long Xiao shouted simultaneously. The 2 charged toward the boss. Mo Yuntian raised his longsword. A dazzling golden light erupted from the blade. The light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, it coalesced into a thick blade of energy. Final strike. The sword energy slashed down. On the other side, Long Xiao raised his warhammer high. Crimson light coiled around the weapon. The light blazed like flames. Shatter Earth Strike. The warhammer crashed down. Both skills struck Chen Haotian simultaneously. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. The shockwave radiated outward. The marble tiles on the floor shattered instantly. Shards of stone flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. Chen Haotian health 1%, 0%. Health bar depleted. Chen Haotian's body froze. He lowered his head, staring at the wound on his chest. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his black robe crimson. Poof! Chen Haotian let out a faint chuckle. His voice was weak. "Who would have thought that I, Chen Haotian, would come to this?" His body began to sway. He could no longer stand steady. Then, thud! Chen Haotian collapsed to the floor. His body slammed against the marble floor with a dull thud. Motionless. Dead. System notice, instance boss Chen Haotian Blood Eye has been defeated. "We did it!" Long Xiao shouted excitedly. The other players cheered in unison. "We won! Finally took him down." It was so hard. Everyone danced and waved their arms in excitement. Just then, Chen Haotian's corpse suddenly erupted in dazzling golden light. Within the light, one item after another flew out from the corpse. Gold coins, materials, and a ring.
The ring was a deep crimson throughout, its surface carved with intricate patterns. Bathed in golden light, it emitted an alluring glow.
It's a pink-hued piece. Mo Yuntian's eyes widened. A pink quality ring. Jian Chen also grew excited. Quick, pick it up.
Everyone immediately rushed toward the fallen item.
But just then, all the dropped items vanished without a trace. Gold coins, materials, pink rings, all gone. As if they had never been there at all. Everyone froze in shock. Jian Chen rushed to Chen Haotian's body. He bent down and searched the ground. Nothing.
The ground was bare.
What the hell?
He snapped his head up. His face was filled with shock and confusion.
Where's the debris? Chapter 51, 20 meters. Lin Hai rushed over too.
He searched the ground. He searched over and over.
Still nothing. Gone?
His voice trembled.
How could that be? Long Zhao's face turned deathly pale. I clearly saw it just now. The pink ring. And all those gold coins. How could it just vanish like that? Mo Yuntian spun around abruptly, scanning the surroundings. It was that goblin. He shouted, it must be him. He's here. He stole the dropped item.
The moment those words left his mouth,
everyone's expression changed. Anger. Resentment.
The archer was utterly dumbfounded.
Impossible. He muttered. I checked it clearly. There was no one around. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. I have it. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. It echoed through the empty hall. Everyone snapped their heads up, scanning the room,
searching for the source of the sound.
But they saw nothing. Only air. Who?
Jian Chen gripped his sword tightly and shouted fiercely.
Show yourself.
Long Zhao raised his warhammer as well.
Playing tricks. Show yourself if you dare. Zhang Hao stood at the second floor railing, watching the panicked crowd below.
A faint smile curved his lips.
He didn't reveal himself. Instead, he continued speaking. Robbery.
His voice remained calm.
But to everyone's ears, like a bolt from the blue. Hand over everything you have on you.
Zhang Hao's tone hardened,
carrying an air of unquestionable authority. I'll spare your lives. He paused.
His voice grew colder with that final sentence.
More ruthless. Otherwise, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Rage. Shock. Incredulity. Robbery? Mo Yuntian was the first to snap out of it.
He spun around abruptly, his sword pointing in all directions, his face flushed crimson.
What the hell are you talking about? His voice echoed through the empty hall. Uncontrollable rage seethed within him. We fought that boss for half an hour. You hid in the shadows to get an easy win and now you want to rob us? Mo Yuntian's voice trembled as he spoke. Not from fear. It was rage. The veins on his sword gripping hand bulged, his entire body trembling. Come out. Come out if you dare. Stop hiding in the shadows like a coward.
Long Zhao raised his warhammer. His profession was the unbreakable war god, an S-rank class born to never back down.
That's right. Come out.
Long Zhao scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp and wary.
You think hiding will stop us from getting you? The moment you attack, you'll reveal yourself. Just wait till we slice you into mincemeat.
Jian Chen remained silent.
But his expression was equally grim and terrifying.
As the leader of the Dragon Ascension Guild, he had weathered far more storms than these young men.
He knew anger would solve nothing.
Jian Chen gripped his twin swords tightly, his gaze darting swiftly across the entire hall.
First floor. Corner of the wall.
Behind the stone pillar.
Second floor railing.
He searched every possible hiding spot.
But nothing was visible. Only air.
Lin Hai was also observing. As the leader of the Heavenly Calamity sect, he was a level 41 elemental manipulator.
His staff was clasped in his hand, its tip swirling with 3 elemental blows: red flames, blue frost, and purple lightning.
Ready to unleash his skills at any moment.
Everyone, form a back-to-back formation. Lin Hai issued the order calmly.
Archers, keep surveying the surroundings. Mages, prepare area of effect spells with me.
Warriors, form the outer perimeter.
If he dares show himself, focus fire and take him down instantly. The team swiftly adjusted their formation.
9 figures formed a circle, standing back to back. Each person stared intently at their assigned sector. The archer didn't dare blink.
He had just sworn up and down that no one was around.
Now he was proven wrong.
Now he strained his eyes as if they would pop out, scanning the entire castle from top to bottom 100 times over. The hall fell silent. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard. And the faint swaying of the crystal chandelier.
Tension hung thick in the air. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Just then, that sound echoed once more. Still calm. Still emanating from all directions. Impossible to pinpoint its exact origin. I'll count to 3. Hand over your equipment and gold coins. 3. He began counting down. Damn it. Mo Yuntian cursed under his breath. He's actually coming. Don't be afraid, brothers. Long Xiao shouted, he'll have to show himself when he attacks. Then all 9 of us will go at him together. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on 9 of us. 2. Zhang Hao's voice continued to echo. The countdown persisted. Jian Chen gritted his teeth. His mind raced. The other party was a bandit. And the one on that wanted poster. Capable of complete invisibility. And had managed to take all the boss's loot without them noticing. Such skill is no simple feat. But Jian Chen recalled the fundamental rule of stealth abilities. Any invisibility effect would fail the instant an attack was launched. Not even the most advanced stealth skills are exempt. This was the system's balancing mechanism. Everyone, pay attention. Jian Chen shouted, he'll attack after his countdown ends. He'll reveal himself the instant he attacks. That's our chance. Don't panic. We outnumber him. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Jian Chen is right. He raised his staff. Everyone, prepare your strongest burst skills. The moment he appears, take him down instantly. Everyone nodded in unison. Mages began chanting spells. Warriors braced for a charge. Archers knocked arrows and drew their bows. 9 people. 9 skills. If the enemy dares to show itself, let them taste the terror of concentrated fire. 1. The final countdown fell silent. Everyone's hearts were suspended at the peak of tension. Muscles tensed. Breaths held. Every pair of eyes fixed on the surroundings. Here it comes. He was about to strike. Then, whoosh! A massive fireball suddenly appeared above the hall. It didn't fly out from some corner. It materialized out of thin air. That fireball was enormous. At least 20 meters in diameter. Hundreds of times larger than an ordinary fireball spell. In the confined space of the castle, it loomed as large as the sun itself. Its orange-red flames burned fiercely, with flickering tongues dancing across its surface. The entire fireball radiated terrifying waves of heat. The temperature in the hall shot up instantly. Everyone could even feel a searing, stinging pain on their faces. Holy! Zhang Hao's eyes widened at the sight of the enormous fireball that appeared. Is this ING fireball? This is a meteorite. No wonder the witch wouldn't let me cast fireball in her room. The fireball smashed into the crowd below. Chapter 52, What does it take? The fireball's speed was too fast. Heading straight for Lin Hai, standing right in the center. Elemental shield. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hai raised his staff. A translucent shield unfolded before him. Boom! The fireball slammed into the shield. A terrifying explosion echoed. Flames erupted outward in all directions. The shockwave swept through the entire hall. Lin Hai's health, 100%, 76%. The shield shattered. Lin Hai was hurled backward by the blast. He tumbled twice in midair. He crashed heavily to the ground. Captain! The Tiansha sect members cried out in alarm. But before they could react, whoosh! A second fireball appeared. Still a massive fireball 2 meters in diameter. It materialized out of thin air once more. This time, its target was Long Xiao. Steel body. Long Xiao roared in fury. Golden light erupted from his entire body. His skin hardened like metal. Boom! The fireball struck. Long Xiao's HP, 100%, 68%. Dragon Roar was knocked back several steps. The marble tiles beneath his feet shattered under his weight. Damn, that hurt. He gritted his teeth. Smoke curled from his entire body. His armor glowed red hot. This damage, how can it be this high? It wasn't over yet. Whoosh! Third fireball. Whoosh! Fourth fireball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fireballs rained down like hail. 1 every second. They just wouldn't stop. The entire hall became a sea of fire. The orange-red flames illuminated every corner. The temperature kept rising. The air itself warped from the heat. Aya! A mage from the Dragon Ascension Guild screamed in agony. He was struck by 2 consecutive fireballs. His health plummeted to 0. HP, 17%. Heal him now. Jian Chen shouted. The priest in the party immediately raised his staff. Light of healing. A white beam of light descended upon the mage. His health began to recover. But, whoosh! Another fireball slammed into him. Mage health, 35%, 8%. Help! The mage's face drained of color. He scrambled toward the corner of the wall, trying to escape the fireball's range. But it was useless. The fireball seemed to have eyes of its own, chasing him down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh. 3 consecutive strikes. Mage HP 8% 0%. Ah! The mage let out a piercing scream.
His body collapsed to the ground.
Dead. Truly dead.
Long Zhao's eyes widened.
He killed someone. He actually dared to kill someone. Everyone's faces paled.
Just moments ago, some had thought it was merely a robbery. At worst, they'd lose some gear and gold.
But now, this bandit was serious. He really would kill. Mo Yuntian hid behind a stone pillar.
His entire body trembled.
Not from the cold. It was fear.
Just moments ago, he'd been cursing the other as a cowardly turtle.
He'd demanded the other come out. Now all he wanted was to find a place to hide. Why? The archer crouched in the corner.
His voice trembled.
Why didn't he reveal himself after attacking? That's not scientific. Yeah. Everyone had thought of this issue. According to the game rules, any invisibility effect would be nullified upon attack. But this bandit,
he'd unleashed over a dozen fireballs.
Still no sign of him. Not even a silhouette. What kind of stealth skill is this?
Lin Hai gritted his teeth. His health was down to 52%.
He'd just been hit by another fireball.
His robes were torn in several places. His hair was singed in places.
He looked utterly battered. This can't go on. Jian Chen shouted. We can't even see him. We're just taking hits. If this keeps up, we'll all die here. He was absolutely right. A team of 9.
1 was already dead.
8 remain.
Each of us has lost at least 30% of our health. Some are barely above 20%.
The healer's mana is nearly depleted. Healing couldn't keep up with the damage. And that bandit.
Fireballs kept raining down.
1 per second.
It just wouldn't stop.
Whoosh. Another fireball slammed into Mo Yuntian. Damn it.
Mo Yuntian rolled out from behind the stone pillar. The fireball whizzed past his body. His clothes caught fire. He frantically beat the flames off his body.
I quit. I quit. Mo Yuntian yelled. What the hell are you fighting for? We can't even see the guy. How the hell are we supposed to hit him? This is impossible.
Long Xiao hid behind another stone pillar.
Then what do you suggest? Are we really supposed to just hand over our gear? My entire set of purple gear. Plus 2 pink pieces. All of it I worked my ass off to get.
As Long Xiao spoke, his eyes reddened. It wasn't from the smoke. He was genuinely heartbroken.
2 pink tier items. How much did those cost? Now he had to hand them all over? He couldn't accept it. Huff. Huff. Huff.
Fireballs kept raining down.
Flames engulfed the entire hall.
The floor was scorched black. The walls were blackened by smoke. The air thickened with the acrid smell of burning.
Just then, I surrender. A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone froze.
They turned their heads. Lin Hai stood in the center of the hall. He raised both hands. The staff fell to the ground.
I surrender. Lin Hai declared loudly.
I'll hand over every gold coin and piece of equipment.
Please, don't kill me.
His voice was loud.
It echoed throughout the hall.
Everyone stared at him in shock.
The leader? The Tian Sha sect members couldn't believe it. How could you surrender? Mo Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief. Team leader, have you lost your mind? There are 9 of us, oh wait, now 8. 8 of us can't take down one bandit?
Lin Hai turned his head.
He looked at Mo Yuntian.
His face was covered in dust and sweat. His gaze, however, was unusually calm.
Fight?
Lin Hai's voice was calm.
But that calmness made one's heart race. We can't even see his men. Fight my ass. How are we supposed to fight? Come on, tell me how. Mo Yuntian opened his mouth. He wanted to say something. But not a single word came out. Because he truly couldn't think of any solution. He couldn't see the enemy.
His attacks couldn't land. He could only take the blows passively.
How could he possibly fight like this? Lin Hai watched Mo Yuntian, speechless. He shook his head. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we'll never run out of firewood. Gear can be farmed again. Gold can be earned again. But if you die. He paused. That's real death. Everything is lost. After saying that, Lin Hai bent down.
He began to remove his gear.
Chest plate. Staff. Shoulder guards. Ring. Necklace.
One by one, he removed them.
He tossed them onto the ground.
He opened his backpack again.
He took out all the gold coins. Clatter. The coins piled on the ground. They glistened in the firelight. After doing all this,
Lin Hai raised both hands. Shouted, "Big brother.
All my belongings are right here. Please let me go." The fireballs ceased. No new fireballs fell.
The hall suddenly fell silent. Only the crackling of flames remained.
Then, That voice sounded very good.
Zhang Hao's tone carried a hint of approval. You're clever. Leave the castle and I'll spare your life. Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to face the members of the Heavenly Calamity sect.
Tiansha sect members. He shouted. Leave all your gear and gold behind. Follow me. Staying alive matters more than anything. We can't beat this bandit, we'll take our losses.
The 3 Heavenly Slaughter Gate members exchanged glances. Then, they too began stripping off their gear.
Quickly. Neatly.
Clearly, they had come to terms with it.
Mo Yuntian stood behind the stone pillar, watching the scene unfold. He was completely dumbfounded. You? He pointed at the 3 of them. You're surrendering too? We still have a chance. As long as what? A Tiansha sect warrior cut him off. As long as you come up with a plan? Then come up with one. Have you figured it out? Chapter 53, Harvest Time.
Mo Yuntian was at a loss for words.
The warrior sneered coldly. If you can't figure it out, shut up. I'm not going to die with you. With that, he tossed the last piece of equipment onto the ground.
He stood alongside Lin Hai.
Now,
only Mo Yuntian remained in full gear among the Tiansha men guild. Lin Hai looked at him.
Yuntian.
His tone softened.
You are our guild's new prodigy. An S-class profession, the Sword Saint of Ruin. Your future is limitless. You cannot die here.
Lin Hai extended his hand.
Leave your gear and gold behind. Come with me. Mo Yuntian gritted his teeth.
He stared at the pile of gear on the ground. It belonged to Lin Hai. And that of the other 3 teammates. Each had surrendered everything they owned. All for the sake of survival.
He glanced around. The Dragon Ascension Guild members were also hesitating. Jian Chen's expression was torn.
Long Zhao's hand gripping the warhammer trembled.
He was clearly wrestling with his own thoughts. Fine. But, Mo Yuntian suddenly shouted. I refuse to accept this. He raised his long sword, pointing it toward the sky. You bandit. Mark my words. One day, I will find you. I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll make you regret what you did today. I swear. You're quite brave.
Zhang Hao's voice suddenly cut in.
Want revenge? Then don't leave. The air froze instantly. Mo Yuntian froze in place.
His sword-wielding hand began to tremble. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead.
Drip. Tick. A few seconds of silence. Then, clang.
The long sword fell to the ground.
It made a crisp sound. Mo Yuntian's legs buckled. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. I'm sorry. Brother, I was wrong. I spoke treasonous words just now. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he began frantically kowtowing. Thud, thud, thud.
His forehead slammed against the ground.
A dull thud echoed. I was wrong. I truly am wrong. Please spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother to care for. And a newborn child at home. You are a man of great magnanimity. Spare me. He kowtowed repeatedly, while stripping off his gear. His movements flowed seamlessly. All in one breath. Not a moment of hesitation. Within seconds, his gear was completely stripped away. All the gold coins spilled out, piled on the ground. Mo Yuntian raised both hands. Big brother, all my belongings are right here. Please count them. Absolutely nothing hidden. Zhang Hao stood by the second-floor railing, looking down at Mo Yuntian kneeling on the ground below. He was completely stunned. He remained silent for several seconds. No. Zhang Hao's tone was tinged with uncertainty. You little. Weren't you being so tough just a moment ago? Why the sudden? Mo Yuntian continued kowtowing. Brother, I was momentarily confused. I was possessed by a demon. Please forgive me. Zhang Hao.
Lin Hai stood by,
watching Mo Yuntian's whole routine. He couldn't help but whisper, Yuntian, well played. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we'll never run out of firewood. Mo Yuntian bowed repeatedly while responding, yes, the team leader is absolutely right. Zhang Hao cleared his throat. All right. Considering how eager you are to apologize, I'll spare your life. Leave your stuff behind and get lost. Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss. Mo Yuntian immediately stood up.
He scrambled over to Lin Hai.
The entire process took less than 3 seconds.
Lin Hai patted his shoulder.
Whispered, well done. Mo Yuntian exhaled a long breath. In that split second, he truly believed he was about to die.
Zhang Hao's gaze shifted to the members of the Dragon Ascension Guild.
Any more willing to surrender? Jian Chen and Long Xiao exchanged a glance. A few seconds of silence passed. Then, Jian Chen sighed. We surrender too.
He thrust both swords into the ground. He began to remove his armor. Long Xiao gritted his teeth. He stared at the gear on his body. Each piece had been carefully chosen by him. Each piece embodied his countless efforts. But life mattered more. Sigh. He sighed deeply. He began removing his gear. Other members of the Dragon Ascension Guild followed suit. Soon, the floor was piled high with gear and gold coins. 8 people stood in the hall. The firelight cast flickering shadows upon them. They looked utterly disheveled. Get out. Zhang Hao's voice rang out. Remember today's lesson. Next time you run into me, don't talk back. Handing over the money quietly is the right way to go. The 8 men kept their heads down. Not a word. They walked toward the castle gates. Mo Yuntian led the way. His pace was brisk. As if afraid the bandit might change his mind. Lin Hai followed behind. Zhen Chen and Long Shao walked side by side. Both wore grim expressions. Team leader. Long Shao whispered, "We're just leaving like this? What else?" Zhen Chen gave a bitter smile. "Stay and die?" Long Shao fell silent. "But we don't even know who that bandit is. We don't even know what he looks like." Zhen Chen nodded. "Yeah. We don't even know who he is. Just robbed like that." He lifted his head. His gaze fell upon the castle's ceiling. The light of the blood moon streamed through the windows, drenching the entire hall in crimson. "Feeling frustrated?" Zhen Chen asked. "Yes, it is." Long Shao gritted his teeth. Hell, it's unbearable." "Then remember it." Zhen Chen's voice was calm. "Remember today's humiliation. Grow stronger. One day." He paused. "We'll get our revenge." "Shut the up. Don't let him hear you." "Oh. Right." 8 figures emerged from the castle, vanishing into the night. In the hall, only scattered gear and gold coins remained on the floor. And Chen Haotian's body. And that invisible bandit. Zhang Hao stood by the second floor railing, watching their retreating figures. A faint smile curved his lips. Time to reap the rewards. He leapt down from the second floor. He walked over to the pile of gear and gold coins. He bent down, reached out and picked up the first piece of equipment. Equipment obtained, Gale's Blade Purple. Equipment obtained, Elemental Staff Purple. Equipment obtained, Unbreakable Battle Armor Purple. System notifications chimed one after another. Golden light rose from the ground as each piece of equipment vanished, stored away in his backpack. Zhang Hao's movements were practiced. One after another. Unhurried. As if he were organizing goods in his own warehouse. Occasionally he paused to examine the attributes of a particular piece of gear. This battle armor is decent, it has a solid constitution bonus. This sword's decent 2 purple quality, should fetch a good price. He muttered to himself as he picked things up. His tone was light. Like browsing through a vegetable market, picking out produce. Gold coins piled on the ground. Zhang Hao reached down and grabbed a handful. The coin slipped through his fingers, clinking softly. Acquired gold coins plus 8,742,000. Gained gold coins plus 12,350,000. Gained gold coins plus 9,880,000. Pile after pile. The gold coin figures flashed rapidly across the system panel. Chapter 54, High Magic Defense. The ground lay utterly bare. Nothing remained. Zhang Hao clapped his hands. He opened his backpack to inspect its contents. Rows of equipment lay neatly arranged. The materials slot was overflowing with various resources. He opened the gold coin stats. Current gold, 68,347,892. Over 68 million. Zhang Hao stared at the number for several seconds. Then, he smiled. "We're rich. Ha 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 ha." The laughter echoed through the empty hall. With a sense of exhilarating satisfaction, Zhang Hao continued to inspect his haul. 28 purple tier items. 4 pink tier items. 47 blue tier items. 63 white tier items. Plus a huge pile of materials. Shadow crystals 120. Magic essence 89. Reinforcement stone fragments 156. Dragon scales 12. Zhang Hao quickly calculated. If all this gear were sold off, a conservative estimate would fetch 100 million. 100 million yuan. He leaned against the stone pillar. He tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling. The blood moon's light streamed through the tall windows, casting crimson patches across the floor. "I've been grinding dungeons for 2 days straight. I'm dead tired. Turns out it's not even worth half an hour of robbing rich guy." He grinned. "I knew it. Robbery's still the fastest way to make money." After saying that, he stepped away from the stone pillar. He made his way to the center of the hall. Chen Haotian's body still lay there, motionless. Blood seeped from the wounds, spreading across the floor, forming a pool of dark red blood. Zhang Hao stopped 3 meters away from the body. He found a relatively clean patch of ground.
He sat cross-legged. Now. He glanced at the system time. Current time, 6:58. 15 minutes until he revives.
Zhang Hao leaned against the stone pillar behind him.
Closing his eyes, he began to rest. The hall was quiet.
Only the occasional rustle of wind drifted in through the windows. And the crackling of the burning torches.
Torches still burned on the walls.
The orange-red flames flickered unsteadily, casting twisted shadows upon the walls.
The light of the blood moon mingled with the firelight, drenching the entire hall in an eerie crimson glow. Traces of the recent battle lingered on the floor. Blackened scorch marks from fireballs. Shattered marble tiles.
The walls bore numerous patches blackened by the flames. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning,
mixed with the scent of blood.
It was rather unpleasant.
Zhang Hao opened his eyes. He glanced at the time. Current time, 7:12. 1 minute left. He stood up.
He shrugged his shoulders.
He cracked his neck.
His bones cracked audibly.
Just then, Chen Haotian's corpse suddenly stirred.
The body that had been completely still
began to rise and fall. Faintly. Slowly. As if breathing. Then, boom! A powerful aura erupted from the corpse. Black mist poured from the corpse's 7 orifices. Thick. Viscous.
It flowed through the air like liquid. The mist grew thicker and thicker. Soon it enveloped the entire corpse.
Within the mist,
the corpse began to transform. The wound on its chest began to heal. The skin's color shifted from deathly gray to a pale, lifeless white. The hair regained its luster.
Seconds later, the black mist dissipated. Chen Haotian opened his eyes. Those blood-red pupils glowed with an eerie light in the darkness. He sat up.
His movements were stiff,
like someone who had been asleep for an eternity and suddenly awoke. Instance boss, Chen Haotian blood eyes. Level, 70. HP, 100%. Status, fully revived.
Skills, Shadow Arrow Rain, Shadow Shield, Shadow Blast, Shadow Arrow, Shadow Chain, Shadow Impact.
Chen Haotian stood up. He looked down at his body.
He flexed his fingers.
Huff. He exhaled a long breath. Back to life again.
His voice was low,
a hint of weariness in it. How many times now?
He murmured to himself.
300 times? Or 400? I can't even remember anymore. Chen Haotian lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes scanned the hall. Empty. No one remained.
The players had already fled.
What a bunch of...
He sneered coldly. A bunch of useless trash.
Just then,
a voice suddenly rang out.
Hello there, Chen Haotian.
The voice seemed to come from all directions.
Impossible to pinpoint its origin. Chen Haotian spun around abruptly.
His eyes narrowed with alertness.
Who?
He raised his hand.
Black magical energy began to gather in his palm. You're still here, player? Zhang Hao replied. Because I'm going to kill you again. Chen Haotian froze for a moment. Then, he laughed. He laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Kill me again? His laughter echoed through the hall.
It carried a hint of madness.
Kid, do you know what you're saying? Chen Haotian extended his hand.
Black magical energy swirled in his palm.
More and more. Growing denser.
His gaze sharpened.
I'm at full strength. A level 70 mage. You, a rat hiding in the shadows, dare say you'll kill me?
The words fell.
Chen Haotian swung his arm violently. Shadow arrow rain. Countless black arrows materialized out of thin air. Dense and thick. Over 100 of them.
The arrows hovered in midair.
Then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. They all shot out, shooting toward every corner of the hall. The floor. The walls. Stone pillars. The ceiling. The second floor balustrade. Indiscriminate coverage. Clang. Clang. Arrows struck the stone, emitting a crisp ringing sound. Sparks fly everywhere. Some arrows pierce the walls.
Some pierced through wooden furniture. Others struck the torches. The torches fell to the ground.
They rolled a few times. The flames died out. The light in the hall grew dimmer. Chen Haotian stood rooted to the spot.
This kind of area of effect attack. Even if the opponent possessed stealth abilities, it was impossible to evade entirely. Even the slightest graze from an arrow, they would be revealed.
At that point, poof! Chen Haotian sneered coldly. His gaze swept around the surroundings. He waited. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. No one materialized. No screams. No bloodstains. Nothing at all. Chen Haotian's smile froze. How is this possible? He murmured. I just scanned the entire hall. There's no way I missed every single shot. Just then, that voice sounded again. Finished? Zhang Hao's tone was flat. Then it's my turn. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Whoosh! A massive fireball suddenly appeared above Zhang Hao's head. 2 meters in diameter. The orange-red flames burned fiercely, radiating a terrifying heat wave. What? Zhang Hao's eyes widened. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The fireball slammed down. Boom! A massive explosion echoed. Flames erupted in all directions. Zhang Hao was engulfed in flames. Zhang Hao health 100%, 96%. Only 4%? Zhang Hao stood by the second floor railing. He frowned. Your magic defense is that high? He unleashed another fireball. Whoosh! The fireball hurtled toward Zhang Hao. This time, Zhang Hao was prepared. Shadow shield. A layer of black shield unfolded before him. Boom! The fireball slammed into the shield. The shield shook violently. Zhang Hao health 96%, 94%. Only 2% lost. Zhang Hao. This is a bit of a hassle. He looked down at Zhang Hao below. This boss's magic defense is way too high. Plus, it has a shield skill. Grind it down slowly with fireball. How long is this going to take? Zhang Hao noticed this too. His expression relaxed. Poof. He sneered coldly. So you're just another mage after all. Zhang Hao stood up straight. A look of contempt spread across his face. A mere level 35 mage. And you dare say you'll kill me? Absolutely laughable. Chapter 55, Blueprint. He raised both hands. Black magical energy gathered in his palms. Though I cannot see you. Your attack has revealed your position. Zhang Hao abruptly swung his hand toward the second floor railing. Shadow blast. A black energy sphere shot forth. At extreme speed. Straight toward Zhang Hao's position. Zhang Hao sidestepped. The energy sphere whizzed past his body. Boom! It slammed into the wall. It blasted a huge hole in the wall. Debris flew everywhere. Tisk. Zhang Hao clicked his tongue. Dodged it? Quick reflexes, though. He unleashed another skill. Shadow arrow. Shadow chain. Shadow blast. One after another. Black magic slammed into the second floor. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed in rapid succession. Several railings on the second floor were blown to pieces. Numerous craters appeared on the ground. But it just couldn't hit him. Zhang Hao always managed to dodge in time. In a state of complete invisibility. Zhang Hao couldn't lock onto his position at all. He could only guess. Guesswork. But every time, he was just a hair's breadth away. Damn it! Come out if you've got the guts. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. I'm out. What are you gonna do about it? The next second. Zhang Hao's figure suddenly materialized beside the second floor railing. Not fully materialized. He'd merely changed his gear. He removed the ghost necklace. He put on the witch's affection necklace. Spirit 640-1400. All set. Zhang Hao flexed his wrists. I'm bored of this too. His voice turned cold. It's time to end this. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Zhang Hao raised his hand. Shadow bind. The shadows beneath his feet suddenly stirred. As if they had come to life. The shadows swiftly extended. From the second floor to the first. At an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it surged to Zhang Hao's feet. What? Before Zhang Hao could react. The shadow had already wrapped around his legs. Then his waist. His chest. His arms. His neck. In less than a second. His entire body was enveloped by the black shadow. As if bound by countless ropes. He couldn't move. What is this? Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Shadow bind? He tried to struggle. But he couldn't break free. The shadows felt as solid as metal. They held him fast. Damn it! Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. He struggled desperately to break free. Every muscle in his body tensed. Veins bulged. But it was useless. The shadow remained utterly still. Zhang Hao leapt from the second floor. He landed steadily 3 meters in front of Zhang Hao. Then, he snapped his fingers. Snap! A flash of golden light erupted. The golden retriever was summoned from the system space. Woof! The moment the golden retriever appeared, it let out an excited howl. It spotted Zhang Hao bound and restrained. Its eyes lit up instantly. Go on! Zhang Hao pointed at Zhang Hao. Beat him up. Beat him to death. The blonde grinned, exposing a row of sharp teeth. Oh whoa! He sprang forward with all 4 limbs. Its form transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. Instantly, it charged before Zhang Hao. Thunder Claw! Golden sparks danced along its sharp claws, slashing viciously toward Zhang Hao's chest. Rip! The claws ripped through Zhang Hao's robe. 3 deep, bloody gashes appeared across his chest. Chen Haotian health 94% 86%.
Additional effect, paralyzed for 3 seconds.
Ah! Chen Haotian let out a piercing scream.
Excruciating pain radiated from his chest.
But he couldn't move.
He could only watch helplessly as the golden-haired figure continued its assault.
Chain lightning.
Golden lightning erupted from the golden-haired figure.
It struck Chen Haotian. Sizzle. 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 Electricity danced across Chen Haotian's body.
Then, with no other enemies nearby,
the lightning struck Chen Haotian a second time. Chen Haotian health 86% 74%. Thunder Claw. Another claw strike. Chen Haotian HP 74% 62%. Chain lightning. Chen Haotian health 62% 50%. Golden Fur's attacks have no cooldown. Skill 1 and Skill 3 can be chained infinitely. Claw after claw. One lightning bolt after another. Chen Haotian's health plummets rapidly. 50%. 40%. 30%. 20%. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to struggle. But he couldn't move at all. The Shadow Bind's duration was too long. With the enhancement of 1,400 points in mental attributes, the control duration reached 20 seconds. And the cooldown was only 15 seconds. Which means,
as long as Zhang Hao keeps casting it,
he could achieve seamless, perpetual control. Chen Haotian felt utterly hopeless. You.
His voice grew hoarse.
How could your Shadow Bind control me for this long? Could your mental attribute possibly exceed 900 points? How is that possible?
How could a level 35 player possibly have such a high spirit attribute? Zhang Hao stood nearby,
arms crossed, watching the blonde-haired man beat Chen Haotian senseless. Want to know?
His tone was flat.
Too bad. I don't want to tell you.
It wasn't that Zhang Hao didn't want to tell him, it was because his mana was nearly depleted.
Shadow Bind could control targets indefinitely, but the longer the duration, the higher the mana cost. If he delayed any longer, he'd be out of mana. Chen Haotian health 20% 10%.
The golden-haired man kept attacking.
Its claws swung down again and again. Chen Haotian's wounds multiplied.
His robe was now completely shredded,
exposing the pale skin beneath.
The skin was covered in claw marks and scorched scars. Blood flowed down from the wounds,
dripping onto the ground.
His breathing grew increasingly ragged. His gaze grew increasingly unfocused.
Chen Haotian managed to utter. I refuse to accept this.
His voice was faint.
I'm a level 70 shadow mage. I've killed countless players. How could this be? How could I die at your hands? Chen Haotian health 10% 5%.
The blonde-haired man's attacks continued relentlessly.
Chen Haotian's voice grew fainter and fainter. Princess Yang Anna. He murmured. I'm sorry. I couldn't satisfy you. I'm not a worthy husband. Our unborn child will have to be raised by you alone. Chen Haotian's health 5% 1%.
The golden-haired beast raised its claws.
Golden lightning bolts flashed brighter than before. This is the final blow.
The claw swung down,
slamming viciously into Chen Haotian's chest. Chen Haotian's health 1% 0%. Health bar depleted.
The Shadow Bind was released at the same moment.
Chen Haotian's body lost its support. Like a puppet whose strings had snapped. He crashed heavily to the ground. Thud. A dull thud.
His eyes remained open. His blood-red pupils gradually lost their luster. A faint, bitter smile lingered at the corners of his mouth.
So this is what death feels like.
His voice faded away completely.
His body lay utterly still. True death. System notice: instance boss Chen Haotian Blood Eye has been completely defeated. The next second, golden light erupted from Chen Haotian's corpse. Brighter than his first death. More dazzling. Within the light, countless items flew out from the corpse. Gold coins. Materials. Equipment. And a blueprint glowing with an orange light. The blueprint hovered in midair, slowly rotating. Exquisitely engraved patterns adorned its surface, depicting the pattern of a pair of greaves. Abyssal Knight Legguard blueprint orange. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. It's here. He immediately stepped forward. He began collecting the dropped items. Gained gold plus 240,000.
Materials obtained: Shadow Essence 50.
Acquired materials: Magic Crystals 30. Equipment obtained: Blood-Eyed Robe purple. Equipment obtained: Shadow Ring purple. Obtained blueprint: Abyssal Knight Greaves orange. Chapter 56: Reborn in Blood.
The orange blueprint fell into Zhang Hao's hands.
It felt surprisingly light in his grasp. Like an ordinary sheet of parchment. Yet a faint glow emanated from its surface. Zhang Hao tapped to view its properties. Equipment blueprint: Abyssal Knight Greaves. Quality: orange. Equipment requirement: level 30+. Required materials: Shadow Steel 50, Dragon Scale 20, Magic Crystal 100, Soul Essence 10. Equipment stats: Constitution plus 80, Agility plus 120. Special Skill 1, Abyssal Warhorse. Special Skill 2, Knight's Oath. Abyssal Warhorse. Outside combat, summon an Abyssal Warhorse as a mount. Mounted movement speed increases by 300%. Summons a warhorse for party members while grouped. Automatically dismounts upon entering combat. Knight's Oath. Establish a Knight's Guardian pact with a selected ally. While active, you absorb 30% of damage taken by the pact unit, and their constitution increases by 20%. When the contracted unit's health falls below 30%, you can instantly teleport to their location. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Only one ally can be contracted at a time. Contract cooldown: 5 minutes. Zhang Hao's gaze swept swiftly across the attribute panel. Constitution plus 80, Agility plus 120. These stats are way better than the shadow leg guards I'm wearing now. He turned his attention to the first skill. Abyssal Warhorse. Summons an Abyssal Warhorse as a mount. A mount? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Movement speed increased by 300%? This is a real gem. He recalled how he'd been running all over the place in that dungeon before. From the ruins to the castle, walking alone took over 10 minutes. If only he had a mount. Wouldn't he be able to go anywhere he wanted? Plus, you can summon warhorses for your teammates. Zhang Hao stroked his chin. Though I usually go solo, it might come in handy someday. He continued reading. Knight's Oath. Establish a Knight's Guardian contract with a selected friendly unit. Friendly unit. Zhang Hao frowned. He paused for a few seconds, pondering in his mind. I've always gone solo, no regular teammates. Iron Shield and those other loners did say they'd follow me, but they're too weak. Sharing damage with them wouldn't make much sense. Su Yuxuan and Chen Wan agreed to join my guild, but they haven't officially joined yet. Zhang Hao's gaze fell upon the golden-haired figure nearby. Golden Retriever was crouched beside Chen Haotian's corpse, pawing at the bloodstains on the ground as if contemplating whether it was edible. I wonder if Golden Retriever counts as an ally. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. If it is, he imagined the scenario. The Golden Retriever was an SSS-tier pet with off-the-charts attack power. But there was one problem. Its HP wasn't particularly high. If he could bind the Golden Retriever with a Knight's Oath, boost its constitution by 20% and absorb 30% of the damage it takes, then the Golden Retriever's survivability would skyrocket. This skill, if it could bind Golden Retriever, it would be perfect. Zhang Hao nodded. Let's focus on crafting these greaves first. Once it's done, we'll test its effects and see if it can bind to the Golden Retriever. If it binds, we keep it. If not, we sell it. Having made up his mind, Zhang Hao opened his backpack and began sorting through his materials. Shadow Steel 50 got it, and plenty too. Looted it. There are 87 pieces in the backpack. Dragon Scales 20 got it. Exactly 20 in the backpack, a mix of drops from monsters and loot from raids. Enough. Magic Crystals 100 got it. 142 in the backpack. Looted. Soul Essence 10 none. Just this one thing missing. He turned his backpack inside out. He checked 3 times. Nothing at all. Not a single Soul Essence. Looks like I'll have to leave the dungeon and buy some at the auction house. Zhang Hao closed the backpack interface. Chen Haotian was dead anyway, and the quest was nearly complete. Once he got young Anna out of the dungeon and handed her over to Zhang Gunsuk, he'd get the pink skill book reward. Then he'd head to the auction house to buy materials and have a blacksmith craft the greaves. Zhang Hao nodded. That's the plan. He turned to head upstairs to find young Anna. But suddenly he remembered. When Chen Haotian died the first time, he dropped a pink tier item. That blood moon ring had been casually stashed into his backpack, and he hadn't had time to check its stats yet. And during the robbery of those players earlier, he'd collected several pink tier items. He hadn't examined any of them closely either. No rush anyway. Zhang Hao found a relatively clean spot in the lobby. There was a chair that had been scorched by a fireball but wasn't completely burned. The back was charred black, but the seat cushion was still intact. Zhang Hao walked over and plopped down. The chair creaked but felt sturdy enough. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and thought to himself. First, let's see what kind of stuff these powdered things are. Zhang Hao opened his backpack. Piece by piece, the pink quality gear lay neatly arranged on the panel. They glowed with a faint pink light. He clicked on the first item. Equipment name, Soul Binding Armor. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 20 plus. Base stats, Constitution plus 180, Strength plus 80. Special skill, Soul Binding Protection. Soul Binding Shield, when receiving lethal damage, automatically activates a shield that nullifies the damage and restores 20% of maximum health. Cooldown, 24 hours. Not bad stats. It can prevent a single lethal hit. But the other stats can't compare to my own Abyssal Knight's breastplate. Not swapping. I can sell it once I get out. He moved on to the second item. Equipment name, Blood Moon Dirge Necklace. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 25 plus. Base stats, Spirit plus 200, Constitution plus 50. Special skill, Lamentation Sound. Lament's Echo inflicts spirit damage on all enemies within 30 meters, dealing damage equal to Spirit 2. Cooldown, 30 seconds. The Witch's Affection Necklace has inferior stats compared to mine. But it has an AoE skill. Not really interested. This one can be sold too. Zhang Hao opened the third item. Equipment name, Shadow Swift Boots. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 25 plus. Base stats, Agility plus 200, Constitution plus 60. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up at the stats. No special skills, but the stat bonuses are incredibly generous. Agility 200? He immediately checked the purple quality boots he was currently wearing. Shadow War Boots, Agility plus 90, Spirit plus 30. He compared them. The Shadow Swift Boots offered a full 110 points more agility. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded. I'll take these. He promptly removed his Shadow War Boots and slipped into the Shadow Swift Boots. The moment the boots touched his feet, a sensation of lightness washed over him. His entire body felt lighter. System notice, you have equipped the Shadow Swift Boots. Agility, 302-412. Zhang Hao stood up and hopped twice in place. His body felt incredibly light. His landing made almost no sound. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction. He sat back down in his chair. He continued inspecting the equipment. The fourth item was a staff, which Zhang Hao skipped over immediately. He wasn't a mage, it was useless to him. Next was the ring that had dropped when Chen Haotian died for the first time. Zhang Hao opened its properties. Equipment name, Blood Moon Ring. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 35 plus. Base stats, Spirit plus 280. Special skill, Rebirth in Blood. Rebirth in Blood revives 15 minutes after death. Cooldown, 24 hours. Chapter 57, can he accept it? Oh. It seems Chen Haotian's resurrection hinges on this ring. Now that it's been exposed, it's worth keeping. After all, this equipment skill is too unique. It allows one to feign death to deceive others and steal their belongings. Zhang Hao continued rummaging through the backpack. There were far too many purple tier items left. There were over 20 pieces. Zhang Hao examined each one in turn. His eyes were starting to blur from the strain. Forget it, forget it. He waved his hand dismissively. Can't be bothered to look at them all. Just swap out everything for gear with better stats than what I'm wearing now. Zhang Hao began comparing them quickly. Shoulder guards. Change. Belt. Change. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao's gear was completely renewed. Only the core gear weapon, chest armor, necklace, rings, and bracelets remained unchanged. Every other slot was now equipped with purple or pink gear boasting superior stats. He opened the stats panel to check. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 36. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank unique. Strength, 1806. Spirit, 1407 base 707 plus Witch's Affection 99%. Constitution, 456. Agility, 422. Current gold, 33,690,091. Agility reached 400, strength reached 1800. Pure gold coin gains also exceed 30 million. Plus the unused pink and purple gear, I'll sell those after leaving the dungeon. Total haul should be close to 200 million gold coins. This level up. Awesome. Zhang Hao stared at his attribute panel, his grin stretching from ear to ear. He leaned back in his chair. He felt utterly content. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. System notice, the Blood Moon Ruins instance has been active for 72 hours. The instance boss, Chen Haotian, has been defeated. Players may now exit the instance. Players may select leave dungeon at any location within the instance. Zhang Hao stared at the message, momentarily stunned. Time really flies. The instance was about to end. I should go find young Anna now. Just then. Hao Tian. A woman's voice suddenly rang out. It was shrill. It was choked with tears. It echoed through the empty hall. Zhang Hao snapped his eyes open. He turned his head, looking toward the source of the sound. At the stairwell entrance, a figure stumbled down the stairs. It was a woman. She wore a long white dress. The hem was long, dragging along the floor. She was running urgently, one hand holding up the hem, the other gripping the stair railing. Her steps were unsteady. Several times she nearly stumbled. Hao Tian! She cried out as she ran. Her voice was filled with panic and sorrow. How could you die like this? What am I supposed to do now? The woman rushed down the stairs, straight toward Chen Haotian's body. At that moment, Zhang Hao finally got a clear look at her. Golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, slightly disheveled. Her face was beautiful, with delicate features and fair skin. But now it was streaked with tears.
Her eyes were swollen and red, her nose flushed. She looked as though she had been crying for a long time. She wore a white long dress. At the waist of the dress was bulging. It was obvious. She was pregnant. And judging by the size of her belly, she must be at least 6 or 7 months along. Question mark. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. The woman ran to Chen Haotian's body. She knelt down with a thud. Haotian. She grabbed Chen Haotian's hand and pressed it against her face. Tears streamed down her face. How could you just leave like this? Whoa whoa. She wept bitterly. Her shoulders shook with sobs. Zhang Hao stood nearby. He was completely stunned. He stared at the woman's belly. That distinctly rounded belly. The words Chen Haotian had uttered before dying flashed through his mind. Princess Yang Anna. I'm sorry. I couldn't satisfy you. I'm not a worthy husband. Our unborn child will have to rely on you alone. Our unborn child? Ours? Damn it. Zhang Hao muttered under his breath. It couldn't be. He looked at the woman weeping. Suddenly, the blacksmith Zhang Genshua's request flashed through his mind. Mission objective: enter the Blood Moon ruins and escort Princess Yang Anna out of the ruins. Yang Anna. Is this woman Yang Anna? Zhang Hao took a deep breath. He took 2 steps forward. He dispelled the translucent effect and shed the Goblin King's disguise, reverting to his true form. He stood about 3 meters away from the woman. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Excuse me. He began. Who are you? The woman's sobbing paused. She slowly lifted her head. Through tear-filled eyes, she looked at Zhang Hao. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse. She had clearly been crying for too long. Zhang Hao didn't answer. Instead, he repeated the question he had just asked. I asked you, who are you? The woman paused, startled. Then she wiped away her tears. I am. She took a deep breath. She stood up. One hand pressed against her belly. I am Princess Blood Moon, Yang Anna. Though her voice still trembled with tears, her tone had grown formal. The wife of Chen Haotian. Boom! The words struck like a thunderclap. It exploded in Zhang Hao's mind. His entire body froze. Blood Moon Princess Yang Anna. Chen Haotian's wife. Pregnant. At least 6 or 7 months along. Zhang Hao's gaze fell upon Yang Anna's rounded belly. The belly was quite noticeable. Its outline was visible even through her white maxi dress. This. Zhang Hao's throat felt dry. What the hell is going on? He asked himself silently. Blacksmith Zhang Genshua had instructed him to escort Yang Anna out of the dungeon. He said he wanted to reunite with her. He said he'd missed her all these years. But now, Yang Anna was pregnant. And it was Chen Haotian's child. If he brought her back, what would Zhang Genshua think when he saw his beloved princess, her belly swollen with another man's child? What would his reaction be? Could he accept it? Zhang Hao recalled the scene in the blacksmith's shop where Zhang Genshua told stories. That towering man. When he spoke of Yang Anna, his eyes softened. When he spoke of their promise, his voice was unwavering. We promised each other that once I saved enough money, I'd take her away from here. To a place where no one knew us, to open a small blacksmith shop. She'd handle the sales, I'd forge the iron. Just living out our lives quietly like that. Zhang Hao stood rooted to the spot. Watching the woman before him, weeping as she clutched Chen Haotian's lifeless body. He stared at her swollen belly. Thoughts raced through his mind. Then, he suddenly smiled. A radiant smile spread across his face. This is absolutely hilarious. Zhang Hao laughed wildly inside. I absolutely must get Yang Anna out of the ruins. I'll take her to Zhang Gunsuk. He pictured the scene. Inside the blacksmith's shop, Zhang Genshua waited expectantly for his beloved woman to return. After waiting all these years, day and night, consumed by longing. Then, the door opened. Yang Anna walked in. Her belly was big, carrying another man's child. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hao nearly laughed out loud. He quickly covered his mouth. He took a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down. Just wait and see how he reacts when he finds out his beloved woman is carrying another man's child. That scene. It'll be spectacular. Chapter 58, Which Blacksmith? Zhang Hao's eyes were gleaming. He stroked his chin. He was calculating in his mind. Anyway, my objective is just to get her out of here. He opened the system panel and double-checked the mission details. Mission objective: enter the Blood Moon ruins and escort Princess Yang Anna out of the ruins. Right. That's it. Just get her out. Once my mission is complete, I'll receive the reward. As for what Zhang Kunsuk thinks or how Yang Anna is doing, Zhang Hao shrugged. I'm not responsible for anything else. Once he grasped this point, Zhang Hao felt much better. He looked at Yang Anna, who was still crying. A kind smile spread across his face. He took 2 steps forward. He stopped about 2 meters away from her. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Ms. Yang Anna. Zhang Hao's tone softened.
With a hint of concern.
Please take care of yourself during this difficult time.
Yang Anna lifted her head. Her tear-filled eyes gazed at Zhang Hao.
She wiped away her tears.
What did you need to talk to me about?
Her voice was weak,
heavy with nasal congestion. Zhang Hao nodded. I want to ask you a question. He paused.
Then, in a very serious tone, he said,
which is more comfortable, a dry bed or a damp one? The air froze instantly.
The castle hall was eerily quiet.
Only the crackling of torches burning on the walls could be heard.
And the howling wind outside the windows.
Yang Anna froze.
Her hand remained poised to wipe away tears. Her entire body froze in place.
3 seconds later. Then. What did you say? Yang Anna sprang to her feet.
One hand pressed against her stomach. The other pointed at Zhang Hao. The sorrow on her face vanished instantly,
replaced by shock, fury, and a hint of disbelief. You. Her finger trembled. You scoundrel. Thief. Beast. Yang Anna's voice grew louder and louder. Echoed through the empty hall. You just killed my husband. His body isn't even cold yet. And now you dare to harass me? She pointed at Chun Haotian's body on the floor. Look. He's still lying here. You. Yang Anna was so furious she couldn't speak. Her chest heaved violently. Her face flushed crimson. Zhang Hao. He stared at the furious Yang Anna. He was completely dumbfounded. Wait. Why is her reaction so different from what I expected? Zhang Hao blinked. I didn't. You dare try to wriggle out of this? I just saw you rob another player. Yang Anna cut him off. She took a step back.
One hand shielded her stomach. The other pointed at Zhang Hao.
You think I don't know what kind of scum you bandits are?
Her eyes sharpened with suspicion.
Kill first, then rob. Then. Yang Anna gritted her teeth. Then you start targeting the women. She paused there. Tears fell once more. I knew it. I knew something bad would happen today. Wha? Yang Anna cried as she backed away.
She backed up until she reached the wall.
Her back pressed against the wall.
She shielded her stomach with her hands.
Don't come any closer.
Her voice trembled.
I'm warning you. I'm not available right now. Yang Anna lifted her head. Her tear-filled eyes gazed at Zhang Hao.
You should at least give me some time to prepare.
Let me catch my breath. Wha? She began to cry again. Zhang Hao? He was completely dumbfounded.
He stood rooted to the spot.
His expression gradually twisted. What the hell was going on? Zhang Hao's mind couldn't wrap around it. Give you some time to prepare? What's the point? Like you'd actually agree? I'm not sure I'd agree if you did. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. He raised his hands, making a gesture of surrender. Stop. He shouted. Stop crying for now. Let me explain. Yang Anna's sobs quieted slightly.
She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She looked at Zhang Hao warily.
What do you want to say?
Zhang Hao lowered his hand. He rubbed his nose. He gathered his thoughts.
That's not what I meant.
His tone turned serious.
What I just said.
Zhang Hao paused.
Don't you remember? Yang Anna froze for a moment. Recollection? She blinked. What do you mean, remember? You asked me about the blanket, didn't you just want to? No.
Zhang Hao cut her off quickly.
Absolutely not.
He took 2 steps closer.
Yang Anna immediately backed into the corner. Don't come any closer. I won't come closer.
Zhang Hao stopped in his tracks. He maintained a distance of 3 meters. I'll just stand here and talk.
He took a deep breath. There's a blacksmith outside the dungeon. He asked me to deliver this message to you. Zhang Hao looked into Yang Anna's eyes.
He said that once you hear these words, you'll remember him.
Yang Anna frowned. A blacksmith?
She tilted her head, thinking.
What blacksmith? I know a lot of blacksmiths. Yang Anna began counting on her fingers.
Blacksmith Wang, Blacksmith Li, Blacksmith Xiao. And that Zhao blacksmith who always peeks at me.
Zhang Hao. Hold on. He interrupted Yang Anna. How come you know so many blacksmiths? Yang Anna replied matter-of-factly. I'm a princess, after all. There are many blacksmiths in the palace.
They forge weapons and armor specifically for the knights.
Oh. Zhang Hao nodded. Then think about it. He prompted. There's a blacksmith named Zhang Genshua. Zhang Genshua? Yang Anna murmured the name. Her brow furrowed even deeper. Zhang Genshua. Zhang. Gun Suk. She lowered her head. Her fingers tapped her chin, struggling to recall. A few seconds later, she snapped her head up. Her eyes lit up. It's him! Yang Anna exclaimed excitedly. I remember now. Zhang Kun Suk.
A smile spread across her face.
That burly blacksmith. He looks especially handsome when he's forging iron. Yes, yes, yes. Yang Anna grew more and more excited as she spoke. I still remember his shape. Zhang Hao. I guess so. Right. That's exactly who I'm talking about. How is he doing now? Yang Anna asked. Is he doing okay? Is he still working as a blacksmith? Is he in good health? Her tone grew concerned. A hint of hope flickered in her eyes. He's still working as a blacksmith. Zhang Hao replied. His health should be fine. That's good. Yang Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Then she hesitated. Has he started a family? Zhang Hao shook his head. No. He's always been single. Yang Anna's eyes lit up even brighter. Really? It's true. Zhang Hao nodded. Then he changed the subject. And he looked at Yang Anna. He told me to take you out of the dungeon. To go live with him. The air fell silent once more. Yang Anna froze. Her mouth hung open. She couldn't speak for a long while. What did he say? Her voice trembled slightly. He wants me to leave and live with him? Yes. Zhang Hao replied. That's exactly what he meant. He glanced at Yang Anna's belly. Pack your things now. Get ready to leave with me. I'll take you away. Chapter 59, Ready. Yang Anna lowered her head. She stared at her swollen belly. She reached out, gently caressing it. Her voice grew faint. I want to be with him. But, Yang Anna lifted her head. Her eyes reddened again. The way I look now. She bit her lip. I'm pregnant. It's Chun Haotian's child. Yang Anna's tears fell again. Will he accept it? Zhang Hao looked at her. He sneered inwardly. Accept it? How should I know? But, I'd better say yes. A sincere smile spread across his face. I can. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I believe in him. He took a step closer. His tone grew passionate. He truly loves you. Very, very much. Yang Anna lifted her head. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. Really? Of course it's true. Zhang Hao pounded his chest in assurance. Then, he began spinning a tale. You know what? Zhang Hao's tone grew solemn. All these years, Zhang Gunsuk has been waiting for you. He looked into Yang Anna's eyes. Every night, he'd stand at the blacksmith's shop door, watching the blood moon in the sky, thinking of you. Zhang Hao paused here. He paused deliberately. In his smithy, there's a room, reserved just for you. Yang Anna's tears fell faster. Really? Yes. Zhang Hao continued spinning his tale. In that room, it's filled with things he's made for you over the years. Jewelry boxes, dressing mirrors, and all sorts of little trinkets. All made by his own hands. Zhang Hao's voice grew more emotional. He said, when you return, he planned to give you all these things. One by one. Yang Anna was already crying her eyes out. Wah? He was so good to me. Zhang Hao pressed his advantage. Not only that. He took a step closer. He even told me. Zhang Hao's tone grew more solemn. He said, no matter what you become, no matter what happens, he would accept you. Because. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. He loves you for who you are. Not anything else. Yang Anna couldn't hold it together anymore. Wah! Her shoulders shook violently as she wept. Tears fell like beads from a broken string. Plop, plop, plop. He really said that? Of course. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously. I heard it with my own ears. He added more fuel to the fire. And you know what? All these years, Zhang Hao lowered his voice. Many women have pursued him. After all, he's strong and skilled at his craft. But he turned them all down. Yang Anna's eyes widened. All of them? Yes. Zhang Hao nodded. He said he only loves you in this lifetime. If you don't come back, he'll never marry anyone else. Zhang Hao paused here. He glanced at Yang Anna's reaction. Perfect. She was completely moved. So, Zhang Hao reached out his hand. You don't need to worry. He'll definitely accept you. No matter whose child you're carrying. He'll cherish you like a precious treasure. Yang Anna wiped her tears with the back of her hand. But no matter how she wiped, the tears wouldn't stop. She choked out. I understand. Yang Anna took a deep breath. She lifted her head. Her gaze hardened. I'm going back with you. I'm going to find him. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. It's settled. He laughed wildly inside. Zhang Kunsuk. You better brace yourself. Ha 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 ha. But on the surface, Zhang Hao maintained his moved expression. That's great. He nodded. Then let's get ready to go. Wait. Zhang Hao suddenly remembered something. He looked at Yang Anna.
I killed your husband, Chen Haotian.
You don't blame me? He asked bluntly. Yang Anna froze for a moment. Then,
her expression changed. The face that had been tear-stained moments ago
now turned cold. Blame you? Yang Anna sneered coldly. Why should I blame you? She turned away. Her gaze fell upon Chen Haotian's lifeless body on the ground.
Her eyes held not a trace of sorrow.
Instead, they held a trace of disgust. Chen Haotian. Yang Anna's voice was flat. While I was pregnant, you went and seduced that witch Lu Ruyan. Oomph.
She snorted coldly.
Did he think I didn't know? Yang Anna turned her head.
Her gaze fixed on Zhang Hao.
Her gaze was icy. I know everything.
He sneaks over to Lu Ruyan's place every night, only to be repeatedly rejected by that moody witch, yet he keeps pestering her like a clingy fool.
He thought I was asleep. He thought I didn't know.
A mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips.
Ridiculous. Yang Anna walked over to Chen Haotian's body.
She nudged his arm with her toe. The motion was casual,
as if kicking a stone. You killed him.
She lifted her head. She stared at Zhang Hao.
He deserved it. Good riddance. Zhang Hao.
He was completely stunned. He stared at the woman before him. Just moments ago, she'd been weeping her heart out.
Now she was cold as ice. This contrast was a bit much. Then what about earlier?
Zhang Hao pointed at the ground.
Why were you crying while holding his body? Yang Anna shrugged. Just putting on a show. Her tone lightened.
After all, a day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. I had to shed a few tears.
Otherwise,
she touched her belly.
It wouldn't be good for the baby either. Yang Anna finished. She added. What if you're actually a good person? Seeing me cry like this, maybe you won't kill me after all.
She blinked her eyes.
Right? Zhang Hao. He didn't know what to say. This woman. So cold-hearted. Very well. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Since you don't blame me, then let's go.
He turned and walked toward the center of the hall.
Leave the dungeon. You come with me. Yang Anna nodded.
She lifted her skirt and followed. One hand shielded her stomach. Her pace was slow. The two reached the center of the hall.
Traces of the earlier battle still lingered on the floor. Charred marks, shattered stone tiles, and bloodstains.
Zhang Hao stood there.
He turned around. He looked at Yang Anna. Are you ready? Yang Anna took a deep breath. I'm ready. She held out her hand.
Zhang Hao reached out his hand too.
Two hands clasped together.
Yang Anna's hands were soft, but they felt a little cold.
Zhang Hao opened the system panel. He selected Leave Instance. The next second,
a white light rose from beneath their feet.
Growing brighter. Growing more dazzling. Soon it engulfed the entire hall. At that very moment, at the staircase entrance on the second floor,
a figure stood there.
It was Lu Ruyan. Chapter 60. We will meet again. Lu Ruyan wore the deep purple gown.
She watched silently as the two figures below were enveloped in white light. She raised her hand,
waved it toward Zhang Hao. Goodbye. Bandit Zhang Hao. A faint smile curved at the corners of Lu Ruyan's lips. We'll meet again soon. The white light grew brighter and brighter. It was so blinding it hurt to look.
Zhang Hao and Yang Anna's figures blurred within the radiance,
slowly fading. Finally, they vanished completely. Silence returned to the hall. Lu Ruyan stood by the second floor railing, gazing down at the empty hall below.
Her hand remained raised in a wave,
motionless. After a long while,
she slowly lowered her hand.
He's gone, Lu Ruyan murmured. She turned around. Her back pressed against the railing, slowly slid down to sit on the ground, hugging her knees, burying her face in them.
Her shoulders trembled slightly. Her voice emerged from between her knees, heavy with nasal tones.
Why? Why does it hurt so much? Lu Ruyan's voice grew fainter and fainter, until it faded away entirely.
Only faint sobs remained,
echoing through the empty castle.
The light of the blood moon streamed through the tall windows,
bathed her in its glow,
stretching her shadow long and longer.
It won't be long before you meet another me. You'll be startled by me.
A white light exploded before his eyes. Zhang Hao instinctively squinted his eyes.
The blinding light lasted about 3 seconds. Then, the light faded.
Zhang Hao opened his eyes. The scene before him had completely changed.
No longer the castle hall.
No longer the blood-red moonlight.
Instead, a vast wilderness. Endless wilderness. No towns in sight. No people in sight.
Only he and Yang Anna remained.
Where are we?
Yang Anna's voice sounded beside him. She seemed a bit nervous.
I don't know either. Zhang Hao replied. The dungeon's teleportation mechanism is random.
It's designed to prevent high-level players from camping at the exit to ambush others. So every time you leave the instance, you get teleported to a different location. He glanced at the system map and realized they were still quite a distance from Sunset Town.
Yang Anna nodded.
Zhang Hao ignored her. Instead, he opened the system panel. System notice, you have exited the instance Blood Moon Ruins.
Instance completed. Ding.
A golden light erupted from the system panel. System notice, you have defeated the instance boss Zhang Hao Blood Eye.
Reward plus 50 free attribute points. Release kill announcement? Post with real name post anonymously.
Warning, announcement will be visible to all players who participated in this instance. Zhang Hao glanced at the prompt. His eyebrows raised slightly.
Post the announcement? He remained silent for a few seconds.
Images from the dungeon flashed rapidly through his mind. He had robbed members of the Dragon Ascension Guild. He had robbed the Tiansha sect. Jianchen, Longshao, Linhai, Moyanshan. Though those people hadn't seen his face.
But if he posted an announcement using his real name,
they would surely figure it out.
Then I'll remain anonymous.
Zhang Hao made his decision.
He tapped the Post Anonymously button.
System notice, you have selected anonymous posting. Announcement will be sent to all players who participated in the Blood Moon Ruins instance.
Reward granted plus 50 free attribute points. The next second. Boom!
A golden pillar of light suddenly erupted from the sky. The beam descended from the clouds. It landed directly where Zhang Hao stood. Golden light enveloped his entire body.
Warmth. Comfortable.
Like soaking in a hot spring.
Free attribute points, 050. Meanwhile, Sunset Town. On an open field outside the town perimeter.
This was the temporary camp of the Dragon Ascension Guild. The guild's banner hung at the camp's center. The banner flapped fiercely in the wind. Jianchen and Longshao simultaneously received system notifications.
Then,
they saw a system announcement.
Blood Moon Ruins dungeon announcement.
Anonymous player has completely defeated the instance boss Zhang Hao Blood Eye True Kill. Special note, the boss enters a feigned death state upon first defeat, reviving at full health and status after 15 minutes. True kill reward, plus 50 free attribute points. This notice is visible only to players who have participated in this instance. Long Xiao abruptly stood up.
Team leader. Did you see that? A real kill? Chen Haotian. Chen Haotian revived?
Jian Chen remained silent.
He stared intently at the announcement on the system panel. His expression darkened considerably.
First boss kill triggers feigned death state.
Revives at full health and status after 15 minutes. Full health and full status revival. Which meant, the Chen Haotian they had killed back then
was merely feigning death.
The real boss revived after they left. Then he was.
Anonymous player killed him.
Anonymous player. Jian Chen murmured. Who is it?
Long Xiao suddenly slapped his thigh.
It must be that bandit. It has to be him.
His voice trembled with excitement.
Who else could it be?
He robbed us, then waited for us to leave before reviving the boss.
He, alone?
Long Xiao paused here. His voice suddenly caught. His eyes widened. He stared at Jian Chen.
Team leader.
He single-handedly killed Chen Haotian at full health and full buffs?
Jian Chen nodded slowly. It seems so.
Holy.
Long Xiao plopped back into his chair.
He was completely stunned.
This can't be possible.
His voice grew faint. It took 9 of us half an hour just to barely take down Chen Haotian once.
How could he possibly take down a full health boss alone?
Jian Chen closed his eyes.
He took a deep breath. That's why I said.
His voice was low.
This bandit is no ordinary foe. His strength far exceeds our expectations. Withdraw the wanted notice. We can't afford to provoke him. Meanwhile, Tiansha Sect's camp. Lin Hai and Mo Yuntian also saw the dungeon announcement. Mo Yuntian leader, this anonymous player must be the bandit who robbed us back then.
Lin Hai nodded.
Likely so.
Trading gear and gold for all our lives.
That was the best outcome possible. Meanwhile, about 5 kilometers from Sunset Town, at the edge of a forest, Iron Shield, Little Raindrop, Windchaser, Shadowblade, and Anran.
The Iron Shield Quintet. They too had just exited the instance.
Teleported to this forest's vicinity. They saw the instance announcement. Blood Moon Ruins dungeon announcement.
Anonymous player has fully defeated the dungeon boss Chen Haotian Blood Eye True Defeat.
Silence fell for about 3 seconds. Then, Chasing Wind leapt to his feet. Anonymous player.
Iron Shield murmured.
Then, he sprang to his feet.
It's the guild leader.
He exclaimed. It must be the president.
The other 4 froze. Then they all reacted simultaneously.
Yeah.
Chasing Wind slapped his thigh.
It's gotta be the president. Who else could it be?
Little Raindrop jumped up excitedly. The guild leader is so awesome.
He took down a full health boss single-handedly.
Iron Shield immediately opened his friends list. He messaged Zhang Hao.
Guild leader. Is that anonymous player on the announcement you? The message was sent. About 5 seconds passed. A reply came. Zhang Hao, it was me.
Seeing those 2 words, Iron Shield was overcome with excitement.
He clenched his fists tightly. I knew it was the guild leader.
Chasing Wind and ran, and the others cheered.
Wow! The president is amazing.
Iron Shield, the guild leader, is amazing. The guild leader soloed a full health boss.
Unbelievable. We're all bowing down in awe. Zhang Hao cut the flattery. Do me a favor.
Iron Shield immediately grew serious.
The guild leader needs his help? This is his chance to shine. Iron Shield, what is it, guild leader? I'd climb mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire for you.
Zhang Hao, my current coordinates are X 8427, Y 3392.
Get me a carriage over here.
I have a pregnant woman here who can't move easily.
I need to take her to Sunset Town.
Also, I need to discuss some guild matters with you all.
Chapter 61, Arrival at Sunset Town.
Iron Shield saw the message. He froze in place.
Pregnant woman?
At the guild leader's place.
A pregnant woman? He blinked. He looked again.
He confirmed he hadn't misread it. It really was a pregnant woman. And one who was having difficulty moving.
Iron Shield's mind couldn't quite wrap around it.
But he snapped out of it quickly.
Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Do whatever the guild leader tells you to do. Iron Shield, got it, President. Understood. I'm a bit far away right now, but I'll get there as soon as I can. Zhang Hao, MM. Closing chat interface.
Iron Shield immediately stood up.
He looked at the other 4. Let's go. He shouted. We're leaving now. To find the guild leader.
Zhang Hao and Yang Anna sat on a flat rock. Surrounding them stretched endless fields of withered grass. The wind rustled through the blades, creating a soft, whispering sound. Yang Anna supported her belly with one hand and braced herself against the rock with the other, adjusting her sitting position. 6 or 7 months pregnant, her belly was large, making even sitting somewhat difficult.
Are you okay? Zhang Hao asked casually. I'm okay. Yang Anna nodded. Just a bit tired. She lifted her head and gazed into the distance. How much longer? Not long now. Zhang Hao replied. My friend is on her way. After that, he paid no further attention to Yang Anna. Zhang Hao opened the system panel.
His mind raced. The events of the past few days had driven one thing home to him.
Robbery was a damn fast way to make money.
Inside the Blood Moon Ruins instance, he robbed 2 teams, one from the Dragon Ascension Guild and another from the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. He'd looted nearly 200 million gold worth of gear and materials.
If he'd been grinding monsters normally for gear,
it'd take years to save up that much.
And that doesn't even include the orange blueprint and pink gear obtained from defeating Chen Haoqian. There's no turning back now.
Zhang Hao murmured to himself. No going back to those days of grinding monsters for levels and slowly saving up money.
Robbery was the way to go. But Zhang Hao frowned.
He recalled several heists in dungeons. Though the rewards were immense, they also exposed a problem. A shortage of manpower. In the dungeon, he had relied on his complete invisibility to single-handedly suppress 9 opponents. What if he didn't have the ghost trio? What if the enemy had more members? What if the enemy possessed skills to see through invisibility? Then things would get messy. Going solo had its limits, after all. Zhang Hao stroked his chin. He opened the system panel and looked at the guild founding token in his backpack. The golden token lay quietly in its slot. It glowed with a faint radiance. This thing had been dropped by monsters while the Iron Shield Quintet was grinding, and they'd voluntarily given it to him. At the time, he had agreed to become their guild leader. Now that he thought about it, this might be an opportunity. Since I'm going to establish a guild. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Then let's establish a bandit guild. Not just any ordinary gaming guild, but a real bandit gang, dedicated to the business of robbery. Several scenes flashed through Zhang Hao's mind. For instance, the area surrounding a major dungeon. Players who just defeated a boss, utterly exhausted, health bars barely holding, mana reserves depleted. At their most vulnerable. If at this moment, someone had already been lying in wait nearby, waiting for them to emerge, ready to strike immediately. But such a task cannot be accomplished alone. It requires team coordination. And the greatest advantage of being an intelligence officer is gaining information ahead of time. For example, which player just bought expensive gear from the auction house? Which route they'll take back? If you can know this information in advance, you could have an assassin track the target. Then set up an ambush along the route. When the target passes by, launch a sudden attack. Grab the gear, make a clean getaway. Perfect. If the target is highly skilled, a team is required. And Zhang Hao opened the system panel to review the guild system description.
Guild system. Guild levels, 110. Guild benefits, members receive attribute bonuses.
Level 1 guild, plus 10 to all 4 attributes. Level 2 guild, plus 20 to all 4 attributes. Level 3 guild, plus 30 to all 4 attributes. Level 10 guild, plus 100 to all 4 attributes. A level 10 guild grants members a plus 100 stat boost to each of the 4 primary attributes. Strength, Spirit, Constitution, Agility 100 points each.
A total of 400 attribute points. This is no small amount.
Remember, players only gain 10 free attribute points per level. 400 stat points equate to a full level 40 boost, a massive enhancement. Establish a bandit guild.
And level up the guild as quickly as possible. Just then. Ding!
The system notification sounded. You have received a message from Su Yuxuan. Zhang Hao opened his eyes.
He opened the chat interface. Su Yuxuan, Mr. Bandit. Did you solo that dungeon boss? I heard you even robbed the Dragon Ascension Guild and the Heavenly Slaughter Sect.
Hearing they got robbed too made me feel so much better.
Ha ha ha.
Her tone was brimming with excitement. Zhang Hao read the message, his lips twitching.
This girl? Zhang Hao replied, it was me. Su Yuxuan, wow. Mr. Bandit, you're so awesome. Omega.
You took down a full health level 70 boss all by yourself.
Even with all of us last time, we couldn't do it. She sent 3 messages in a row.
Her tone was brimming with admiration. Zhang Hao glanced at the messages. He felt no particular emotion. To him, this kind of thing was just business as usual.
Zhang Hao, not bad. Su Yuxuan, hee, Mr. Bandit, you're so modest. Oh right. I'm heading to see our guild leader right now.
I'll tell her we want to join your guild together. Our guild leader is super awesome.
She's got an amazing figure and is a super healer.
Su Yuxuan fired off a long string of messages.
Zhang Hao, great figure? How great. Bring her in for an interview. Su Yuxuan, interview? Oh. Mr. Bandit, you want to interview our guild leader? Zhang Hao, yes. Not just anyone can join my guild.
Su Yuxuan,
Okay.
I'll tell our guild leader.
Where should we meet?
Zhang Hao thought for a moment.
He was currently in the wilderness, waiting for Iron Shield and the others to arrive. Once the carriage arrived, he'd take Yang Anna to Sunset Town. Then he'd find Zhang Genshua and hand Yang Anna over to him. And let him enjoy the joy of fatherhood.
Just imagining that scene made Zhang Hao want to laugh. Zhang Hao, you guys wait for me at Sunset Town.
I'll get there as soon as I can. Once I arrive, meet me at the central square in town. Su Yuxuan, got it. I'll go find the guild leader now. Mr. Bandit, you have to wait for us. Don't you dare run away. #O.
Zhang Hao stared at the last message, momentarily stunned.
Don't run? Why would he run? Zhang Hao, you're such a drama queen. Su Yuxuan, hee, that's just how I am. Then it's settled. Central Square of Sunset Town.
I'll come find you with the guild leader.
Bye. Chapter 62, Reversing the Heavenly Stems. Zhang Hao closed the chat window and leaned against a rock. Sunset Town. He murmured. It'll be quite the spectacle then.
The Iron Shield 5 are coming over.
Su Yuxuan and Chen Wan are coming too.
And Zhang Gushua. When he saw Yang Anna appear before him with her bulging belly.
That look on his face. Tisk.
Zhang Hao stroked his chin.
Can't wait. He snapped back to reality.
He opened the system auction house.
Since he had to wait, he might as well make good use of the time.
This was the perfect chance to upgrade his gear and skills.
Max out the skills first. Zhang Hao searched the auction house for skill mastery scrolls. Soon, a row of item listings appeared on the interface. Skill mastery scroll purple. Price, 150,000 gold fixed price. Zhang Hao glanced at the price. 150,000 gold coins. Not bad. He clicked to buy it directly. System notice, purchase successful. Gold coins deducted, 150,000. Remaining gold, 33,540,091.
The scroll appeared in his backpack. It glowed with a purple light. Zhang Hao retrieved the scroll.
Target, Witch's Enhanced Fireball spell. Use? Yes.
Purple light surged from the scroll. It enveloped Zhang Hao's right hand.
A warm sensation washed over him.
The magic within his body began to boil. As if drawn by some force, it surged through him.
Seconds later. System notice, skill Witch's Enhanced Fireball level upgraded. Current level, 3 max. Zhang Hao immediately opened the skill panel to check. Witch's Enhanced Fireball level 3.
Effect, a fireball spell enhanced by the Witch Lu Ruyan, far surpassing the power of a standard fireball.
Learning this skill replaces the original fireball skill.
Condenses fire elements to form enhanced fireball small meteorite that falls toward the target location, dealing magical damage.
Damage value, Spirit Attribute X 1.4 Spirit Attribute X 2. Cooldown, 1 second. Small meteorite? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Back at level 2, the skill description was still enhanced fireball. Now it had changed to small meteorite. This meant the area of effect should be larger. And the damage has increased too. Previously it was spirit attribute 1.4, now it's 2. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He closed the skill panel. Next, he opened his equipment inventory. He looked at the Abyssal Knight's breastplate. This orange tier piece of gear hadn't been fully upgraded yet. Abyssal Knight's breastplate. Current progress, 65-100 white quality equipment. Current progress, 29-100 blue quality gear. Still needed 35 white quality items and 71 blue quality items. Zhang Hao first emptied all the white and blue gear from his backpack. He fed them into the chestplate one by one. Consumption successful. White quality equipment progress, 65-100 66-100. Consumption successful. White quality gear progress, 66-100 67-100. Consumption successful. White quality equipment progress, 82-100 83-100. By the time he fed in the 83rd piece, the white gear in the backpack ran out. Still 17 pieces short. Zhang Hao opened the auction house. He searched for white quality gear. He randomly picked a few cheap ones. He bought all 17 in one go. White gear wasn't worth much to begin with. He spent less than 10,000 gold coins in total. Equipment acquired. Zhang Hao continued feeding. Devouring successful. White quality equipment progress, 83-100 84-100. Devouring successful. White quality equipment progress, 99-100 100-100. He kept feeding blue gear. There were still 29 blue quality items in his backpack. Feed them in. Consumption successful. Blue quality equipment progress, 57-100 58-100. Fed up to 58 pieces. The blue gear in the backpack is also depleted. Still 42 pieces short. Zhang Hao opened the auction house again and bought 42 pieces. Equipment acquired. Continue feeding. Devouring successful. Blue quality equipment progress, 58-100 59-100. Devouring successful. Blue quality equipment progress, 99-100 100-100. Current progress, 100-100 white. Current progress, 100-100 blue. After consuming 200 pieces of equipment, gained an additional plus 100 constitution triggered. Golden light erupted from Zhang Hao's body. It nearly illuminated the entire surrounding wilderness. Yang Anna, sitting beside him, was startled by the blinding light. "You, what's wrong?" She watched Zhang Hao warily. "Nothing." Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Just upgrading my gear." He opened the attributes panel. Constitution, 456 662. From 456 points to a staggering 662 points. A full 206 points added to Constitution. Awesome! Zhang Hao couldn't help but shout. 206 points of Constitution. Calculating at 1 point of Constitution equals 10 points of health. His maximum HP increased by 20-60 points. And this isn't even the limit. Zhang Hao examined the chestplate's attributes. Abyssal Knight's chestplate. Base stats, Constitution plus 290. Currently at 290 base Constitution. If the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise 4 enhancement stones were socketed, it could increase the base attribute by 50%. That's an additional 145 Constitution points. But you'll need to go to the blacksmiths to set the enhancement stones. Zhang Hao stroked his chin. Perfect timing. Once we reach Sunset Town, I'll find Zhang Ginchuo. When I hand Yang Anna over to him, I'll have him embed the enhancement stones for me. The wind blew fiercely across the wilderness. Withered yellow grass blades swayed in the gusts, rustling softly. Zhang Hao leaned against a rock, eyes closed. Waiting for someone was always tedious. He'd been sitting here for nearly half an hour. Tai Dun and the others still hadn't arrived. Yang Anna sat beside him, one hand resting on her stomach, the other propping herself up against the rock. Her face looked a little pale. In the distance, footsteps approached. Zhang Hao immediately opened his eyes. He stood up. His gaze shifted toward the source of the sound. It was a group of people. About a dozen or so. They were walking this way. At the front was a bald, burly man. Nearly 6 feet tall, his muscles bulged like coiled ropes. He wore black leather armor, with a curved blade hanging at his waist. A scar ran from the corner of his left eye down to the side of his mouth. He looked extremely fierce. Behind him followed a dozen or so players. Among them were warriors, mages, and archers. Their equipment varied widely. But each face bore a distinct air of lawlessness. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. These guys mean trouble. Yang Anna also noticed the group. Her face instantly turned pale. Her voice trembled. What are they here for? Zhang Hao didn't answer. He simply watched silently as the group drew nearer.
The bald giant halted his steps. He stood about 10 meters away from Zhang Hao. He looked Zhang Hao and Yang Anna up and down. His gaze lingered on Yang Anna's protruding belly for several seconds. Then, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Yo! The bald giant's voice was deep and rough. Who'd have thought we'd run into someone out in the middle of nowhere? He turned his head to look at his companions behind him. Guys, did you see that? A man, a pregnant woman, and a dog. Aren't they just sitting ducks? The players behind him burst into laughter. The boss is right. What incredible luck! Ha ha ha, we're getting a haul today. The bald giant turned around. He stared at Zhang Hao. Kid. His tone turned cold and menacing. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the gold coins and gear you're carrying. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your lives. After speaking, he extended his hand, making a hand-it-over gesture. Hurry up. Don't waste my time. Yang Anna's body trembled. She instinctively cowered behind Zhang Hao. They're going to rob us. Her voice trembled. What should we do? Chapter 63, Meteorite. Zhang Hao stared at the bald, burly man before him. His face showed no emotion. Then, he suddenly smiled. A radiant smile spread across his face. Robbery? Zhang Hao's voice was calm. But that calmness made one's heart race. You mean, you're robbing me? The bald giant froze for a moment. What? He frowned. Haven't you figured it out yet? There are 15 of us. He pointed to the line behind him. You've got just 2 people and a dog and one of them's pregnant. Can't you see the situation clearly? Zhang Hao remained silent. He just stared silently at the bald giant. His gaze turned icy. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. Inside intelligence. An invisible wave shot out from Zhang Hao's eyes. They landed upon the bald giant. The next second, the system panel popped up. Target, Scarface Chong player. Level, 45. Class, Wilderness Raider C rank. Skills, Brutal Strike, Predator's Fury, Iron Will, Armor Piercing Slash. Level 45? Zhang Hao thought to himself. That's quite high. Yang Anna was only level 50. And I'm only level 36. But, Zhang Hao's gaze swept over the other's class. C-class profession? Trash. He quickly scanned the other players. Most were between levels 35 and 40. Their class tiers weren't impressive either. The highest was B grade. Most were C grade or D grade. A bunch of rabble. Zhang Hao concluded silently. Though they outnumbered him, he was completely invisible. They couldn't do anything to him. With that thought, a faint smile curved the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. Then I'll return that line to you. His voice was calm. Hand over everything you have on you. I'll spare your lives. The air instantly fell silent. Everyone froze. The bald giant Scarface Chang stared wide-eyed. What did you say? He doubted he'd heard correctly. I said. Zhang Hao repeated himself. His tone grew colder. Hand over the goods. I'll spare your lives. 3 seconds of silence passed. Then, ha 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 ha. Scarface Chang suddenly burst into laughter. He doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. Guys, did you hear that? He turned to face his companions behind him. He said he's going to rob us. Ha 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 ha. The players behind him burst into laughter too. Boss, is this guy out of his mind? Just him alone? There's a pregnant woman and a dog too. What's he gonna use to rob us? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Yang Anna's face turned deathly pale. She grabbed the hem of Zhang Hao's shirt. Have you lost your mind? Her voice trembled. There are 15 of them. We can't beat them. Quick, apologize. Say you were just joking. Zhang Hao ignored her. He just stared silently at Scarface Chang. Until the other man had laughed his fill. Scarface wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Kid. His smile faded. His expression turned grim. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the goods. Or else. He drew the curved blade from his waist. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. I'll cut your dog down. Then, that pregnant woman. Finally, I'll deal with you slowly. Yang Anna was utterly terrified. No, don't. She hid behind Zhang Hao. Her body shook like a sieve. Please. We'll give you the stuff. Please let us go. She spoke, reaching to open her backpack. But, Zhang Hao reached out and stopped her. Don't move. His voice was cold. Yang Anna froze. But, shut up. Zhang Hao cut her off. Stay right here. Just watch what happens next. After speaking, Zhang Hao retrieved the ghost necklace from his backpack. He replaced the witch's affection necklace. He put on the ghost necklace. Ghost set effect activated. 3-piece set effect, 100% transparency, complete invisibility. The next second,
Zhang Hao's figure vanished. Completely vanished.
Not even an outline remained.
Yang Anna's eyes widened. Where did you go?
She looked around frantically.
Nothing. Across from her.
Scarface Chang froze in shock.
What's going on?
He rubbed his eyes.
Where's everyone?
The players behind him panicked.
Boss. He vanished. He's invisible. He's an assassin class. Watch out. Scarface immediately grew alert.
He raised his curved blade. Assumed a defensive stance.
Everyone. Stay alert. He's an assassin. He must be nearby.
Mages, prepare area spells.
Warriors, protect the mages. Archers, keep your eyes peeled.
The party swiftly adjusted their formation.
Everyone stared intently around them,
fearing Zhang Hao might suddenly burst out from somewhere. The air thickened with tension. Only the rustling of grass blades in the wind could be heard.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No sound.
Scar clenched his teeth.
Damn it,
he muttered under his breath. Where the hell did that kid go?
Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone instinctively looked up. Then, they saw it. A massive fireball. No, it wasn't a fireball. It was a meteorite.
A meteorite with a diameter of 50 meters.
Its surface blazed with orange-red flames.
The flames leapt violently. It radiated terrifying heat waves. The entire meteorite resembled a falling sun.
Plunging from the heavens. Scarface's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that thing?
The other players were utterly panicked.
Run! What is that thing? A meteorite. Run for your lives. Everyone scrambled frantically in all directions. But it was too late. The meteorite's descent was too swift. In the blink of an eye, it crashed down. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. The shockwave swept across the entire wilderness. Flames erupted in all directions. A massive crater gouged into the ground. Rock fragments flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. Scarface's health, 100% 76%.
Player A health, 100% 68%.
Player B HP, 100% 71%. 15 people. All caught in the blast, health plummeting across the board. Scarface's entire body was smoking. Damn it! He scanned the area. Everyone was wounded. But no one was dead.
Though the injuries were severe. Their health bars remained above 70%.
The damage wasn't particularly high?
Scarlet let out a strong sigh of relief.
Everyone, stay calm. He shouted. His skill might look intimidating. But the damage isn't as high as you might think. Don't be afraid. We can still fight. Hearing this,
the other players calmed down a bit.
The boss is right. That last hit only took 30% of my health. Not that high. Just don't get hit by consecutive attacks. Scarface nodded vigorously. Right. Everyone spread out. Don't bunch up. Spread out so you won't get hit all at once. Before he could finish, Scarface snapped his head up. Then, he was completely dumbfounded. Another meteorite plummeted from the sky. No way. Scarface's voice trembled. Does this skill have no cooldown? Chapter 64, I need help. Boom.
The second meteorite smashed down.
Another massive explosion. Scarface's HP, 76% 51%. Everyone's health dropped again. Before they could react,
a meteorite hurtled toward them.
This time, even Scarface couldn't hold back his curse. The third meteorite.
Scarface Chang health, 51% 25%.
Then the fourth. Scarface Chang HP, 25% 8%. Run. Scar Strong finally broke down.
He screamed at the top of his lungs.
Run, damn it. This fight is impossible. Run. He turned and ran. He sprinted away. He didn't care about his teammates behind him at all.
The other players were completely panicked.
The formation instantly collapsed. Everyone was running for their lives. Damn it! What the hell kind of skill is this? Endless meteor showers. Is this a meteor shower? Run! 15 people. Scattered in all directions. Some ran east. Some ran west. Some ran south. Completely without order.
They just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible.
Scarface led the charge. He was level 45.
He was the fastest runner. He'd already sprinted over 50 meters ahead.
As long as I get out of the skill's range, I'll be safe. He thought to himself. As long as... Trying to run?
A cold voice suddenly rang out behind him.
Scarface stiffened. He whipped his head around. Nothing. But the next second, a golden bolt of lightning erupted,
crashing down from the heavens,
slamming into his body. Thunderbolt thrust.
Zhang Hao's figure materialized behind Knife Scar's back. His right hand gripped the dragon roar sword. The blade was enveloped in golden lightning. It plunged viciously into Scarface Chang's back. Thud. Critical hit. Scarface Chang health 8% 0%. Ah! Scarface Chang let out a wretched scream. His body stiffened. Then. Thud. He collapsed to the ground. Motionless. Dead. System notice, player Scarface Chang eliminated. Witch's contract activated. Acquired player soul. Constitution +1. Zhang Hao stared at the system prompt. His eyes lit up slightly. Oh. He almost forgot. Killing people could also boost his constitution. Witch's contract, after killing any target, you may absorb their soul. Each soul collected permanently increases your constitution by 1 point. The maximum constitution increase is capped at current level 10. He was currently level 36. The cap was 360 constitution points. He'd only gained 1 point so far. There's still room for 359 points. Not bad. Zhang Hao's lips curved into a smile. He turned his head and looked at the other fleeing players. Golden hair. Go! Zhang Hao barked the order. Bite them. Woof woof. The golden retriever bared a mouthful of sharp teeth. The next second, it transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. It shot out in an instant. Lightning teleportation. Golden hair's speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the nearest mage. Thunder Claw. Golden claws slashed down. Rip. Mage HP, 45% 12%. Additional effect, paralyzed for 3 seconds. The mage let out a piercing scream. His body stiffened. He couldn't move. Golden Fur delivered another claw strike. Mage health, 12% 0%. Dead. System notice, player Flame Mage Li Ming defeated. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Golden Retriever didn't stop. It kept chasing. Lightning teleport. Another golden bolt of lightning. Shooting toward the next target. On the other side, Zhang Hao wasn't idle either. He locked onto a warrior with only 20% health remaining. Thunderbolt thrust. His form transformed into lightning, instantly closing the distance behind his target. One thrust pierced through. Warrior health 20% 0%. Acquired player soul. Constitution +1. 3 people. 3 dead in the blink of an eye. He continued his pursuit. But they scattered too widely. Some had already fled over 100 meters. Zhang Hao pursued 2 of them. The rest had vanished into the distance. He stopped in his tracks. Forget it. Zhang Hao shook his head. If they're dead set on escaping, I really can't handle them all. Golden Retriever had caught up. It held a purple piece of equipment in its mouth, wagging its tail, looking quite pleased with itself. Zhang Hao patted its head. Good job. Woof. The Golden Retriever let out a happy bark. Zhang Hao turned around. He looked down at the corpses on the ground. 4 bodies in total. Scarface Chang. And 3 other players. Equipment and gold coins were scattered beside the corpses, glistening in the sunlight. Zhang Hao walked over. He began to loot. Gained gold plus 87,000. Gained gold plus 22,000. Gained gold plus 43,000. Gained gold plus 31,000. Equipment obtained, Wilderness Curved Blade Purple. Equipment obtained, Flame Staff Blue. Equipment obtained, Steel Battle Armor Blue. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Made a little fortune. He closed the interface. He turned and walked back toward the stone. Yang Anna remained standing in place. She was completely frozen in place. She watched Zhang Hao walk back, watching the Golden Retriever follow behind him. Her mouth hung open wide. You. She stammered. You're so strong. Zhang Hao shrugged. What else could I do? Don't forget, I killed your husband myself. He sat back down on the rock. Yang Anna swallowed hard and shut her mouth. Zhang Hao began to reflect. The witch's improved fireball spell, once upgraded to level 3, had transformed into a meteor strike from the heavens. The surface damage was terrifying. No wonder they say Witch Yang Anna once destroyed an entire city with it. And then there was that. Although they had won the previous battle, it had exposed a critical flaw. If the enemy scattered and fled, I simply couldn't handle them all alone. Even with Golden Hair's help, I could only handle part of them. I need backup. Zhang Hao thought to himself. The Bandit Guild. I must establish it as soon as possible. Oh, right. Zhang Hao remembered something. Abyss Knight Greaves. Zhang Hao murmured. He recalled that orange blueprint. Abyssal Knight Greaves blueprint. If he could craft this piece of gear, he'd have another orange tier item. Only one material was missing. Soul Essence 10. Then I'll check the auction house. Zhang Hao opened the system auction house. The interface popped up. The familiar search bar appeared before his eyes.
He typed into the search bar, Soul Essence. He clicked search. Then, no relevant items found. Nothing?
Zhang Hao stroked his chin.
Not a single one in the auction house. This meant the item either had an extremely low drop rate,
or no player had managed to farm it yet.
Guess I'll just have to wait. Zhang Hao closed the auction house interface.
Tomorrow will be a good day to use my intelligence inquiry slot.
Zhang Hao calculated silently. Intelligence inquiry.
This was a class skill he unlocked at level 18. It allowed him to actively specify a direction to obtain precise intelligence.
It had a 3-day cooldown. Tomorrow, it would be fully cooled down.
Then he'll directly ask, where can I obtain Soul Essence?
Chapter 65, Bandit Guild. At the edge of the wilderness. A small black dot appeared. Growing larger. Growing clearer. It was a carriage. It's coming. Zhang Hao stood up. Golden Retriever stood up too, wagging his tail. The carriage drew nearer. 2 brown horses pulled it. The carriage itself looked somewhat worn but sturdy.
The wooden body was covered with a layer of gray cloth. The edges of the cloth were slightly frayed, yet it remained reasonably clean. The carriage came to a stop in front of Zhang Hao. The door swung open.
Tai Dun was the first to leap down. Chairman.
He strode toward Zhang Hao. His face radiated excitement and admiration.
We're here. Right behind him.
Xiao Yudian, Jue Feng, Ingren, and Inran. The 4 dismounted from the carriage one after another.
Each wore a similar expression. Excitement. Admiration.
And a hint of nervousness.
President. We saw the raid announcement on the forum. You soloed a full health level 70 boss. That's incredible. Yeah. We're all blown away. Guild leader, you're practically a god.
Guild leader, you're too strong.
President. You're truly incredible.
Zhang Hao looked at the 5 people before him. His face remained expressionless.
Enough. He waved his hand dismissively. Stop just praising me. Hurry up and help this pregnant woman into the car. He gestured toward Yang Anna beside him. We should be on our way. Oh. Tai Dun snapped to attention. He hurried over to Yang Anna. This, madam, allow me to assist you. Yang Anna glanced at him. Nodded. Thank you.
Tai Dun carefully helped her to her feet.
Take your time. And Ran also rushed over to help. I'll take the other side. The 2 of them flanked her on either side. They carefully helped Yang Anna into the carriage. The carriage interior was surprisingly spacious.
A thick layer of dry hay lined the floor.
Several animal hides covered the straw.
It looked reasonably comfortable.
Yang Anna sat in the corner of the carriage. Her back pressed against the side of the carriage. She exhaled a long breath. Zhang Hao followed her aboard. Golden Retriever hopped aboard too. Then came Iron Shield, Little Raindrop, Windchaser, Shadowblade, and Anran. 5 people boarded in succession.
The cabin was spacious. 7 people and a dog still made it feel a bit cramped.
Fortunately, none of them were fussy types. So a little cramped it was.
Iron Shield sat at the front of the carriage. He was in charge of driving. He took hold of the reins.
He gave them a light flick. Giddy up.
The 2 horses began to move.
The carriage slowly pulled away.
The wheels rolled over the gravel on the ground,
emitting a creaking sound.
The carriage swayed a few times. Then it steadied itself.
It began its journey along the dirt road. Oh, right. Zhang Hao sat up straight.
His gaze swept over the 5 people in the car.
I have something to tell you all.
At those words,
the 5 fell silent at once.
All eyes turned to Zhang Hao. I plan to establish a guild in Sunset Town, Zhang Hao said slowly. Iron Shield turned his head, his eyes lighting up.
Guildmaster, are you going to use the guild charter?
Yes.
Zhang Hao nodded. Awesome.
Xiao Yudian clapped her hands excitedly.
We finally have a guild. No more being loners. Chasing Wind was equally thrilled. Exactly.
With you as our guild leader.
We're definitely going to have a good life from now on. And Rand smiled too. What should we name our guild?
Have you decided, President?
Shadowblade remained silent.
But his eyes brimmed with anticipation. Zhang Hao watched the others' excited expressions.
A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Don't get too excited just yet.
His tone turned serious.
The guild I intend to establish isn't quite what you're imagining. The 5 of them froze. Their excited expressions froze. Not quite the same? Iron Shield asked doubtfully. What do you mean?
Zhang Hao leaned against the carriage wall. He crossed his arms. You should hear my plan first. Then decide whether to join or not. His tone was calm.
But that calmness gave people an ominous feeling.
The carriage fell silent. Only the sound of the carriage moving forward. And the creaking of wheels on the ground. The 5 of them exchanged glances.
Uncertain what Zhang Hao would say. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. What I want to build. He paused. Is a bandit guild. The air froze instantly. A bandit guild? Iron Shield stammered. What did you say, guild leader? Zhao Yudian's eyes widened. Bandits? Chasing Wind's mouth hung open. He couldn't utter a word. Anren shrank back in fright. Only Ying run. His eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Hao paid no heed to their reactions. He continued. The bandit guild, exactly what it sounds like. It's a business dedicated to robbery. He raised his hand and began counting on his fingers. First, gang operations. We're no longer lone wolves operating solo, but an organized, disciplined team. When we encounter a target, we all go in together, with clear roles and seamless coordination. Second, target selection. Zhang Hao's tone grew even more composed. We don't target lone wolves. Only target those who are wealthy, arrogant, and deserve it. Like members of major guilds. Like parties that just finished a boss fight. Like those rich players who bought expensive gear at the auction house. Third, intelligence-driven targeting. He pointed at himself. I have special channels to get all kinds of information ahead of time. Who has the best gear? Who's heading which route? Which dungeon entrance has easy targets? I know it all. Then, a smirk touched the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth. We'll set up an ambush in advance. When they pass by, we strike suddenly. Grab the gear, then make a clean getaway. Clean and efficient. The carriage fell deathly silent. All 5 of them were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Zhang Hao. They never imagined. The guild the guildmaster intended to establish was actually this kind of guild. A bandit guild. Dedicated to robbery. This is insane. Zhang Hao observed their expressions. He continued. Of course, being a bandit comes with risks. You'll be hunted down. You'll be hunted down. You might even die. His tone grew serious. So, I won't force you to join. Whether you choose to join my guild. Zhang Hao looked at the 5 of them. It's up to you to decide. After saying that, he closed his eyes. He said no more. An eerie silence fell over the carriage. The carriage continued onward. The wheels emitted a rhythmic creaking sound. Iron Shield Gate. He couldn't speak for half a day. Xiao Yu blinked her eyes. His facial expressions kept shifting. Chasing Wind kept his head bowed. Lost in thought. Anren bit her lip. She looked deeply conflicted. Only Ying run. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. His fists clenched tightly. His entire body trembled. Not fear. It was excitement. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The silence stretched on for a long time. Finally. I'm in. Shadowblade abruptly stood up. His voice was loud. It carried an excitement he couldn't contain. I'm joining the Guildmaster's Guild. Everyone turned their heads. Staring at him. Chapter 66, what's the name? Shadowblade's face flushed crimson. I'm an assassin. He shouted. Ever since I switched to an assassin class, all I think about every day is how to kill people. I want to hunt down other players. I want to rob people. I want to do all those thrilling things. Shadowblade grew more and more excited as he spoke. But I don't have the strength. I can't do it alone. I can't even beat those big guild members. All I can do is grind monsters and run quests. So frustrating. It's frustrating. He slammed his fist on his thigh. Now we have a guild leader to lead us. We can finally do something big. We can raid those big guilds. We can make a fortune. We can live life on the edge. Shadowblade stared at Zhang Hao. His eyes burned with fervor. Guild leader. I'm with you. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to kill someone, I won't hesitate. My very life belongs to you. Having spoken thus, he knelt on one knee, assuming the posture of allegiance. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, gazing at the Shadowblade kneeling before him. A faint smile touched his lips. Very good. He nodded. You have a good sense of self-awareness. Shadowblade trembled with excitement. Thank you, President. The others watched the scene unfold. They exchanged glances. Iron Shield clenched his jaw. He stood up. I'm joining too. Zhao Yudian stood up too. Me too. Even though I'm a little scared. But I trust the president. The president will definitely make us rich. Chasing Wind adjusted his goggles. I'm in too. His voice was calm. I only have these few friends left. I've got nothing to lose. Working for the president at least gives me a chance to turn things around. And Ran was the last one. She hesitated for a long time. Finally, she stood up too. I'll join too. Her voice was barely audible. Even though I'm just a healer, I'll do my best. I won't hold anyone back. 5 people. All had spoken up. Zhang Hao looked at them. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Good. He nodded. Since you're all willing to join. Then starting now. Zhang Hao stood up. Though the cabin was low, his presence commanded attention. You are the first members of our guild. Together, we'll accomplish great things. Get rich together. Together, we'll become the strongest bandit gang in the world. Yes. The 5 men answered in unison. Their voices boomed, brimming with determination. The atmosphere reached its peak. The carriage was filled with excitement. We're going to be outlaws from now on. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Iron Shield slapped Shadowblade's shoulder hard. Bro, what you said earlier was spot on. You moved me. Shadowblade chuckled. Those were my true feelings. The group grew more and more excited as they chatted. They began discussing their future life as bandits. So, who do you think we'll rob for our first heist? Little Raindrop asked. Definitely those rich tycoons. Chasing Wind declared. Yeah. Tai Dun chimed in. Those guys have top-notch gear and loads of gold coins. One heist could feed us for half a year. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter. Just then, and Ran suddenly remembered something. She looked up. She looked at Zhang Hao. She asked cautiously. Chairman, may I ask you a question? Zhang Hao glanced at her. Go ahead. And Ran swallowed hard. If we hadn't agreed to join the guild just now, would you? She paused. Summoning her courage, she finished the sentence. Would you have killed us to silence us? The air instantly fell silent. Everyone froze. Then they all turned to look at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao leaned against the carriage wall. His eyes were closed. Upon hearing the question, a faint smile touched his lips. What do you think? He countered. And Ran shuddered at the counter question. I don't know. Zhang Hao opened his eyes. He looked at Ran. His expression turned serious. Of course. His tone was calm. But that calmness sent chills down one's spine. You've seen my face. You know my true identity. Once I become a notorious bandit on the outlaw registry, you'll become a liability. Zhang Hao's gaze swept over the 5 people. Therefore, he paused. I'll kill you all. Every last one of you. The air inside the carriage seemed to freeze. And Ran's face instantly drained of color. The President. Her voice trembled. Xiao Yudian was terrified. President. Her voice was loud. Her voice was choked with tears. We won't tell anyone. Honestly. We absolutely won't tell anyone what you look like. We swear. Yes. Chasing Wind nodded eagerly too. Rest assured, Chairman. Our lips are sealed. We'd rather die than talk. Iron Shield observed the situation. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Ha ha ha. He gave a few dry laughs. The president was just joking with you all. Did you actually take it seriously? Ha ha ha. He looked at Zhang Hao. His tone was uncertain. Right, President? Zhang Hao remained silent. He just watched them silently. His expression was grave. Not at all like someone joking around. Iron Shield's smile froze. President. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew increasingly eerie. Everyone stared at Zhang Hao nervously, awaiting his response. After a few seconds of silence. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hao suddenly burst into laughter. You guys, your expressions are hilarious. Ha 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 ha. I was just joking. Zhang Hao looked at the 5 of them. If you don't join me, I won't kill you either. Don't worry. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. Little Raindrop smiled. The president is such a good person, how could he possibly kill us? Chasing Wind nodded in agreement. Exactly. Our president is the best. Anran patted her chest. But President. That joke was way too scary. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Tai Dun burst into laughter. Ha, it's fine. This just shows the president has a sense of humor too. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the carriage once more. The earlier tense and oppressive atmosphere vanished completely. Instead, a light-hearted and cheerful atmosphere took its place. Only Renning sensed vaguely that if he didn't join, the president might actually kill him. He thought to himself, but who cares? I genuinely want to join anyway. The group began discussing their future plans once more. President, what's our guild's name? Xiao Yudian asked. I haven't decided yet. Zhang Hao replied. Since everyone's here, let's brainstorm some names together. The 2 girls immediately chimed in. Anran raised her hand, crimes against humanity. How about that? Xiao Yudian chimed in, a villain of the worst sort. How about that? No evil left untouched? Robbery and murder? Robbery and rape? Murder and robbery? Chapter 67, Cackle Cackle Cackle. The carriage continued its bumpy journey along the dirt road. The wheels rolled over the gravel with a rhythmic clatter. Creak, creak, creak. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew lively once more. The earlier minor incident about whether they might be silenced had already been forgotten by everyone. Now their minds were filled with the guild. The Bandit Guild. A bright future ahead. Guild Master, what's our guild called? Little Raindrop asked, tilting her head. She sat in the corner of the carriage, hugging her knees. She looked excited. We haven't decided yet. Zhang Hao leaned against the carriage wall. He glanced at the 5 people. Since everyone's here anyway, help me come up with some names. Sure thing. Zhao Yudian perked up immediately. She raised her hand. Me first. Me first. Anren raised her hand too. I want to say it too. Both girls' eyes sparkled. I think. Zhao Yudian cleared her throat. She said earnestly. Our guild could be called Crime of the Century. What do you think? After she finished speaking, she smiled smugly, as if she'd come up with a brilliant name. The car fell silent for a second. Tai Dun's mouth twitched. That name, isn't it a bit too straightforward? Chasing Wind scratched his head too. True. It feels like shouting we're bandits in the middle of the street. Ha! Little Raindrop blinked. Is that bad? I think it's pretty badass. That's a capital offense. Sounds pretty impressive. As she spoke, she grew excited all over again. She pumped her little fist. I've thought of several more. Committing all sorts of evil deeds. No evil deed left untried. Robbery and plunder. Robbery and violence. Before she could finish, Enran quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Stop, stop, stop. Enran's face flushed red. Xiaoyu, don't say another word. This is too embarrassing. Little Raindrop struggled. I also, robbery and murder, Everyone else in the carriage couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Little Raindrop, you've got some nerve. Chasing Wind laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. If we really named them that, our guild wouldn't even be established yet and we'd already be wanted across the entire server. Iron Shield couldn't hold back his laughter either. Exactly. Exactly. We're supposed to be keeping a low profile. We can't be this flashy. And Ran finally managed to cover Zhao Yudian's mouth. She breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Then she turned to the others. I came up with a name too. She said, a bit embarrassed. Though it's not great either. But I think. Anren bit her lip. We could call it the Wicked? Tai Dun froze. Wait a minute. Didn't you just say Xiao Yudian's name was too embarrassing? Isn't this the same thing? And Rant's face flushed even redder. But I think this one sounds more refined. Refined? Zhu Weifeng adjusted his goggles. Committing all sorts of evil deeds, refined? Your standards for refinement are pretty low. The group burst into laughter again. Anren buried her face in her knees, mortified. Wah? Stop laughing. I couldn't think of anything better either. Little Raindrop seized the chance to slip free of Anran's grasp. Exactly. Exactly. At least we tried. Why don't you two come up with one too? She said. She looked at Iron Shield. Brother Iron Shield. You're the oldest among us. You tell us one. Tai Dun was called upon. He paused for a moment. Then he stroked his chin. Well now. He pondered for a moment. I think since it's a guild, the name should be a bit more formal. Something that carries weight. It needs to have some presence. Iron Shield grew more enthusiastic as he spoke. He clenched his fist. He said earnestly. We can call ourselves the Black Tiger Gang. What do you think? He finished. And looked at everyone expectantly. Silence fell over the car once more. Black Tiger Gang? Zhao Yudian bit her finger. That name. Sounds like mountain bandits? Exactly. Chasing Wind nodded. It feels like one of those mountain bandit hideouts. Chief. Easy pickings are coming our way. Ha 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 ha. The group burst into laughter again. Iron Shield's face flushed. Well, if that doesn't count. I've got a few more ideas. He cleared his throat. Blood Blade Sect. How about that? Pretty badass, right? Still sounds like a bandit's den. And Ran murmured softly. Tai Dun refused to give up. Then, the Night Assassin Guild? Still just a bandit hideout. The Black Dragon Society? Still just a bandit hideout. Iron Shield was completely deflated. He sat there with his head hanging low. Alright. I admit. I'm really not good at naming things. Little Raindrop tried to comfort him. It's okay, it's okay. At least you thought of a lot of them. Much better than some people. She said. Her gaze drifted toward Zhu Weifeng. Zhu Weifeng immediately sensed something was off. Ha? Why are you looking at me? Xiao Yudian placed her hands on her hips. Brother Chui Feng. It's your turn. Name one. Chasing Wind's expression froze. I haven't thought of one yet. No way. Little Raindrop wouldn't let it go. Everyone else has already said theirs. Except you. Hurry up, hurry up. Exactly. Amrin joined in too. Brother Chui Feng, come up with one already. The two girls flanked him on either side. Sandwiched Chui Feng between them. Chui Feng had no choice but to comply. He lowered his head. His brows furrowed. This. Well. He hesitated for a long while. Finally, he spoke up. How about? Call. Chang. Chang what? Xiao Yudian's eyes widened. Hurry up and say it. Chasing Wind's forehead began to sweat. Thief. Bandits what? Bandit, house? After saying that, Chui Feng wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. That name was utterly ridiculous. The carriage fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, put. Ha 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 ha. House of Bandits. Chasing Wind, are you serious? Ha 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 ha. My stomach hurts. The group doubled over with laughter. Little Raindrop laughed until tears streamed down her face. Bandits Den. Ha ha ha. Brother Chasing Wind, you're a real character. Zhu Weifeng's face flushed bright red. I was just joking around. You guys don't have to laugh like that. Iron Shield slapped him on the shoulder. Brother. You're even more out of control than my Black Tiger gang. Ha ha ha. Chasing Wind gave up completely. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I admit I suck at naming things. Don't ask me anymore. Little Raindrop finished laughing. She wiped away her tears. Then, what about Shadowblade? Shadowblade, you name one. Shadowblade had been sitting quietly in the corner. Hearing his name called, he lifted his head. His eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. He sat up straight. He said earnestly. We can call it Shadowblade. Or Spectral Phantom. Or maybe Eternal Night Hunter. Shadowblade grew more and more excited as he spoke. Pretty mysterious names, huh? Pretty cool, huh? And they just sound so badass. He finished speaking. He looked at everyone expectantly. Silence fell over the car once more. Tai Dun scratched his head. These names. How should I put it? They sound like something a preteen would pick for an online handle. Exactly. Xiao Yu nodded. What Eternal Night Hunters? It sounds so. She searched for the word. So uncool. Shadowblade's expression froze. Unconventional? This is totally cool, okay. Not cool. Chasing Wind shook his head too. A name like that. So obviously middle schooler syndrome. Who would join a guild like this? Shadowblade wasn't convinced. Then what names do you suggest? What kind of crap did you guys come up with yourselves? Black Tiger Gang? Bandits Den? And you have the nerve to criticize me? The group erupted into another argument. Mine's legit. Yours is just banditry. Yours is just a middle schooler's fantasy. You're all trash. You're the trash. The train car erupted into chaos. Giggle giggle giggle. Yang Anna sat in the farthest corner. One hand pressed against her belly. Watching the group argue, she couldn't help but laugh. She nearly laughed the baby out. Chapter 68, Integrity Trading Company. None of them will do. Zhang Hao's voice suddenly cut through the air. The carriage fell instantly silent. Everyone turned their heads, staring at Zhang Hao. None of the names you've suggested will do. He paused. First off, names like Anren and Xiao Yudian, those overly straightforward types, are definitely out of the question. Atrocious? Wicked? Zhang Hao looked at the two girls. What bandit guild would announce their own name as Bandit Guild? We're here to make a big splash. Not petty skirmishes. That's why we need to be discreet. Xiao Yudian and Anren exchanged a glance. Both felt a bit embarrassed. Oh. We understand. Zhang Hao continued. Secondly, the Black Tiger Gang is the same. He looked at Iron Shield. They're clearly a gangster-type guild. Tai Dun scratched his head. The guild leader is absolutely right. Zhang Hao turned his gaze to Shadowblade. As for the mysterious types, Shadowblade? Ghostly Phantom? Eternal Night Hunter? He shook his head. No clue. And way too cheesy. Shadowblade's face flushed crimson. President. I just think it looks cooler this way. Cool doesn't cut it. Zhang Hao was merciless. We need practicality. Not showing off. After he finished speaking, the car fell silent. All five lowered their heads, daring not to speak. After a few seconds, Xiao Yudian timidly raised her hand. President. What kind of name are you looking for? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. I need to disguise myself, he said slowly. We can't just tell people we're a bandit guild. It needs to sound more official. Ideally. He paused. It'd be best if people thought we're a legitimate guild. Oh. And Ran suddenly understood. She clapped her hands. I get it. So that means it needs to be a bit deceptive, right? Exactly. Zhang Hao nodded. Exactly. Tai Dun and the others suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It really can't be phrased so bluntly. We need to package it. But, Chasing Wind scratched his head. A name like this. How should we name it? The group exchanged glances. They began scratching their ears and cheeks again. After much deliberation. Not a single person can figure it out. At that moment, pregnant Anna Yang suddenly raised her hand. Hey, you bandits, I've got an idea. All eyes turned to her. Young Anna, I think your guild could be called Integrity Trading Company. How about that name? The moment the words left her mouth, the carriage fell into a deathly silence. Everyone froze in shock. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. That's a good name. Tai Dun's eyes widened. Integrity Trading Company? Little Raindrop was dumbfounded too. Are you sure? Chasing Wind was utterly baffled. We're a bandit guild. Called Integrity Trading Company? This is just too brilliant. Yang Anna continued, the name Integrity Trading Company is incredibly deceptive. Any business called Integrity Trading can't be anything good. Zhui Feng suddenly snapped to attention. Right. Tai Dun nodded vigorously. That's exactly what I mean. Think about it. How many businesses named Integrity in real life are actually honest? They're all scammers. All scammers. Little Raindrop finally caught on. Exactly. I get it. The more they talk about integrity, the less trustworthy they are. This is called, what was it again? Reverse deception. Shadowblade grew excited too. And the trading house sounds respectable. Not like the Black Tiger Gang, which looks like a bandit's den at first glance. Honest merchants. Sounds like a legitimate business. Yang Anna listened to everyone's discussion. She smiled as she rubbed her pregnant belly. Do you think it's okay? Absolutely. They all exclaimed in unison. That name is perfect. It's deceptively clever. No one would ever guess we're a bandit guild. Ha ha ha. The carriage erupted in lively chatter once more. Everyone was discussing the ingenuity of the name. Honest merchants. Sounds trustworthy, doesn't it? Exactly. People will definitely want to do business with us. And then, we can then, The group shared a sinister chuckle. A sly smile also curled at the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. Not bad. He nodded. That's the name we'll use. Integrity Trading Company. Excellent. The chairman is wise. Several people cheered. Zhang Hao pulled out the guild establishment order from his backpack. The golden token lay quietly in his palm. Intricate patterns were engraved upon it. It emitted a faint glow. Then I'll begin establishing the guild. Zhang Hao declared. Yes, guild master. The five fell silent at once. They all turned to look at Zhang Hao. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation. Zhang Hao clicked to use it. System prompt, use guild founding order? Yes, no. Yes. The next second. Golden light erupted from the token. The light enveloped the entire carriage. Warmth. Comfort. With a hint of sacredness. The token began to float in midair. Slowly rotating. Its glow grew brighter and brighter. Growing more dazzling. Everyone in the carriage was drawn to this light. They stared blankly. After about 3 seconds, the light faded. The token vanished. In its place, a massive translucent panel. Hovering before Zhang Hao. Guild creation system. Enter guild name. Zhang Hao reached out his hand. Type in the void, Integrity Trading. System notice, guild name is available. Select guild type. Several options appear on the panel. Combat Guild. Life-oriented Guild. Commercial Guild. General Purpose Guild. Zhang Hao clicked Commercial Guild. System notice, Commercial Guild selected. Commercial Guild benefits, guild members receive a 50% reduction in transaction fees. Please list your guild's primary business activities up to 8 items. Zhang Hao thought for a moment. He began typing. Input complete. System prompt, please enter the guild's declaration. A faint smile touched the corners of Zhang Hao's lips. Continue typing. Guild Manifesto, integrity is our foundation, no deceit to young or old. Foreseeing the future, mutual benefit and win-win. Confirm creation, return to edit. Zhang Hao clicked, confirm creation. The next second. Boom! A golden pillar of light descended from the heavens. It pierced straight through the carriage roof. yet it caused no damage to the carriage. Inside the carriage. System notice, congratulations. The Guild Honest Merchant Guild has been successfully created. You have become the guild leader. Current guild level, level 1. Current guild members, 1. Guild perks activated, plus 10 to all 4 attributes. The golden glow faded. Zhang Hao's system inventory now contained a new title, Honest Merchant Guild Guild Leader. Chapter 69, I don't mind your mess. It worked. Zhang Hao glanced at the system notification. He nodded with satisfaction. He turned his head. His gaze fell upon the 5 individuals. I'm inviting you all to join the guild. The 5 immediately gathered around. Their eyes were shining brightly. Zhang Hao opened the guild panel. He clicked, invite members. Then he selected the names of the 5 individuals. System notice, you have sent a guild invitation to Iron Shield. System notice, you have sent a guild invitation to Little Raindrop. System notice, you have sent a guild invitation to Windchaser. System notice, you have sent a guild invitation to Shadowblade. System notice, you have sent a guild invitation to Anran. 5 players simultaneously received system notifications. System notice, player Zhang Hao has invited you to join the Guild Integrity Trading House. Accept? Yes, no. Accept. Accept, accept. Accept it quickly. 5 people eagerly clicked yes. The next second, 5 golden beams descended simultaneously, enveloping all 5. Warm energy surged into their bodies. System notice, you have joined the Guild Honest Merchant Guild. Your status, Guild Member. Guild benefits activated, plus 10 to all 4 attributes. Strength plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10. Iron Shield, pledge eternal loyalty to the Guild Leader. Xiao Yudian, Juefeng, Ingran, and Enran declared in unison. Same here. The sun set in the west. The clouds on the horizon were dyed orange-red. Like a blazing inferno. The carriage slowly rolled into Sunset Town. The town streets weren't particularly wide, flanked by low wooden buildings. There were taverns, general stores, pharmacies, and blacksmith shops. It was now evening. Few people walked the streets. Occasionally, a few players passed by. They wore all manner of gear. They carried weapons, covered in dust. They looked like they had just completed a quest or dungeon run. The carriage came to a halt in the town square. Guild leader, we're here. Iron Shield turned his head and looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao nodded. He stood up. He lifted the curtain of the carriage. He leaped down from the carriage. The golden-haired man followed suit. Upon landing, it wagged its tail. Yang Anna slowly descended from the carriage, supported by Enran. One hand cradled her belly. The other hand gripped the carriage's edge. Her movements were cautious, as if afraid of falling. You go ahead and rest at the inn, Zhang Hao said to Taizhan and the others. I'll take her to handle some business. He gestured toward Yang Anna. Yes, Chairman. Tai Dun responded immediately. We'll be on our way then. If you need anything, just give us a shout. The 5 of them were quite considerate. They didn't ask any further questions. They hurriedly drove the carriage toward the inn. Zhang Hao watched them depart. Then he turned to look at Yang Anna. Let's go. Follow me. Yang Anna nodded. She lifted her skirt and followed behind Zhang Hao. One hand shielded her belly. She walked rather slowly. The golden retriever brought up the rear. It kept glancing back over its shoulder, seeming quite curious about this unfamiliar town. 3 people and a dog. They walked along the street toward the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith's shop in Sunset Town was located on the western edge of the town, not too far from the square. After about 5 minutes of walking, Zhang Hao stopped in his tracks. We're here. He pointed to the building ahead. It was a large shop. A wooden sign hung above the doorway. In rough letters, 3 characters were carved, blacksmith shop. The sign was somewhat weathered. Its edges were cracked. Dust clung to its surface. The shop door stood open. The clanging of metal echoed from within. The roar of a burning furnace. An orange-red glow seeped through the doorway, illuminating a small patch of ground before the door. The air was thick with the scent of rust and charcoal. Zhang Hao walked to the doorway. He paused. He stood outside the doorway. He peered inside. The shop was large. In the center stood a massive stove. Coals blazed fiercely within the hearth. Flames leapt within the hearth, emitting a crackling sound. Beside the furnace stood an iron anvil. The surface of the anvil was pitted and uneven, covered with hammer marks. A burly figure stood beside the anvil. He was swinging a sledgehammer. The hammer fell. It struck the red-hot iron block. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. That was Jang Kun-suk. His upper body was bare. His bronze skin glistened with oil in the firelight. Muscle lines were sharply defined. With each swing of the hammer, his muscles bulged. He radiated raw power. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Drops hit the ground, emitting a faint sizzling sound, then instantly evaporating. Jang Kun-suk's gaze was intense. He stared intently at the iron block on the anvil. The hammer in his hand fell again and again. Each blow was rhythmic. The force was even. The angle precise. This was the skill of a seasoned craftsman. Zhang Hao stood at the doorway watching for a few seconds. Then, he raised his hand. He knocked on the doorframe. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Blacksmith Zhang. The hammer froze mid-air. Zhang Genshua looked up. He looked toward the doorway. When he saw Zhang Hao, his eyes lit up instantly. It's you! He set down the sledgehammer. He hurried to the doorway. You're back. Jang Kun-suk's voice was loud. Unmistakable excitement colored his tone. Where is she? Princess Young Anna? Did you bring her back? His eyes scanned behind Zhang Hao, eagerly seeking that figure. Zhang Hao didn't answer immediately. He merely turned sideways, clearing the space behind him. Then, Blacksmith Zhang. Zhang Hao's tone was calm. Look, who have I brought back for you? Yang Anna stepped out from behind Zhang Hao. She held her skirt in one hand. One hand rested on her belly. Standing in the light at the doorway, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed her in light. Her golden hair swayed gently in the breeze. She lifted her head, looking at the burly blacksmith before him. A gleam shone in his sapphire blue eyes. Time seemed to stand still. Jang Kun-suk froze in place. His eyes widened, staring intently at the woman before him. His mouth opened slightly. Yet no sound came out. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Jang Kun-suk's throat rolled. Yang. His voice was hoarse, like a rusty iron gate being pushed open. Yang Anna? He spoke tentatively. His tone held disbelief. Is that you? Yang Anna smiled, forcing herself to muster some emotion. Her eyes welled up with tears. Ganshua. Her voice was gentle. It's me. I'm back. Boom. The word struck like a thunderclap. It exploded in Jang Kun-suk's mind. His body began to shake violently. It really is you. Jang Kun-suk took a step forward, then stopped. He couldn't believe it. I'm not dreaming, am I? He raised his hand. He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. It hurt. It hurt like hell. It's not a dream. Jang Kun-suk muttered. It's not a dream. It really is you. Yang Anna. He couldn't hold back any longer. He strode forward. He wanted to embrace the woman before him. But halfway there, he halted again. Jang Kun-suk looked down at himself. His bare chest, covered in sweat, and the soot and rust clinging to his hands. I'm too dirty. He took a step back, feeling somewhat flustered. You, wait for me a moment. I'll go wash my hands, he said. He turned to run back. Ganshua. Yang Anna called out to him. Jang Kun-suk halted his steps. He turned back. I don't think you're dirty. Chapter 70, It's a Girl. Yang Anna said with a smile. Back when you were forging iron. Didn't I watch you just like this? You forgot? Jang Kun-suk froze. Then, his eyes reddened. I haven't forgotten. His voice began to tremble. Not a single day has passed without me remembering. All these years, I've thought of you every single day. Every night I'd gaze at the blood moon in the sky, wondering if you were doing well in the ruins. If you were suffering. As Jang Kun-suk spoke, tears began to fall. This towering man was now weeping like a child. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. I thought I'd have to live alone. Grow old alone. His voice grew increasingly choked with emotion. But you came back. You really came back. Yang Anna. Jang Kun-suk could no longer hold back. He rushed forward. He embraced Yang Anna, holding her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his own body. I missed you so much. He buried his face in Yang Anna's shoulder. His voice was muffled. I really missed you so much. Yang Anna cried too. She raised her hand, gently patting Jang Kun-suk's back. I miss you too. I've been thinking about you all this time too. The two embraced tightly, as if trying to pour out all the longing of these years. Zhang Hao stood by, watching the scene unfold. His expression was calm, even a bit bored. He yawned, reached up to scratch his ear. Enough already. Zhang Hao thought to himself. Yang Anna's acting is pretty convincing. But the real show is yet to come. Hasn't he noticed Yang Anna's pregnancy yet? A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. They embraced for about 10 seconds. Only then did Jang Kun-suk release her. He took a step back. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand. I'm sorry. He felt a bit embarrassed. I I just got too emotional. It's okay. Yang Anna said with a smile. I understand. Jang Kun-suk took a deep breath.
He tried to calm himself down.
Oh, right. He remembered something. How'd you fare in the ruins? Did you get hurt? Did that jerk Chen Haonen give you any trouble? Yang Anna shook her head. I'm fine. He's dead.
She glanced at Zhang Hao beside her.
This gentleman here saved me.
He killed Chen Haotian.
He brought me out of the ruins.
Zhang Binchua immediately turned to look at Zhang Hao. His eyes brimmed with gratitude.
Thank you. Truly, thank you. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. All right.
No need for all the thanks.
We're just business partners. I save your people. You pay me. Fair enough. Jang Kun-suk nodded vigorously. Right. Pay. I'll definitely give it to you. Just you wait. He said. He was about to turn and head inside. But just then, his gaze fell upon Yang Anna. To be precise, it landed on her belly. That distinctly rounded belly. Jang Kun-suk froze in his movements.
When he embraced her earlier, he had sensed something different from before, but in the heat of the moment, he hadn't noticed.
His eyes widened.
His gaze fixed intently on that belly. His expression gradually stiffened.
The air froze.
The stove in the shop still burned.
It crackled softly. But at this moment, that sound felt unbearably jarring. Jang Kun-suk's throat convulsed. This.
His voice grew faint.
This is. He lifted his head. He looked at Yang Anna.
His eyes held shock, confusion, and a hint of disbelief.
You're pregnant? Yang Anna bit her lip. Nodding. Yes. Jang Kun-suk staggered. As if struck by a heavy blow.
This. He turned his head. His gaze fell upon Zhang Hao. His gaze sharpened.
What the hell is going on?
His tone was cold, laced with suppressed fury.
How could she be pregnant? Whose child is it?
Zhang Hao shrugged. He spread his hands innocently.
I didn't do it.
His tone was calm.
I never touched her. Chen Haotian did it. Zhang Hao blurted it out.
She's carrying Chen Haotian's child. She's already 6 or 7 months along.
Boom!
The words struck like a sledgehammer. It slammed hard into Zhang Ginchua's heart. His entire body froze.
Chen Haotian. Zhang Gushua murmured. That bastard.
His face turned pale. Then flushed.
Yang Anna noticed his expression.
Her heart suddenly sank. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Hao. Her eyes held a question.
What's going on? Didn't he say he didn't care about my pregnancy? Why does he look so angry now? Didn't you say he'd accept me? You lied to me? Zhang Hao caught Yang Anna's gaze. But he pretended not to notice.
He turned his head. He looked out at the street beyond the shop.
He even whistled.
He put on an air of this has nothing to do with me.
My job is just to bring people back.
Zhang Hao thought to himself.
Everything else is none of my concern. Jang Kun-suk. Hurry up and give me my mission reward.
Seeing Zhang Hao ignore her, she grew even more flustered. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Gun-suk.
Gun-suk.
She spoke cautiously.
I know this is sudden. But, can you hear me out? Jang Kun-suk didn't speak.
He just stood there.
His gaze fixed intently on Yang Anna's stomach.
His expression darkened to a terrifying degree. The atmosphere in the shop grew oppressively heavy.
Yang Anna bit her lip. Her eyes reddened again. I didn't do this willingly.
Her voice trembled with tears.
It was him. Chen Haotian. He trapped me in the ruins. I had no choice. I really couldn't help it.
As she spoke,
tears began to fall. I'm sorry, Gun-suk. I'm not worthy of you. If you don't want me anymore. I understand. Yang Anna wept more and more bitterly.
Her shoulders shook with sobs. Zhang Gushua listened to her sobs.
His heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife. He took a deep breath.
He forced himself to calm down.
After a long moment, he spoke. Princess. Jang Kun-suk's voice was low. I have a question for you. Yang Anna lifted her head.
Her tear-filled eyes gazed at him. You said. Jang Kun-suk stared into her eyes. The child you're carrying.
He paused. Is it a boy or a girl? Yang Anna froze. She hadn't expected Jang Kun-suk to ask that. It should be.
She wiped away her tears.
It should be a girl. I feel like it's a girl.
The moment the words left her lips, Jang Kun-suk's expression suddenly changed.
The terrifyingly gloomy expression from moments ago vanished in an instant, replaced instead by ecstatic joy. A girl? Jang Kun-suk's eyes lit up instantly. It really is a girl? He grabbed Yang Anna's hand. He trembled with excitement. That's wonderful. This is wonderful. It's a girl. Ha 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 ha. Jang Kun-suk suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed until tears streamed down his face. I've always wanted a daughter. I've always wanted a daughter. Had ha. Shen Haotian's daughter. Now she's my daughter. Had ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I have a daughter now. Chapter 71, Too Impatient. Zhang Guoshua crouched down. He pressed his ear against Yang Anna's belly. My precious daughter. Daddy's right here. I'll come see you soon. Can you hear Daddy talking? Daddy loves you so much. Daddy will protect you. Ha 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 ha. Yang Anna was completely dumbfounded.
She stood there, frozen in place, watching the man before her suddenly burst into exuberant joy. Her mind went blank.
What's going on? He was so angry just a moment ago. Now he's like this. How can he be so happy just because it's a girl? That's such a huge difference. She couldn't make heads or tails of it.
Zhang Hao stood nearby.
He was just as baffled. He'd expected a major showdown.
Zhang Kun-suk would fly into a rage. He'd confront her.
He'd suffer. He might even turn on him right then and there. But now, this guy. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. Is he a daddy's girl? Or is there another reason?
Zhang Kun-suk was still chuckling to himself.
This is great. This is great. I finally have a daughter. I'll buy her the best toys. Make the most beautiful jewelry. Make her the happiest little princess in the whole world. Ha 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 ha. He laughed his fill. He stood up. He swept young Anna into his arms. Princess. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me a daughter. I'm so happy. I'm truly overjoyed. Yang Anna felt a bit breathless from his embrace. Genshua. You need to let go. You're choking me.
Only then did Zhang Genshua snap out of it.
He quickly let go. I'm so sorry. I got too excited. He grinned foolishly. I'm just so happy. Yang Anna looked at him like this.
A weight lifted from her heart. Though she didn't quite understand.
But, never mind. She thought to herself. Who cares? As long as he accepts me. Besides, Yang Anna's face flushed slightly.
He's still so strong, he should be able to satisfy me.
Zhang Kun-suk suddenly remembered something. He turned around.
He strode up to Zhang Hao. He grabbed Zhang Hao's hand.
Benefactor.
His voice rang out loud and clear.
Filled with gratitude. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Thank you for bringing Princess Yang Anna back. Thank you for giving me a daughter. You are truly my benefactor. I'll never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. Zhang Hao winced slightly from the tight grip. Enough. He pulled his hand away. Cut the nonsense. Where's my reward? Give it to me now. All right. Zhang Kun-suk immediately complied. Wait here. I'll go get it right now.
He turned and dashed into the house.
Zhang Kun-suk came running out from the inner room. He was holding a book. The cover was deep red. Intricate patterns adorned its surface. It looked quite mysterious. Here. Zhang Kun-suk handed the book to Zhang Hao. This is your mission reward. A pink skill book. Definitely a good thing.
Zhang Hao took the skill book. It felt heavy in his hands.
System notice, acquired skill book Blood Moon Rage Pink. Quest the Forger and the Princess's Bond completed. Quest reward disbursed.
Zhang Hao glanced at the system notification. He nodded with satisfaction.
Not bad.
Zhang Kun-suk turned around.
His gaze fell upon young Anna. His gaze softened. Princess. He stepped forward. Gently took young Anna's hand. You must be tired. Let me help you inside to rest. Yang Anna nodded.
A blush spread across her face.
All right.
Zhang Kun-suk carefully supported her. Step by step, they made their way into the inner room.
Slow down. Watch the steps. Don't fall. The two entered the inner room.
Zhang Kun-suk reached out and closed the door.
Click. The bolt slid into place.
Outside the shop, the wooden sign was flipped over.
2 large characters were written on it, closed. Night fell. Fewer and fewer people walked the streets. Only the occasional footsteps could be heard. And the distant clamor from the tavern.
Inside the blacksmith's shop,
through the cracks in the window, a faint candlelight could be seen inside. Then, Zhang Kun-suk's voice drifted out,
filled with long-suppressed excitement and longing.
Your Highness, I've missed you so much. Do you have any idea how I've lived all these years? Every night Yang Anna's laughter suddenly rang out. Giggle, giggle, giggle. It was a silver bell-like laugh. Clear. Pleasant. With a hint of coquettish charm. Zhenshu.
Her voice was soft and gentle.
Then come on over.
Come show me if you've lost your touch over the years.
Giggle, giggle, giggle. Zhang Hao was left standing there, stunned. These two. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. They sure are in a hurry. How long have they even known each other? Not even 10 minutes, right? And already? Already? The golden-haired one tilted his head too. He stared at the shop. Ears perked up, as if listening for sounds inside. Woof! It let out a soft whimper, as if asking, Master, what are they doing? Zhang Hao ruffled the golden retriever's head. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Let's go, let's go. Let's not watch anymore. He turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, he remembered something. I forgot something. Zhang Hao halted in his tracks. I was going to ask Zhang Dinshua to help me embed enhancement stones into the Abyss Knight's chestplate. Now. He glanced back at the shop. The commotion inside continued. And the noise was growing louder. Forget it. Zhang Hao shook his head. Looks like tonight's a bust. We'll see about it tomorrow. He took the golden retriever along the street toward the hotel. Wonder how late they'll be at it. Zhang Hao muttered. Hope Zhang Dinshua still has the energy to work tomorrow. The night grew deeper. Streetlights flickered out one by one. The entire sunset town fell into stillness. Only from the blacksmith's shop, faint sounds still drifted out. It continued well into the night. The bedding shifted from dry to damp. Sunset Town, Restful Inn. Zhang Hao booked a single room. He pushed open the door. The room was Spartan. A wooden bed, a table, a chair, and a basin in the corner. That was all. Zhang Hao closed the door. He walked over to the table and sat down. The golden retriever jumped onto the bed. It circled the bed twice, then lay down. It fell asleep almost immediately. Zhang Hao opened his backpack. He took out the pink skill book. Skill book, Blood Moon Rampage. The cover was a deep crimson. A massive blood moon was painted upon it. Beneath the blood moon, countless twisted figures. The figures were struggling. They roared. It looked eerie. Zhang Hao checked the skill book's attributes. Skill, Blood Moon Rampage. Quality, pink. Prerequisite, any class. Effect, summons a blood moon over the battlefield. All units including monsters, players, and NPCs within a 1000-meter radius centered on you that die within 2 hours will resurrect as blood moon minions to fight for you. Minions inherit only 50% of their original attributes and skill damage. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Chapter 72, I don't quite get it. Zhang Hao stared at the skill book's attribute panel. His gaze swept line by line. The more he read, the brighter his eyes grew. Resurrect fallen units and turn them into my allies. You see? If this skill were used after a large-scale battle, couldn't it resurrect hundreds, even thousands of units? His breathing quickened. This skill is powerful, though it only inherits 50% of the attributes from life. But that's just the base level stats. The skill can be upgraded. Once it reaches level 3, it might become even more powerful. Within a 1000-meter radius, those who died within the last 2 hours. Zhang Hao stroked his chin. This restriction isn't actually that strict. Plus, the cooldown is only 2 hours. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If we stake out the dungeon entrance, wait for other guilds to finish the boss and come out. Rob them. Kill them. Then use the skill to resurrect them all. Make them fight their own allies for me. A sinister grin spread across Zhang Hao's lips. The image alone was thrilling to contemplate. Another thought struck him. Oh, right. The dungeon boss. Could the dungeon boss be resurrected? If so, that would be incredible. We have to try it. Zhang Hao made up his mind. Find an opportunity to test it in the dungeon. See if it's truly possible to revive the boss. He took a deep breath. He calmed his excited heart. Then he clicked, learn. Golden light surged from the skill book, enveloping Zhang Hao's body. The skill book dissolved into scattered starlight, vanishing into the air. A warm sensation washed over him. A flood of information suddenly filled his mind. Knowledge on how to wield this skill. Like an instinct. Deeply engraved into his consciousness. System notice, skill learned successfully. You have mastered the skilled Blood Moon Rampage level 0. Zhang Hao opened his eyes. He felt the surging power within his body. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Hao turned and walked to the table, preparing to rest. Just then, ding! A notification sound rang out from his friend list. You have received a message from Su Yuxuan. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. That girl. Still up this late? He opened the chat interface. Su Yuxuan, Mr. Bandit. Just letting you know, our guild leader won't be able to make it until tomorrow afternoon. But Sister Wan and I are already in Sunset Town. He. Zhang Hao replied. Oh, got it. A few seconds later, another message came through. Su Yuxuan, Mr. Bandit. Did you finish setting up your guild? Can I join now? When are you going to give me back my gear? My pink magic staff. I miss it so much. Zhang Hao glanced at the time. It was already past 10 at night. Tomorrow. It's already pretty late tonight. Silence fell on the other end for a few seconds. Then. Su Yuxuan, but. I want it tonight. 3. Mr. Bandit, please. Just give it to me now, okay? I promise I won't take long. It'll be quick. Really quick. Zhang Hao was speechless. Fine. I can't sleep anyway. Then come to my room to get it. I'm at the Sleepy Inn, room 203. The reply came instantly. The speed was astonishing. Su Yuxuan, wow. What a coincidence. Omicron. I'm at the Peaceful Rest Inn too. I'll be right over. Just as Zhang Hao was about to close the chat window, another message popped up. Oh, right. Sis One said she wants to come too. She's curious to meet you, the new president. Is that okay? Omega. Sister Wan? Zhang Hao thought for a moment. It should be Chen Wan. That level 41 sanctuary builder. Zhang Hao, alright. Meanwhile. Second floor of the Peaceful Rest Inn. Room 207. Su Yuxuan was about to step out. She wore a white robe. The skirt was quite short, revealing a pair of fair calves adorned with blue cloth shoes. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail, bounced back and forth behind her head. Sister Wan. Su Yuxuan turned her head. She called out to the other person in the room. Hurry up. Mr. Bandit is waiting for us. That was Chen Wan. She wore a deep blue robe. A golden belt cinched her waist. It accentuated her curves. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her face bore light makeup. She looked mature and very feminine. Chen Wan walked to the door. She reached out and closed the door. Sis Wan, why are you coming with me? Chen Wan looked at Su Yuxuan inside. She reached out and tapped Su Yuxuan on the head. You silly girl. Don't you see how late it is? How could I possibly let you go alone to confront a bandit? Su Yuxuan clutched her head. Ouch. Chen Wan shook her head. What if that bandit has ulterior motives toward you? What if he does something inappropriate to you? You're just a young girl, how can you have no sense of self-protection at all? Su Yuxuan froze for a moment. Then she blinked. Ha? I hadn't thought of that. She lowered her head, tapping her fingers with her thumb. But I don't think Mr. Robber would do anything to me. Because the last 2 times he robbed me. He had every chance. He never did that kind of thing to me. So I think he must be a good person. Chen Wan's mouth twitched at those words. Yuxuan. Her tone turned serious. Listen to me. That's not the same thing at all. Su Yuxuan looked up. How is it different? Chen Wan took a deep breath. The last 2 times. Maybe he had an urgent matter and didn't have time. Or maybe there were other people around and it wasn't convenient. But now. Chen Wan pointed out the window. Outside, it was completely dark. The streets were deserted. Only faint clamor drifted from the tavern in the distance. It's nighttime now. And it's in his room. No one else around. Chen Wan looked into Su Yuxuan's eyes. Her tone grew serious. Think about it. What man could resist devouring such a tempting beauty right before his eyes? A robber is a robber. What moral boundaries could you possibly expect from him? Su Yuxuan listened, stunned. I see. She tilted her head. But I don't quite get it. What do you mean by devour? Chen Wan fell silent. She looked at the innocent little girl before her. Suddenly, she felt a headache coming on. Never mind. She waved her hand dismissively. You don't need to understand. Anyway. Chen Wan patted Su Yuxuan's shoulder. Don't worry. I'm here with you. Everything will be fine. That goblin bandit. If he really intends to harm you. Chen Wan paused. Her expression grew complicated. I could take some of the punishment for you. After all. She added silently in her mind. I'm suffocating too. At this thought. Chen Wan's face flushed slightly. Chapter 73, not because I wanted to bully her. Sis Wan. Su Yuxuan suddenly threw herself forward and hugged Chen Wan's arm. You're so kind. Thank you for protecting me. Wan Jia is the best. She rubbed against Chen Wan's shoulder. Like a little kitten. Chen Wan felt a bit embarrassed by her rubbing. Alright. Stop rubbing. It tickles. Let's hurry up and go. Don't keep them waiting. Okay. Su Yuxuan let go. She skipped and hopped toward Zhang Hao's room. Wan Jia, hurry up. Chen Wan followed behind her. Watching this lively little girl. A smile curved her lips. What a silly girl. She thought to herself. But it's precisely because of this. It makes one want to protect her.
They arrived at the door of room 203. Su Yuxuan halted her steps. She turned to look at Chen Wan.
Sis Wan.
Her voice suddenly grew quieter.
I'm a little nervous. Chen Wan stepped forward.
She patted her shoulder.
Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Su Yuxuan nodded. She took a deep breath.
Then she raised her hand. She knocked on the door.
Knock knock knock. Mr. Bandit. We're here. Footsteps echoed from inside. Closer and closer. Then, click.
The door opened. A face appeared behind the door.
It was a very masculine face. Well-defined features. A straight nose bridge. A strong jawline. A tall, slender build. The whole man looked handsome and remarkably young. Su Yuxuan froze. Her eyes widened, staring intently at the man before her. Her mouth hung slightly open. This wasn't what she had expected. She had thought Mr. Bandit would be like before, dressed in goblin disguise, and meet her with that ugly green-skinned face. But unexpectedly, this time he wasn't wearing a disguise. And he was handsome. Incredibly handsome. More handsome than any male player she'd ever seen. Chen Wan was stunned too. Her gaze swept over Zhang Hao. From top to bottom. Then from bottom to top. Chen Wan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Is this the goblin bandit? He's way too handsome. She swallowed hard. Come in.
Zhang Hao's voice rang out.
Calm, yet carrying a hint of non-negotiable authority.
He shifted to the side,
clearing the doorway. Oh. Su Yuxuan snapped back to her senses and slowly walked into the room. Chen Wan followed behind her. She entered as well. Zhang Hao closed the door. Click. The latch fell into place. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew a bit awkward. Su Yuxuan stood in the center of the room.
Her hands clasped in front of her.
She looked a bit uneasy. Chen Wan stood beside her. Outwardly calm, but inwardly overwhelmed.
She slightly drew her legs together.
Zhang Hao walked to the table and sat down leaning against it. Are you Mr. Bandit? Su Yuxuan whispered. Yes. Zhang Hao nodded. It's me. But. Su Yuxuan lifted her head. She looked at him cautiously. Didn't you tell me not to look at your face before? Why now? Why are you showing your face now?
Zhang Hao looked at her. A smile curved his lips.
That smile had a hint of mischief. Because, he said slowly, I have your nude photos. And a video of you showering. Su Yuxuan's face flushed instantly. You.
Zhang Hao continued.
So you have to join my guild. If you dare to leave. He paused. You know what happens. Su Yuxuan's eyes instantly reddened. How could you do this? Wah! She was so upset she was about to cry. I'll join your guild then. You're so mean. Wah! I was telling Sister One you were a good person. I misjudged you. You're nothing but a bandit. You big jerk. Wah! As she spoke, tears began to fall. Plop, plop, plop. Zhang Hao felt elated. Heh, bullying little girls is just too much fun. Chen Wan hurried over. She wrapped her arms around Su Yuxuan's shoulders. There. Stop crying. She comforted Su Yuxuan. She glanced at Zhang Hao. Hello, Mr. Bandit. Chen Wan spoke up first. I'm Chen Wan. She said. She released Su Yuxuan. She stepped forward. She extended her hand. Zhang Hao glanced at her. Then he reached out his hand too. Their hands clasped together. Chen Wan's hand was soft and slightly warm. As they shook hands, her fingers lightly traced the palm of Zhang Hao's hand. Very lightly. Quickly. But Zhang Hao felt it. He raised an eyebrow. What does this woman want? They released each other's hands. Chen Wan took a step back. I've heard a lot about you, she said with a smile. Yuxuan has spoken of you often. Today, I finally meet the real person. Just then. Ding. The system notification sounded. Chen Wan has sent you a friend request. Accept? Zhang Hao clicked accept. System notice, you have added Chen Wan as a friend. The next second. Ding. Another message popped up. Zhang Hao opened it. It was from Chen Wan. An image. He tapped to open it. Then. He froze in place. It was a nude photo. Chen Wan's nude photo. Her skin was fair. Her figure was fiery hot. Curves in all the right places. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. Chen Wan, Mr. Bandit, this is my photo. Just like you Xians, it's for collateral. Please take good care of me from now on. Zhang Hao fell silent for a few seconds. Then he replied. All right. He closed the chat window. He lifted his head. He looked at Chen Wan. Chen Wan was winking at him. She even licked her lips. That gesture was incredibly seductive. Zhang Hao instantly understood. This Chenwan was cut from the same cloth as young Anna. All right. He stood up. Enough chatter. I'm adding both of you to the guild. He opened the guild panel. He clicked Invite Members. He selected Su Yuxuan and Chen Wan's names. System notice, you have sent a guild invitation to Su Yuxuan. System notice, you have sent a guild invitation to Chen Wan. Both received the notification simultaneously. System notification, Zhang Hao has invited you to join the Guild Integrity Trading House. Accept? Su Yuxuan wiped away her tears. Jingxin Trading Company? She repeated the name. What a strange name. But she still clicked Accept. Chen Wan also clicked Accept. 2 golden beams descended, enveloping both of them. System notice, you have joined the Guild Honest Merchant Guild. Zhang Hao also received a notification. Guild announcement, Integrity Trading House now has 2S rank or higher professionals. Guild level upgraded, level 1 level 2. Guild benefits enhanced, all 4 attributes plus 20. Guild levels are upgraded by recruiting S rank or higher professionals. Each S rank or higher professional recruited increases the guild level by 1. Upon recruiting 10 S rank or higher professionals, the guild will reach its maximum level of 10. This grants 100 points to all 4 core attributes. Su Yuxuan is an S rank Frost Empress, which is precisely why Zhang Hao blackmailed her into joining the guild with her photo. It absolutely wasn't because he wanted to bully her. Chapter 74, Usage Rights Only. Ha! Su Yuxuan tilted her head, blinking as she stared at the guild notice. A level 2 guild? The young girl's voice was soft and sweet. Mr. Bandit, besides me, who else in our guild is an S rank or higher professional? She was curious. Zhang Hao leaned against the edge of the table. Me. His tone was flat. Oh. Su Yuxuan suddenly understood. She tapped her chin with her finger. That makes sense. After all, Mr. Bandit, you're so powerful. You can take down a full health level 70 boss all by yourself. As she spoke, her eyes lit up again. So, Mr. Bandit. Su Yuxuan took a step closer. What class are you? It must be an incredibly powerful one, right? S rank? Or SS rank? Or SSS class? Zhang Hao looked at her. After a 2-second silence. Stop asking so many questions. His tone turned cold. You'll find out when the time comes. Oh. Su Yuxuan shrank her neck. She murmured softly. Wan Jia. She turned her head and tugged at Chen Wan's sleeve. He's so mean. Her eyes held a hint of hurt. Chen Wan smiled, reached out and ruffled Su Yuxuan's hair. It's okay. She murmured softly. The president just tends to be a bit stern. She said. Chen Wan lifted her head and looked at Zhang Hao. Her eyes held a hint of inquiry. And a hint of subtle allure. The president is right. Her voice was gentle. Some things shouldn't be asked about now. Just listen. Chen Wan finished speaking. She winked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at the two of them. All right. Now I'll introduce you to the guild's main business operations. He leaned against the table. Our guild is a bandit guild. We specialize in robbery. What? Su Yuxuan's eyes widened. A bandit guild? That's right. Zhang Hao nodded. Then, Zhang Hao revealed the guild's true nature to the two. They rob wealthy players. Rob members of major guilds. Rob parties fresh from dungeon runs. Got it? Su Yuxuan gaped. She couldn't speak for a long while. After a few seconds, she suddenly. Wah! She jumped up. I've become a robber. I really became a robber. How novel. He. She bounced and skipped. Like a little rabbit. Shenwan watched her like this. Her lips twitched. This girl. How big is her heart? Zhang Hao was also at a loss for words. All right. He waved his hand dismissively. Stop jumping around. I'll give you back your gear. Upon hearing this, Su Yuxuan stopped immediately. His eyes lit up. Zhang Hao opened his backpack. He retrieved the gear he had snatched from her earlier. A pink magic staff. Plus several other purple tier items. Here. He handed the gear over. Su Yuxuan immediately took them. She clutched them tightly to her chest. Woo, my precious. You're finally back. She was so moved she was about to cry again. Zhang Hao continued. The money I took from you, along with the ghost necklace and ghost bracelet, I won't be giving those back. But, he pulled 3 more pieces of gear from his backpack. I have 3 pink grade items with better stats. The 3 pieces of gear hovered in midair, glowing with a pink radiance. Su Yuxuan immediately moved closer to inspect their stats. Equipment name, Blood Moon Ring. Quality, pink. Requirements, level 35 plus. Base stats, Spirit plus 280. Special skill, Rebirth in Blood. Blood-soaked rebirth revives 15 minutes after death. Cooldown, 24 hours. Equipment name, Blood Moon Dirge Necklace. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 25 plus. Base stats, Spirit plus 200, Constitution plus 50. Special skill, Lamentation Sound. Lament's Echo, inflicts spirit damage on all enemies within 30 meters, dealing damage equal to Spirit 2. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Equipment name, Soul Binding Armor. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 20 plus. Base stats, Constitution plus 180, Strength plus 80. Special skill, Soul Binding Protection. Soul Binding Shield, when receiving lethal damage, automatically activates a shield that nullifies the damage and restores 20% of maximum health. Cooldown, 24 hours. Su Yuxuan froze in place. Her eyes widened. Her gaze fixed intently on the equipment suspended in midair. The pink glow flickered within her pupils, as if she'd seen the most beautiful thing in the world. Whoa! She suddenly let out a shriek. She covered her mouth with both hands, then quickly dropped them. She jogged over to the gear. Pink gear. Su Yuxuan's voice trembled. 3 pink items. She reached out to touch the blood moon ring, but she dared not actually touch it. Her fingers hovered in midair. Trembling. This ring. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Resurrection 15 minutes after death? Holy crap. This is practically a god tier skill. Su Yuxuan spun around in excitement. Her skirt fluttered. Then she circled back. Her gaze fell upon the blood moon dirge necklace. And this necklace. Her small hands clenched tightly before her chest. Mana plus 200. And a group damage skill. Damage equals twice your spirit attribute. As she spoke, her voice grew louder and louder. Her whole body was practically jumping. And this chest armor. Su Yuxuan pointed at the soul sealing armor. Her face flushed bright red. It grants immunity to fatal damage. And restores 20% health. It's the same as the one Mo Yuntian from the Heavenly Slaughter sect was wearing. When we fought Chen Haotian, this piece of gear saved his life back then. She turned around. She rushed to Chen Wan's side. Grabbed Chen Wan's hand. Shaking it forcefully. Sis Wan. Did you see that? Pink gear. 3 pink items. Chen Wan felt dizzy from being shaken so hard. I see it. Stop waving it around. But Su Yuxuan couldn't stop. She dashed over to Zhang Hao again. She pressed her palms together, adopting a pleading posture. Mr. Bandit. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Like 2 stars. Are you really giving me all this gear? Really? You're not tricking me, are you? Su Yuxuan said. She even held out her pinky finger. How about we make a pinky promise? Take it. Zhang Hao said indifferently. Aha! Su Yuxuan immediately let out a shriek. She pounced and stowed the 3 pieces of gear into her backpack. Are you satisfied now? Zhang Hao asked. Su Yuxuan nodded vigorously. Now let's get down to business. Zhang Hao's tone was cold. You only have the right to use these 3 pieces of equipment. You don't own them. Su Yuxuan froze. Chapter 75, Get Lost. Zhang Hao continued. These items still belong to me. I'm just lending them to you temporarily. He paused. And Zhang Hao's gaze grew even sharper. There are conditions attached to this loan. Su Yuxuan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. A sense of foreboding washed over her. What conditions? Her voice grew quieter. A tremor ran through it. Zhang Hao pushed back from the table. Straightened his posture. Starting today. He walked up to Su Yuxuan, looking down at her from above. Within 1 month. Zhang Hao held up one finger. You must steal goods worth over 30 million gold coins. What? Su Yuxuan's eyes widened. 30 million? That's right. Zhang Hao nodded. 30 million. He held up a second finger. If you fail to deliver. Zhang Hao's tone grew colder. I'll take back all 3 pieces of equipment. Su Yuxuan's face instantly drained of color. No. She instinctively clutched her chest, as if shielding the gear on her body. And Zhang Hao extended a 3rd finger. Every month from now on, he said slowly. You must meet the same targets. 30 million. Not a single cent less. He waved his 3 fingers in front of Su Yuxuan. These 3 conditions. Zhang Hao withdrew his hand. You must comply. There's no room for negotiation. The room fell silent. Only Su Yuxuan's rapid breathing could be heard. Her face grew paler by the second. Her lips lost all color. That's enough. Zhang Hao turned and walked back to the table. You can leave now. He waved his hand dismissively as if shooing away flies. Su Yuxuan stood frozen in place. She was completely dumbfounded. She lowered her head, staring at the gear on her body. Just moments ago, she'd been so happy. So excited. Now, Now it felt like she was carrying a mountain of debt on her back. It was crushing her, leaving her breathless. Mr. Bandit. She lifted her head, her eyes already red. I've never robbed anyone before. Her voice trembled with tears. I can't rob people. What should I do? Zhang Hao leaned against the edge of the table, watching her. I don't care. That's your problem. Su Yuxuan's tears fell. But I really don't know how. I said it. Zhang Hao cut her off. I don't care. His gaze grew even colder. You have 1 month to figure out a way to complete it. If you fail. Zhang Hao paused. Then be prepared to face the consequences. Su Yuxuan's body began to tremble. Consequences? She whispered. A smile curved the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. That smile was cold. Cruel. You won't complete this month's task. He said slowly. I'll post your fruit photos in the guild chat. Let everyone in the guild see it. What? Su Yuxuan snapped her head up. Don't. And Zhang Hao continued. If you still haven't finished next month. His smile grew even more cruel. Considering you still have some looks left, I'll sell you to a brothel and make you earn money for me with your body. Boom. The word struck like a thunderbolt. It exploded in Su Yuxuan's mind. Her entire body froze. Her face turned deathly pale. Her lips trembled. Tears streamed down her face. You. Her voice cracked. How could you do this? Whoa. Su Yuxuan wept. I knew it. She choked out. I knew you were a bad person. Why? You lied to me. You lied about everything. Why? Tears streamed through her fingers. They trickled down her wrist. Plop. Plop. Tears fell onto the floor, making a faint sound. Shenwan watched her like this. Her heart ached deeply. She took a step forward, intending to comfort Su Yuxuan. But Zhang Hao's voice suddenly cut through the air. You two get lost. He said coldly. Go back and figure out how to complete the mission. Don't waste my time here. Su Yuxuan's body trembled violently. Her hands dropped, her face streaked with tears, eyes red and swollen. She looked utterly pitiful. She glanced at Zhang Hao. Her eyes was filled with grievance. Then, she turned, pulled open the door, and ran away. Wah! The sound of crying drifted out. Su Yuxuan ran away. The room fell silent once more. Zhang Hao leaned against the edge of the desk. He stared at the tightly shut door. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Teasing that little girl is just too much fun. Look at her crying like that. TSK. Just then, he suddenly realized. There was another person in the room. Zhang Hao turned his head. Chen Wan was still standing there. She hadn't followed Su Yuxuan out. Instead, she stood quietly in place, watching Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Wan bit her lip. She took a step forward. President. Her voice trembled slightly. May I take on some of the responsibility for Yuxuan? Her hands clasped in front of her. She looked very nervous. She's still just a child. She wouldn't commit robbery. If she fails the mission. Shenwan took a deep breath. I'll take her punishment. You can make me do anything. She lifted her head. Her eyes held a plea. As long as you treat her a little better. Zhang Hao listened. He fell silent for a few seconds. Then, poof. He let out a cold laugh. What kind of person do you think you are? Chen Wan froze. The president? Zhang Hao stepped before her. Just an A-class professional. He looked down at her from above. I wouldn't even bother with him. You think you're so great? Zhang Hao's tone dripped with scorn. A-class professionals are nothing but trash in my eyes. Not even worthy of tying my shoelaces. Chen Wan's face instantly drained of color. You want to take her punishment? Get your own together first. He extended his hand, pointing at Chen Wan. Starting today, your monthly quota is 5 million gold coins. Aren't you trying to help her? He sneered coldly. Then prove you have the capability first. Complete your own tasks before talking. I detest useless people. If you're useless, there's no point in keeping you around. If you fail to complete the task. He paused. Poof. You think I'd sell you to a brothel? You wish. I'll kill you to silence you. Boom. The word struck like a sledgehammer. It slammed hard into Chan Wanxin's heart. Her entire body froze, her face turning deathly pale. Her lips trembled. Her body trembled. The alluring demeanor she had just moments ago had vanished completely, replaced by fear. Deep, profound fear. President. Her voice had changed. I understand. Chen Wan said. Her eyes reddened. Tears welled up in her eyes. She fought desperately to hold them back, to keep them from falling. But she couldn't hold them back. Plop.
A single tear fell to the floor.
She choked out. I don't want to die. I will complete the mission.
Zhang Hao looked at her. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth.
Then get the hell out of here.
He waved his hand dismissively.
I need to rest. Chen turned away.
Stumbling toward the door, tears streamed down her face.
Chapter 76, Golden Dreams.
After the two women left, Zhang Hao opened the system panel.
A detailed attribute panel popped up. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 36. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank unique. Strength, 1826. Mental, 1447. Constitution, 686. Agility, 442.
Guild perk, +20 to all 4 attributes.
Free attribute points, 50.
Zhang Hao stared at the numbers. His eyes narrowed slightly.
Not bad. He nodded. Su Yuxuan's addition had elevated the guild to level 2. Each of the 4 attributes increased by 10 points.
His gaze fell upon the free attribute points.
50 free attribute points remain unallocated. This was the reward obtained from defeating Chen Haotian Blood Eye. Zhang Hao chose to allocate them to agility. Agility, 442-492. Excellent. This brings my agility close to 500 points.
Zhang Hao closed the panel with satisfaction.
He yawned. All right. Today's been exhausting enough. Time for a shower, then bed. The next morning.
Sunlight streamed through the window into the room.
Golden patches of light danced across the floor.
Zhang Hao opened his eyes.
He stretched lazily. Hoo! He sat up. He glanced out the window. The sun was already high in the sky. The streets were filling with people. Some were players, others NPCs.
The clamor of vendors hawking their wares, the clamor of haggling, and the clatter of passing carriages mingled together.
It was bustling. Zhang Hao got out of bed. He quickly washed up.
Then he opened the system panel.
The guild chat interface popped up. Rows of messages scrolled down from top to bottom.
Zhang Hao scanned them. His eyebrows raised slightly.
Wow. They're having quite the lively chat. In the guild channel. The top message was from last night. Iron Shield, welcome new members to Integrity Trading Company. Little Raindrop, welcome new sisters. Su Yuxuan, hello everyone, I'm Su Yuxuan, nice to meet you all. Little Raindrop, Sister Yuxuan, are you the S-rank Frost Queen? Holy cow. Our guild is going to be huge. Our bandit guild is bound to grow big and strong. Su Yuxuan, I'm so miserable. The guild leader is picking on me. He says I have to loot items worth 30 million gold coins every month. If I fail, he'll sell me to a brothel. Wah-ha! I'm so scared. Omega. Little Raindrop, don't cry, sis. We'll help you. Tomorrow we'll attempt our first heist. We'll all help you complete the mission. Su Yuxuan, thank you all. You're all such good people. Wah? Oh, right. I'll bring my club president's sister along tomorrow too. She'll help me too. Little Raindrop, the president's sister? Su Yuxuan, yep. She's the president of our original Blood Moon Guild. She's super nice and really talented. Little Raindrop, Blood Moon Guild? You mean that Blood Moon Guild? Su Yuxuan, yep. Our guild went bankrupt and shut down. Little Raindrop, wow. You guys were members of the original Blood Moon Guild? The guild leader is so impressive she actually managed to recruit you all over? Still 999 unread messages below.
Zhang Hao lost patience. He closed the guild channel.
Let them deal with it themselves. Can't be bothered to read them. Daily intelligence, usable times 2.
His eyes lit up slightly.
Refreshed. At midnight every day.
Daily intelligence automatically refreshes.
Reset to 2 available uses. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. View the first intelligence report. Daily intelligence 1-2.
Intelligence content, at 10 a.m. today, the wild boss Wandering Soul Reaper will spawn at coordinates X, 12847, Y, 6293 in the wilderness.
This boss is level 40.
Defeating it guarantees the drop of the material Soul Essence 10, spawn time, 10 a.m. today.
Duration, if not defeated, the boss will disappear after 2 hours. Zhang Hao read through the intelligence.
He was completely stunned.
10 soul essences? Great.
I was just fretting over where to find this material. Who knew the daily intel would deliver it right to my doorstep?
Zhang Hao opened his backpack. Viewed the Abyssal Knight Greaves blueprint. Required materials. Soul Essence 10 not owned. Just this last material is missing. Once I obtain 10 soul essences, I can craft this orange tier greaves. Zhang Hao opened the system clock. Current time, 8:23. An hour and a half left. Still plenty of time. No rush. Let's see what the second piece of intelligence says first. View the second piece of intelligence. Daily intelligence 2-2.
Intelligence content. In 3 days, Blazing City will host the Grand Lottery event Golden Dream, organized by the Blazing City Chamber of Commerce. The total prize pool exceeds 500 million gold coins. Each lottery ticket costs 100 gold coins. Prizes are as follows. Grand Prize 1 winner, 300 million gold coins. Grand Prize 1 winner, 100 million gold coins. Second prize 3 winners, 10 million gold coins. Third prize 10 winners, 1 million gold coins each. This period's first prize winning numbers are 174839. After reading this information, Zhang Hao. He fell silent for 3 seconds. Ha? They're giving me 100 million gold coins for free? Well, I'll gladly take it. All it takes is 1,000 gold coins to buy a lottery ticket. And I'll get 100 million gold coins. This deal is absolutely a steal. Blazing City. Zhang Hao murmured. He opened the system map. He located Blazing City on the map. It was a large city situated north of Sunset Town. It was roughly 200 kilometers from Sunset Town. It was much larger than Sunset Town. It served as the commercial hub of this region. 3 days from now. Zhang Hao calculated in his mind. Today is the first day. There's still time. No rush. He closed the map. Then another thought occurred to him. Oh, right. Zhang Hao opened his skill panel. He examined the Intelligence Gathering skill. Intelligence Gathering Level 18 Professional Skill. Effect: actively specify a direction to obtain precise intelligence. Intelligence types include rare item locations, hidden quest clues, boss spawn information, emergency alerts, etc. Unlike daily intelligence, this skill allows the intelligence officer to independently choose the inquiry content. Cooldown, 3 days. Current status, usable. Cooldown complete. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. I was planning to use this skill to find out where the soul essence is. But now the daily intelligence has already provided it. Then it's unnecessary. He rubbed his chin. What should I look up instead? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Got it. He sat up straight. Since I already know the winning numbers for the first prize, why not check the grand prize numbers too? Exactly. The grand prize is 300 million gold coins. That's 200 million more than the first prize. With that thought, Zhang Hao immediately issued the command. Intelligence query: what are the winning numbers for the grand prize in the Golden Dream Lottery event in Blazing City? The system panel immediately displayed the feedback. Querying information: lottery event Golden Dream grand prize. Searching. Query successful. Intelligence feedback: the winning numbers for the grand prize of this period's Golden Dream Lottery event are 836271. The grand prize award is 300 million gold coins. Winners must claim their prize at the Blazing City Merchants Guild within 7 days after the draw. Prizes will be forfeited after this period. Intelligence query skill entering cooldown. Cooldown duration, 3 days. Chapter 77, The Wandering Soul Reaper. 836271. Zhang Hao repeated the numbers silently in his mind. This time, 400 million gold coins in the bag. Buy 2 lottery tickets. Total cost, 200 gold coins. Return, 400 million gold coins. That return on investment. Absolutely insane. Zhang Hao suddenly thought of a question. If I ever run out of money, could I just keep using Intelligence Query to buy lottery tickets? This skill only has a 3-day cooldown. Which means, every 3 days, he could check the winning lottery numbers once. As long as major cities keep running lottery draws, then wouldn't he be able to keep freeloading indefinitely? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Let's go. Grab my materials and craft those Abyss Knight Greaves. Zhang Hao stood up. The golden-haired dog immediately jumped off the bed. He wagged his tail. Woof. Man and dog left the inn. They walked along the street toward the outskirts of town. Beyond Sunset Town, a vast wilderness stretched out. Yellowed grass stretched all the way to the horizon. Occasionally, a few wild beasts could be seen wandering in the distance. Zhang Hao opened the system map. He confirmed the direction of the target coordinates. Along the way, Zhang Hao encountered several wild beasts. A level 32 wasteland wolf. Level 35 rock armor beasts. Zhang Hao couldn't be bothered with them. He simply bypassed them. Golden Fur, however, was quite excited. It wanted to pounce on the monsters the moment it saw them. But Zhang Hao stopped him. Don't be silly. We need to keep moving. The golden retriever hung its head in disappointment. Woof. Zhang Hao ruffled its fur. There'll be a boss for you to fight later. Woof. The golden retriever perked up instantly. Its tail wagged furiously. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao stopped in his tracks. We're here. He opened the system map. He confirmed his current location. Current coordinates X 12847, Y 6293. It was precisely the location where the boss was supposed to spawn according to intelligence.
Zhang Hao surveyed his surroundings.
It was an open, flat expanse. Scattered fragments of rock littered the ground. A few dead trees stood here and there.
Nothing else was present. It hasn't respawned yet.
Zhang Hao glanced at the time.
Current time, 9:12. 48 minutes left.
He found a spot to sit down. Leaning against a large rock, the golden retriever laid down beside him.
Time ticked by second. Current time, 9:58. 2 minutes left.
Zhang Hao stood up. He walked to the center of the flat ground.
The golden retriever followed him. It could sense it. Something was about to appear.
Woof!
The golden retriever let out a low growl. Golden sparks began to crackle along its fur.
It entered combat mode. Zhang Hao patted its head.
Don't worry. It'll be here soon. Current time, 10 o'clock. The next second. Boom!
The ground suddenly shook violently.
In the center of the open field, a massive black vortex appeared.
The vortex spun relentlessly.
It emitted a howling wind sound.
The air temperature plummeted. A chilling aura spread outward. Zhang Hao took a few steps back.
It's coming.
The black vortex grew larger and larger. Its diameter reached 5 meters.
Then, a massive hand emerged from the vortex.
It was a skeletal hand.
Pale bones.
Sharp claws at the tips of the fingers. Black mist coiled around the arm.
Immediately after,
a second hand reached out.
Both hands braced against the ground.
With a powerful push, a colossal figure crawled out of the vortex. It was a 3-meter-tall skeletal monster.
Its entire body was composed of white bones. A tattered black cloak draped over its form.
The cloak flapped wildly in the wind. Eyes burned with ghostly blue flames.
In its hand it gripped a massive scythe.
The blade glints coldly.
Dark red bloodstains still clung to the blade. Wild boss, wandering soul reaper. After the boss crawled out, the black vortex vanished. It stood in place, slowly turning its head. A ghostly blue flame locked onto Zhang Hao. Ha ha ha. An eerie laugh emerged from its mouth. Living soul. Fresh souls.
Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes.
Inside intelligence. An invisible wave shot out, striking the boss. The boss's information panel popped up. Target, Wandering Soul Reaper Wild Boss. Level, 40. Skills, Soul Scream, Void Grasp, Deathmark.
Zhang Hao scanned the information.
3 skills. He mentally noted. Let's fight. Thunderbolt Thrust. Golden lightning bolts descended from the heavens.
Zhang Hao materialized behind the boss. The dragon roar sword plunged deep into its spine.
Crack.
The sound of shattering bones echoed.
Wandering Soul Reaper HP 100% 92%. Yee!
The boss let out a shrill scream.
It spun violently,
sweeping its scythe in a wide arc.
Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air. Zhang Hao had already stepped back. Easily dodged. Golden hair. Attack. Wah! Golden hair transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Lightning teleport. Instantly appeared at the boss's feet. Thunder claw. Golden claws lashed out. Rip. Wandering Soul Reaper HP 92% 86%. Additional effect, paralyzed for 3 seconds. The boss's body froze. It couldn't move. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity. Witch's Enhanced Fireball. A small meteorite plummets from the sky. Boom. Wandering Soul Reaper HP 86% 79%. The flames dissipated. The bones on the boss's body were charred black. The paralysis effect ended. It regained its mobility. Damn, vermin. The boss raised its scythe, pointing toward the sky. Receive the judgment of death. From its eye sockets, suddenly erupted with a surge of ghostly blue flames. Then, soul scream. The boss opened its mouth, erupting in a deafening shriek. Sound waves solidified into a shockwave, centered on the boss, spreading outward in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, all the gravel on the ground was blasted away. Dead trees split apart.
Zhang Hao and the golden-haired man were both caught in the blast.
Soul-piercing scream attack. Additional effect, stun for 0.5 seconds.
Zhang Hao felt a sharp pain in his head. His vision blurred for an instant,
but it quickly returned to normal. A psychic attack? He rubbed his head. Good thing my mental attributes are high.
The golden-haired man shook his head as well.
Woof. It shook its head. It reacquired the boss. Don't just stand there, Zhang Hao said. Keep fighting. Whoa. The golden-haired beast charged forward once more. Thunder Claw. Lightning Teleport. Chain Lightning. The skill combo concluded. Wandering Soul Reaper HP 79% 68%. The boss's health continues to drop. It swings its sai, attempting to counterattack. But the golden-haired one is too agile. Lightning teleport cooldown is only 5 seconds. Every time the boss attacks, Golden Fur instantly dodges. Then immediately counterattacked. The boss couldn't land a single hit. Damn it! The boss roared in fury. It suddenly abandoned the golden retriever and turned its attention to Zhang Hao. You are the master. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Chapter 78 Abyss Knight grieves. The boss raised his scythe high. Beneath the cloak, black mist suddenly surged forth. The mist coalesced in midair, transforming into a colossal black palm. Void grasp. The black palm lunged toward Zhang Hao. Its speed was blindingly fast. Zhang Hao's pupils contracted. That fast? He immediately sidestepped to evade. But the black palm abruptly changed direction mid-air. As if it possessed tracking capabilities. It changed direction mid-air. It continued to lunge toward Zhang Hao. Lock on ability? Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Thunderbolt thrust. Golden lightning erupted. Zhang Hao transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward, instantly teleporting over 10 meters. The black palm grasped at thin air. But it did not vanish. Instead, it shifted direction once more, continuing the pursuit. It can track twice? Zhang Hao frowned. This is trouble. The black palm drew ever closer. Just as it was about to seize Zhang Hao. Wah! The golden-haired figure suddenly leapt up, blocking the way in front of Zhang Hao. Smack! The black palm seized the golden retriever. Golden retriever HP 100% 71%. Additional effect, immobilized for 5 seconds. The golden retriever hung suspended in midair, unable to move. Whoa! It lets out a pained cry. Golden retriever. Zhang Hao's eyes turned cold. He turned his gaze toward the boss, looking for death. He raised his hand and unleashed a meteorite. Boom! Wandering Soul Reaper HP 68% 60%. 5 seconds later, the binding effect dissipated. The golden-haired figure fell to the ground. It stood up, shakes its head. Woof! The golden-haired creature was enraged. The golden lightning bolts on its body grew even more frenzied. It charged at the boss once more. This time, its attack grew even more ferocious. Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. Release skills the moment cooldowns end. It didn't give the boss a moment to breathe. Zhang Hao wasn't idle either. He continuously unleashed the witch's enhanced fireball spell. Meteor after meteor crashed down. Boom! 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 Wandering Soul Reaper HP 60% 51%. Wandering Soul Reaper HP 51% 43%. Wandering Soul Reaper HP 43% 36%. The boss's health rapidly declined. It began to panic. No. Impossible. I am the embodiment of death. How could this be? The boss raised its scythe. Crimson runes suddenly appeared on the blade. The runes glowed with an ominous light. Mark of death. The boss swung the scythe, pointing it at Zhang Hao. A crimson beam shot forth, instantly striking Zhang Hao. Death mark applied. Effect, loses 2% of maximum health per second for 10 seconds. Cumulative damage, 20% of maximum health. The system notification popped up. A crimson skull mark. A crimson skull mark appears. The mark rotates slowly, emitting an aura of death. Constant health drain? Zhang Hao glanced at his health bar. It was decreasing every second. Not by much, but 20% over 10 seconds was significant. But Zhang Hao let out a cold laugh. I'm bored with this game. Shadow bind. Black shadows extended from beneath Zhang Hao's feet, like a black serpent, swiftly crawling toward the boss. The boss tried to dodge, but the shadow speed was too swift. In the blink of an eye, it coiled around its legs, then its waist, arms, neck, the entire body, completely ensnared by the black shadow. What? The boss struggled. What is this? Let go of me. But it was useless. The shadow tightened its grip. The boss was completely immobilized. Shadow bind successful. Control duration 20 seconds. Zhang Hao stared at the immobilized boss. Golden hair, he said indifferently. DPS. AORG. Golden hair let out a roar. The lightning surging through its body grew frenzied. Thunder claw. Rip. Wandering Soul Reaper HP 36% 29%. Chain lightning. Crackle crackle crackle. Wandering Soul Reaper HP 29% 24%. Thunder claw. Rip. Wandering Soul Reaper HP 24% 17%. The boss was utterly defenseless. It could only watch helplessly as its health bar drained. No. Don't. Spare me. The boss pleaded. I can give you the treasure. Spare me. Zhang Hao paid no heed. Continue. The golden-haired man's assault didn't cease. Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. One combo after another. Frenetic Assault. Wandering Soul Reaper HP, 17% 11%. Wandering Soul Reaper HP, 11% 5%. Wandering Soul Reaper HP, 5% 1%. The final blow. Golden Fur leaps high. Thunder Claw. Golden claws tore through the air, slamming down on the boss's head. Crack. The skull shattered. Wandering Soul Reaper HP, 1% 0%. Kill successful. The boss's body froze stiff. The ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets extinguished. Then, its entire body began to disintegrate. It transformed into countless wisps of black mist, dissipating into the air. Only a few items remained on the ground, shimmering with light. System notice: defeated wild boss Wandering Soul Reaper. Gained experience plus 50,000. Witch's contract activated. Acquired boss soul. Constitution plus 1. Golden light erupted from Zhang Hao's body. System notice: your level has increased. Level 36-37. Level 37-38. Gained 20 free attribute points. Leveled up twice in a row. Killing monsters higher than your level really does give more experience. Zhang Hao walked over to the dropped items. He crouched down. He began to pick up the items. Obtained, Soul Essence 10. Obtained, Purple Equipment Reaper's Blade One-Handed Sword. Obtained, Gold plus 8,000. All items stored in backpack. Zhang Hao stood up. He opened his backpack to inspect its contents. Soul Essence 10. Quality, Blue Material. Description: crystals containing pure soul energy. Can be used to craft high-level equipment. Very good. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He opened the Abyssal Knight Greaves blueprint. Reviewed the required materials. Required materials. Shadow Steel 50 already owned. Dragon Scale 20 already owned. Magic Crystals 100 already owned. Soul Essence 10 already owned. All materials. All marked as already owned. A smile curved at the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. All materials are ready. I can now craft the Abyss Knight Greaves. Zhang Hao clicked craft. The next second, 4 materials flew out of his backpack. They hovered in midair. Shadow Steel glowed with a deep black radiance. Dragon Scales shimmered with a deep crimson glow. Magic Crystals flickered with blue electrical sparks. The Soul Essence released a white mist. The 4 materials began to spin. Spinning faster and faster. Their radiance intertwined. Black, red, blue, white. The 4 colored lights merged. Coalesce. Formed. Ding. System notice: crafting successful. Acquired, Abyssal Knight Greaves Orange. An orange glow erupted. A pair of greaves materialized in midair. Slowly descending. Zhang Hao reached out and caught them. The greaves felt heavy in his hands. Its surface was made of black metal. The edges were inlaid with dark red dragon scales. The knee guard section bore intricate engravings. A faint blue glow flowed within the patterns. Zhang Hao checked the attributes. Equipment: Abyssal Knight Greaves. Quality: orange. Equipment requirement: level 30+. Base stats: Constitution plus 80, Agility plus 120. Special Skill 1, Abyssal Warhorse. Special Skill 2, Knight's Oath. Abyssal Warhorse: outside combat, summon an Abyssal Warhorse as a mount. Mounted movement speed increases by 300%. Summons a warhorse for party members while grouped. Automatically dismounts upon entering combat. Knight's Oath: establish a Knight's Guardian pact with a selected ally. While active, you absorb 30% of damage taken by the pack unit and their constitution increases by 20%. When the pack unit's HP falls below 30%, you can instantly teleport to their location. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Only one ally can be packed at a time. Packed cooldown: 5 minutes. Chapter 79: Enslavement. Zhang Hao equipped the greaves directly. He opened his character panel to check. Name: Zhang Hao. Level: 38. Class: Intelligence Officer SSS rank Unique. Strength: 1826. Mental: 1447. Constitution: 687 727. Agility: 492 582. Free attribute points: 20. Constitution skyrocketed from 687 to 727, directly breaking through the 700 threshold. Agility soared from 492 to 582. Still 20 free attribute points left. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate. He allocated them all to agility. Agility: 582 602. His agility attribute had broken through the 600 mark. Feels good. He closed the interface. He glanced at the newly equipped greaves. Time to try out the new skill.
Zhang Hao thought to himself. Abyssal Warhorse. The ground suddenly trembled. The earth beneath his feet cracked open. Crimson flames surged from the fissures. The flames grew ever brighter,
coalescing in the air into a colossal vortex of flame. Then,
a shrieking roar erupted from the vortex.
Nay!
A warhorse burst forth from the flames. It was a skeletal warhorse.
Its entire body was composed solely of bones.
Crimson flames danced along its skeletal frame. The flames flowed along its bones,
like magma surging through veins. Upon the warhorse's skull, 2 ghostly blue flames burned in the eye sockets.
The flames flickered, exuding the scent of death. Its mane was pure flame,
floating in the wind. 4 hooves struck the ground. Each step leaves behind a trail of burning footprints. The grass on the ground instantly turned to ash. The warhorse stood before Zhang Hao. It lowered its head. Nay! It let out a low whinny,
as if waiting for its master. Zhang Hao gazed at the warhorse. A smile curved his lips.
Impressive.
He stepped forward. He swung himself onto the saddle. The instant he settled into the saddle, a powerful force surged through his body. Zhang Hao's body began to transform. His skin vanished,
revealing white bones. Dark crimson flames surged from the bones, enveloping his entire body. He was completely engulfed in flames, merging into his bones. Zhang Hao transformed into a flaming skeleton.
Eyes burned with ghostly blue flames,
exactly like his warhorse.
He sat astride the horse. His right hand gripped the blazing dragon roar sword. His left hand held the reins. His cloak of flames billowed behind him.
A true abyssal knight.
Golden hair stood beside him, tilting its head to gaze at its master.
Ha! It blinked.
Seemed a bit unfamiliar.
Zhang Hao looked down at himself. Bones all over his body. Burning flames. This form. He clenched his fists, feeling the power within him. So cool.
Zhang Hao sat astride his warhorse.
He glanced at the golden-haired figure beside him. Oh, right.
He suddenly remembered the second skill of his greaves.
Knight's Oath.
Zhang Hao thought to himself.
Bind target, golden retriever. The next second,
a golden light shot forth from his body.
It landed upon the golden-haired figure. The light transformed into countless tiny chains, wrapping around the golden-haired figure.
Then it merged into its body.
System notice, Night Guardian Pact established with golden fur. Effect, you absorb 30% of damage inflicted upon golden retriever. Golden retriever's constitution attribute increases by 20%.
A golden light flashed across the golden retriever's body. It sensed the power surging within its body.
Woof! Golden retriever let out an excited bark. It wags its tail. Zhang Hao nodded. It actually worked.
He stared at the system prompt.
Seems like friendly units don't necessarily have to be players. Excellent.
Zhang Hao smiled with satisfaction. This means golden retriever's tankiness has risen to a whole new level.
Golden retriever's physical constitution was already quite high to begin with. With an additional 20% boost, he's practically a tank made of meat. Just then, boom!
The ground suddenly shook violently.
Zhang Hao snapped his head up. The surrounding space began to warp. Black cracks appeared in the air. The cracks multiplied, dense and thick, spreading like a spider's web.
What is this? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. The same fluctuations as when the boss spawned earlier.
Crack! Space tore apart. A massive black vortex appeared mid-air. Immediately after, the second, a third, a fourth. A dozen black whirlpools appeared simultaneously, spreading out in all directions. Then,
monsters began surging out from the vortexes.
The first one, the second, the third, more and more. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of monsters appeared all around, and their numbers kept growing.
They crawled out of the vortex,
landing on the ground, emitting low, guttural growls.
Zhang Hao observed these monsters.
Intelligence insight. An invisible wave swept through.
Target, Wilderness Carrion Beast.
Level 35.
Skills, Corrosive Claws, Venom Spray.
All level 35 carrion beasts. Their numbers keep growing. 200. 300. 400. Dense and swarming.
Surrounding Zhang Hao in the center.
Oh!
Zhang Hao surveyed the surrounding monsters. A smile curved his lips.
So many monsters spawned. Perfect for me to level up.
Suddenly, something occurred to him.
Oh, right. Zhang Hao opened his skill panel.
He looked at Blood Moon Rampage.
I haven't tried this skill yet. I wonder if it works on bosses. He glanced at the spot where the boss had just been defeated. I'll give it a shot.
Zhang Hao raised his right hand.
Blood Moon Rage. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened. The once bright sky instantly turned a deep crimson. A massive blood moon appeared in the sky. The blood moon emitted an eerie crimson glow, illuminating the entire wilderness. On the ground, all corpses that had died within the past 2 hours began to glow. At the spot where the boss had just vanished, black mist began to condense once more, gathering thicker and thicker. Bones emerged from the mist. Assembling. Assembled. Seconds later, the wandering Soul Reaper rises once more. In its eye sockets, blood-red flames blazed. No longer the previous ghostly blue. Zhang Hao froze in shock. It can actually resurrect a boss that's already been defeated. He stared at the boss standing before him. No wonder it's a pink skill book. Impressive. The resurrected boss showed no signs of consciousness. It simply stood there silently, awaiting orders. Zhang Hao pointed at the surrounding monsters. Go. Attack them. The wandering Soul Reaper immediately turned, raising its scythe. Soul Scream. A deafening shriek erupted. Sound waves transformed into shockwaves, spreading outward. Boom! Nearby monsters were instantly caught in the blast. Wilderness Carrion Beast HP 100% 73%. Wilderness Carrion Beast HP 100% 71%. Wilderness Carrion Beast HP 100% 75%. One attack. Hit at least 50 monsters. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Golden Hair. We're in 2. Chapter 80 Contract Upgrade. Awwa! Golden Retriever let out a roar, charging toward the mob of monsters. Zhang Hao leapt from his warhorse. The moment combat commenced, the warhorse vanished automatically, transforming into flames and dissipating. Zhang Hao landed. His right hand gripped the Dragon Roar sword. Dragon Roar Impact. The Dragon Roar sword erupted with golden light. A dragon's roar echoed across the wilderness. Roar! A golden shockwave radiated outward from Zhang Hao, spreading outward in all directions. Within a radius of 999 meters, all wild monsters were struck. Wilderness Carrion Beast HP 73% 31%. Wilderness Carrion Beast HP 71% 28%. Wilderness Carrion Beast HP 75% 34%. Damage Explosion. One skill. It instantly wiped out nearly half the health of all the jungle monsters. Golden Hair wasn't idle either. Chain Lightning. Golden lightning erupted from its body, jumping between the monsters. 1, 2, 3. Bounce 10 times consecutively. Each launch deals damage. Wilderness Carrion Beast HP 31% 19%. Wilderness Carrion Beast HP 28% 15%. The Wandering Soul Reaper unleashes its ability once more. Soul Screech. Another area of effect attack. 3 damage points erupted simultaneously. Monsters fell in droves. Killed Wasteland Carrion Beast. Witch's Contract activated. Constitution +1. Killed a Wild Carrion Beast. Witch's Contract activated. Constitution +1. System notifications flooded the screen. Zhang Hao and the golden-haired Soul Reaper roamed together, mowing down monsters like cutting grass. Their efficiency was extraordinary. In under 5 minutes, most of the surrounding monsters were cleared. Golden light flashed repeatedly on Zhang Hao's body. Level up 3839. Gained +10 free attribute points. 10 minutes later, the blood-red flames enveloping the wandering Soul Reaper began to fade. Its body gradually became transparent. Then, it vanished completely, transforming into black mist, drifting upward, merging into the blood moon. The blood moon vanished as well. The sky returned to normal. But many monsters remained. At least over 100 remained. Keep going. Zhang Hao commanded. Golden Hair, step up and tank the damage. Woof. Golden Hair charged to the front. It now had the bonus from Knight's Oath. Its constitution increased by 20%. Its tankiness has significantly increased. Monster attacks landing on it. They can only inflict minimal damage. Moreover, Zhang Hao absorbs 30% of the Golden Retriever's damage. This means the Golden Retriever only takes 70% of the actual damage, effectively boosting its survivability. Zhang Hao stands in the rear, dealing damage. Witch's Enhanced Fireball. Meteorites plummeted from the sky. Boom! 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 Each explosion cleared several wild monsters. Golden Fur unleashed a barrage of attacks. Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. As soon as the cooldown ended, it unleashed another. Without pause, the number of monsters rapidly decreased. 100. 80. 60. 40. Another 10 minutes passed. The last monster fell. Golden light erupted from Zhang Hao's body once more. Level up, 3940. Gained free attribute points plus 10. Golden fur also leveled up. Golden retriever level, 3940. System notice, skill Witch's Contract level upgraded. Witch's Contract, level 0 level 1. Zhang Hao examined the upgraded Witch's Contract. Witch's Contract level 1, maximum constitution increase raised to current level 11. Zhang Hao nodded. The upper limit for constitution increase has been raised. It changed from level 10 to level 11. Though the improvement isn't huge, it was still progress. I need to max out this skill as soon as possible. Zhang Hao opened the auction house. He typed into the search bar, Skill Mastery Scroll, and clicked search. A list of items popped up. Zhang Hao scanned through them. He paused at the very top one. Skill Mastery Scroll Orange. Price, 15 million gold fixed price. 15 million gold coins per scroll. A bit pricey. Zhang Hao stroked his chin. But he had the money now. I'll take it. Click to purchase. System notice, purchase successful. Gold coins deducted, 15 million. The scroll appeared in his backpack. Zhang Hao retrieved it. Used immediately. Witch's Contract, level 1 level 2. I need to buy another one. Zhang Hao continued searching through the auction house. Soon, he found another orange scroll. Another 15 million. Bought. Use. Witch's Contract, level 2 level 3 max. All done. Zhang Hao closed the interface with satisfaction. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something. Let's also buy the Skill Mastery Scroll 4, Blood Moon Rampage. Zhang Hao reopened the auction house. He searched for pink quality Skill Mastery Scrolls. Skill Mastery Scroll Pink. Price, 1,500,000 gold fixed price. 1,500,000 gold per scroll. Not bad. Much cheaper than orange ones. Zhang Hao bought 3 copies in one go. Gold deducted, 4,500,000. 3 scrolls in hand. Zhang Hao used them one after another. Blood Moon Rage, level 0 level 1. Blood Moon Surge, level 1 level 2. Blood Moon Surge, level 2 level 3 max level. All used up. Zhang Hao opened the skill panel. He examined the attributes of Blood Moon Rampage. Blood Moon Rampage level 3 summons a blood moon to descend upon the battlefield. All units including monsters, players, and NPCs within a 1,000-meter radius centered on the caster that die within 2 hours will be resurrected as Blood Moon minions to fight for you. Blood Moon minions inherit only 50% 100% of their original attributes and skill damage. Duration, 10-60 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Zhang Hao finished reading. He froze. 100%? He read it again. He confirmed he hadn't misread it. After resurrection, I'm just as strong as I was in life. At level 0, you could only inherit 50%. Now at max level, directly inheriting 100%. Moreover, the duration has also been significantly enhanced. It's gone from 10 minutes to 60 minutes. This duration is more than sufficient, no need to worry about it running out. Zhang Hao's lips curved into a smile. It cost 45 million. But it was money well spent. Zhang Hao was thoroughly satisfied. The Blood Moon Rage skill has an excessively long cooldown. If he were to max it out himself, it might take years. That's far too long. Spending money to max it out is still quite reasonable. Zhang Hao closed the skill panel. He opened the Witch's Contract. He examined the max level attributes. Witch's Contract level 3, skill effect, upon signing, you and Witch Lu Ruyan establish a cooperative relationship. After defeating any target monsters, dungeon enemies, players, you may absorb their soul. Each collected soul permanently increases your constitution attribute by 1 point. The maximum constitution increase is capped at 2,000 points. Contract restriction: if no targets are killed for 33 consecutive days, all collected souls will dissipate. And all increased constitution will reset to 0. Additionally, 33% of your current constitution will be deducted as punishment. Special note, Witch Lu Ruyan is the final boss of the level 100 dungeon cage of the Eternal Night Witch. After signing the contract, the souls you collect will simultaneously enhance Lu Ruyan's power. Please consider carefully. Current soul count, 325-2000. Chapter 81, Blade Tooth. Zhang Hao stared at the cap indicator. He was utterly stunned. Maximum physical stats increased. His voice trembled slightly. It changed from current level 10 to a fixed 2,000 points. 2,000 points of constitution. What did that even mean? Converted to health points. That's 20,000 HP. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Orange skill books are seriously overpowered. He opened his character panel. He checked his current stats. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 40. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank unique. Strength, 1826. Spirit, 1447. Constitution 7271047. Agility 602. Free attribute points 20. Constitution attribute. It has surpassed 1000 points. Moreover, it can still increase by another 1675 points. Zhang Hao allocated all 20 free attribute points to agility. Agility 602-622. Next, I need to max out the witch's contract as soon as possible. Zhang Hao looked at the golden-haired girl. Golden retriever, let's go. He thought to himself. Abyssal warhorse. Crimson flames surged from the ground. The skeletal warhorse materialized once more. Zhang Hao leapt onto its back. His entire form transformed into a flaming skeletal figure. Giddy up. The warhorse neighed. Its hooves pounded the ground. It burst forth like a streak of flaming light. Movement speed increased by 300%. Zhang Hao sat atop the horse. The wind howled past his ears. The surrounding scenery receded at breakneck speed. Wah! Golden fur chased desperately behind. Its forelegs pounded the ground with lightning speed. Its tongue was hanging out. Panting heavily. But it kept falling further and further behind. Woof! Seeing it about to be left behind, it immediately activated its lightning teleportation. ZZZZT. It transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and caught up. Then continued running. 5 seconds later, the skill cools down. Left behind again. Used lightning teleport again to catch up. One man, one dog. One ahead, one behind. Racing deep into the wilderness. 10 minutes later. Zhang Hao came to a halt. Ahead lay a rocky expanse. Massive boulders littered the ground. Some towered over 10 meters high. Among the rocks roamed a multitude of wild beasts. They were a group of stone-armored beasts, standing about 3 meters tall. Their entire bodies were composed of rock. Each step sent tremors through the ground. Zhang Hao used Insight Intelligence. Target, stone-armored beasts. Level, 43. Skills, Rock Smash, Earthquake. Alright, let's do this. Zhang Hao dismounted his warhorse. The warhorse vanished. Gripping the dragon roar sword, he charged forward. Golden hair followed suit. Man and dog began frantically grinding monsters. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Level up, 40-41. Level up, 41-42. Half an hour later. All stone armor beasts in this area have been cleared. Zhang Hao mounted his warhorse. Keep going. They pressed deeper into the wilderness. They discovered another new spawn area. It was a forest of dead trees. The trees had long since rotted away. A chilling aura permeated the air. Hordes of undead creatures roamed the woods. Rotten knights. Clad in tattered armor. Mounted on skeletal warhorses. Wielding rusted lances. Zhang Hao uses Insight Intelligence. Target, Decaying Knight. Level, 45. Skills, Charge Thrust, Death Coil. Keep grinding. Zhang Hao said. Another round of slaughter ensued. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Level up, 42-43. The forest was cleared. Zhang Hao changed locations once more. This time, he arrived at a swamp. Numerous mud swamp monsters emerged from the swamp. Level 45. Zhang Hao and the golden-haired one continued grinding. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Level up, 43-44. Level up, 44-45. The instant he reached level 45. Ding! System notice, your pet golden retriever has leveled up to 45. Your pet golden retriever has mastered a new skill, Thunder Fawn. Ha! Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Golden retriever got a new skill. He immediately opened the pet panel to check. Pet golden retriever Shadow Lightning Wolf. Level 45. Quality SSS grade. Skills Thunder Claw, Lightning Teleport, Chain Lightning, Thunder Fong New. Zhang Hao opened the description for the new skill. Thunder Fong, the Nether Lightning Wolf delivers a lethal bite to a single target. Lightning coalesces into razor-sharp fangs that pierce the target, dealing 500% lightning physical hybrid damage. The attack inflicts a 3-second paralysis effect. Cooldown, 0 seconds. After reading the skill description, his eyes lit up. Another 0 cooldown skill. A smile curved his lips. Thunder Claw has no cooldown. Chain Lightning has no cooldown. Now, Thunder Fong has no cooldown either. And the damage is even higher. Zhang Hao stared at the skill panel. Thunder Claw deals 200% damage. Thunder Fong deals 500% damage. That's a full 2.5 times higher. Looks pretty fierce. Zhang Hao stroked his chin. Gotta find an opponent to test it out. He looked up. His gaze swept the surroundings. Just then. Boom!
The ground in the distance suddenly shook violently. Zhang Hao turned his head to look.
About 300 meters away, a massive black vortex appeared midair.
The vortex spun wildly.
It emitted a howling wind sound. Then,
a massive figure emerged from the vortex.
It was a giant wolf standing 5 meters tall. Its fur was as black as ink.
Its forepaws were thick and powerful. Each step it took left deep paw prints in the ground.
Its eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from its mouth, dripping onto the ground. Sizzling. The grass on the ground withered instantly. A wild boss?
Zhang Hao's eyes lit up.
Perfect timing.
He immediately activated Insight Intelligence.
An invisible wave shot out, landing upon the giant wolf. The system panel popped up. Target, Shadow Demon Wolf King. Level, 45. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Shadow Assault, Wolf King's Roar. A level 45 boss. Zhang Hao nodded. Perfect.
He looked at Golden Hair.
Golden Hair. Go! Woo 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 woo. Golden Hair let out a roar. Golden lightning bolts erupted from its body.
It transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward.
Zhang Hao didn't follow.
Instead, he found a rock and sat down.
Let me see how powerful your new skill is.
The golden-haired figure charged toward the Shadow Demon Wolf King.
Without hesitation,
it launched its attack directly.
Thunder Claw. Golden claws lashed out. Rip. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 100% 93%. Additional effect, paralyzed for 3 seconds. The Shadow Demon Wolf King's body froze. Unable to move. Golden Fur immediately launched a follow-up attack. Chain Lightning.
Golden lightning erupted from its body,
striking the Shadow Demon Wolf King. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 93% 86%. Chapter 82, Azure Dragon Power Enhancement Stone. 3 seconds later, the paralysis effect ended. The Shadow Demon Wolf King regains mobility. Roar. It let out a furious roar. It snaps its massive jaws open.
It lunged at the golden-haired figure.
Bloodthirsty Bite. At blinding speed, the golden-haired figure instantly activated lightning teleportation. ZZZZT. It vanished like lightning, appearing behind the Shadow Demon Wolf King. Thunder Claw. Another claw strike was unleashed. Shadow Wolf King HP 86% 79%.
The Shadow Demon Wolf King spun around.
All 4 paws stomped the ground. Shadow Assault. Its form vanished abruptly, transforming into a black shadow. The next second,
the shadow materialized behind the golden-haired figure.
The Shadow Demon Wolf King coalesced into form. It opened its gaping maw. It lunged viciously at the golden-haired man's neck.
The golden-haired figure reacted with lightning speed.
He ducked his head, dodging the fatal blow.
But his shoulder was still bitten.
Snap. Golden Retriever HP 100% 88%. Awah! The Golden Retriever yelped in pain. It whipped its head around. Thunder Fong.
Its jaws snapped open.
Golden lightning gathered upon its fangs, transforming into 2 razor-sharp lightning fangs. The fangs pierced the Shadow Demon Wolf King's neck. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Critical hit. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 79% 54%. Additional effect, paralyzed for 3 seconds. 1 bite.
It directly devoured 25% of its health.
Damage exploded. A woof.
The golden-haired beast instantly released its grip.
It took a few steps back, shaking its head.
The golden lightning surging through its body grew even more frenzied.
Zhang Hao sat on a rock, watching the battlefield. Thunder Fong's damage is indeed high. He nodded. But it doesn't land often.
The golden-haired warrior's combat style relied on agile positioning. It uses lightning teleportation to constantly shift positions.
Its claw strikes are lightning fast. Its attacks come in rapid succession.
But its bites are different. They require close proximity.
Its attack motion is large. It's easier to dodge. Looks like the Thunder Fong is better suited for seizing opportunities and unleashing burst damage.
Zhang Hao stroked his chin.
Still, Thunder Claw is better for regular use. 3 seconds later, the paralysis effect ended. The Shadow Demon Wolf King regained mobility. It was utterly enraged. Roar. It reared its head.
It roared toward the sky.
Wolf King's roar. Sound waves solidified into tangible shockwaves, spreading outward from its center. Golden Fur bore the brunt of it. Struck by the sonic blast. Attacked by the Wolf King's roar. Golden Fur HP 88% 76%. Additional effect, attack power reduced by 20%, lasts 30 seconds. Woof. Golden Retriever shook his head. He felt a bit weak. Its attack power had been weakened. The Shadow Demon Wolf King seized the opportunity to strike. Bloodthirsty Bite. It lunged fiercely at the golden-haired figure. Its speed was blindingly fast. The golden wolf attempted to use lightning teleport. But the skill was still on cooldown. 1 second left. Too late. Damn it. Zhang Hao stood up. Just then, Knight's Oath activated. Absorbs 30% of Golden Wolf's damage. The Shadow Demon Wolf King's fangs sank into the Golden Retriever's flesh. Snap. Golden Retriever HP 76% 58%. Zhang Hao's HP 100% 94%. The damage was shared. The Golden Retriever took the brunt of the damage. Zhang Hao took a small portion. Arg! The Golden Retriever winced in pain. But it didn't retreat. Instead, it grew even more ferocious. Thunder Claw. Golden claws lashed out viciously, slashing across the Shadow Demon Wolf King's face. RIP. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 54% 47%. Additional effect, paralyzed for 3 seconds. Taking advantage of its paralysis, Golden Fur unleashed a flurry of attacks. Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. Thunder Claw. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 47% 39%. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 39% 32%. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 32% 25%. Paralysis effect ends. Shadow Demon Wolf King strikes back again. Shadow Assault. Transforms into a shadow and vanishes. Appears behind Golden Fur. It opened its gaping maw. But the golden-haired youth was ready. Lightning Teleportation. ZZZZZ. Darting away like lightning. Appearing above the Shadow Demon Wolf King's head. Thunder Fong. Golden fangs sank viciously into the opponent's neck. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Critical hit. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 25% 2%. 1 bite. Its health plummeted to critical levels. The Shadow Demon Wolf King's body convulsed violently. It tried to struggle. But the Golden Wolf's fangs clamped down on its neck. It couldn't break free. Whoa! The Shadow Demon Wolf King let out its final wail. Its body gradually lost all strength. Then, it collapsed completely. Shadow Demon Wolf King HP 2% 0%. Kill successful. The golden-haired wolf released its jaws. It leapt off the corpse. Shakes its head. Whoa! It turned around. It looked at Zhang Hao. Its tail wagged furiously. As if seeking praise. Zhang Hao walked over. Rubbed the golden-haired dog's head. Good job. System notice, Wild Boss Shadow Demon Wolf King defeated. Witch's Contract activated. Acquired Boss Soul. Constitution +1. Golden light erupted from Zhang Hao's body. System notice, your level has increased. Level 45-46. Gained free attribute points +10. Golden Fur level 45-46. Zhang Hao approached the Shadow Demon Wolf King's corpse. He began looting the dropped items. Obtained gold coins +12,000. Obtained purple equipment Shadow Claws gloves. Obtained Azure Dragon Power Enhancement Stone. Seeing the final item, Zhang Hao paused for a moment. Oh! He picked up the enhancement stone. He stared at the stone glowing with a faint blue light in his hand. An enhancement stone? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Not bad. This thing was a rare commodity. At the auction house, a single piece fetched 30 million gold coins. Lucky break. Perfect for enhancing my Abyss Knight Greaves. Zhang Hao tucked the enhancement stone into his backpack with satisfaction. Then he opened his character panel. He checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 46. Class, Intelligence Officer SSS rank Unique. Strength, 1826. Mental, 1447. Constitution, 1047 1521. Agility, 622. Free attribute points, 60. Current soul count, 799-2000. That was fast. Zhang Hao stared at his constitution stat. It's already at 1521 points. A massive jump from 1047 to 1521. An increase of 474 points in constitution. The Witch's Contract. A smile curved at the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. Truly an orange skill book. He glanced at the sky. The sun was already beginning to dip toward the west. It's getting late. Zhang Hao closed the interface. Time to head back. A thought flashed through his mind. Abyssal Warhorse. Crimson flames surged from the ground. A skeletal warhorse materialized. Zhang Hao swung himself onto its back. Then he opened the pet panel. He selected Recall Pet. The golden fur transformed into a beam of light. It flew into Zhang Hao's body. It entered the system space. Giddy up. The warhorse neighed. Its hooves pounded the ground, transforming into a streak of fiery light. Galloping towards Sunset Town. Chapter 83, Is It You? Night fell. The streets of Sunset Town were nearly deserted. Occasionally, a few players hurried past.
Their gear reflected faint glints in the moonlight.
Zhang Hao rode his abyss warhorse back into town. Hooves struck the cobblestone road, emitting a rhythmic clatter. As he passed the blacksmith's shop, he deliberately glanced inside. The sign at the entrance flipped back to closed. Tisk. Zhang Hao's lips twitched. I came back too late. He shook his head. He continued toward the hotel. Forget it. He'd deal with it tomorrow. The enhancement stones weren't urgent anyway. Sleepy in. Zhang Hao pushed open the door. He stepped inside. The room was quiet. Only the occasional chirping of insects drifted in from outside the window. He closed the door. He walked over to the desk and sat down. He exhaled a long breath. Not a bad haul today. Zhang Hao opened his backpack. He took stock of today's spoils. The soul essence had already been used up. The Abyss Knight Greaves had been crafted. Plus a Qinglong power enhancement stone. I'll find Zhang Gunsuk tomorrow to have it socketed for me. He closed his backpack. He stood up. He walked to the bedside. Just as he was about to lie down to rest. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Zhang Hao froze. He turned his head toward the doorway. This late. He frowned. Who is it? A familiar voice came from outside the door. Mr. Bandit. It's me. Su Yuxuan. Zhang Hao recognized the voice. What does this girl want now? He walked to the door. Opened the door. Then. He froze. 3 women stood outside the door. At the front was Su Yuxuan. She wore a light blue robe. Her golden hair was tied into twin ponytails. She blinked her large eyes at him. A sweet smile graced her face. Good evening, Mr. Bandit. She waved her hand. Behind Su Yuxuan stood Chen Wan. Her figure was stunning. Her alluring eyes were fixed on Zhang Hao. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Good evening, President. And at the very back stood a third woman. She was slightly taller than Su Yuxuan. Approximately 5 feet 6 inches. Her figure was slender and graceful. She wore a deep purple robe. Intricate silver patterns were embroidered on the robe. They shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Her jet black hair. It fell loosely over her shoulders, reaching down to her waist. Strands of hair swayed gently in the breeze. Her face is beautiful. Delicate features. Fair skin. Deep, soulful eyes. She looked gentle and intelligent. She radiated a mature charm. Like the kind of big sister who takes care of others. But, the moment Zhang Hao saw that face, he was utterly stunned. His pupils contracted slightly. He stared intently at the woman before him. Countless images flashed through his mind. Blood Moon Ruins. The second floor of the castle. The witch lying on the bed. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan? Zhang Hao stared at the woman before him in disbelief. How did you get out? Upon hearing this, she froze. She blinked. She looked at Zhang Hao with some confusion. Question mark. She tilted her head. Do you know me? Zhang Hao didn't answer. His mind was racing. What is going on? How did she end up here? Shouldn't she be at the castle in the Blood Moon Ruins? Could it be? Did she escape? Just then, Su Yuxuan leaned closer. Her little face was filled with curiosity. Ha! She looked at Zhang Hao. Then she looked at Lu Ruyan. Mr. Bandit? Su Yuxuan blinked her big eyes. You know our president? The president? Zhang Hao turned to look at Su Yuxuan. What president? The leader of our Blood Moon Guild, of course. Su Yuxuan said matter-of-factly. Didn't I tell you last time? She counted on her fingers. Our president is so awesome. Got an amazing figure. She's got huge breasts. And she's incredibly kind. As Su Yuxuan spoke, her eyes lit up. Sis Ruyan is the leader of our original Blood Moon Guild. Zhang Hao's mind couldn't quite process it. The Blood Moon Guild's leader? Lu Ruyan? Wait a minute. He frantically processed the information in his mind. Isn't Lu Ruyan the final boss of the level 100 dungeon, the Cage of the Eternal Night Witch? The witch's contract skill description explicitly states. Lu Ruyan is the final boss of the level 100 dungeon. But, how could Su Yuxuan say she is the guild leader of Blood Moon? How could she be a player? Shouldn't she be an NPC? Zhang Hao grew more and more confused the more he thought about it. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just then, Lu Ruyan spoke. Her voice was gentle. It carried a reassuring strength. Greetings, Mr. Bandit. She bowed slightly in greeting. My name is Lu Ruyan, a friend of Yuxuan and Chen. She lifted her head. Her gaze met Zhang Hao's. Her gaze was sincere. I've heard about your guild from them. I'm very interested in your guild. Lu Ruyan paused. So, I wish to join your guild. I'm here to take the assessment. Zhang Hao listened. Silence hung for several seconds. Then,
A thought flashed through his mind.
intelligence insight. An invisible wave shot from his eyes, landing upon Lu Ruyan. The next second, the system panel popped up. Target, Lu Ruyan player. Level, 50. Class, Holy Light Protector S rank. Skills, Divine Light Illumination, Lifelink, Sacred Sanctuary, Song of Resurrection. Player?
Zhang Hao's eyes widened.
She's actually a player? Not an NPC? What the hell is going on? Could it be? Are there two Lu Ruyan? One is an NPC. One is a player. Just sharing the same name? Zhang Hao couldn't make sense of it. He stared at the information on the system panel. Class, Sanctum Guardian S rank. It really is an S rank class.
Zhang Hao thought to himself.
And it's a healer class.
If she joins, the guild level will rise another tier.
From level 2 to level 3. That's another 10 points added to the 4 core attributes.
At this thought, Zhang Hao's gaze shifted. It sharpened.
He looked at Lu Ruyan. About my guild.
Zhang Hao spoke slowly.
You know everything, right? Lu Ruyan nodded. I know,
she said with a smile. Yuxuan and Shanwan both told me already.
You're a bandit guild.
You'll rob other players from now on. Lu Ruyan finished.
She added. Actually, I'm quite interested.
Her eyes curved into crescent moons.
Sounds thrilling.
Zhang Hao looked at her.
A 2-second silence passed. Then come in.
He shifted to the side,
clearing the doorway. Come in, all of you. Okay. Su Yuxuan immediately skipped inside. Shenwan followed behind her. As they walked,
she deliberately brushed past Zhang Hao. Her body lightly brushed against his arm.
Thanks, President.
She even gave Zhang Hao a wink.
Zhang Hao remained expressionless, watching Lu Ruyan enter last. Lu Ruyan also walked in.
As she passed by Zhang Hao,
she paused.
She turned her head.
Thank you,
she said earnestly. Then she continued walking inside.
Zhang Hao closed the door. Click. The latch fell into place. 3 women suddenly crowded into the room.
The once spacious room
instantly felt a bit cramped.
Chapter 84, Artistic Photos.
Su Yuxuan had already taken a seat on the bedside with unabashed familiarity.
Her legs dangled back and forth.
Mr. Bandit's room is so simple.
She looked around here and there.
Shenwan stood by the desk, one hand propped against the table.
Her body leaned forward slightly. The curves of her chest were fully exposed. She stared at Zhang Hao like this. Her gaze held a hint of teasing. Lu Ruyan stood in the center of the room, her hands clasped before her. Her posture was upright. She appeared well-mannered. Zhang Hao walked to the table. He leaned against the desk and sat down.
He looked at Lu Ruyan. The assessment content. Zhang Hao cut straight to the point.
His tone was matter-of-fact. It's about taking your artistic photos. He paused briefly.
Let's begin. The air instantly froze. The room fell into an eerie silence. Only the chirping of insects outside the window could be heard. Lu Ruyan froze in place.
Her eyes widened. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Hao.
Her mouth hung slightly open.
She doubted she'd heard correctly.
You?
Lu Ruyan's voice cracked.
What did you say? Taking photos. Is that so hard to understand? Zhang Hao repeated.
His tone remained calm.
Artistic photos, the beautiful kind. I'm a professional. We'll start right now. Lu Ruyan's face flushed instantly.
The flush spread from her neck all the way to her ears.
You. She stammered. How could you do this? Just then, Su Yuxuan suddenly jumped up. Ah! Right.
She clapped her hands.
She skipped over to Lu Ruyan. Sister Ruyan. Su Yuxuan grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand. Her little face was filled with earnestness. That's exactly what Mr. Bandit is like.
Before I joined the guild,
she said.
Her face flushed red.
There were photos used as collateral too.
Su Yuxuan whispered softly.
And?
She turned her head.
Her gaze fell on Chen Wan.
Yesterday, Sister Wan also sent her photos to Mr. Bandit.
Right, Wan? Chen Wan nodded.
She walked over to the other side of Lu Ruyan.
That's right. Chen Wan's tone was light. I handed the photos to the president the moment I walked in yesterday.
She licked her lips.
Honestly, it's no big deal. Just a few pictures, that's all. Chen Wan leaned closer to Lu Ruyan, whispering softly in her ear.
And the president's photography skills are really good.
He can capture your most beautiful side. Lu Ruyan listened to their words.
Her mind grew even more chaotic. She turned her head.
Her gaze fell upon Su Yuxuan. Yuxuan.
Her voice trembled slightly.
Did you really take it? Yes. Su Yuxuan nodded vigorously. I did take it. She said it as if it were obvious. How else would I join the guild? Lu Ruyan turned to look at Chen Wan. Chen Wan, you too. I took it too. Chen Wan said with a smile. Lu Ruyan was utterly speechless. She stood there, completely dumbfounded. At that moment, Zhang Hao spoke up. You see? He leaned against the edge of the table. Arms crossed. They all took pictures. Zhang Hao's gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan. If you want to join my guild, you must follow the rules. No exceptions. After he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes turned to stare at Lu Ruyan. Zhang Hao looked at her. His gaze was cold. Su Yuxuan looked at her. Her eyes held anticipation. Chen Wan looked at her. Her eyes held encouragement. 3 people. 3 gazes. All waiting for her answer. Lu Ruyan felt her brain short-circuit. Ha! 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 She never imagined the assessment would involve this. Shoot a special film? This is just too. Lu Ruyan bit her lip. Her face flushed crimson as if it might bleed. She took a deep breath. She forced herself to calm down. It's just. Her voice was barely audible. Is there any other way I can join your guild? Lu Ruyan lifted her head. A hint of pleading flickered in her eyes. Like completing a quest? Or pay some gold coins? Zhang Hao snorted coldly upon hearing this. No. His tone grew even colder. Chen Wan handed me the photos the moment she walked in. Zhang Hao pointed at Chen Wan. She didn't ask all that nonsense. Why are you dragging your feet? He stood up. He walked up to Lu Ruyan. He looked down at her from above. If you want to join, let me take your photo. Zhang Hao said, enunciating each word. If you don't join, then get the hell out. The last 2 words carried heavy weight. The air froze once more. Lu Ruyan was forced back half a step by his imposing presence. She lowered her head, unable to meet Zhang Hao's gaze. Just then, Sister Ruyan. Su Yuxuan's voice rang out. Lu Ruyan turned her head. She saw Su Yuxuan staring at her with those big, watery eyes. Take the photo. Su Yuxuan's voice trembled with tears. I don't want to be apart from you. She clutched Lu Ruyan's hand, gripping it tightly. Can we stay in the same guild from now on? Just like we were in the Blood Moon Guild before. Su Yuxuan's eyes welled up with tears. You're my best sister. I don't want to lose you. Woo woo. As she spoke, tears began to fall. Yuxuan. Lu Ruyan looked at her with heartache, reaching out to wipe away her tears. Don't cry. At that moment, Chen Wan also approached. She wrapped her arms around Lu Ruyan's shoulders. Ruyan. Chen Wan's voice was gentle. Just give in to him. Anyway. She leaned close to Lu Ruyan's ear. She whispered softly. Anyway, it's just a few photos. It won't hurt a bit. Besides. A smile curved Chen Wan's lips. The president is so handsome. Getting photographed by him wouldn't be a bad deal. Chen Wan. Lu Ruyan's face flushed even redder. What are you saying? I'm just telling the truth. Chen Wan said with a smile. And? She looked at Lu Ruyan. If you don't join us, the 3 of us won't be able to stay together in the guild. Could you bear that? Lu Ruyan fell silent. She looked at Su Yuxuan's tear-stained eyes. Then she looked at Chen Wan's expectant expression. Finally, she let out a long sigh. All right. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes, as if she'd made a tremendous decision. I'll take it. Yay. Su Yuxuan instantly broke into a smile. Sister Ruyan is the best. She threw her arms around Lu Ruyan. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Chen Wan smiled too. That's the spirit. Don't worry, Ruyan. Yuxuan and I will be with you soon. We won't leave you feeling awkward all alone. Lu Ruyan gave a wry smile. Thank you both. Zhang Hao watched the scene unfold. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Very good. Once you're ready, let's begin. Zhang Hao said indifferently. It's already late. Don't waste any time. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath. She turned around, her back now facing Zhang Hao. Her hands rested on the buttons of her robe. Her voice was barely audible. I've begun. Chapter 85, A Woman's Mindset. Lu Ruyan's entire face flushed crimson, as if it might burst into flames. Su Yuxuan and Chen Wan stood beside her, watching Lu Ruyan. Su Yuxuan's eyes sparkled. Sister Ruyan, you're so brave. She murmured softly. Chen Wan, meanwhile, wore an admiring expression. What a great figure. She praised sincerely. Better than mine. Lu Ruyan blushed even more upon hearing their words. You too. Stop talking. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyan was ready. She stood in the center of the room, her hands clasped protectively in front of her. Her head bowed as low as it could go. Her entire body trembled. It's ready. She whispered. Go ahead and take the picture.
Zhang Hao began taking photos.
Click. First shot. Put your hands down. Zhang Hao instructed. You're blocking the shot. Lu Ruyan bit her lip. Slowly lowered her hand. Click. The second one. Turn around.
Lu Ruyan slowly turned around.
Click. Third shot. Change your pose.
Lu Ruyan complied.
Click, click, click. Zhang Hao kept snapping. From every angle. Su Yuxuan watched from the side. Watching and watching. She suddenly gasped in awe. Wow!
She covered her mouth. Her eyes widened in astonishment.
Sister Ruyan!
You have such a great figure. She bounced over excitedly. You're so much bigger than me.
Yuxuan! Lu Ruyan was so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the ground.
You stop talking.
It's true.
Su Yuxuan said earnestly. And your skin is so fair.
So smooth. Let me touch it. Don't touch. Chen Wan also walked over. It really is beautiful. She said sincerely. Ruyan, your figure. Truly a natural beauty. I'm almost jealous. Chen Wan. Lu Ruyan's voice trembled with tears. You mustn't say any more. But strangely enough, hearing their compliments, Lu Ruyan felt shy. But deep down, didn't feel quite so resistant. Even a hint of secret delight? They say I have a good figure. My skin is flawless. Lu Ruyan thought to herself. Then, does that mean am I pretty? She secretly lifted her head. Through the gaps between her fingers. She looked at Zhang Hao, trying to read his reaction. But Zhang Hao's expression remained calm, as if he were completing a work assignment.
His face was expressionless. A terrifying kind of calm.
Lu Ruyan saw that expression. A sudden feeling welled up inside her. Disappointed? She wondered silently. Am I not pretty enough? At that thought, Lu Ruyan suddenly, as if possessed by some unseen force, strike a pose.
She placed her hands behind her back and thrust out her chest. Then she looked at Zhang Hao. Her gaze had changed somewhat from before.
Click.
Zhang Hao snapped the photo. He froze for a moment.
This woman,
he muttered to himself.
Why is she suddenly being so forward? But he didn't say much. He kept shooting.
Seeing Zhang Hao filming,
grew bolder. She began actively changing into various poses. Sideways. Glancing back. She
flicked her hair. Her gaze was as gentle as water.
Sister Ruyan is so amazing.
Su Yuxuan clapped beside her.
So skilled. Much better than me. Shen Wan nodded in agreement. You're truly remarkable. That figure, that posture. Absolutely perfect. Hearing their praise, Lu Ruyan's face flushed even redder. But at the same time, she felt more at ease.
Zhang Hao watched the scene unfold. A twitch crossed his lips.
Women's psychology. He thought to himself. How peculiar.
She was shy as hell just moments ago.
Now she's suddenly grown bold. Women really do love being complimented.
Zhang Hao shook his head. He continued focusing on taking photos.
He captured every angle. Front view. Side view. Back view. Close up. Panoramic view. A few minutes later. The artistic photos are done. You did well. Zhang Hao remarked indifferently.
We have enough material now.
Chapter 86, the assessment ends.
Upon hearing these words,
as if she had suddenly snapped back to reality, she looked down at herself. Then, aha! She let out a shriek. She immediately crouched down. Her hands shielded her body.
Her face flushed crimson as if it might bleed.
I just...
Her voice trembled.
What was I doing just now? Oh my god. Lu Ruyan was mortified. Su Yuxuan crouched down.
She patted her shoulder.
It's okay, Sister Ruyan. You looked absolutely stunning just now. Yeah. Chen Wan crouched down too. You did great. The president must be thrilled. Wha?
Lu Ruyan buried her face in her knees.
I don't want to live anymore. This is so humiliating.
Zhang Hao looked at the three women crouched on the floor.
Enough. He said. It's over. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan. She immediately stood up.
She began dressing in a flustered hurry. Her movements were swift,
as if afraid of being seen even once more. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyan was finally dressed. She stood there, head bowed, unable to meet Zhang Hao's gaze. Her entire being radiated an aura of I'm so ashamed. Zhang Hao opened the guild panel. He clicked invite members. He selected Lu Ruyan's name. System notice, you have sent a guild invitation to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan received the notification.
System notice, player Zhang Hao has invited you to join the guild Integrity Trading House.
Accept?
She stared at the notification.
She remained silent for a few seconds. Then, she clicked yes. Golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lu Ruyan.
System notice, you have joined the Guild Integrity Trading House.
Your status is Guild member. Guild perks activated, all attributes plus 30. Zhang Hao also received the notification. Guild announcement, Integrity Trading now has 3S rank or higher professionals. Guild level upgraded, level 2 level 3. Guild perks enhanced, plus 30 to all 4 core attributes. Yay! Su Yuxuan cheered immediately. Sister Ruyan has joined. We're all in the same guild again. This is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. She bounced up and down, happy as a little bunny. Chen smiled too. Congratulations, Ruyan. Welcome to Integrity Trading Company. Lu Ruyan forced a smile. Thank you.
Her voice still trembled slightly.
She clearly hadn't recovered from the humiliation yet. Zhang Hao closed the guild interface. All right, he said indifferently. The assessment is over. You may leave now.
Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan, as if granted a pardon.
Then, may I leave now? She asked cautiously. Yes. Zhang Hao nodded. Go ahead. Okay. Lu Ruyan immediately turned around.
She hurried toward the door.
Let's go. She took Su Yuxuan's hand. Okay.
Su Yuxuan followed her out.
But just then, Chen voice rang out. The two stopped in their tracks. They turned around. They saw Chen still standing in place. You two go back first. Chen said. I'll go back later.
The air suddenly grew still.
Lu Ruyan froze for a moment. Then,
she looked at Chen. Then she looked at Zhang Hao.
After a few seconds of silence, she understood. Well, alright then. Lu Ruyan nodded. You, hang in there.
As she uttered those last two words,
her voice dropped low. Only Chen could hear it. Chen gave her a wink. Don't worry. Su Yuxuan still looked completely bewildered. Sis Wan? She tilted her head. Do you have something else to do? Why aren't you coming back with us? Lu Ruyan quickly pulled her back.
Sister Wan has her own business to attend to with the president.
Let's head back first. Oh. Su Yuxuan nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it. Alright then. Bye, Sister Wan. Bye-bye, Mr. Bandit. She waved goodbye to the two of them.
Then Lu Ruyan pulled her out of the room.
Click. The door closed. Inside the room,
only Zhang Hao and Chen remained. Chen turned to face Zhang Hao.
President. Chapter 87, The Forgotten Guild's Treasure Vault. When Chen left the room, her legs felt like jelly. She braced herself against the wall.
Inch by inch, she moved toward the exit.
The door closed. The room fell silent once more. Zhang Hao walked to the window. He glanced at the sky outside. The sun had already risen. Pedestrians began moving along the streets. Played all night, it's already the next day. He opened the system panel. Daily intelligence, usable times 2. View first intelligence. A message immediately popped up on the system panel. Daily intelligence 1-2.
Intelligence content, the day after tomorrow, the Golden Dream Lottery event in Blazing City will draw its winning numbers. This period's 3 second prize winning numbers are 164891, 125469, 158746. Second prize per winning ticket, 10 million gold coins. Zhang Hao finished reading. A smile curved his lips.
Ha! They've given me the second prize numbers too.
Now he knew the numbers for the grand prize, first prize, and second prize. He did the math in his head.
Grand prize, 300 million. First prize, 100 million. 3 second prizes, each worth 10 million. 30 million.
A total of 430 million gold coins.
Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. I haven't checked the second piece of intelligence yet. He clicked to view it. Daily intelligence 2-2.
Intelligence content, at 6 o'clock today, the hidden instance entrance in the Forgotten Ruins northwest of Sunset Town will briefly open.
This is a solo-only instance called the Forgotten Guild's Treasury, recommended for levels 40-50.
The instance contains large amounts of gold coins and equipment, but also deadly traps. The entrance will remain open for 2 hours. Coordinates, X 15243, Y 7891. After reading this intelligence, he felt a surge of excitement. A hidden instance? His eyes lit up. A hidden dungeon limited to solo players. Plus tons of gold and gear.
Zhang Hao calculated in his mind.
Hidden dungeons were rare treasures.
The drop rates were far higher than in regular instances. Moreover, they're solo only, meaning no one would compete with him. We have to go. Zhang Hao made his decision instantly. But we don't know how long the dungeon run will take. What if the dungeon takes too long and we miss the lottery draw? He frowned. He pondered for a few seconds. Then, his eyes lit up. Got it. Have Iron Shield and the others go buy lottery tickets. Zhang Hao immediately opened his friends list. He selected Iron Shield's profile picture. Sent a message. Zhang Hao, are you there? A few seconds later. Iron Shield replied. Tai Dun, guild leader. I'm here. What are your orders? Zhang Hao, I have a task for you. Go to Blazing City and buy lottery tickets. Iron Shield, lottery tickets? Zhang Hao, yes. The Golden Dream lottery event. Draws at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Go buy them now. I'll send you the numbers. Iron Shield, roger that, guild leader. Mission accomplished. Zhang Hao sent over 5 numbers. Iron Shield, got it. I'm heading to Blazing City with the brothers right now. Zhang Hao, got it. After buying the tickets, keep them safe. Remember to claim your prize on draw day. Iron Shield, understood. Zhang Hao closed the chat window. All right. He stood up. He walked to the door. Pushed the door open. He stepped out of the room. The hotel corridor was quiet. Only the occasional faint snore could be heard. Zhang Hao descended the stairs. He stepped outside the hotel. There weren't many people on the street yet. Only a few early rising NPC merchants were setting up their stalls. Zhang Hao didn't linger. He headed directly toward the northwest of the town. He crossed several streets. He exited the town. Before him lay a vast wilderness. A thought flashed through Zhang Hao's mind. Abyssal warhorse. Crimson flames surged from the ground. A skeletal warhorse materialized. Zhang Hao leapt onto its back. His entire form transformed into a flaming skeletal figure. Giddy up. The warhorse let out a snort. Its hooves pounded the earth. It burst forth like a streak of flame. Destination, the Forgotten Ruins. 1 hour later. Zhang Hao halted his warhorse. We're here. He surveyed the ruins before him. A cluster of dilapidated buildings lay before him. Crumbling walls and broken beams littered the ground. Once towering stone pillars lay half collapsed. Dead vines crawled over the fractured walls. Cracks crisscrossed the ground. Weeds sprout from the crevices. The wind blew through. It whistled through the ruins. As if someone were weeping. Zhang Hao dismounted. The warhorse dissolved into flames. He walked into the ruins. His feet crunched on broken stones, crushing them with a crunching sound. The coordinates the system alert mentioned are right here. Zhang Hao glanced at the time. Current time, 5:58. 2 minutes left. He stood in the center of the ruins, waiting. The surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of the wind. And the occasional distant roar of beasts. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Current time, 6 o'clock. The next second. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently. The earth beneath Zhang Hao's feet cracked open. Golden light surged from the fissures. The light grew brighter and brighter. Growing more blinding. Ahead of the ruins. Space began to warp. The air rippled like water. Then, a massive golden gate materialized out of thin air. 10 meters tall. 5 meters wide. Forged entirely from gold. Its surface was intricately carved with exquisite patterns. Patterns of gold coins, precious stones, and various treasures adorned it. At the center of the door is set a massive crystal. Golden light flows within the crystal. Ding! System notice, hidden dungeon treasury of the Forgotten Guild detected. Dungeon level, 4050. Dungeon type, solo only. Dungeon difficulty. Time remaining, 119 minutes 59 seconds. Zhang Hao stared at the golden gate. His eyes narrowed slightly. Hidden instance. He thought to himself. And it's solo only. Perfect for me. At that moment, a new notification popped up on the system panel. Dungeon background. A century ago, the Forgotten Guild stood as the most powerful commercial organization across the entire continent. Its leader, Maurice Goldenhand, was the wealthiest man on the land, controlling the trade lifelines of dozens of cities. Maurice's wealth was beyond measure. He possessed warehouses brimming with gold coins, tons of precious gems, and countless rare artifacts. Yet his greed knew no bounds. He hoarded his riches without circulation, never allowing them to circulate. This aroused discontent among major factions. Nobles, guilds, and even royal houses harbored resentment toward him. Ultimately, a coordinated assault against the Forgotten Merchants Guild erupted. The allied factions destroyed the guild's headquarters, and Maurice perished in the ensuing chaos. Yet Maurice's vengeful spirit lingered. His soul became an undead entity, forever guarding his treasure vault. Periodically, the vault would briefly manifest, luring greedy players inside. Yet 99% of these adventurers perish within its deadly traps, becoming additions to Maurice's collection. Their souls remain trapped within the vault, doomed to eternal confinement. Warning, this instance is extremely dangerous. Death here results in real-world death and the loss of all equipment. Chapter 88, Tanking Damage.
Zhang Hao finished reading the background description.
Real death upon death? He sneered coldly. Same rules as the Blood Moon ruins. But Zhang Hao stared at the golden gate.
The greater the danger, the richer the reward.
And I possess complete invisibility. Plus control over Shadow Bind. No big deal. He hesitated not a moment. He raised his hand and clicked Enter Instance. Golden light erupted from the doorway.
It enveloped Zhang Hao entirely.
The next second, everything went black.
Space began to warp.
Zhang Hao felt his body being pulled by a tremendous force. Forward.
A few seconds later, light flooded his vision. Zhang Hao found himself standing in an entirely new space.
It was a vast hall.
Approximately 200 square meters in size. The floor was laid with marble tiles.
Intricate golden patterns were carved into it.
The patterns formed a massive gold coin motif. The walls were adorned with lavish oil paintings. The picture frames are all crafted from gold. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. But most of the crystals had shattered.
Only a few still glimmered faintly, illuminating the gloomy hall. A musty odor permeated the air.
And a faint scent of blood.
Zhang Hao surveyed his surroundings. 8 figures stood within the hall. They were 8 ghosts, dressed in tattered guard uniforms.
Spears gripped in their hands. But the spears were now rusted and corroded. Their bodies were translucent,
glowing with a sickly pallor. Green flames burned within their eye sockets. At that moment, 8 spectral guards were scattered throughout the hall. Some stood by the walls.
Some stood beside the pillars. Others drifted aimlessly in the center of the hall. They seemed unaware of Zhang Hao's presence.
Zhang Hao did not act immediately.
He first used insight intelligence.
Invisible ripples shot from his eyes. They swept over the 8 ghosts. The system panel immediately popped up.
Target, Greedy Ghost Guard.
Level, 45. Skills, Coin Toss, Greed Aura. Zhang Hao read the information. A level 45 common monster. He analyzed in his mind. Gold coin skill looks like a ranged attack.
Greed Aura seems like an area of affectability that affects players.
Not much of a threat. At that moment,
he noticed the patterns on the floor. Among those golden patterns, some areas were darker in color.
Like some sort of mechanism. Zhang Hao motioned for the golden retriever to step on the mechanism. Suddenly,
a stream of green poison gas erupted from a spot on the floor. The gas spread rapidly,
enveloping an area of about 5 square meters. It lingered for 5 seconds before dissipating. There really is a trap. Judging by the damage the golden retriever took, losing 30 HP per second with random gas bursts at intervals. But with my health pool, he opened his character panel to check. Constitution, 1521. Converted to health points. That's 15,210 HP. I can tank for a long time.
Zhang Hao closed the panel.
Let's begin.
He took a step forward. His foot landed on the marble floor.
A faint sound echoed. At that very moment,
a toxic gas suddenly spewed forth from a spot on the floor. Green mist rapidly spread. Zhang Hao happened to be standing within the eruption's range. The poisonous gas enveloped him.
Poison gas corrosion. Losing 30 HP per second. The system prompt popped up.
Zhang Hao chose to endure it head-on. For Zhang Hao, whose constitution stat was off the charts, this damage was nothing. Zhang Hao's intrusion caused all 8 ghost guards to turn their heads simultaneously. Green flames fixed their gaze on Zhang Hao.
Intruder. Kill. Guard the treasury.
They emitted hoarse voices.
Then, 8 specters raised their hands simultaneously. Golden light coalesced in their palms. They were gold coins.
Dozens of gold coins hovered in their hands,
shining with a blinding light. Gold coin throw. 8 ghosts swung their hands simultaneously. Hundreds of gold coins whistled through the air. Dense and thick. Like raindrops. Sealing off all evasion space. If you can't dodge it, then take it head-on. Zhang Hao health, 100% 95%. At that moment,
the golden-haired figure burst out from beside Zhang Hao.
Wah! It transformed into a golden bolt of lightning,
pouncing toward the remaining 4 uncontrolled specters.
Thunder Claw. Golden claws lashed out. Rip.
Greedy Ghost Guard HP, 100% 78%. The first specter bore a gaping wound. Pale mist poured from the wound.
Chain lightning.
Golden lightning erupted from the golden-haired figure.
It struck the specter. Then ricocheted to the second one. The third. The fourth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Greedy Spectral Guard health, 78% 63%. Greedy Spectral Guard health, 100% 85%.
Greedy Ghost Guard HP 100% 85%. Greedy Ghost Guard HP 100% 85%.
All 4 specters took damage simultaneously.
They attempt to retaliate.
But golden hair is too fast. Lightning teleport. ZZZZZZ. He vanished like lightning. It reappeared 10 meters away.
All 4 ghosts' attacks missed their mark. The golden-haired figure charged forward once more.
Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. Thunder Claw. The skill combo concluded.
Greedy Ghost Guard health 63% 31%. The first specter's health plummeted to critical levels.
Golden hair didn't stop.
It continued its assault.
Thunder Fong. It opened its mouth. Golden lightning gathered upon its fangs, transforming into razor-sharp fangs. It bit down viciously on the ghost's neck. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Critical hit.
Greedy Ghost Guard HP 31% 0%.
The specter let out a piercing scream. Its body disintegrated. It dissipated into a white mist. 1 down.
The golden-haired figure immediately turned to the second one.
Witch's enhanced fireball spell.
Zhang Hao raised his hand. A small meteor appeared in his palm. It burned with a dark crimson flame.
Go. The meteor shot forward. Boom.
It slammed into the center of the 4 ghosts.
A massive explosion. Flames engulfed them. The ghosts couldn't withstand it. 1 minute later. All were wiped out.
Killed Greedy Ghost Guards 8.
Witch's contract activated. Constitution +8. Silence returned to the hall.
8 Ghost Guards.
All eliminated.
He walked toward the depths of the hall.
There. 3 golden treasure chests appeared. The chests rose from the ground.
They glowed with an enticing light.
Zhang Hao approached the first chest. Opened it. Ding. Golden light erupted. Acquired gold 280,000.
Obtained purple equipment Greed's bracers.
Zhang Hao proceeded to open the second one.
Obtained gold 190,000.
Obtained purple equipment merchant's gold ring. The third one.
Obtained gold 310,000.
All 3 chests opened.
Total gold coins obtained 780,000.
2 purple tier items. Zhang Hao surveyed his haul. Not bad. He nodded. Just the first layer yielded 780,000 gold coins. The later layers will definitely have more. Zhang Hao stowed away the equipment.
He turned to look toward the end of the hall.
There stood a stone door. Carved into the stone door was a pattern of descending stairs. It was obvious. That was the entrance to the second level. Chapter 89, Mirror Image.
Zhang Hao pushed open the stone door. The stone door slowly swung open.
A dull scraping sound echoed.
Beyond the door lay a descending staircase.
The staircase was long. Probably over 20 steps. Zhang Hao descended step by step. The golden retriever followed behind him. Footsteps echoed through the stairwell. After several dozen seconds, he reached the bottom.
Before him stood a new stone door. The door bore no decoration.
Just an ordinary gray stone door. Zhang Hao pushed it open. The next second,
the sight before him made him pause in surprise.
This is mirrors. Mirrors everywhere. It was a vast labyrinth. At least 500 square meters in area. On every wall in every direction.
Were all inlaid with enormous mirrors.
Each mirror is 3 meters tall. Each mirror is 2 meters wide. The mirror surface is smooth. They shimmer with a silvery glow. The passageways crisscrossed in every direction.
Some passages run straight.
Some passages turn. Others lead to dead ends. Mirror reflected mirror. Light refracts back and forth between the mirrored surfaces. Zhang Hao stood at the entrance. Countless reflections of himself were visible. One ahead. On the left. To the right. Even on the ceiling. Densely packed. It was dizzying to behold. Zhang Hao frowned. A mirror maze.
He surveyed the surrounding mirrors.
What are these mirrors for? The maze was silent.
Only the sound of his and the golden retriever's breathing could be heard. And faint sounds drifting from the distance.
As if something was lurking. Zhang Hao didn't advance recklessly.
He observed for a moment first.
The maze's structure was complex.
The passages branched in every direction.
If one wasn't careful, it was easy to get lost. Moreover, these mirrors give off an unsettling feeling. Let's try it. Zhang Hao took a few steps forward. He entered the maze. He deliberately approached a mirror on the left. His reflection appeared in the mirror. Very clearly.
Zhang Hao reached out his hand. His fingers touched the glass.
The icy cold sensation. Smooth. Looks like an ordinary mirror. But just as he thought that. Buzz. The mirror suddenly lit up. A silver light erupted. Blindingly bright. Zhang Hao immediately stepped back. The light lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. Then it vanished. The mirror returned to normal. But the reflection in the mirror moved. Zhang Hao stared at the mirror. The Zhang Hao in the mirror was watching him too. Then the figure in the mirror stepped out from the glass. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, completely out of the mirror. Standing before Zhang Hao. It was another Zhang Hao. An identical face. An identical physique. Identical equipment. Even the dragon roar sword was identical. The only difference was, mirror Zhang Hao's body was translucent. It glowed with a faint silver light. Like a ghost. Zhang Hao and the mirror image locked eyes. The air froze. The mirror image stood there. Motionless. Merely staring at Zhang Hao. It did not attack. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Not going to attack? He immediately activated Insight Intelligence. Invisible ripples shot out. They landed upon the mirror image. The system panel popped up. Target mirror image Zhang Hao. Level 46. Skills none. Zhang Hao saw this information. He froze for a moment. Skills none? He read it again. Indeed, none. This mirror image has no skills? Zhang Hao stared at the mirror image. The mirror image stared back at him. But it didn't move. Let's try it first. Zhang Hao decided to take the initiative. He raised the dragon roar sword. He charged toward the mirror image. A sword strike came down. Rip! The blade sliced through the mirror image's body. The mirror image was sent reeling back several steps. Damage numbers floated above his head. Health so thick? Zhang Hao frowned. With his attack power, that sword strike should have dealt significant damage. But the mirror image only lost a small chunk of health. High defense? Or, just then, the mirror image moved. It raised the dragon roar sword in its hand. Charged toward Zhang Hao. A sword strike came down. The posture was identical to Zhang Hao's earlier strike. Zhang Hao sidestepped to evade. Copying my attack? He swung his sword again. This time, it was a horizontal slash. The mirror image was also knocked back. Then, the mirror image also executed a horizontal slash. Counterattack. Just as I thought. Zhang Hao confirmed. It replicates my attacks. He pondered. What about that skill? Zhang Hao took a few steps back. Creating distance. Then he raised his hand. The witch's enhanced fireball. A small meteorite coalesced in his palm. Burning with a dark crimson flame. Go! The meteor shot forth. Boom! It slammed into the mirror image. A massive explosion. Flames engulfed the mirror image. The mirror image's health plummeted. The smoke cleared. The mirror image still stood. But its movements changed. It too raised its hand. A small meteor appeared in its palm. The same dark crimson flames. The witch's modified fireball spell? Zhang Hao's eyes widened. It learned it? The next second, the mirror image waved its hand. A meteor hurtled toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao immediately unleashed lightning spike. Thunderbolt thrust. Golden lightning erupted. Zhang Hao transformed into lightning to evade. Boom! The meteorite slammed into the ground. Explosion. Zhang Hao materialized behind the mirror image. A sword pierced the mirror image's back. Rip! The mirror image's health bar dipped once more. But golden lightning suddenly erupted from the mirror image's body. Thunderbolt thrust. The mirror image also unleashed lightning spike. It transformed into lightning and shot forward. It materialized 10 meters away. Zhang Hao watched the scene unfold. He finally understood. So that's how it is. This mirror image. It replicates every skill I've ever used. He had just used the witch's modified fireball spell. The mirror image learned fireball. He used lightning lash. The mirror image learned lightning spike too. If I keep using other skills, Zhang Hao thought to himself, the mirror image will learn more skills. Eventually, it will become my exact duplicate. At this thought, Zhang Hao halted his attack. He stared at the mirror image. And this mirror image has a lot of health. I've slashed it several times. Fired a fireball spell. And its health only dropped, maybe 30%? Zhang Hao estimated. If its total health is 50% of mine, then the damage my attacks deal to it is also reduced. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Could it be? This mirror image possesses 50% of my attributes? Strength, spirit, constitution, agility. All halved. So its health is half his. His attack power is also half of his. This is troublesome. Zhang Hao stared at the mirror image. The mirror image had now learned 2 skills. Witch's improved fireball. Thunderbolt strike. If the battle continued, the mirror image would also learn skills like shadow bind and dragon roar. We can't use any more skills. Zhang Hao decided. Just take it down with a basic attack. He gripped the dragon roar sword. charged toward the mirror image. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. He slashed repeatedly. The mirror image fought back. But its strength was only half of Zhang Hao's. It couldn't gain the upper hand at all. It was being overwhelmed. Mirror image Zhang Hao HP, 70% 55%. Mirror image Zhang Hao HP, 55% 38%. Mirror image Zhang Hao HP, 38% 22%. HP continues to drop. Final strike. Zhang Hao swung down with all his might. RIP. Mirror image Zhang Hao HP, 22% 0%. The mirror image's body was cleaved in two. It dissolved into silver specks of light, dissipating into the air. Kill mirror image Zhang Hao. System notification popped up. Zhang Hao sheathed his sword. Done. Chapter 90, The Special Mirror. He turned to continue forward. But just then, buzz. The mirror flashed to life once more. A silver light erupted once more. Zhang Hao whipped his head around. His eyes narrowed slightly. The light faded. The reflection in the mirror stepped out once more. Another mirror image of Zhang Hao. Unscathed. Health at 100%. And Zhang Hao used insight intelligence to examine. Target mirror image Zhang Hao. Level 46. Skills, which is enhanced fireball, lightning spike. Zhang Hao's expression darkened. Not only did he resurrect, but it also retained the skills I used before. Mirror image stood before the mirror. He stared at Zhang Hao. Then, it raised its hand. Which is enhanced fireball. A meteorite coalesced in its palm. It launched a direct attack. Boom! The meteor hurtled toward him. Zhang Hao sidestepped to evade. This is trouble. He stared at the resurrected mirror image. Then he glanced at the surrounding mirrors. The maze was filled with mirrors. At least dozens of them. If every mirror duplicates my reflection, and the clones keep resurrecting endlessly, I'll never be able to kill them all. What's worse? As he delved deeper into the labyrinth, the number of mirrors he encountered grew ever greater. The number of mirror images will only multiply. Then, dozens of mirror images would attack simultaneously. Even if each possesses only 50% of his attributes, their sheer numbers would be terrifying. Moreover, if he keeps using other skills, these mirror images would learn more abilities, making them even harder to deal with. We can't keep fighting. Let's get out of here. With that thought, Zhang Hao abandoned the fight. Dodging the mirror image's attacks, he advanced deeper into the labyrinth. The mirror image pursued from behind, but its speed couldn't match the original. It was soon left behind. Zhang Hao pressed forward. Observing the surrounding mirrors as he went, he concluded. If you're reflected in the same mirror for over 5 seconds, a mirror image will be duplicated. His gaze swept over each mirror, searching for differences. Just then, a sound came from ahead. Ha ha ha. Another intruder. New additions to the collection. Zhang Hao halted his steps. He rounded a corner. In the passage ahead, floating a dozen or so ghosts. They wore elaborate merchant attire, but their garments were now tattered and torn. Their bodies were translucent, emitting a greenish glow. Each clutched a pouch of gold coins. Green flames burned in their eye sockets. Staring intently at Zhang Hao immediately used insight intelligence. Target, Miser Ghost. Level 46. Skills, Money Siphon, Miser's Shield. A level 46 elite monster. Zhang Hao counted them. 12 in total. The miserly ghost spotted Zhang Hao and immediately floated over. Gold coins. Hand over the gold coins. All of them are mine. The miser's ghost drifted over. It moved swiftly. Zhang Hao didn't back down. He raised his hand. Witch's enhanced fireball spell. A small meteorite coalesced. It flew toward the foremost specter. Boom! Explosion. Flames engulfed 3 ghosts. But the flames dissipated. The ghosts remained unscathed. A golden shield materialized around them. The shield shimmered with light, blocking all damage. Treasure shield activated. Gold consumed 30,000. A system prompt popped up. Treasure shield. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Block damage with gold coins? He unleashed another fireball spell. Boom! Another explosion. But the result was the same. The shield absorbed all damage. Treasure shield activated. Gold consumed 30,000. As long as they have gold coins, they can keep activating the shield. Zhang Hao thought to himself. This way, they're impossible to kill. Just then, one of the ghosts raised its hand. Gold Siphon. A green beam shot from its hand. It struck Zhang Hao. Affected by Gold Siphon. Gold coin 780,000. A system notification popped up. Inside Zhang Hao's backpack. 780,000 gold coins vanished into thin air, flying toward the ghost, transforming into golden specks of light, merging into its coin pouch. Zhang Hao's face darkened. Sucking away my gold coins? This skill is disgusting. Moreover, there are now 12 ghosts. If they all use gold siphon, Zhang Hao's gold coins would be drained dry. More importantly,
the coins they siphoned would replenish their own coin pouches to sustain their wealth-guarding shield.
I must find a way.
Zhang Hao took a few steps back.
He pondered his next move. At that moment,
a voice came from behind him. The witch's modified fireball spell. Zhang Hao spun around abruptly.
He saw the mirror image closing in.
A meteorite hurtled toward him.
Zhang Hao sidestepped to avoid it. Boom!
The meteorite slammed into the ground.
A miser ahead, a mirror image behind. Zhang Hao was caught in the middle. Can't beat them, better dodge for now. With that thought,
Zhang Hao donned the ghost suit and entered a state of complete invisibility.
Head straight to the next floor. The mirror images on this floor were too troublesome.
They would replicate all his skills.
Plus, they'd respawn endlessly. The miser would drain gold coins. There's no point in continuing the fight. Let's find the entrance to the third floor first.
Zhang Hao turned around. He avoided the miser and the mirror image.
He ventured deeper into the labyrinth.
He traversed passage after passage.
Turn left. Turned right. Straight ahead. Left again. Mirrors everywhere. He kept going. After a few more minutes, a dead end appeared ahead. Not here.
Zhang Hao turned around. Changed direction. They kept searching. This time they walked a longer distance. The passage grew narrower and narrower.
The light grew dimmer and dimmer.
The number of mirrors on the walls had diminished.
We should be arriving soon. Zhang Hao quickened his pace. Around the final corner,
a stone door appeared ahead.
Carved into the stone door was a pattern of descending stairs.
Exactly the same as the door from the first to the second level.
Found it.
Zhang Hao approached the stone gate.
Just as he was about to push it open, he paused.
Because beside the stone door
stood 5 treasure chests. Golden treasure chests. Lined up in a row. They shimmered with an alluring glow.
What is this? Zhang Hao froze for a moment.
Treasure chests?
The reward for the second level? He walked up to the first treasure chest.
Opened it. Ding! Golden light erupted. Acquired, gold coins 10 million. 10 million.
Zhang Hao's eyes lit up.
He immediately opened the second one.
Obtained, gold coins 10 million.
Another 10 million. The third one.
Obtained, gold coins 10 million.
Fourth one.
Obtained, gold 10 million.
Fifth. Reward, gold 10 million. All 5 treasure chests opened. Each contained 10 million gold coins. A total of 50 million. We're rich.
Zhang Hao's face broke into a smile.
We didn't fight any monsters on this floor. But we just walked away with 50 million gold coins. Not a bad deal.
He stowed away the gold coins. He turned to face the stone door.
Time to head down to the next level. The mirror clones on the second level are too much trouble. Better not fight them.
Zhang Hao reached out to push the door.
But just then,
out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a mirror nearby. Its position was peculiar. It was right beside the stone door.
Moreover,
its frame was different from the other mirrors. The frames of the other mirrors were silver.
Quite ordinary.
But this mirror's frame is gold.
Intricate patterns are carved into it. This mirror.
Zhang Hao paused his movements.
He walked up to the mirror. He examined it closely. The frame is different. It must be a special mirror. He pondered. Could it be related to mirror doubles? Chapter 91, The Miser. Zhang Hao wasn't sure.
But he decided to give it a try.
I'm leaving anyway. Smash it and see.
He raised the dragon roar sword.
Aimed it at the mirror.
He swung down with all his might.
Crack! The blade struck the mirror's surface. The mirror shattered instantly. Countless shards fell to the floor. Clink, clink, clink. The sound was crisp. Then, boom! The entire maze suddenly shook violently. Zhang Hao snapped his head up. The surrounding mirrors all began to shatter. Crack! 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 One after another. Like a chain reaction. Cracks spread from the center of the mirror. Spreading. Then shatter completely. Shards scattered across the floor. Seconds later, every mirror in the labyrinth shattered completely.
Only empty frames remained on the walls.
And those mirrored duplicates vanished as well. Transformed into silver specks of light. Dissipating into the air.
Zhang Hao watched the scene unfold.
It seems I've found the key to resolving the mirror clone issue.
That gold-rimmed mirror is the core. Shatter it and the other mirrors will shatter along with it. He sheathed the dragon roar sword.
But realizing this now, it's a bit late. Never mind. I've already got my 50 million gold coins anyway. Zhang Hao turned. He prepared to push open the stone door. But paused again. Wait. He remembered something. The miser is still in the maze. The mirror clone is gone. Does that mean I can? Can I go fight the miser now?
Zhang Hao stroked his chin. What I feared was my own clone.
This thing? I'm not afraid of it. He turned around. He headed back.
He soon found the group of miser ghosts. They were still wandering in the same spot. Upon seeing Zhang Hao appear, they immediately drifted over.
Gold coins. Hand over the gold coins.
Zhang Hao looked at them. He recalled the miser's skill.
Gold siphon. It would suck the gold coins out of his backpack. If I have gold coins on me, they'd just keep sucking. My gold would be drained completely. And the coins they suck away would be used to sustain the money shield.
Zhang Hao thought of this.
His eyes lit up.
Then I'll just toss the coins on the ground first.
Then pick them up after the fight. He immediately opened his backpack. Selected all the gold coins. Click, discard. Clatter. The coins flew out of the backpack. They landed on the ground, forming a money bag. Now they can't suck them up.
Then he removed the ghost necklace, replacing it with the witch's affection necklace.
His spirit attributes surged instantly. All set. Zhang Hao flexed his wrists. Let's begin. He deactivated his invisibility. His form materialized. The miser ghost locked onto him instantly. Intruder. Kill.
They drifted toward him. Zhang Hao raised his hand.
Witch's enhanced fireball spell.
A miniature meteorite coalesced in his palm, burning with a dark crimson flame.
Go. The meteor shot forward. Boom.
It slammed into the three ghosts at the front.
A massive explosion. Flames engulfed them. But
a golden shield materialized,
blocking all damage. Treasure shield activated.
Gold consumed 30,000.
Treasure shield activated.
Gold consumed 30,000.
Treasure shield activated.
Gold consumed 30,000.
Golden fur.
Zhang Hao shouted.
Charge. Woof woof.
Golden fur charged out from beside him,
transforming into a golden bolt of lightning, plunging toward the miser. Thunder claw. Golden claws lashed out. Rip. Treasure shield activated.
Gold consumed 30,000.
The damage was blocked once more. Chain lightning. Golden lightning erupted, darting between the specters. Crackle crackle crackle. Treasure shield activated.
Gold consumed 30,000.
Treasure shield activated.
Gold consumed 30,000.
Consecutive system notifications.
The miser's gold coins were rapidly depleting, but they still had plenty. A miser raised a hand.
Gold siphoning technique.
A green beam shot toward Zhang Hao.
It landed upon him. Gold siphon activated. Golden target's backpack 0. Money sucking technique failed.
A system prompt popped up. The miser froze for a moment.
Gold coins. There are no gold coins. Broke? Poof.
Zhang Hao sneered coldly.
So you really can't absorb gold coins anymore. Then prepare to die.
He raised his hand once more.
Witch's enhanced fireball. A meteorite coalesced. It flew forth. Boom. Another explosion. Zhang Hao didn't stop. He continued unleashing. Witch's enhanced fireball. Witch's enhanced fireball. Witch's enhanced fireball. Skill cooldown, only 1 second.
Meteors rained down relentlessly.
Boom. 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 Each explosion depleted the miser's gold coins. Golden fur unleashed a furious barrage. Thunder claw. Chain lightning. Thunder claw. Chain lightning. Man and dog worked in perfect sync.
Full firepower unleashed. The miser's gold coins rapidly depleted.
30,000. 30,000. 30,000. After a dozen seconds,
the first miser's gold coins were depleted.
Miser's shield deactivated.
Zhang Hao's next meteorite struck.
Boom. Miser ghost HP 100% 31%. Massive damage. Keep going. Zhang Hao didn't stop. Another meteor strike. Boom. Miser ghost HP 31% 0%.
The first miser was slain.
Its body dissolved into green mist. It dissipated into the air. Kill miser ghost. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Next came the second one. The third. The fourth.
Their gold coins depleted one after another.
Their shields failed, shattered by meteorites and lightning strikes. 3 minutes later, the last miser fell. Kill miser ghost. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Battle ended. On the ground,
Scattered across the ground lay a large amount of gold coins, along with several purple tier equipment pieces.
Zhang Hao walked over. He began to pick them up. Acquired, gold coins 780,000.
These were the gold coins that had been sucked away earlier. They were returned in full. Next were the coins dropped by the miser. Obtained, gold 1 million. Obtained, gold 1 million. Obtained, gold coins 1 million.
Each miser drops 1 million gold coins. 12 of them total 12 million.
Plus the previous 780,000. Plus several purple grade items.
Obtained, purple equipment merchant's gold bag.
Obtained, purple equipment miser's ring.
Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Total earnings for this floor. He did the math. 50 million plus 12 million. 62 million gold coins.
Plus a few purple grade items. Zhang Hao stowed the gear. He walked back to the stone gate. He picked up the gold coin pouch from the ground. Stowed everything back into his backpack.
All right. Time to head down to the next level.
He pushed open the stone door. The stone door slowly swung open. Beyond it lay a downward staircase. Pitch black.
No bottom in sight. Zhang Hao hesitated not a moment.
He stepped inside.
The golden retriever followed behind him. Their figures vanished into the darkness. Chapter 92, Golden Rain.
Zhang Hao descended the staircase.
Step 1.
2 steps. 3 steps.
Footsteps echoed in the darkness. The deeper they went,
the colder it grew. A stench of decay permeated the air.
And faint, metallic tang.
After descending over 30 steps,
finally reaching the bottom,
a stone door appeared before us. The same gray stone door as the previous 2 levels.
Zhang Hao pushed it open. Click.
The door slowly swung open.
The next second, a blinding golden light poured out from the door's crack.
It made Zhang Hao squint. What is this? He pushed the door fully open. The sight before him left him speechless. It was a vast circular hall. At least 1,000 square meters in area. The ceiling soared 20 meters high. But what was most striking?
The entire hall
was crafted entirely from gold.
The floor is gold.
The walls are gold. The pillars were gold.
Even the ceiling was gold. Everywhere glistened with gold.
So dazzling it hurt the eyes. In the center of the hall, a mountain of gold coins was piled high.
5 meters high. It shimmered with an alluring glow. So many gold coins.
Zhang Hao stared at the mountain of gold.
He was about to walk over. But suddenly, rumble.
A sound came from the ceiling.
Zhang Hao snapped his head up. He saw that the ceiling, countless holes appeared. Each hole was about 1 meter in diameter.
They were densely packed.
At least 100 of them. Then, clatter. Gold coins poured out of the holes. Like a waterfall. A golden rain?
Zhang Hao's eyes widened.
Gold coins fell like raindrops. They hit the ground, clinking and clanking.
The entire hall was showered in gold coins.
The density was extremely high. Impossible to dodge. Thud.
A gold coin struck Zhang Hao's shoulder.
Attacked by golden rain. Zhang Hao's health 100%, 99.8%. Only 0.2% HP deducted? Zhang Hao frowned. But the next second. Clap. 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 Clap.
Countless gold coins rained down on him.
His head. Shoulders. His back. Arms. Everywhere. Hit by golden rain 43. Zhang Hao's HP 99.8%, 91.2%.
Nearly 9% of his health vanished in an instant.
Damage stacks?
Zhang Hao immediately retreated. But it was useless.
Gold coins rained down across the entire hall.
There was no way to dodge it.
Clang. 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 Gold coins kept pelting down. Zhang Hao's HP 91.2%, 83.7%.
Zhang Hao HP 83.7%, 76.1%.
His health continued to plummet. This can't go on.
Zhang Hao looked at the golden-haired man.
The golden retriever was also being pounded into a howling mess.
Though it was protected by the Knight's Oath, Zhang Hao would absorb 30% of its damage.
But the remaining 70% damage was still significant. We need cover. Zhang Hao scanned the surroundings.
In the hall, besides the central golden mountain, several massive golden pillars stood.
Each pillar was 3 meters in diameter. They could hide behind them. There.
Zhang Hao dashed toward the nearest pillar.
Golden hair followed close behind. 2 seconds later,
they ducked behind the pillar. The shower of gold coins finally ceased. The pillar blocked the coins falling from above.
Cease attacking with golden rain.
Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Checked his health. Zhang Hao's health 76.1%, 68.3%. He lost nearly a third of his health.
Damn it. Zhang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. This golden rain deals some serious damage. He looked up at the ceiling. Gold coins kept falling. And he noticed a detail. These gold coins. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. They didn't vanish after hitting the ground. They're real. Which means, these are all genuine gold coins? The pile of gold coins on the ground grew thicker and thicker. They had already formed a thick layer. And they kept growing. How long will this golden rain last? Zhang Hao watched the coins falling endlessly. Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The mountain of gold began to shift. That 5-meter-tall mountain of gold suddenly scattered. Gold coins cascaded down in a clattering torrent. Then, a colossal figure rose from the mountain of gold. It was a giant standing 7 meters tall. His entire body was forged from gold. Gears turned at its joints. Its eyes were 2 enormous rubies. They now glowed with a crimson light. Countless gold coins were embedded in its chest, forming a massive coin pattern. Its hands are massive golden hammers. Each hammer measured 2 meters in length. Heavy beyond measure. A golem? Zhang Hao immediately activated Insight Intelligence. Target, Golden Guardian. Level, 48. Skills, Golden Hammer, Greed Absorption, Gold Burst. A level 48 elite monster. Zhang Hao stared at the colossal golden golem. And it's massive. Should be pretty tanky. After the Golden Guardian rose to its feet, its ruby eyes scanned the hall. It locked onto Zhang Hao, who was hiding behind a pillar. Intruder. It emitted a dull growl. Like the grinding of gears. Guard the treasury. Kill. The Golden Guardian raised its massive hammer. It strode toward Zhang Hao. Boom. 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 Each step sent tremors rippling through the ground. Gold coins scattered beneath his feet. Here it comes. Zhang Hao gripped the dragon roar sword tightly. But he didn't charge out immediately. For the ceiling was still showering gold coins. We must deal with the golden rain first. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage in battle. He looked up at the ceiling. The holes continued to spew gold coins. How can we stop this? Zhang Hao's gaze swept rapidly across the hall. Searching for a mechanism. On the walls. On the pillars. On the floor. He searched everywhere. But found no suspicious switches. Just then. Boom! The Golden Guardian approached the pillar. He raised his hammer. Smashed it down with all its might. Golden heavy hammer. The massive hammer, wielded with terrifying force, smashed into the pillar. Crack! A massive crack split open in the pillar. Zhang Hao immediately dodged. Thunderbolt thrust. Golden lightning erupted. Zhang Hao transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. He darted behind another pillar. Dodging the shower of gold coins. The Golden Guardian turned around. Continuing the pursuit. Boom. 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 Heavy footsteps echoed. We can't keep hiding forever. Zhang Hao watched the pursuing puppets. I must find a way. His gaze fell upon the Golden Guardian. He studied it closely. Golden body. Golden hammer. The gold coin pattern on his chest. And those 2 ruby eyes. Wait. Zhang Hao suddenly noticed. The gold coin on the Golden Guardian's chest seemed not merely decorative. The coins were slowly rotating. The patterns they formed were shifting. Like some sort of energy core. Could it be? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Is that its weakness? And also the mechanism controlling the golden rain? He decided to test it. Golden hair. Zhang Hao shouted. Bite its legs. Draw its attention. Woof. The golden retriever immediately charged forward. Braving the damage from the shower of gold coins. It lunged at the Golden Guardian. Thunder Claw. Golden claws lashed out at the puppet's legs. Chapter 93, Golden Sanctuary. RIP. Golden Guardian HP 100% 98.7%. Damage was low. Its defense is incredibly high. Zhang Hao frowned. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Golden hair successfully drew the puppet's attention. The Golden Guardian turned. It raised its hammer to smash down on the golden-haired figure. Golden heavy hammer. Boom! The hammer slammed into the ground. The golden-haired figure had already dodged using lightning teleportation. This was the moment. Zhang Hao charged forward. Braving the damage from the shower of gold coins. He charged behind the Golden Guardian. Witch's enhanced fireball. He aimed at the gold coin emblem on the puppet's chest. He unleashed the spell. A miniature meteorite coalesced. It hurtled toward its target. Boom! The meteorite struck. It smashes into the gold coin emblem. Flames erupted. The next second, the entire hall suddenly shook violently. The Golden Guardian let out a piercing scream. Aya! The gold coin emblem on its chest shattered. Gold coins scattered wildly, revealing the core within.
It was a massive golden gear.
Spinning wildly.
Golden Guardian HP, 98.7%, 73.2%. A single strike dealt 25% damage.
It really is the weak point. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. But more importantly, the hole in the ceiling.
The gold coins stopped pouring out. The golden rain finally ceased.
It worked. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief.
But the Golden Guardian was enraged.
Damn it! Intruders! Kill! It turned around. Both hammers rose simultaneously.
The golden gears on its chest spun wildly,
emitting a blinding golden light. Greed suction. A tremendous suction force erupted from the gears. Zhang Hao felt his body being pulled by an invisible force.
He flew toward the puppet.
What? He tried to break free.
But the pull was too strong. His entire body was lifted off the ground.
Thunderbolt thrust. Zhang Hao immediately activated his skill. Golden lightning erupted, forcibly altering its trajectory, appearing at the puppet's flank, dodging the suction.
But the gold coins on the ground weren't so lucky. Countless coins were sucked toward the Golden Guardian,
flying into the gears embedded in its chest. Then,
gold coin burst. The Golden Guardian swung its twin hammers with a violent jerk,
smashing them against its chest. Boom! A massive explosion. Countless gold coins shot out from the gears, like bullets, shooting out in all directions. Damn it!
Zhang Hao immediately ducked behind a pillar.
Clang! 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 Gold coins struck the pillar. A series of sharp clangs echoed.
A few seconds later,
the explosion subsided.
Zhang Hao peered out from behind the pillar. He looked at the Golden Guardian.
Golden Guardian HP, 73.2%, 85.6%. Its health regenerated? Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Absorbing gold coins restores health?
This. He looked down at the ground. Gold coins still covered the ground in a thick layer. The golden rain had fallen for so long.
At least tens of millions of gold coins had accumulated. If it keeps absorbing gold coins, its health would keep regenerating. It'll be impossible to kill. Zhang Hao calculated in his mind. We have to stop it from absorbing gold coins. Or,
suddenly, an idea struck him.
Take the gold coins away. Right.
The gold coins on the ground are real.
They could be picked up. If all the gold coins were put into the backpack,
the Gold Guardian won't be able to absorb them.
Golden hair! Zhang Hao shouted. Keep harassing it. Don't let it get close to me. Awah!
The golden retriever immediately charged forward.
Thunder claw. Chain lightning. Thunder claw. Frenetic attacks.
Though the damage wasn't high,
it successfully drew the puppet's aggro.
The Golden Guardian chased after the golden-haired figure,
completely ignoring Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to start collecting gold coins.
He walked to the nearest pile of coins.
Click to pick up.
Obtained, gold coins 100,000.
100,000 at a time.
It was incredibly fast. Obtained, gold coins 100,000. Obtained, gold 100,000. Obtained, gold 100,000. Zhang Hao frantically scooped up the coins. The gold coins on the ground rapidly diminished.
1 minute later,
the gold coins in the hall were nearly all picked up. Only a few scattered coins remained.
All right. Zhang Hao looked at the empty floor. Now it can't absorb any more gold coins. Time to fight back.
He turned to face the Golden Guardian. The puppet was still chasing the golden-haired creature. But the golden-haired one was too agile. It couldn't land a single hit.
Witch's enhanced fireball spell.
Zhang Hao raised his hand, aiming at the exposed golden gears on the puppet's chest.
A meteorite coalesced. It flew out. Boom. Hit.
Golden Guardian HP, 85.6%, 60.1%. Another 25% damage. The Golden Guardian let out a piercing scream.
Greed absorption. It unleashed its skill once more. But there weren't many gold coins left on the ground.
Only a few scattered coins were absorbed. Golden Guardian HP, 60.1%, 60.5%. It only restored 0.4% health.
It was almost negligible. Keep going. Zhang Hao didn't pause.
Meteorite after meteorite slammed into the target.
Boom. 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 Golden Guardian HP, 60.5%, 35%. Golden Guardian HP, 35%, 9.5%. HP rapidly declining.
The Golden Guardian went berserk.
No. My gold. My treasury.
It raised both hammers, smashed them viciously into the ground.
Boom. The ground shook. Cracks spread.
But it was useless.
The final meteorite fell. Boom. Golden Guardian HP, 9.5%, 0%. The colossal puppet's body froze. The ruby eyes glow extinguished. Then, Snap. Click. Snap. The body began to disintegrate. Golden fragments scattered across the floor. Finally, it collapsed completely. Boom. Golden Guardian slain. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Level up, 46-47. Free attribute points +10. A flash of golden light enveloped Zhang Hao. Leveled up. He walked over to the puppet's remains. He began collecting the dropped items. Acquired, gold 5 million. 5 million. Obtained, orange material golden heart. Obtained, pink equipment ring of the greedy guardian. Orange material? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He opened his backpack to inspect. Golden heart. Quality, orange material. Description, the core of the golden guardian. Contains immense power. Can be used to craft or enhance orange equipment. Nice find. Zhang Hao tucked it away with satisfaction. Then he checked the ring's attributes. Ring of the greedy guardian. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 40+. Base stats, strength +240, constitution +180. Special skill, golden sanctuary. Golden sanctuary, for every 100,000 gold coins consumed, one fatal blow is negated. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Trade gold for life? Zhang Hao stared at the skill description. This skill. It's interesting. He pondered for a moment. He equipped the ring. After all, he wasn't short on gold coins now. This skill was like gaining an extra life. Very practical. After equipping it, Zhang Hao surveyed the hall. The battle was over. But, where's the reward for the third layer? He searched everywhere. Soon, in a corner of the hall, he spotted 3 golden treasure chests. Zhang Hao walked over. He opened them one by one. Obtained, gold coins 20 million. 20 million. Obtained, gold coins 20 million. Another 20 million. Obtained, gold 20 million. Still 20 million. 3 chests totaling 60 million gold coins. Plus what I picked up earlier. Zhang Hao opened his backpack to count. He picked up roughly 20 million gold coins earlier. Killing the golden guardian dropped 5 million. The chests yielded 60 million. This floor netted me a total of 85 million gold coins. Zhang Hao couldn't help but laugh. I've struck it rich. He gathered the gold coins. He turned to look toward the far end of the hall. There. A familiar stone door appeared. The entrance to the 4th level. Continue. Zhang Hao, accompanied by the golden-haired figure, toward the stone gate, pushed it open, stepped into the darkness. Chapter 94, Gold Coin Storm. Zhang Hao pushed open the stone door. A vast circular hall came into view. Its area surpassed that of the 3rd level. At least 2,000 square meters. The ceiling soared 30 meters high. The entire space felt vast yet oppressive. Countless oil paintings adorned the walls, all depicting gold coins, gems, and treasures. The floor was paved with gold tiles. Each tile shimmered with a lustrous glow. In the center of the hall, a massive mountain of gold coins piled high. Far larger than the gold mountain on the 3rd level. 10 meters tall. 20 meters wide. Countless gold coins piled upon one another, glittering with a dazzling golden light. And atop the mountain of gold sat a figure. It was a throne fashioned from gold coins. Upon it sat a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe. His robe was purple, embroidered with golden coin patterns. His hair was half gray. His face was lined with wrinkles. But his eyes were unusually bright. They shone with a greedy light. His right hand gripped a massive golden greatsword. The blade is half a meter wide, over 2 meters in length, forged entirely from pure gold. The hilt is inlaid with countless gems, rubies, sapphires, emeralds. They shimmered with multicolored light under the rays. The man sat upon the throne. He looked down on Zhang Hao from above. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Another one coming to die. His voice was hoarse, carrying a stench of decay. My treasure trove. Is it something you ants can lay your hands on? Zhang Hao halted his steps. He looked up at the man seated upon the throne. Intelligence insight. An invisible wave shot out, landing upon the man. The system panel immediately popped up. Target, Greedy Guild Leader Morris Dungeon Boss. Level, 50. Skills, Gold Coinstorm, Greed Contract, Golden Prison, Wealth Drain, Miser's Rage. Zhang Hao scanned the information. He analyzed internally. A level 50 boss. 5 skills. But, a smile curved his lips. I'm least afraid of dealing with single target bosses like this. Just lock it down with Shadow Bind. Then control it endlessly until it dies. No boss is too powerful to handle. With that thought in mind, Zhang Hao didn't hesitate. He raised his hand. Shadow Bind. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly came to life. Like a black serpent. Swiftly extending outward. crawling upward along the mountain. At an astonishing speed. Before Morris could react, the shadow had already climbed onto the throne, wrapping around his feet, then his waist, his arms, his neck, his entire body, all bound by the black shadow. What? Morris's eyes widened. What is this? He tried to break free, but the shadows tightened their grip. He couldn't move. Shadow bind successful. Control duration 20 seconds. Golden hair. Zhang Hao commanded. Go! Woo 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 woo! Golden retriever roared, charging toward the gold mountain. Its four paws raced across the gold coins. Gold coins cascaded down in a clattering tumble. Seconds later, the golden-haired beast charged before the throne. Thunder Claw. Golden claws lashed out. Rip. Greedy Guildmaster Morris HP 100% 94%. Chain lightning. Golden lightning erupted, striking Morris. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Greedy Guildmaster Morris HP 94% 89%. The golden-haired figure didn't stop. It continued its assault. Thunder Claw. Chain lightning. Thunder Claw. Chain lightning. One combo after another. Frenetic barrage. Greedy Guildmaster Morris HP 89% 82%. Greedy Guildmaster Morris HP 82% 76%. HP continues to drop. Morris is bound, completely unable to resist. He can only watch helplessly as his health depletes. Damn it! Damn it! Let me go! Zhang Hao stood at the foot of the Golden Mountain, watching this scene unfold. Too easy, he thought to himself. As long as I have infinite control, any boss is a pushover. 15 seconds passed. The duration of Shadow Bind hadn't ended yet, but Zhang Hao immediately cast it again. Shadow Bind. The shadow coiled back around. Shadow Bind successful. Control time 20 seconds. Seamless transition. Morris didn't have even a second to spare. The golden-haired one kept up the attack. Greedy Guild Leader Morris HP 76% 70%. Just as his health dropped below 70%, Morris's eyes suddenly blazed with golden light. Enough! He roared in fury. The entire hall shook. Gold coins clattered down in a cascade. Then, boom! Blinding golden light erupted from Morris's body. The light transformed into shockwaves, spreading outward in all directions. The golden-haired figure was sent flying. Woof! He crashed beneath the golden mountain, rolling several times, and the shadow coiled around Morris. Snap! Was torn clean away, transforming into black mist, dissipating into the air. Shadow bindings forcibly removed. Zhang Hao froze. What? His eyes widened. It broke free? Morris rose from his throne. Golden light shimmered across his body. His entire aura transformed. It turned savage. Mad. His eyes turned golden. They emitted a maddened glow. Miser's rage. He raised his golden greatsword high. Golden flames erupted from its blade. Greedy Guildmaster Morris enters phase 2. Miser's rage immune to all control effects. Immune to control effects? Zhang Hao frowned. He actually has a control immunity skill. Morris raised his greatsword. He leapt down from the throne. Boom! He crashed heavily onto the golden mountain. Gold coins scattered everywhere. He stood atop the mountain of gold, pointing at Zhang Hao. How dare you? Dare to harm me? You, damn you! Morris swung his greatsword with a violent arc. The blade's tip pointed straight at Zhang Hao. Gold coin storm. The next second, a violent wind suddenly swept through the entire hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled like a beast's roar. Gold coins scattered across the floor. The gold coins on the mountain. All the gold coins began to tremble. Then, clatter. Countless coins were swept into the air. They spun mid-air, spinning faster and faster, gathering more and more. Soon, they formed a massive golden tornado. The tornado stretched from the mountain of gold to the ceiling. Its diameter was at least 20 meters, enveloping the entire hall within its grasp. Gold coins spun wildly within the vortex, emitting deafening clashes. Clang! 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 Like countless machine guns firing in unison. The whirlwind began to move, sweeping toward Zhang Hao. Damn it! Zhang Hao tried to dodge, but the tornado's reach was too vast. There was no way to escape. The next second, the tornado engulfed him. Crackle, 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 crackle. Countless gold coins pelted Zhang Hao's body. His head, his face, chest, his back, his limbs, everywhere. Hit by Coinstorm 67. Zhang Hao's HP 100% 87.3%. He lost 12% of his health in an instant. Damn it! Chapter 95, Wealth Extraction. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Gold coins kept pouring in. They wouldn't stop. Zhang Hao health 87.3%, 75.1%. Zhang Hao health 75.1%, 62.8%. His health plummeted wildly. The golden-haired figure was also engulfed by the tornado. Woof! It let out a cry of pain. Golden Retriever HP 100%, 73%. Because of the Knight's Oath, Zhang Hao would absorb 30% of the Golden Retriever's damage. Thus, the Golden Retriever only takes 70% of the actual damage. Even so, the damage remains substantial. The tornado rages on. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. I can't hold out much longer. I have to find a way. His mind raced. He pondered countermeasures. Tornadoes. Tornadoes have a certain characteristic. That's it. Zhang Hao suddenly remembered. The center of a tornado is the eye. There's no wind in the eye. Which means, the center of the gold coin tornado. There shouldn't be any gold coin damage. With that thought, Zhang Hao made his decision instantly. Golden fur. He shouted. Charge with me. Charge toward the tornado's center. Woof. Golden Retriever immediately followed. Zhang Hao withstood the gold coin's attack, charging toward the tornado's center. HP 62.8%, 51.4%. 51.4%, 40.2%. Zhang Hao's health continued to drop. But he didn't stop. He pressed forward. Each coin striking his body stung intensely. But he grit his teeth and persevered. Finally, the gold coins ahead began to thin out. Fewer and fewer. Zhang Hao burst forward. The next second, the view suddenly opened up. The gold coins vanished. The damage ceased. No longer affected by gold coin storm. Zhang Hao halted in his tracks. He gasped for breath. He checked his health bar. Zhang Hao's health 40.2%. He'd lost nearly 60% of his health. This ing hurts. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked around. This was the eye of the tornado. The eye of the storm. Surrounding him were walls of coins spinning wildly. But at the very center, remained eerily still. No wind. No coins. Only a clearing about 5 meters in diameter. And across from that clearing, Morris stood there, holding a golden greatsword. His eyes radiated a golden glow. He stared intently at Zhang Hao. You. Morris's voice was filled with rage. How dare you enter? Morris raised his golden greatsword. A blinding golden light erupted from the blade. Wealth absorption. Golden light shot forth from the sword's tip, instantly enveloping Zhang Hao's entire body. Zhang Hao felt his backpack jolt. Affected by wealth absorption. Gold coins 156,780,000. Target's health restored 15,678 points. Over 156 million gold coins. Gone in an instant. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Damn it! He immediately checked Morris's health bar. Greedy guild leader Morris health 70%, 100%. Fully restored. Ha 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 ha. Morris let out a maniacal laugh. Foolish. So foolish. He pointed at Zhang Hao. His eyes brimmed with scorn. Did you think the gold coins on the earlier floors were rewards? They're all my health points. The more you take, the more I recover. That's the price of greed. Morris cackled wildly. Everyone who enters here will be killed by their own greed. Zhang Hao's expression darkened. So that's how it is. He thought to himself. The gold coins I collected in the first 3 floors, all used to heal the boss. Over 150 million gold coins. Restored 15,678 HP. Converted. 10,000 gold coins restore 1 health point. If I keep carrying gold coins, he could keep draining me. With that thought, Zhang Hao immediately opened his backpack. Selected all the gold coins. Clicked discard. Clatter. The gold coins flew out of the backpack. But this time, they didn't land on the ground. Instead, they're tossed straight into the surrounding gold coin tornado. The coins were swept up by the whirlwind. They mingled with the others. It was impossible to tell them apart. Want to suck it up again? Zhang Hao sneered coldly. Go find them in the storm yourself. Morris witnessed this scene. His expression darkened. You sly rat. Zhang Hao ignored him. Golden Retriever. Attack. Wah! Golden Retriever charged forward with a roar. Thunder Claw. Golden claws tore through the air, swinging viciously toward Morris. Rip. Greedy guild leader Morris HP 100%, 95%. Chain lightning. Crackle crackle crackle. HP 95%, 91%. Morris swung his greatsword in retaliation. Die. The blade came crashing down. The
The golden-haired figure dodged with a lightning-fast teleport.
ZZZZT. He reappeared 10 meters away. Zhang Hao moved too. Thunderbolt thrust. Golden lightning erupted. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Morris.
The dragon roar sword thrust forward.
Put. Critical hit. HP 91% 83%. Morris let out a piercing scream.
He spun around and swung his sword at Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao sidestepped to avoid it.
Simultaneously, he delivered a horizontal slash.
Slashing sound. HP 83% 78%. Witch's enhanced fireball. A meteorite coalesced. It flew forth. Boom. HP 78% 70%. One person, one dog, working together. Furious assault. Morris couldn't hold them off. HP steadily declining. Health 70% 63%. HP 63% 56%. HP 56% 48%. HP 48% 41%. HP 41% 33%. HP 33% 29%. The instant health dropped below 30%. Boom! A more intense golden light erupted from Morris's body. His entire body seemed to ignite. Enough! He roared in fury. He raised his golden greatsword. He slammed it into the ground. Golden prison! Crack! 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 The ground cracked open. Countless gold coins poured forth from the fissures, shooting skyward like a fountain. The coins gathered in midair, swiftly assembling, forming a massive cage. The cage measured 3 meters in diameter, 5 meters tall, completely composed of gold coins. The coins interlocked tightly. Not a single gap existed. The cage descended from the heavens. Boom! Trapping Zhang Hao inside. What? Zhang Hao immediately lunged toward the cage's edge. He tried to break free. But, thud! He slammed into the gold coin wall. He bounced back. Golden prison immobilized. Duration 180 seconds. Damn it! Zhang Hao tried slashing with his sword. Clang! 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 The gold coins didn't budge an inch. Completely stuck. Stuck. Zhang Hao calmed himself, quickly thinking. 3 minutes. Can't move. But, he looked outside the cage. Morris stood there. But he didn't attack Zhang Hao. Instead, he turned to look at the golden-haired man. Kill this bastard first. Morris charged at the golden-haired man, greatsword raised. The golden-haired man immediately retreated. Lightning teleport. ZZZZZ. He dodged the attack. But Morris pursued relentlessly, completely ignoring the trapped Zhang Hao. I get it. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Chapter 96, Greed Contract, Sword of Greed. This skill. It's trapping me. But at the same time, the boss can't attack me either. It's a skill designed to take them down one by one. First, immobilize one. Then go kill another. Then. A smile curved at the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. Though I can't move. But can I still cast skills? He raised his hand immediately. Witch's enhanced fireball. A meteorite coalesced in his palm. Without any hindrance. The skill was successfully cast. It really works. Zhang Hao aimed at Morris, who was chasing the golden-haired figure. Go. The meteorite shot forth. It shot through the cracks in the gold coin prison. Boom. It slammed into Morris's back. HP 29% 21%. What? Morris spun around abruptly. He stared at Zhang Hao in the cage, utterly incredulous. You, how did you? Zhang Hao ignored him. He continued casting. The Witch's enhanced fireball spell. Witch's enhanced fireball. Witch's enhanced fireball. Cooldown 1 second. Meteors pelted down relentlessly. Boom. 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 HP 21% 13%. HP 13% 6%. Golden Fur seized the opportunity to attack. Thunder Claw. Chain Lightning. Crackle crackle crackle. HP 6% 2%. No. Morris tried to flee. But it was too late. The final meteorite plummeted. Boom. HP 2% 0%. Morris's body froze. The golden greatsword slipped from his grasp. Clang. He looked down at his chest. A massive, charred wound gaped there. My gold. My treasure trove. He murmured to himself. Then, his entire being dissolved into golden specks of light, vanishing into thin air. Defeated, greedy guild leader Morris. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Level up, 47-48. Free attribute points +10. Golden light enveloped Zhang Hao. Leveled up. Simultaneously, the golden prison confining him crumbled. Gold coins clattered to the ground. Zhang Hao stepped out. He exhaled a long breath. It's finally over. He walked to where Morris had vanished. On the ground. Scattered debris littered the ground. Gold coins. Equipment. Materials. And a skill book glowing with a crimson light. That's. Zhang Hao walked over. He bent down to pick it up. Acquired, gold 50 million. 50 million. Obtained, red equipment greed's blade. Obtained, purple equipment merchant guild leader's robe. Obtained, purple equipment miser's gloves. Red equipment? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up upon seeing the greed's blade. Wait a minute. Another one? A red skill book? Zhang Hao's gaze fixed on the red skill book. He reached out and picked it up. Its pages glowed with a blood-red light. 3 words were inscribed in golden letters on the cover. Greed contract. Red quality? Zhang Hao froze. Red ranks above orange. Zhang Hao's hands trembled slightly. He immediately checked the attributes. Greed contract. Quality, red. Learning requirement, none. Effect, for every 10 million gold coins in your inventory, permanently increases strength by 100 points. No upper limit. Special notes, gold coin count is calculated in real time. As gold coins decrease, strength attributes decrease accordingly. As gold coins increase, strength attributes increase accordingly. Warning, once learned, cannot be forgotten. Zhang Hao stared at the skill description. He was completely stunned. Every 10 million gold coins increases strength by 100 points? No upper limit? His mind raced. If I had 100 million gold coins, that's 1,000 points of strength. 1 billion gold coins, that's 10,000 points of strength? And it's a permanent increase. Calculated in real time. Zhang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. This skill. It's insane. Learn it. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate. Must learn. He clicked, learn. Zhang Hao walked toward the gold coins scattered across the ground. Those coins swept away by the gold coin storm. Now all lay scattered on the ground, forming a thick layer. Start picking them up. Zhang Hao bent down. Click to pick up. Ding. Acquired, gold coins 50 million. Ding. Acquired, gold 80 million. Ding. Received, gold 100 million. Ding. Received, gold 90 million. Ding. Received, gold 90 million. System notifications rang out one after another. The gold coin count surged wildly. Zhang Hao stared at the gold coin count in his inventory. More and more. Finally, it settled. Current gold, 490 million. 49 million. Nearly 500 million. That's the 150 million absorbed by the wealth earlier. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. It's all back. Plus an extra 300 million. He stowed away the gold coins. Then he opened his character panel. He checked his attributes. The next second, he froze. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 48. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank unique. Strength, 6726 Greed contract plus 4,900. Spirit, 1,447. Constitution, 1,542. Agility, 622. Free attribute points, 80. Current soul count, 820-2000. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. His gaze fixed intently on the strength attribute column. 6,726 points. His strength attribute had skyrocketed to 6,726 points. Red skill books are incredible. He couldn't help but shout out loud. 490 million gold coins. Converted, that's 4,900 strength points. Added to his original 1,826 points. It's already over 6,000. And Zhang Hao suddenly remembered. Iron Shield and the others went to buy lottery tickets. If those tickets win, a total of 430 million gold coins. That's 4,300 strength points. Then my strength stat will break 10,000. 10,000 points of power. What does that even mean? By then, whether it's monsters or players. A smile curled at the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth. One shot killed them all. He closed the attribute panel. He began sorting through his dungeon loot. There was even a red tier piece of gear. Zhang Hao immediately checked its attributes. Equipment name, Sword of Greed. Quality, red. Equipment requirement, level 45. Base stats, strength plus 2,000. Special skill, Gold Coin Storm. Gold Storm summons a whirlwind of gold coins, forming a 50-meter diameter gold storm centered on the caster. No damage within a 10-meter radius at the eye of the storm. All enemies within the outer ring of the storm take continuous damage per second. Damage, strength attribute 1 second. Duration, unlimited. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Cost, consumes 10,000 gold coins per second. Chapter 97, Selling the Dragon Roar Sword. Zhang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. Strength plus 2,000. He immediately opened his backpack. He checked the Dragon Roar Sword currently equipped. Equipment name, Dragon Roar Sword. Quality, orange. Equipment requirements, no level restriction.
Enhancement stone socketed, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird max level.
Base stats, strength plus 1498 plus 50%. Special skill, Dragon Roar Impact.
Dragon Roar Impact unleashes the dragon's might contained within the Dragon Roar Sword, dealing massive damage to all enemies within a 999-meter radius.
Damage equals 500% of the user's strength attribute. Casting time, instant. Cooldown, 9 hours.
The base attribute of the Sword of Greed is 2000 strength.
Dragon Roar Sword, 1498 points. The Sword of Greed exceeds this by 500 points. Moreover, the Dragon Roar Sword is fully enhanced with 4 enhancement stones.
If the Sword of Greed were also fully enhanced with enhancement stones, its strength attribute would reach 3000 points. That's 1500 points higher than the Dragon Roar Sword. Zhang Hao grew increasingly excited the more he thought about it.
And the skills?
He studied the description of Goldstorm.
Dragon Roar Impact was a one-time burst. Damage equals 500% of strength attribute. Cooldown, 9 hours. But Goldstorm deals strength attribute 1 damage per second. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Can be active continuously. If you stay in the Goldstorm for 10 seconds, that's strength attribute 10 damage. Stay for 20 seconds. It's 20. Higher damage than Dragon Roar. The only drawback is, it consumes 10,000 gold coins per second.
Zhang Hao pondered for a moment.
But I currently have nearly 500 million gold coins. I can easily afford it. Impressive. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate.
He sheathed the Dragon Roar Sword. Equipped the Sword of Greed.
The next second,
a massive golden greatsword materialized in his grasp. The blade was half a meter wide.
Over 2 meters long. Forged entirely from gold. It glinted with a blinding radiance under the light.
The hilt was inlaid with countless gems.
Rubies. Sapphires. Emeralds. Amethysts. Each one the size of a pigeon's egg. They refracted iridescent light under the sun.
The blade was engraved with intricate patterns.
The pattern of gold coins. Countless gold coins swirled in a vortex. As if in motion.
The entire sword radiates an air of nobility.
Magnificent. Dominant. Damn, that's cool.
Zhang Hao gripped the hilt. He felt its weight in his hand.
Heavy.
But it felt right in his hand.
He swung it. Whoosh. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a dull whistling sound. I'll use this from now on. The Dragon Roar Sword can retire. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. A system prompt suddenly popped up. Instance countdown, 60 seconds. Prepare to depart. We're about to be teleported out.
Zhang Hao glanced around. He confirmed nothing was left behind.
60 seconds passed quickly.
A flash of golden light erupted before his eyes. Space began to warp.
The next second,
Zhang Hao materialized outside the Forgotten Ruins.
Sunlight hit his face. It was a bit blinding. He squinted. It took a few seconds to adjust. The golden gate behind him was slowly fading away. The light grew dimmer and dimmer. Finally, it vanished completely. It's out. Zhang Hao cracked his neck. This dungeon run was incredibly rewarding. He opened his backpack. He began to tally his loot. Gold coins, 490 million.
Red skill book, Greed contract learned. Red weapon, Sword of Greed equipped. Plus a bunch of purple gear and materials.
Oh, right. Zhang Hao suddenly remembered. I don't need the Dragon Roar Sword anymore. He glanced at the Dragon's Roar Sword in his backpack. Orange quality. No level restriction. Full tier enhancement stones. This sword. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. We can sell it.
What tier is the Dragon Roar Sword? An orange tier weapon with no level restriction.
Back then, Lin Potian was drunk.
He sold it to me for 500 gold coins.
But its actual value? At least several hundred billion gold coins. Zhang Hao calculated silently.
If sold for 50 billion.
No, let's be conservative.
Even if it sells for 30 billion. He immediately began the conversion.
10 million gold coins equals 100 strength points. 100 million gold coins equals 1000 strength points. 1 billion gold coins equals 10,000 strength points. 10 billion gold coins equals 100,000 strength points.
Holy! Zhang Hao's eyes widened. If I sold 30 billion,
that's 30,000 strength points. 30,000 points.
He sucked in a sharp breath. His current strength attribute stood at 6,726 points. If he added another 30,000 points, that would be 36,726 points of strength.
Invincible.
Zhang Hao was so excited his hands were trembling.
Must sell. He didn't hesitate.
He immediately opened the system panel. He clicked on Auction House.
The interface popped up. Zhang Hao selected list item. He dragged the Dragon Roar sword from his backpack. Place it in the listing slot. The system automatically identifies the equipment details. Equipment name, Dragon's Roar Sword. Quality, orange. Equipment requirements, no level restriction.
Enhancement stone socketed, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird max level.
Base stats, strength plus 1498 plus 50%. Starting bid.
Zhang Hao thought for a moment.
50 billion. He entered the figure. Starting bid, 50 billion gold coins. No buy it now option.
Zhang Hao clicked, confirm listing.
System notice, listing successful. Auction duration, 7 days. Commission fee, 1%. All set. Zhang Hao closed the auction house interface.
Now it's just a matter of waiting for it to be bought.
He glanced at the time. Current time, 7:23. It's already the next day. Zhang Hao suddenly remembered. I can check today's daily intelligence now. He immediately opened the system panel. Daily intelligence, usable times 22. View the first intelligence report.
Zhang Hao said. The system panel instantly displayed the information.
Daily intelligence 1-2.
Intelligence content, at 12:30 today, a hidden instance entrance will briefly open in the scorching desert southwest of Blazing City.
This is the solo-only instance treasury of the Flame Demon, recommended for levels 45-55.
The instance contains abundant rare materials and equipment, but features an extremely high-temperature environment requiring protective gear.
Entrance open duration, 2 hours. Coordinates, X, 28934, Y, 13672.
Zhang Hao finished reading. His whole body tingled with excitement.
Another hidden dungeon? His eyes lit up. And it's solo only.
Everyone knew how generous the rewards from hidden dungeons were.
The Forgotten Guild's treasury earlier. It gave a red skill book. And a red weapon. And now another one. Swipe. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate. Must farm. He glanced at the coordinates. The burning desert. Southwest of Blazing City. That's a bit far from here.
Zhang Hao pondered for a moment.
It's 7:23 now.
The instance opens at 12:30.
That leaves 5 hours.
Riding an abyssal warhorse should get us there in time. Chapter 98, Supreme Ruler of Heaven and Earth.
It's not time yet. Zhang Hao proceeded to review the second piece of intelligence for the day. Viewing the second piece of intelligence.
The system panel displayed another message.
Daily intelligence 2-2.
Intelligence content, at 14:23 7 days from now, your listed Dragon Roar Sword will complete its auction transaction at a price of 100 billion gold coins.
The buyer is Dragon Ascension Guild leader Long Outyan. Zhang Hao read the intelligence.
He froze in place.
What?
He rubbed his eyes. Thinking he must have misread it.
He looked again. 100 billion. No mistake. 100 billion. I just listed it.
Zhang Hao muttered to himself.
The intel's already out?
His heart began to race.
In 7 days.
The Dragon Roar Sword will sell for 100 billion gold coins.
100 billion gold coins. That's 1 million points of power. 1 million. Damn it. He couldn't help but shout. 1 million points of strength attribute.
Zhang Hao felt his heart pounding out of his chest.
7 days. Just 7 days. He clenched his fists. After 7 days? I'll be utterly invincible. Above and below. I alone shall reign supreme.
Zhang Hao closed his eyes. A vision of the future already unfolded in his mind.
1 million points of power. What did that even mean? Slaying a 100-level boss with a single strike? When he went to the level 100 dungeon to fight the witch Lu Ruyan, could he one-shot her with a single strike? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's so satisfying. He took a deep breath,
calming his nerves.
7 days isn't short, and I've got important business to attend to. Zhang Hao gazed into the distance. The Flame Demon's treasure vault. Let's clear this dungeon first. Who knows? We might get some good loot again.
A thought flashed through his mind. Abyssal warhorse. Crimson flames surged from the ground. A skeletal warhorse materialized.
Its hooves stomped the earth. Flames erupted from its nostrils. Zhang Hao leapt onto its back. His entire form transformed into a flaming skeleton. Let's go. He dug his heels into the horse's flanks. Target the Flame Demon's treasury.
The warhorse whinnied.
All 4 hooves left the ground.
It transformed into a streak of fiery light and charged forward. The wilderness receded at breakneck speed.
Yellow sand swirled through the air. The warhorse's speed was extraordinary.
Its movement speed increased by 300%.
Like a flaming arrow, darting across the earth. Golden fur trailed beside them, transforming into golden lightning.
Man, dog, and horse.
Galloping toward the scorching desert.
The surrounding landscape shifted.
From wilderness to the Gobi, then to desert.
The temperature soared higher and higher. The air began to shimmer.
On the horizon, rolling heat waves appeared. Hours later, Zhang Hao halted his warhorse. Ahead lay the scorching desert. A sea of golden sand. Endless. Sunlight beat down upon the sand, reflecting a blinding glare. Heat waves wash over us. We're here.
Zhang Hao leapt from his horse. The warhorse dissolved into flames.
Let's prepare first. He opened the auction house interface. Search for potions. Soon, the list popped up. A dazzling array of potions filled the screen. Zhang Hao scanned through them quickly. He found the ones he needed. High-grade fire resistance potion. Click to purchase.
Purchased Advanced Fire Resistance Potion 50. Effect: increases fire resistance by 50%, lasts 30 minutes. Gold cost: 2,500,000.
Instant Health Potion. Purchase Instant Health Potion 30. Effect: instantly restores 50% health. Cooldown: 1 minute. Gold cost: 1,500,000. Mana Recovery Potion. Purchase Mana Recovery Potion 20. Effect: continuously restores mana over 10 minutes. Gold cost: 1 million. That should be enough.
Zhang Hao closed the auction house. It cost him quite a bit of gold. For him, it was but a drop in the bucket.
He checked the time. 1 minute left.
Zhang Hao stood at the edge of the desert.
His gaze fixed ahead. He waited. Golden Retriever crouched beside him, also waiting. Time ticked by second.
The time had come.
Suddenly, boom, 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 boom.
The ground shook violently.
The sand beneath Zhang Hao's feet began to tremble violently. Clatter, clatter. As if something
was about to burst forth from beneath the earth.
It's coming.
Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. The tremors grew more violent.
Then, the temperature shot up. The already sweltering air instantly became even more scorching.
Zhang Hao felt as though his skin was about to be scorched.
The heat wave felt tangible. Slammed against his face. Breathing became difficult. Snap. 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 The desert split open. Gaping fissures. Stretching from afar. Closer and closer. Growing wider. From within the fissure, gushing out scalding magma. Whoosh. Lava like a fountain. Shooting skyward. Reaching 100 meters high. Then mid-air,
it began to solidify, turning into black-red rock.
But the rock did not fall. Instead, it suspended in mid-air. Combined. Joined together. Forming a colossal gate.
The gate stood 20 meters tall.
10 meters wide.
Completely formed from cooled lava. Its surface was covered in cracks.
Within the fissures, dark red magma flowed.
Like blood vessels.
Radiating terrifying heat.
At the center of the door,
a colossal pattern emerged.
It was the head of a demon.
2 horns protruded from its forehead. Fangs bared. Flames blazed within its eye sockets. The entire image was vividly lifelike. As if it were about to come to life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heat waves poured from the doorway. The surrounding air warped. The sand on the ground, melted by the intense heat, turned to glass. Ding. System notice: hidden dungeon flame demon's treasury detected. Dungeon level 4555. Dungeon type solo only. Dungeon difficulty. Time remaining 119 minutes 59 seconds.
The system panel continues to pop up.
Dungeon background. 300 years ago, the flame demon Lord Balsac ruled the scorching volcanoes.
He controlled every volcano within a 1,000-mile radius, reigning supreme over the flames. Balsac was obsessed with collecting rare materials and equipment, especially treasures related to fire attributes.
His collection filled the entire volcano. To permanently preserve these treasures, Balsac constructed a lava vault deep within the volcano.
Forged from the toughest rock and surrounded by molten lava, the vault was impenetrable. But his greed invited retribution.
Major factions united to seize his treasures.
The battle raged for 3 days and nights, nearly shattering the volcano itself. In his final moments before defeat, Balsac made a mad decision. He fused his soul into the vault's core, transforming into an eternal guardian.
The vault was engulfed by magma and sank deep into the volcano's core. Balsac's consciousness fused with the volcano, becoming an immortal entity. Periodically, the vault would briefly resurface. Countless adventurers poured in, seeking to claim the legendary treasure. Yet 99% were consumed by raging flames, reduced to ashes.
Their souls became trapped within the vault, feeding the flaming fiend. To this day, no one has ever emerged alive from the flame demon's treasury.
Warning: this instance is extremely dangerous. Death here results in real-world death and the loss of all equipment. Enter the instance? Yes, no. Chapter 99, Volcano.
Zhang Hao read the prompt.
Clicked, yes. The next second, golden light erupted.
It surged forth from the doorway,
enveloping Zhang Hao's entire body. The light was blinding,
making it impossible to open his eyes.
Zhang Hao felt his body being pulled,
propelled forward.
Everything went black.
Space began to warp. The roar of wind filled his ears. A few seconds later, the wind died down. Light flooded his vision. Zhang Hao opened his eyes. He stood on scorched earth.
A wave of heat washed over him, even more terrifying than before.
The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur.
Pungent. Choking. It made one want to vomit.
Zhang Hao looked down at his feet.
Cracked black rock. Cracks crisscrossed the surface. Within the fissures, dark red magma flowed, bubbling and gurgling, radiating terrifying heat. Surrounded by jagged boulders, towering over 10 meters high. All black. Their surfaces pitted and scarred. Traces of cooled magma remained,
like scorched scars.
The sky was a gloomy blood red. No sun was visible. Only an endless crimson glow, enveloping the entire land.
It felt suffocating.
It was suffocating. And ahead, about 5 kilometers away, a massive active volcano stood tall.
The volcano soars 1,000 meters high.
Its body glowed a deep crimson. Its surface is riddled with fissures. Scorching magma surged from the fissures, like blood, flowing down the mountain slopes, converging into rivers of molten rock, spreading outward. The crater, constantly spewing thick smoke.
The thick smoke surged into the sky,
blocking out the sun. Occasionally, flames erupted, illuminating half the sky. The entire volcano,
like a primordial beast awakening,
ready to devour everything at any moment. So awe-inspiring.
Zhang Hao murmured to himself. He had never witnessed such a magnificent sight.
Volcano, lava, sulfur,
the scent of death filled the entire space.
Zhang Hao looked around. He scrutinized every detail. No monsters were found. The entire area was completely empty. Only him and the golden retriever. Strange. Zhang Hao frowned. No monsters in the dungeon? He pondered for a moment. Then he looked toward the distant volcano. That's not right. Zhang Hao suddenly understood. It's not that there are no monsters. But, he recalled the dungeon's background story. Balsac, the flame demon lord, ruler of the volcano,
fused his soul into the vault's core, merged with the volcano itself.
Since he's the ruler of the volcano,
Zhang Hao's eyes lit up.
Then the boss should be inside the volcano. The treasure vault is inside too.
He made his decision.
Let's go.
Zhang Hao lifted his foot.
He headed toward the volcano. Zhang Hao had only taken a few steps. Suddenly, system alert, entering hazardous environment. Suffering continuous damage from lava heat. Loses 1% of current health per minute. Health bar begins to decrease. Zhang Hao's health, 100%, 99%. Damn it. Zhang Hao halted in his tracks. There really is environmental damage. He immediately opened his backpack. He pulled out a high-grade fire resistance potion.
He tilted his head back and drank it down.
Gulp, gulp.
Used high-grade fire resistance potion.
Fire resistance plus 50%. Duration, 30 minutes. The potion slid down his throat.
A cool sensation spreads from his throat throughout his body.
A faint blue glow appears on the surface of the body.
A thin shield forms.
The rate of health depletion slowed. Reduced by half. But it continued to decrease. It's still draining. Zhang Hao frowned, watching the steadily declining health bar. Looks like the fire resistance potion only lessens the damage. It doesn't grant complete immunity. He glanced over at the golden-haired figure beside him. The golden retriever was also steadily losing health. Golden retriever health, 100%, 99%. Due to the Knight's Oath binding, Zhang Hao would absorb 30% of the golden retriever's damage.
Therefore, the golden retriever only actually took 70% of the environmental damage.
Even so, the golden retriever's health bar steadily decreases. Woof! The golden retriever let out an uncomfortable whine. It lay sprawled on the ground. Its tongue hung out, panting heavily. Just then, a sound came from ahead. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
The sound of some creature crawling.
And the gurgling of flowing magma.
Zhang Hao immediately grew alert.
It's coming.
He gripped the sword of greed tightly. He looked toward the source of the sound.
The next second,
from behind the massive boulder ahead,
5 monsters crawled out.
They were 5 enormous lizards, each over 3 meters in length.
Their bodies were covered in dark red scales. Lava dripped from their scales, as if they had just crawled out of molten lava. Their eyes were golden, emitting a savage glow. Sparks continuously spewed from their mouths, hissing and crackling. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. He immediately activated Insight Intelligence. Invisible ripples shot out, landing on the foremost lizard. The system panel popped up. Target, Lava Lizard. Level, 48. Skills, Flame Breath, Lava Splash. Level 48. Zhang Hao read the information. Same level as me. Skills are Flame Breath and Lava Splash. 5 lava lizards spotted Zhang Hao. They locked onto their target immediately. Hiss. They let out shrill cries. Then, they opened their massive jaws. A crimson glow surged from their throats. Flame Breath. 5 streams of flame erupted simultaneously, sweeping toward Zhang Hao. Whoosh! The flames burned at an extreme temperature. The air itself warped. Gold coin storm. Zhang Hao said calmly. The next second, the sword of greed erupted in golden light. The gems embedded in the blade simultaneously ignited. Rubies, sapphires, emeralds, amethyst. The blinding light, illuminating the entire area. Then, boom, 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 boom. Centered around Zhang Hao, countless gold coins materialized out of thin air. They surged from the ground. They fell from the sky. Too numerous to count. Dense and thick, blinding the sky. Clatter! Gold coins began to whirl, spinning faster and faster. It formed a massive golden tornado. The tornado measured 50 meters in diameter. It soared 30 meters high, enveloping the entire area within its grasp. Gold coins spun wildly within the storm, emitting deafening clashes. Clang! 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 Like countless machine guns firing in unison. The flames spewed by 5 lava lizards, instantly swallowed by the coin storm. Not a single spark remained. And the lizards themselves were also swept into the storm. Crackle, 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 crackle. Countless coins pelted their bodies, their heads, their backs, limbs, tails, everywhere. Hiss. The lava lizard let out agonized screams. Lava lizard HP, 10%, 50%. Zhang Hao stood at the eye of the storm. This was a 10-meter diameter safe zone. No gold coins. No damage. Unusually calm. He stood there, motionless, watching the gold coin storm slaughter monsters on the periphery. Strength attribute, 6,726 points. How many seconds could the lizard withstand? As expected. 2 seconds later, the first lava lizard fell. Lava lizard health, 50%, 0%. It let out a final agonized scream. Then, boom! Its body exploded. It shattered into countless magma fragments, splattering in all directions. This was its skill Lava Splash. Explodes upon death. Chapter 100, Instant Kill. But the spattered magma barely traveled 2 meters. It was blocked by the gold coin storm. It couldn't harm Zhang Hao at all. All 5 lava lizards were annihilated. Killed lava lizards 5. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +5. The gold coin storm ceased. Clatter. Countless gold coins dissipate into the air, transforming into golden specks of light. Finally, all are absorbed by the sword of greed. Gold coin storm ended. Gold coins consumed, 20,000. 2 seconds. 20,000 gold coins consumed. But, he looked at the loot scattered on the ground. Totally worth it. Zhang Hao walked over. He began to pick them up. Obtained, Flame Crystal 11. Obtained, Lava Scales 18. Obtained, Gold Coins 40,000. The 5 lizards dropped a total of 11 flame crystals, 18 lava scales, plus nearly 40,000 gold coins. Not bad. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. The drop rate for materials is pretty high. He collected the dropped items. He pressed onward, along the path ahead. Zhang Hao encountered several more groups of lava lizards. Their numbers ranged from 3 to 7. But without exception, they were all crushed by the gold coin storm. Zhang Hao didn't even need to lift a finger. He simply stood in the eye of the storm and waited. The monsters perished on their own. Zhang Hao pressed forward. 10 minutes later, a colossal figure emerged. It was a giant python over 8 meters long. Its body was as thick as a water barrel. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales. Its scales were far larger than those of ordinary lizards. Each one was as large as a palm. Molten lava flowed over them. Bubbles gurgled and fizzed. It radiated terrifying heat. The giant python's head, as large as a compact car. 2 golden eyes. Eyes that glowed with savage intent. Its forked tongue flickered incessantly from its mouth. Hissing. That size. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Must be an elite monster. He immediately activated Insight Intelligence. Target, Lava Serpent. Level, 49. Skills, Flame Coil, Magma Stealth, Lava Armor. A level 49 elite monster. Zhang Hao looked at the giant serpent. 3 skills. Flame Coil, Magma Stealth, Lava Armor. Sounds pretty tricky. But, a smile curved his lips. In the face of a gold coin storm. It's all the same. The lava serpent spotted Zhang Hao. Hiss. It opened its gaping maw. It let out a deafening roar. Then, its body coiled into a tight spiral. It shot out like a spring, charging toward Zhang Hao. At breakneck speed, the air itself parted, emitting a piercing whistling sound. Gold coin storm. Zhang Hao unleashed his skill once more. Boom! A golden tornado erupted once more, centered on Zhang Hao, instantly engulfing a 50-meter radius. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Countless gold coins spun wildly. The giant serpent charged halfway, crashed directly into the coinstorm. Clang! 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 Gold coins struck its body like bullets. But, a shield suddenly materialized on the giant python's body. A dark red magma shield, enveloping its entire body. This was its skill. Lava Armor. Lava Armor activated. Damage reduced by 30%. Gold coins damage is reduced. Lava Serpent health, 100% 93%. Only 7% health lost in the first second. Tough as nails compared to regular lizards. Elite monsters are a different story. Zhang Hao observed the scene. Thick health bars plus damage reduction. But, it only buys a few extra seconds. The gold coin storm kept churning. Crackle, 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 crackle. The relentless bombardment continued. Lava Serpent HP, 93% 86%. Lava Serpent HP, 86% 79%. Lava Serpent HP, 79% 73%. The serpent attempts to flee. Its body began burrowing into the ground. It seeks to submerge into the magma river. This is another of its abilities. Magma Stealth. But, the pull of the gold coin storm was too strong. It couldn't escape at all. It could only be trapped within the storm. Sustained damage. Lava Serpent HP, 73% 66%. Lava Serpent HP, 66% 59%. Lava Serpent HP, 59% 53%. 30 seconds later. Lava Serpent health, 9% 0%. The serpent let out a final agonized scream. Its body stiffened. Then with a thud, it collapsed to the ground. It dissolved into molten lava. Lava Python slain. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Zhang Hao walked over. Picked up the dropped items. Obtained, Flame Crystals 8. Obtained, Lava Scales 14. Obtained, Giant Python Core 1. Obtained, Gold Coins 200,000. Giant Serpent Core. Zhang Hao examined this new material. He opened it to check its properties. Giant Python Core. Quality, blue material. Description: the inner core of a lava giant python imbued with flame energy. Can be used for alchemy or equipment enhancement. Blue material. Zhang Hao nodded. Should fetch a decent price. He stowed the material away. He pressed onward. Over the next hour, Zhang Hao encountered 4 more lava serpents. All were dispatched with a gold coin storm. After clearing them all, Zhang Hao opened his backpack to tally his loot. Flame crystals, 108. Lava scale, 198. Giant python core, 5. Gold coins, plus 1 million. The materials are sufficient. Both flame crystals and lava scales exceed the required amount. Only the lava heart is missing. It should drop from the minor boss. Zhang Hao looked up ahead. About 500 meters away. A massive lava waterfall. It cascaded down a cliff face over 10 meters high. It merged into the magma river below. With a thunderous roar. And before the waterfall stood a colossal figure. It was a 3-meter-tall rock giant. Its body formed from cooled magma. Black rock. Cracked and fissured. Red magma flowed through the cracks. Like veins. Radiating terrifying heat. Its arms were massive stone hammers. Each hammer stood as tall as a man. Their surfaces pitted and scarred. bearing the scars of battle. So that's the minor boss. Zhang Hao activated Insight Intelligence. Target, Lava Guardian. Level, 50. Skills, Lava Punch, Flame Shockwave, Magma Summon, Lava Regeneration. Level 50. Zhang Hao read the information. 2 levels higher than me. 4 skills. He should be pretty strong. He turned to face the Lava Guardian, gripping the Sword of Greed. Come on. Let me try. A smile curved Zhang Hao's lips. The power of my new weapon. He strode forward, toward the mini-boss. The Lava Guardian sensed the intruder. It whipped around. 2 eyes, burning with orange flames, staring intently at Zhang Hao. Intruder. It emitted a dull sound, like rock scraping against rock. Guard the waterfall. Kill. The Lava Guardian raised both fists, charging toward Zhang Hao. Boom. 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 Each step shook the ground. Magma spattered everywhere. Thunderbolt thrust. Zhang Hao said calmly. The next second, golden lightning erupted from his body. Crackling. Lightning flared, illuminating the entire area. Zhang Hao's figure vanished, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before the Lava Guardian. The Sword of Greed thrust forward. The blade's tip flickered with lightning, carrying terrifying power. Thud. The blade pierced the Guardian's chest, piercing right through. Then, boom! Lightning erupted. A massive golden bolt of lightning engulfed the Guardian's entire body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Critical hit. Lava Guardian HP 100%, 0%. 1 strike. Instant kill. Chapter 101 Fireproof Suit. The Lava Guardian's body froze stiff. A massive wound gouged into its chest. Red magma gushed forth. It stared down at its own wound. How is this possible? Its voice faltered. Then, snap, snap, snap. The body began to shatter. Countless cracks spread, covering the entire body. Finally, boom! The entire body disintegrated completely, shattered into countless rocks, scattered across the ground. Lava Guardian slain. Witch's contract activated. Constitution +1. Level up 48-49. Free attribute points +10. Golden light enveloped Zhang Hao. Leveled up. Zhang Hao walked over to the Guardian's corpse. A large number of drop items were scattered on the ground. He bent down to pick them up. Acquired, gold coins 500,000. Obtained, flame crystals 15. Obtained, lava scales 22. Obtained, giant serpent core 2. Obtained, lava heart 1. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Just then, he noticed a scroll glowing with a purple light lying on the ground. Zhang Hao picked up the scroll. Acquired, equipment blueprint blaze resistant battle armor. He immediately checked the attributes. Equipment blueprint blaze resistant battle armor. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, level 45. Required materials, flame crystals 100, lava scales 200, giant python essence 5, lava core 1. Base stats, constitution +130. Special skill, blaze sanctuary. Blazing Sanctuary grants immunity to environmental burn damage in the first layer of the Flame Demon's Treasury Dungeon. Permanently increases fire resistance by 80% in other flaming environments. Oh! Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Immunity to the first layer's burn damage? He immediately opened his backpack. He checked his material inventory. Flame crystals, 123. Lava scales, 220. Giant python core, 7. All the materials are sufficient. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. Although his health pool was currently high, this scorching damage was percentage-based, and he was constantly engaged in combat. The Abyss Knight's chestplate skill, Knight's Heart, required 5 seconds out of combat to restore health. There was simply no way to recover health here. If I keep losing health like this, we'll be worn down until we die. Use this fireproof suit. Zhang Hao studied the blueprint. It'll be more suitable than the Abyss Knight's chestplate. He clicked, craft. Consumption, flame crystal 100, lava scale 200, giant python core 5. Crafting. Crafting successful. Obtained, blaze resistance war armor. A dark red chestplate appeared in his backpack. Zhang Hao immediately removed his Abyss Knight's chestplate. Equipped the blaze resistance battle armor. The breastplate settled upon his chest. A faint crimson glow emanated from it, forming a thin protective shield. The next second, Blaze Sanctuary activated. Immune to environmental burn damage. The health bar stopped decreasing. Perfect. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He turned to face the volcano ahead. Time to move on. Zhang Hao took a step forward. He walked toward the volcano. Zhang Hao stood at the edge of the crater. He looked down. He was completely stunned. Inside the volcano was a vast circular chamber, at least 500 meters in diameter. Its depth exceeded 200 meters. The inner walls were composed of dark red rock, covered in fissures. Magma flowed through the fissures. And within the volcano, dense and swarming, monsters everywhere. On the magma's surface, countless small creatures swam. They weren't large, only half a meter long, resembling salamanders. Their entire bodies were engulfed in flames, swimming through the magma.
Their sheer numbers sent a chill down one's spine.
A rough count. At least 1,000.
And more kept rising from the depths of the magma.
So many monsters. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Not fear. It was excitement. So many monsters. That meant so many physical attributes.
He immediately activated Insight Intelligence.
Invisible ripples shot out, landing on the nearest monster. Target: Lava Fire Salamander. Level: 45. Skills: Fireball, Lava Dive. Level 45.
Zhang Hao scanned the information.
4 levels below me. And he looks pretty fragile.
A smile curved his lips.
A perfect experience, baby.
Zhang Hao raised the Sword of Greed.
Gold coin storm. Boom. Golden light erupted from the blade. The gems ignited simultaneously.
The blinding light illuminated the entire crater.
Then, clatter. Countless gold coins materialized out of thin air.
They fell from the sky. They surged from the ground.
Dense and thick, blinding the sky. The gold coins began to spin. Spinning faster and faster. Forming a colossal tornado. 50 meters in diameter. Reaching 30 meters in height. Golden light shone brightly, illuminating the entire crater in resplendent gold. Go! Zhang Hao leapt into the air, plunging directly into the crater.
His body plummeted through the air. A storm of gold coins followed him down.
Like a golden meteor. Boom! Zhang Hao landed on the magma surface.
The shield of his fire resistance battle armor activated.
Flame Sanctuary activated. The lava couldn't harm him at all.
Meanwhile, the gold coin storm instantly engulfed a 50-meter radius. The surrounding lava fire salamanders were all swept into the storm.
Crackle, 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 crackle. Gold coins like bullets pelted down relentlessly,
hitting the fire salamanders.
Squeak! Squay!
Piercing screams echoed in succession.
Lava salamander HP 100%, 68%. 1 second. Just 1 second.
All fire salamanders within the storm's range. Their health plummeted.
Zhang Hao began to move. He walked across the magma surface, as if on level ground.
The gold coin storm followed him. Wherever he passed,
fire salamanders died in droves. Lava salamander slain. Witch's Pact activated. Constitution +1. Lava salamander slain. Witch's Contract activated. Constitution +1. Lava salamander slain. Witch's Contract activated. Constitution +1. System notifications flooded the screen. Every second, dozens of fire salamanders perish.
The gold coin storm was like a colossal meat grinder,
rolling over the volcano's interior, tearing all monsters to shreds. The fire salamanders tried to flee, diving deep into the magma.
But the pull of the coin storm is too strong.
They couldn't escape at all. They could only struggle within the storm, then perish. Some fire salamanders tried to fight back, spewing fireballs.
But the flames barely traveled 2 meters. They were shattered by gold coins.
They didn't even graze the hem of Zhang Hao's clothes.
They posed no threat whatsoever. Zhang Hao simply walked on,
circling the inner wall of the volcano. He made a full circuit. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass grew. All the fire salamanders had perished, melted into magma and vanished.
Only the floating debris remains.
Flame crystals, lava scales, gold coins, dense and thick, like rain. Lava fire salamander slain 894. Witch's Contract activated. Constitution +894. The system prompt popped up.
Zhang Hao stared at the number.
He couldn't help but laugh. One wave nets me 894 constitution points. This is awesome. But he didn't stop. Deep within the volcano, fire salamanders kept surging forth. They emerged from the magma. Then,
were instantly swallowed by a storm of gold coins.
Not even a second to live. Chapter 102, Full Layer Contract. Lava fire salamander slain. Witch's Contract activated. Constitution +1. Kill lava fire salamander. Witch's Contract activated. Constitution +1. Kill lava salamander. Witch's Contract activated. Constitution +1.
System notifications kept coming. Zhang Hao's constitution stat
was skyrocketing. 722, 823, 951, 1087.
The numbers flashed by. So fast it was dizzying.
Zhang Hao kept moving forward. Another lap. The second lap. The third lap. The fourth lap. Each lap. Hundreds of fire salamanders perished. A gold coin storm like a harvester. Reaping lives within the volcano's depths.
Its efficiency was terrifyingly astonishing.
10 minutes later. Inside the volcano.
No new fire salamanders emerged.
All cleared. Zhang Hao halted his steps.
He shut off the gold coin storm.
Clatter. The gold coins dissipated. Reabsorbed by the sword of greed. Gold coin storm ended.
Gold coins consumed 6 million.
10 minutes. 6 million gold coins consumed.
But a system notification popped up.
Current soul count 2000. 2000.
Zhang Hao stared at the number. He nodded with satisfaction.
The witch's contract is finally maxed out.
He opened his character panel. He checked his attributes.
Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 50. Class, Intelligence Agent SSS rank unique. Strength, 6666. Spirit, 1447.
Constitution, 2722 Witch's contract plus 2000.
Agility, 622. Free attribute points, 100. Current soul count, 2000. Constitution attribute, 2722 points. Converted to health points. Equivalent to 27,220 HP. Awesome. Zhang Hao closed the interface. He began collecting the dropped items. Inside the volcano.
Floating materials and gold coins littered the area.
He walked over. Picking them up one by one.
Obtained, flame crystals 1847.
Obtained, lava scales 2234.
Obtained, gold coins 18 million.
Over 18 million gold coins. Over 2,000 materials. Not bad.
Zhang Hao stowed them away with satisfaction.
Then, he looked around. Searching for the entrance to the next level. The volcanic walls
were covered in dark red rock.
No doors. Nor any passageways. Zhang Hao circled the inner wall. He examined it closely. On the walls, only flowing lava. And cooled rock. Nothing suspicious. Strange. Zhang Hao frowned. Where's the entrance? He circled the area again. Still nothing. Could it be? Zhang Hao stopped in his tracks. He looked down at the lava beneath his feet. It must be in the lava. He pondered for a moment. It's possible. After all, this is the Flame Demon's treasure vault. The entrance is hidden deep within the lava. That makes sense too. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Let's give it a try. He glanced at the blaze resistance battle armor. The shield was still intact. It should hold out. Zhang Hao turned to face the lava. Then, he leaped. He plunged in. Splash. Zhang Hao's body submerged into the magma.
The expected searing heat and pain never materialized. The shield of his fire resistance battle armor glowed a faint crimson, blocking all damage. It really works. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes. The world before him had completely transformed. Gone was the blinding golden light, replaced by a dim, deep crimson. The entire space was filled with thick, viscous magma. The magma wasn't uniformly red. Near the surface, it glowed a bright orange-red, like a raging fire. Further down, the color deepened to a rich crimson, as thick as congealed blood. At the deepest levels, it was a dark crimson, nearly black, with only occasional flashes of red light. Countless bubbles floated within the magma. They bubble and surge upward. Each bubble is as large as a washbasin. When they burst, they released even higher temperatures. But all were blocked by the shield. Scattered lava salamanders could still be seen within sight. They swam through the magma. Their bodies blaze with flames. Like writhing fire serpents. Zhang Hao paid them no mind. These minor creatures held no value anymore. He turned. He began descending downstream. Magma was far denser than water. Swimming through it was exhausting. But Zhang Hao's physical attributes had already surpassed 2,700 points. His strength was no slouch either. He could barely keep moving forward. 1 meter. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. Zhang Hao continued his descent. The surrounding light grew increasingly dim. The temperature seemed to be rising. The glow on the protective shield intensified. Struggling to resist the intense heat from outside. 200 meters. 300 meters. 400 meters. Just as he submerged to 500 meters, Zhang Hao suddenly witnessed an unusual sight. In the magma ahead, a multitude of black figures emerged. They were a group of enormous monsters. Each measured over 2 meters in length. Their bodies resembled crocodiles.
but they lacked limbs.
Only thick tails remained. Their entire bodies were covered in black, rock-like scales.
Bright magma flowed through the gaps between the scales. Flowed bright magma. Like gaping wounds. Their heads were broad, bearing 3 rows of tusks.
Each fawn gleamed with a metallic sheen. Their eyes were pure white.
No pupils. They emit a chilling glow. There were many of them. At least 100.
They roamed the depths of the magma. Zhang Hao immediately activated Insight Intelligence.
Target, Lava Crocodile. Level, 48. Skills, Magma Bite, Lava Charge. Just then,
a system notification popped up. System notice, you have entered the Flame Demon's Treasury second layer.
Warning, the environment on the second layer is more dangerous. Prepare accordingly. The moment the words faded,
Zhang Hao felt a surge of heat wash over him. The shield of his blaze resistance battle armor began to flicker.
Sustained damage from deep lava. Losing 1% of current health per minute. Fiery Sanctuary ineffective, this skill only works on the first layer.
His health bar began to decrease.
Zhang Hao's health, 100% 99%. Damn it. Zhang Hao frowned.
The fireproof suit only resists damage from the first layer.
Gotta keep taking meds. He immediately opened his backpack. He pulled out a high-grade fire resistance potion. He drank it down amidst the lava. Gulp, gulp.
Used, high-grade fire resistance potion.
Fire resistance plus 50%. Duration, 30 minutes. A pale blue glow reappeared. The rate of health depletion slowed. But it continues to decrease steadily. No choice.
Zhang Hao gripped the sword of greed tightly.
We'll have to make quick work of this. He looked ahead at the lava crocodile. Gold coin storm. Boom.
The sword of greed erupted in blinding golden light. The gems on the blade ignited simultaneously.
Ruby. Sapphires. Emeralds. Amethysts. In the dim magma. Like 5 colored flames ignited. Then, clatter. Countless gold coins surged forth from the void.
But this time, not in the air.
They appeared within the molten lava. The moment the coins appeared, they were instantly engulfed by the molten lava.
A layer of dark red lava adhered to their surfaces, as if clad in a coat of flames.
Chapter 103, Volcanic Eruption.
The gold coin began to spin,
drawing the surrounding magma into its whirl. Faster and faster. The whirl grew fiercer. Soon, a massive vortex formed. A magma vortex. 50 meters in diameter. Spinning wildly deep within the volcano. Roar! At the vortex's center stood Zhang Hao. Surrounding him are countless gold coins swirling with magma. Like shooting stars, whirling through the vortex. Crashing into everything.
The lava crocodiles sensed danger.
They tried to flee. But it was too late. The vortex's pull was too strong. They couldn't break free. One by one, they were sucked in. Crackle, 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 crackle. Gold coins pelted down relentlessly. Each coin carried molten lava.
They struck the demon crocodiles,
not only inflicting physical damage, but also the scorching burn of magma. Double damage. Lava crocodile HP 100% 76%.
Lava crocodile HP 76% 51%.
Lava crocodile HP 51% 27%. Lava crocodile HP 27% 0%. 4 seconds.
The first demon crocodile perished.
Its body torn apart in the vortex. Transformed into black fragments. Merging into the magma. Lava crocodile slain.
Witch's contract has reached maximum tier, cannot further increase constitution.
Gained experience. Zhang Hao began to move. He swam through the magma. The whirlpool followed him. Like a colossal meat grinder. Wherever it passed, hordes of demon crocodiles perished. Killed lava crocodile. Experience gained. Kill lava crocodile. Gained experience. Kill lava crocodile. Gain experience. System notifications flooded the screen. Within a mere minute, at least 30 demon crocodiles perished in the vortex.
But Zhang Hao didn't stop.
He pressed forward.
The slaughter continued.
Killed lava crocodile 17. Experience gained. Level up, 50-51. Free attribute points plus 10. Another level up. Zhang Hao swam circle after circle in the depths of the magma.
A storm of gold coins engulfed all the magic crocodiles.
Slaughtered to the last. And at that moment,
if someone were to peer down into the crater, they would witness a breathtaking spectacle.
Inside the entire volcano, magma swirled violently. Like a giant washing machine. Not washing clothes,
but to wash monsters.
Red magma. Golden light. Black fragments. All mixed together. Forming a colossal vortex. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening roar. Echoed from the depths of the volcano.
The entire volcano trembled.
At that very moment, A sudden change occurred. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed from the volcano's base. The entire volcano shook violently, 10 times more intense than before. Boom! 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 The tremors grew increasingly violent. The inner walls of the volcano began to crack. Countless fissures spread. Magma gushed forth from the fissures. Temperatures soared, several times higher than before. Zhang Hao's health began plummeting rapidly.
Suffering burn damage from volcanic eruption prelude.
Losing 3% of current health per second. Damn it! Zhang Hao's eyes widened. What the hell is this? Is it about to erupt?
No sooner had the words left his mouth.
Boom! From the volcano's base, a terrifying force erupted. It was the magma deep within the Earth's core.
Suppressed for who knows how long.
Now it had finally found an outlet. Boom! 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 Endless magma, erupting from the volcano's base, like a pillar of dark red light, shooting skyward, carrying the power to destroy everything. Zhang Hao bore the brunt of it. His entire body was propelled by the immense force. Upward.
He tumbled through the molten lava. He couldn't control his body at all. The gold coin storm was scattered.
The coins vanished into the molten lava. Zhang Hao was like a cannonball, launched from the depths of the volcano, gaining speed with every passing moment. In the blink of an eye, he reached the crater's edge. Then, boom! Zhang Hao was blasted out of the volcano.
He shot skyward. His altitude kept rising.
10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. He tumbled wildly through the air, surrounded by searing magma, explosive flames.
Thick smoke filled the sky.
And countless monsters hurled out alongside him. Lava fire salamanders. Lava crocodiles.
Even some creatures Zhang Hao had never seen before.
All engulfed by molten magma, rushing skyward together, like a grand fireworks display. Except, these fireworks were made of magma and monsters. Damn it! Zhang Hao yelled in midair. I want to go home. I want to go home.
The cries echoed through the sky, filled with despair,
and a hint of comedy. Zhang Hao tumbled through the air.
His body was beyond his control.
Propelled by the erupting force, he soared higher and higher.
The wind howled in his ears. All around him was molten lava and flames. Zhang Hao tried to steady himself, but it was utterly impossible.
Just then,
his gaze swept past the sky-filling lava. He spotted the location of the crater. There, a massive black silhouette emerged. The shadow crawled out of the crater.
Its form was immense,
at least 10 meters long,
5 meters tall. It was a lizard, but far larger than any lava lizard encountered before.
Its entire body was covered in thick black scales.
Between the scales flowed bright magma, like gaping wounds. Along its back,
a row of sharp bone spines, stretching from its head all the way to its tail. Each bone spike blazed with flame. Its head was enormous. It bore 2 curved, massive horns. Thick smoke billows continuously from its mouth. Its eyes are orange-red.
It radiated a savage glow. Intelligence analysis.
Zhang Hao is in free fall.
He immediately activated his skill. An invisible wave shot out, struck the giant lizard. System panel popped up.
Target, Flame Demon Lizard.
Level 50. Skills, Flame Breath, Lava Stomp, Inferno Fury. Not the final boss, just a minor boss.
The moment the words left his mouth, his body began to plummet. The erupting force vanished.
Gravity took hold. Zhang Hao felt his body accelerating downward. The wind grew more piercing.
Below lay scorched rock ground.
Closer and closer. Damn it!
Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, braced for the impact.
Boom!
He slammed heavily onto the ground.
His entire body sank into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Falling damage taken.
Zhang Hao health 43%, 31%.
Cough cough.
Zhang Hao scrambled out of the pit.
His entire body ached.
Fortunately, his health pool was deep enough. He hadn't been killed by the fall.
He immediately opened his backpack. He pulled out a life-restoring potion.
He tilted his head back and drank it down.
Gulp, gulp. Used instant health potion. HP 31%, 81%. A warm sensation surged through his body. His injuries rapidly healed. Zhang Hao drank another bottle. Health 81%, 100%. All right. He cracked his neck. He gripped the sword of greed tightly. He looked up at the flaming demon lizard. The giant lizard had fully emerged from the crater. Four thick claws. Planted on the black rock. Emitting a heavy thud. Boom. 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 Each step shook the ground. It locked onto Zhang Hao. Orange-red eyes. Staring intently at him. Chapter 104, Flame Demon Resistance Battle Armor. The giant lizard let out a low, guttural roar. Like molten lava churning. It opened its gaping maw. A crimson glow surged from its throat. Fiery breath. A thick pillar of fire erupted. Over 2 meters in diameter. The heat was so intense it warped the air. Sweeping toward Zhang Hao. Shadow bind. Zhang Hao said calmly. The shadows beneath his feet suddenly came to life. The entire body of the flame demon lizard was completely enveloped by black shadows. Roar! The flame demon lizard struggled to break free. But the shadows tightened their grip. The flames it spewed stalled mid-air. Then extinguished. Shadow bind successful. Control duration 20 seconds. The giant lizard was immobilized. It could only watch helplessly as Zhang Hao. Thunderbolt thrust. Zhang Hao hesitated not a moment. Golden lightning erupted from his body. Crackling. Lightning flared. Illuminating the surrounding darkness. The next second. Zhang Hao's figure vanished. Transforming into a golden bolt of lightning. Instantly materializing before the flaming demon lizard. The sword of greed thrust forward. The blade's tip flickered with lightning. Carrying terrifying power. Thud. The blade pierced through the giant lizard's scales. Piercing right through. Then. Boom. Lightning erupted. A massive golden bolt of lightning engulfed the upper half of the giant lizard. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Critical hit. Flame Dragon Lizard HP 100%, 67%. Roar. The flaming demon lizard let out an agonized roar. Yet its body remained immobilized. Zhang Hao landed. He didn't stop. He swung the sword of greed. Horizontal slash. Vertical chop. Another strike. Flame demon lizard HP 43%, 38%. Zhang Hao unleashed a barrage of attacks. The flaming demon lizard was utterly helpless. It could only take the blows passively. Thunder spike. Zhang Hao unleashed another skill. Golden lightning erupted. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, it surged toward the giant lizard. The greed blade thrust forward. Thud. The giant lizard's body froze. Its orange-red eyes. Its glow extinguished. Roar. It let out one final low roar. Then. Crash. Its entire body crashed to the ground. The impact cracked the ground. Dust swirled into the sky. The body began to disintegrate. Transforming into black fragments. And lava. Dissolving into the air. Defeated, Flame Demon Lizard. Gained experience. Level up, 50-51. Free attribute points plus 10. Golden light enveloped Zhang Hao. Leveled up. Zhang Hao walked to the spot where the giant lizard had vanished. On the ground. Scattered across the ground lay a large number of dropped items. Gold coins. Materials. Equipment. And some glowing items. Acquired, gold 800,000. Obtained, flame crystals 38. Obtained, lava scales 56. Obtained, flame demon heart 1. Heart of the flame demon? Zhang Hao examined the material. He opened it to inspect. Heart of the flame demon. Quality, pink material. Description, the core of the flaming demon lizard. Contains powerful flame energy. Can be used to craft or enhance equipment. Pink material. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. He continued gathering. Obtained, purple equipment flaming demon shoulder guards. Obtained, purple equipment belt of flame demon's might. 2 purple tier items. Zhang Hao glanced at the stats. Both boosted constitution and fire resistance. Keep these for now. He continued picking up items. A scroll glowing with a faint pink light lay on the ground. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He picked it up immediately. Acquired, equipment blueprint flame demon resistance battle armor. He opened it to examine. Equipment blueprint flame demon resistance battle armor. Quality, pink. Equipment requirement, level 50. Required materials, flame crystals 1000, lava scales 2000, inferno heart, blaze resistance armor. Base stats, constitution plus 180. Special skill, advanced fire resistance. Advanced fire resistance grants immunity to environmental burn damage in the second layer of the flame demon's treasury dungeon. Permanently increases fire resistance by 90% in other flaming environments. When hit by fire damage, has a 30% chance to reflect 20% of the damage back to the attacker.
Zhang Hao glanced at the material requirements. He paused for a moment.
Oh? Among the required materials is the blazing resistance battle armor? He blinked. The blaze resistance battle armor can be upgraded?
Zhang Hao immediately opened his backpack. He checked the material quantities.
Flame crystals 1985. Lava scales 2290. Flame demon heart. That's enough.
Zhang Hao surveyed the ample materials.
Besides, I'm already wearing the blaze resistance battle armor. Upgrade it directly. He clicked craft.
Consumption: flame crystals 500, lava scales 1000, inferno demon heart, fire resistance battle armor.
Crafting.
The flame resistance battle armor on Zhang Hao's body suddenly glowed red.
The chest plate began to vibrate. Countless flame crystals and lava scales flew out of his backpack, transforming into crimson specks of light.
They poured into the chest plate.
The armor's glow grew brighter and brighter. A blinding crimson light illuminated the entire area. Then, boom! The red light erupted. It transformed into shockwaves spreading outward. The light faded. The breastplate on Zhang Hao's body. It was completely transformed. The once dark red battle armor
had now turned a deep crimson,
almost black. Its surface was covered in intricate flame patterns, as if living magma flowed within.
It radiated terrifying heat.
But this heat radiates outward only. It cannot harm Zhang Hao.
At the level of his chest, a massive red gem was embedded.
That was the heart of the flame demon. Within the gem, flames pulsed, like a burning heart. Crafting successful.
Obtained: flame demon resistance battle armor. Advanced fire resistance activated. Zhang Hao stared at the corpse of the flame demon lizard on the ground.
This boss is really pitiful.
He shook his head.
I controlled it to death. Didn't even get to unleash its follow-up skills. Zhang Hao surveyed his surroundings.
The ground around him was charred rock.
Rivers of magma flowed everywhere. Heat waves rolled relentlessly. Zhang Hao frowned. This environment was far too hostile for the golden-haired creature. Constant burn damage.
It had no resistance gear to wear, and he couldn't take it along to fight monsters. Fighting alone feels a bit uncomfortable.
Zhang Hao surveyed the empty battlefield. No backup. He suddenly froze. Wait. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. How the hell did I forget about this? I have a resurrection skill. He immediately opened his skill panel. Blood Moon Rampage Level 3 summons a blood moon over the battlefield.
All units including monsters, players, and NPCs within a 1000-meter radius centered on you that die within 2 hours will be resurrected as blood moon minions to fight for you.
Minions inherit 100% of their original attributes and skill damage. Duration: 60 minutes, cooldown: 2 hours. That's it. Zhang Hao grew excited.
Resurrect this boss and make it my enforcer. He stared at the giant lizard's corpse on the ground.
A level 50 boss. 3 skills. Thick health, high attack. The perfect meat shield. And Zhang Hao suddenly remembered. I killed so many monsters earlier. Can they all be resurrected? Chapter 105, The Army. He calculated in his mind.
The lava fire salamanders on the volcano's first layer.
At least 2,000 slain. The lava demon crocodiles on the second layer. Over 100 of those too. And this flame demon lizard. Holy! Zhang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. Doesn't that mean an entire army of monsters? He didn't hesitate. He raised his right hand. Blood Moon Rampage. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from Zhang Hao's body. Blood red light shot skyward, illuminating the entire sky. The sky began to shift. The once dull crimson hue suddenly deepened. More eerie. Then, a colossal blood moon slowly emerged. Over 100 meters in diameter. Hanging in the sky. Emitting an eerie crimson glow. Its glow spilled forth, enveloping the entire land.
The ground began to tremble.
Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks spread
from beneath Zhang Hao's feet,
extending in all directions. The cracks grew more numerous, growing denser and denser. Then, boom! The ground erupted. A charred claw
emerged from beneath the earth,
grasping at the earth. With a mighty thrust,
the body of the flaming demon lizard
crawled out from beneath the earth. Its body shrouded in a blood-red glow.
Its eyes had turned blood red,
yet it retained its former appearance. Roar! The giant lizard let out a low roar. It looked at Zhang Hao. No hostility flickered in its eyes. Only submission. Blood Moon Minion, Flame Demon Lizard. Level 50. Abilities: Flame Breath, Lava Stomp, Infernal Fury. We did it! Zhang Hao pumped his fist in excitement. But this was only the beginning. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ground erupted in successive explosions.
Countless figures surged forth from beneath the earth. They were lava fire salamanders. Dense and swarming. Hundreds upon hundreds. They crawled out of the fissures. Their bodies shrouded in a crimson glow. Their eyes were entirely blood red. They formed a neat circle around Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Fire salamanders kept emerging. 1, 10, 100, 500, 1,000. The sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The entire area was swarming with resurrected fire salamanders. Densely packed. Like a sea of red. This many? Zhang Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected it. That all the monsters he had killed earlier. Now they'd all come back to life. All of them were his minions. Boom. 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 The ground continued to erupt. This time, what crawled out were lava crocodiles. Larger in size. Each one measured over 2 meters in length. Black scales. Blood-red eyes. They radiated a terrifying aura. Their numbers were equally staggering. At least 100. They crawled out of the ground. Positioned behind the fire salamanders. In perfect formation. Zhang Hao stared at the scene before him. He was completely dumbfounded. From near to far. Densely packed. Nothing but monsters. Fire salamanders. Demon crocodiles. Giant lizards. At least 2,000. Forming a terrifying army. All awaiting his command. Damn it! Zhang Hao couldn't help but shout. This spectacle. Spectacular. He snapped out of his shock. An excited smile spread across his face. Great! 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 Zhang Hao burst into laughter. Now I've got enough men under me. No boss will scare us now. He surveyed the monstrous army. His heart swelled with boundless pride. Zhang Hao leapt into the air. Landing atop the flaming demon lizard's head. He stood steady. From his lofty vantage point. Surveying the entire battlefield. Listen up, everyone! Zhang Hao swept his arm wide. Pointing toward the distant volcano. Enter the magma. Follow me down. Roar! The fiery demon lizard let out a piercing roar to the heavens. It spread its limbs. Charging toward the crater. Boom! 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 The ground trembled. Behind it. Countless fire salamanders and demon crocodiles. Following the giant lizard. Charging together. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Like a mighty, surging army. Marching toward the volcano. Zhang Hao stood atop the giant lizard's head. Facing the scorching heat. A smile curved his lips. This is the feeling I crave. Boom! The fire-breathing giant lizard charged into the crater. It plunged directly into the magma. Splash! A massive splash erupted. Not water. It was a magma splash. Zhang Hao straddled the giant lizard's head. Together, they plunged into the molten lava. Behind them, countless fire salamanders and demon crocodiles also leapt in after them. Plop! 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 The dense sounds. Like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Over 2,000 monsters. All plunging into the magma. Swimming through the molten rock. Following the giant lizard. Diving downward. Zhang Hao closed his eyes. Feeling the surrounding temperature. The shield of his fire-resistant battle armor blocked all damage. It felt incredibly comfortable. Submerge. Zhang Hao patted the giant lizard's head. The giant lizard immediately accelerated. It swam deeper into the magma. The army of monsters behind it. Closely pursued. 1 meter. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. Ding. System notice, you have entered the Flame Demon's Treasury second layer. The notification popped up. But this time, no warning of burn damage appeared. Advanced fire resistance active. Immune to layer 2 environmental damage. Very good. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Now we can play. He turned to face the horde of monsters behind him. But, the next second, he froze. The monsters began losing health. Lava Fire Salamander HP 100% 97%. Lava Fire Salamander HP 97% 94%. Lava Crocodile HP 100% 96%. The health bars plummeted. What's going on? Zhang Hao frowned. The environmental damage on the second layer. Can't they handle it? The giant lizard was fine. Still healthy. But those fire salamanders and magic crocodiles. All of them are steadily losing health. Continue descending. Zhang Hao said. The giant lizard continued downstream. Time ticked by. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The monsters behind us began dying in droves. Blood Moon Minion Lava Salamander defeated. Blood Moon Minion Lava Fire Salamander defeated. Blood Moon Minion Lava Crocodile slain. Their bodies dissolved into specks of light. dissolving into the magma. More and more. Faster and faster. Half an hour later.
Only a few scattered demon crocodiles remained behind. Their health bars were nearly depleted.
Forget it. Zhang Hao sighed. Looks like these minions aren't qualified to enter the second layer. He watched the last few magic crocodiles vanish. Now,
only he and the flame demon lizard remained.
Fine by me. Zhang Hao patted the giant lizard. At least you're still here. Having a level 50 boss as a mount. Not bad at all. The giant lizard let out a low growl. They continued their descent.
Zhang Hao gazed at the surrounding magma. The color grew increasingly dark.
From bright orange-red to a deep crimson. Then a dark crimson. Finally, it was almost black.
The temperature was also rising. The light on the shield grew brighter, struggling to withstand the terrifying heat.
Time continued to pass. 40 minutes. 50 minutes. 1 hour. The long descent. Zhang Hao was starting to get bored. Just then, the magma ahead suddenly vanished. In its place, a dark void. Finally, we're here. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. The flame demon lizard emerged from the magma. It entered the void. Boom! The giant lizard landed on the ground.
Its 4 claws gripped the hard rock.
A dull thud echoed. Chapter 106, Crystallized Warrior. Zhang Hao leapt off the giant lizard's head. He stood on the ground, surveying his surroundings. This was a vast subterranean cavern, at least 50 meters high. Its width exceeded 200 meters. Like a naturally formed cavern. The ceiling was black rock, covered in cracks. Magma flowed through the cracks, like veins, emitting a dark red glow, illuminating the entire cavern. The ground too was black rock, but harder than the rock above. Stepping on it, one could feel its weight. The surrounding walls were also rock, but the surface is incredibly smooth, as if scorched by intense heat, forming a glass-like outer shell. In the air, a heavy sulfur smell permeates the air.
The temperature remained high, but it was much better than being in the magma.
At least you could see clearly.
This place, Zhang Hao murmured to himself.
We're already deep underground. He looked up. Above lay a thick layer of rock. He had no idea how thick it was, blocking out everything from the outside world. The core area of the second layer.
Zhang Hao gripped the sword of greed tightly.
It should be right here. Just then, a sound came from ahead. Snap, snap, snap.
It was the sound of some creature moving.
Heavy footsteps, treading on rocks. Crisp cracking sounds echoed.
Zhang Hao immediately grew alert.
It's coming.
He looked toward the source of the sound. He narrowed his eyes.
From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was a humanoid creature. But it was definitely not human. It stood 2 meters tall. Its body was composed of black rock. Not ordinary rock. Rather, it was a crystalline substance. Its surface was smooth. It glows with a faint red light. Like obsidian. Its limbs were thick and sturdy. Each finger is a sharp crystal. Like blades. At the chest is inlaid with a dark red gemstone. Within the gem, a flame pulsed. The head is a sharply angular crystal. No facial features. Only 2 hollows. Within the hollows, burned orange flames. Those were its eyes.
What is this? Zhang Hao immediately activated Insight Intelligence.
Invisible fluctuations shot out, landing upon the crystal being. The system panel popped up. Target, Lava Crystallized Warrior. Level, 52. Skills, Crystal Pierce, Lava Burst.
Zhang Hao scanned the information. He turned to look at the flame demon lizard beside him.
Go.
Zhang Hao waved his hand.
Take it down. Roar.
The flame demon lizard roared to the heavens. It spread its limbs wide, charging toward the lava crystallized warrior.
Boom. 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 Each step sent tremors rippling through the earth. The crystallized warrior saw the giant lizard charging. They crouched slightly. Arms extended forward. The crystals on their fingers began to glow.
From a dark red to a bright orange.
The light grew brighter and brighter. Blindingly so. Crystal piercing. It swung its arms violently. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh.
10 crystal fingers shot forth simultaneously. Like 10 sharp arrows.
Leaving orange trails in the air.
Shooting toward the flaming demon lizard.
Thwack. Thwack. Thwack.
The crystals pierced the giant lizard's body.
Piercing its scales. Deeply embedded. Flame Dragon Lizard HP 100% 92%. Roar. The giant lizard let out a pained roar. But it didn't stop. It continued its charge. The crystallized warrior's fingers. Now nothing remained but bare palms. But the next second, Crackle, crackle, crackle. New crystals sprouted from the palm. At a speed visible to the naked eye. Reforming 10 sharp fingers. The gem on its chest suddenly erupted with a blinding red light. The light surged through its entire body. Its entire body glowed. Like a bomb ignited. Lava burst. Boom! The crystallized warrior's body exploded. Not truly shattered. Instead, countless streams of magma erupted from within. Like a volcanic eruption. Scorching lava. Shooting out in all directions. Forming a torrential rain of magma.
Covering an area 10 meters in diameter.
Crackle! 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 Lava struck the flaming demon lizard's body. Head. Back. Limbs. Everywhere. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The intense heat scorched.
The giant lizard's scales blazed crimson. Flame dragon lizard HP 92% 78%. Roar!
The giant lizard was thoroughly enraged. It halted its advance.
Its limbs slammed heavily onto the ground. Lava surged violently across its entire body.
The bone spines along its back
ignited with blazing flames.
The flames grew ever higher.
From 1 meter to 2 meters to 3 meters.
The entire giant lizard seemed draped in a cloak of fire.
A terrifying heat wave radiated outward. The surrounding air warped. Lava stomp.
The giant lizard abruptly raised its forelimbs
high into the air. Then, boom! It stomped down with crushing force. The ground instantly shattered. Centered on the giant lizard. Countless cracks spread wildly, extending in all directions.
The cracks were half a meter wide.
Like an earthquake. From the fissures, gushing out scalding magma. The magma shot skyward, forming pillars of fire, reaching 5 meters high. The entire area instantly transformed into a magma hell. The lava crystalline warriors bore the brunt of the assault. The ground beneath its feet exploded. Magma spewed from the fissures, swallowing it whole. Crack! Lava struck the crystal body,
emitting a shrill sound.
Lava crystallized warrior HP 100% 63%.
But this was only the beginning.
Boom! 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 Wave after wave of magma columns,
erupting ceaselessly from beneath the earth.
Focus all fire on the crystallized warrior. Lava crystallized warrior HP 63% 41%. Lava crystallized warrior HP 41% 19%. Lava crystallized warrior HP 19% 0%. Crack!
The crystallized warrior's body began to shatter.
Countless cracks spread across its entire body. The gem on its chest dimmed. The flames in its eye sockets extinguished. Then, crash!
His entire body shattered into countless crystalline fragments,
scattering across the ground. Killed lava crystallized warrior. Gained experience points. Zhang Hao walked over. He looked at the fragments on the ground. Well, the flame demon lizard was a minor boss after all.
He nodded with satisfaction.
Dealing with minor enemies is still pretty easy.
Zhang Hao bent down to pick up the dropped items.
Obtained, crystallized core 1. Obtained, lava crystal 3.
Obtained, gold coins 5,000.
Crystallized core? Zhang Hao opened it to inspect. Crystallized core. Quality, blue material.
Description: the core of a lava crystallized warrior.
Contains dual energies of flame and crystal. Can be used to craft or enhance equipment. New material. Zhang Hao stowed the material away. Keep it for now.
He turned to face the flame demon lizard. The wyvern's health had already recovered to over 90%, though it possessed no healing abilities.
As a fire attribute creature, in this magma environment, it seemed to possess a slow self-healing ability. Let's go. Zhang Hao patted the giant lizard. Keep moving. Roar. The giant lizard let out a low growl. Following behind Zhang Hao, man and beast, they pressed deeper into the cavern.
The corridor stretched on endlessly.
On the walls lining both sides, embedded with glowing veins of magma, like blood vessels, illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 107, Crystallized Demons. The rocks on the ground, hard beneath foot, echoing with dull footsteps. Zhang Hao walked for about 10 minutes. Ahead, a wider cave appeared. The cave entrance soared 20 meters high, 30 meters wide, like a colossal gateway. Inside came the sound of rapid footsteps. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Not one, but many. A great many. Zhang Hao halted his steps.
He narrowed his eyes.
He peered into the cave. The next second, he sucked in a sharp breath. Inside the cave was a vast circular chamber,
at least 100 meters in diameter,
over 30 meters high. And within the hall stood countless lava crystallized warriors. Densely packed. At least 100 of them. They stood in orderly formation. Like an army. Standing silently. The gems on their chests emitted a dark red glow. Flames danced within their eye sockets in the darkness. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. This many? At least 100.
Zhang Hao turned to look at the flaming demon lizard.
Leave it to you. He patted the giant lizard on the head. Fury of the flame demon. Wipe them all out for me. Roar.
The flame demon lizard roared to the heavens.
The deafening roar. It echoed through the cavern. Its body
began to undergo violent changes.
Its scales shifted from black to dark red. Then a bright orange red. Finally,
it turned pure white.
Like iron heated to its absolute limit. Radiating terrifying heat.
The bone spines on its back,
igniting an even more ferocious flame.
The flame soared 10 meters high.
Like 10 miniature volcanoes.
Erupting from the giant lizard's back.
Its eyes
turned from orange to pure white.
No pupils. Only burning flames. From its mouth, white smoke poured forth incessantly. The heat was so intense it began melting the surrounding rock.
The air violently distorted. The temperature throughout the entire cave
soared in an instant. Flaming fury, entering berserk state. Duration, 5 minutes. Attack power increased by 200%. Movement speed increased by 100%. Damage taken reduced by 50%. Roar. 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 The giant lizard let out a frenzied roar. Then, boom! It charged into the hall. Its speed was astonishing. Like a burning meteor.
In an instant, it plunged into the ranks of the crystallized warriors. The first crystallized warrior had just raised its hand to unleash crystal piercing.
But, boom! The giant lizard's claw slammed down, sending its entire body flying. Crash! The crystallized warrior slammed into the wall. Its body shattered into fragments. Lava crystallized warrior HP 100% 0%. Instant kill. The giant lizard didn't stop.
It continued its charge. Wherever it passed, crystallized warriors were sent flying in droves.
Thud. 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 With each collision, a warrior shattered. The crystallized warriors sought to strike back.
Over a dozen unleashed crystal piercing simultaneously.
Whoosh. 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 Countless crystals shot toward the giant lizard. But
the white flames enveloping the giant lizard
melted the crystals instantly. Before they even touched its body, they liquefied, dripping onto the ground.
Flaming fury, flame shield.
Melts all physical attacks. Other warriors unleashed lava burst. Boom. 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 Countless streams of magma erupted toward the giant lizard. But the giant lizard opened its massive jaws. It took a deep breath. Whoosh. All the magma was sucked into its mouth. Then, roar. The giant lizard erupted violently. A colossal pillar of flame. Over 5 meters in diameter. Pure white flames. So intense it ignited the very air.
The pillar of fire swept across the entire hall.
Wherever it passed, crystallized warriors melted in droves. Like candles. Their bodies were instantly reduced to liquid. A single blast. At least 20 warriors perished. The remaining warriors charged madly toward the giant lizard, seeking to engage in close combat. But the giant lizard slammed its limbs into the ground. Lava stomp. Boom. 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 The entire hall's floor shattered. Countless pillars of magma shot skyward. Thicker than before. Taller. More ferocious. Each magma column reached 10 meters in height. 2 meters in diameter. Like erupting volcanoes. Filling the entire hall. The crystallized warriors were all engulfed by the lava. Crackle, 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 crackle. The dense crackling sounds. Rising and falling in waves. Crystallized warriors disintegrated in waves. Shattered into countless fragments. Scattered across the floor. In a mere minute. Hundreds of lava crystallized warriors. Annihilated. Killed lava crystallized warrior 127. Experience gained. Level up 5152. Free attribute points plus 10. Golden light enveloped Zhang Hao. Leveled up. The hall fell silent once more. Only crystal shards littered the floor. And slowly flowing magma. The flame demon lizard stood in the center of the hall. The white flames on its body gradually extinguished, returning to its normal orange-red hue. Flame dragon's fury ends. Roar. The giant lizard let out a low growl. It shook its head, seeming somewhat weary. Zhang Hao stepped into the hall, surveying the spoils scattered across the floor. Start gathering it up. He bent down to pick them up. Acquired, crystallized core 127. Obtained, lava crystals 381. Obtained, flame crystals 254. Obtained, gold 6,350,000. Over 6 million gold coins. Over 300 materials. Not bad. Zhang Hao stowed them away with satisfaction. He gazed at the ever-growing pile of materials in his backpack. He thought to himself, these materials will likely come in handy soon. Maybe I can craft higher quality fire-resistant gear with them. He turned his gaze toward the far end of the hall. In the shadows ahead, heavy footsteps echoed. Each step made the ground tremble. Heavier than the crystallized warrior's footsteps earlier. Much heavier. And far slower. Zhang Hao halted. He narrowed his eyes. He looked toward the darkness at the far end of the hall. More monsters? From the darkness, a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature. But its build was far more robust than that of the crystallized warriors. Its body was also composed of black crystals. Yet the crystals were denser. More solid. Its surface was covered in sharp edges. Like a mobile crystal fortress. Its limbs were incredibly thick. Each finger is a half-meter-long sharp crystal spike. They glinted coldly in the darkness. A massive gemstone was embedded in its chest. 3 times larger than those of crystallized warriors. Within the gem, a fierce flame burned. Like a beating heart. Its head was an irregular crystal. 3 eyes. Arranged in a triangle. Each eye burns with an orange-red flame. Emitting a tyrannical glow. Behind it grew 6 crystalline spikes. Each one a meter long. Like 6 sharp swords. Plunged into its back. The entire body radiated a terrifying sense of oppression. Making the surrounding air feel heavy. Zhang Hao stared at the monster. Intelligence insight. Invisible ripples shot out. Landing upon the crystallized demon. The system panel immediately popped up. Target, crystallized demon. Level, 54. Skills, crystallized cage, lava pulse, demon rage. Chapter 108, crystallized flame demon resistance battle armor. Zhang Hao scanned the information. A smile curved his lips. Level 54. 2 levels higher than me. 3 skills. He looked at the crystallized demon. Looks like it's the boss of this floor. The crystallized demon halted its steps. 3 eyes. Staring intently at Zhang Hao. A low, guttural sound emanated from its throat. Like rock scraping against rock. Intruder. Kill. It raised both arms. Crystal spikes on its fingers began to glow. From a dark red to a bright orange. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate. He raised his hand directly. Shadow bind. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly came to life. Like a black serpent. Swiftly extending outward. Crawling along the ground toward the crystallized demon. Wrapping around the crystallized demon's entire body. Shadow bind successful. Control duration 20 seconds. The crystallized demon was immobilized. Flame demon lizard. Zhang Hao waved his hand. Charge. Roar. 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 The flaming demon lizard let out a deafening roar. It strained every limb. Charging toward the crystallized demon. Boom. 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 The ground shook violently. The giant lizard charged at breakneck speed. Like a burning tank. Carrying terrifying momentum. Seconds later. The giant lizard charged before the crystallized demon. Lava stomp. It abruptly raised its forelimbs. High above. Then. Boom. It stomped heavily on the crystallized demon's chest. Crack. A thunderous impact. The crystals on the crystallized demon's chest cracked into countless fragments. Crystallized demon's HP 100% 87%. Roar. The crystallized demon sought to retaliate. But its body was bound by shadows. It couldn't move at all. It could only watch helplessly as the giant lizard attacked. The flame-breathing giant lizard opened its massive jaws. A crimson glow surged from its throat. Fiery breath. Whoosh. A thick pillar of fire erupted. 2 meters in diameter. Pure white flames. It slammed directly into the crystallized demon's face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The intense heat scorched. The crystallized demon's crystalline head turned bright red. It began to melt. Crystallized demon's HP 87% 72%. Roar. The crystallized demon let out a pained roar. Yet it still couldn't break free. The flaming demon lizard didn't stop. It continued its relentless assault. Its claws lashed out. Rip. 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 One claw after another. Sinking into the crystallized demon's flesh. Each claw left deep gashes. Crystal shards flew everywhere. Crystallized demon's HP 72% 64%. Crystallized fiend HP 64% 56%. Crystallized fiend HP
56%, 48%.
Health continues to drop. The crystallized demon's body is already covered in wounds. Cracks appear everywhere. The gem on its chest began to dim. 15 seconds passed.
The shadow bindings were about to end, but Zhang Hao immediately cast it again.
Shadow bind. The shadows coiled back around him. Shadow bind successful. Duration, 20 seconds. Seamless transition. The crystallized demon had not even a second of freedom.
The flaming lizard continued its assault.
Lava stomp. Boom.
Another crushing stomp.
It landed squarely on the crystallized demon's head. Crack.
The crystalline structure on its head shattered.
One of its 3 eyes went dark. Crystallized demon's HP, 48%, 39%. Roar. The giant lizard opened its massive jaws. It drew in a deep breath. The surrounding magma was sucked into its maw. Then, fiery breath. Whoosh. An even thicker pillar of fire erupted. 3 meters in diameter. Even hotter. The flames grew whiter. Boom.
The pillar of fire engulfed the crystallized demon's entire upper body.
The burning persisted. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Crystallized demon's HP, 39%, 28%.
Crystallized demon's HP, 28%, 17%.
Crystallized demon's HP, 17%, 6%. The crystallized demon's body was riddled with holes. Cracks and wounds cover its entire form. The gem on its chest. Its glow is faint, nearly invisible. Of the 3 eyes, only one still glowed. Roar, roar. It emitted a faint sound. It was barely clinging to life.
The fire-breathing giant lizard raised its forelimbs.
One last time. Lava stomp. Boom. It stomped down with crushing force, smashing down on the gem embedded in the crystallized demon's chest. Crack. The gem shattered. Shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Crystallized demon's HP, 6%, 0%. The crystallized demon's body froze. The last eye. The flames extinguished. Roar. It let out a final, low roar. Then, crash. Its entire body disintegrated in an instant. Countless crystalline shards rained down, smashed onto the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Clink, clink, clink. Black crystal shards covered the ground. Under the dark crimson glow, they shimmered with an eerie glow. Crystallized fiend slain. Experience gained. Level up, 5253. Free attribute points plus 10. Golden light enveloped Zhang Hao. Leveled up.
Zhang Hao walked to the spot where the crystallized demon had vanished.
On the ground,
besides crystal shards, a large number of dropped items were scattered about.
Materials, equipment, and some glowing items. Among the debris, particularly conspicuous. Start picking them up. Zhang Hao bent down. He began collecting. Acquired, gold coins times 2. 000. 2 million gold coins. Obtained, crystallized core times 18. Obtained, lava crystals times 45.
Obtained, flame crystals times 37.
Obtained, demon heart times 1. Demon heart? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He opened it to inspect. Demon heart. Quality, pink material. Description, the crystallized core of a demon. Contains potent crystalline and flame energies. Can be used to craft or enhance high-level equipment. Pink material. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. He continued gathering. Obtained, purple equipment crystallized war boots.
Obtained, purple equipment demon wrist guards.
Obtained, purple equipment lava belt. 3 purple tier items. Zhang Hao glanced at the stats. All boosted constitution, fire resistance, and defense. Keep these for now. He continued picking up items. Another item lay on the ground. An orange glowing scroll. Its glow was brighter than any of the blueprints before. HM? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He immediately picked it up. Acquired, equipment blueprint crystallized flame demon resistance battle armor. Zhang Hao couldn't wait to open it and examine it. Equipment blueprint, crystallized flame demon resistance battle armor. Quality, orange. Equipment requirement, level 52. Required materials, crystallized core times 100. Flame crystal times 200. Lava crystal times 300. Demon heart times 1. Inferno demon resistance battle armor. Base stats, constitution plus 240.
Special skill, super fire resistance. Super fire resistance, equipping this grants complete immunity to all environmental burn damage in every floor of the Flame Demon's Treasury dungeon. Permanently increases fire resistance by 95% in any flaming environment.
During player combat, has a 50% chance to reflect 30% of fire damage back to the attacker. Chapter 109, a sudden realization. Oh, Zhang Hao examined the blueprint. Indeed, a new blueprint. And,
he looked at the material requirements.
Requires flame demon resistance battle armor as a material. This is the upgraded version. Zhang Hao immediately opened his backpack. He checked the material quantities. Crystallized core, 145. Flame crystals, 291. Lava crystals, 426. That's enough. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction.
The materials are more than sufficient.
I'm wearing the Flame Demon Resistance battle armor right now. Click, craft. Consumption, crystallized core times 100. Flame crystal times 200. Lava crystal times 300. Demon heart times 1. Inferno resistance battle armor. Crafting in progress.
The Flame Demon Resistance battle armor on Zhang Hao's body
suddenly erupted with a blinding orange glow. The chest plate vibrated violently. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless materials flew out from his backpack. The crystallized core transformed into a black speck of light. The flame crystals became red specks of light. Lava crystals became orange specks of light. All the points of light, all poured into the chest plate. The breastplate's glow grew brighter and brighter. From orange, to gold, to pure white. So blinding it was impossible to look directly at it. The entire hall, bathed in light as bright as day. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The air began to vibrate. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the chest plate, spreading outward. The surrounding crystal shards were sent flying, spinning mid-air. Then, boom! A white light erupted. It transformed into shockwaves that swept outward in all directions. The light faded. The chest armor on Zhang Hao's body had been utterly transformed. The once deep crimson battle armor now bore a mottled pattern of black and crimson. Its base color was a profound black, like an abyss. Countless crimson crystals were embedded across its surface. The crystals form intricate patterns, like rivers of molten lava, flowing across the black backdrop. At the chest level, 3 gems were inlaid. At the center, a massive red gem. That is the heart of the demon. On either side, each holds a smaller orange gem. All 3 gems, flame pulsed through them simultaneously, like 3 burning hearts. Shoulders, crystal armor sprouted. Black crystals, sharp-edged, emitting a cold glow. Back, 6 slender crystal spines extended outward, each half a meter long, like 6 sharp swords, forming a fan-shaped array across his back. The entire suit of armor exuded a terrifying aura. It held the darkness of the abyss and the fury of raging flames. Crafting successful. Acquired, crystallized flame demon resistance battle armor. Abyssal fire resistance active. Fully immune to dungeon environment damage. Fire resistance plus 95%. Counterattack, 50% chance to reflect 30% fire damage. Life regeneration, plus 1% of maximum health per second. Zhang Hao felt the power of the battle armor. A warm current surged through his body. His health began to regenerate automatically. Every second, he could feel his body growing stronger. This gear. Zhang Hao looked down at the chest plate. Damn, it's so cool. He flexed his muscles. The battle armor fit perfectly. It didn't hinder his movements at all. And it was unbelievably light, as if he weren't wearing anything at all. Alright, Zhang Hao turned to look toward the far end of the hall. There should be the entrance to the next level. Next, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. It's the final boss, the Flame Demon Lord, Ballsack. He turned to look at the giant fire lizard beside him. The giant lizard was sprawled on the ground. It was panting heavily. Its tongue was hanging out. It looked utterly exhausted. Flame Dragon Lizard health, 48%. Its health isn't much left. Zhang Hao pondered. Plus, it used Flame Demon's wrath earlier. Its condition isn't great. He looked at the giant lizard. Time to switch pets. Zhang Hao walked to the center of the hall. He found a flat rock. He sat down. Let's wait a bit. There's no rush anyway. Time ticked by. Second by second. The Flame Demon Lizard lay nearby, slowly restoring its health. But the pace was painfully slow. Zhang Hao glanced at the system timer. Blood Moon minion duration remaining, 12 minutes. It's almost time. He calculated silently. Wait until the giant lizard disappears. Then wait another hour. The Blood Moon rampage will finish cooling down. Then resurrect the crystallized demon. Use it to fight the final boss. 12 minutes passed swiftly. The body of the Flame Demon Lizard began to turn transparent. Roar. It let out a final low roar. Gazing at Zhang Hao, a flicker of reluctance passed through its eyes. Then, its entire body dissolved into red specks of light, vanishing into thin air. Blood Moon minion, Flame Demon Lizard has vanished. Zhang Hao stood up. He opened the skill panel. He checked the cooldowns. Blood Moon Surge, cooldown, 59 minutes 37 seconds remaining. Still an hour left. Zhang Hao sat back down. Then we wait. 1 hour later. Blood Moon Rage, cooldown complete. Zhang Hao opened his eyes. He stood up. He raised his right hand. Blood Moon Rage. Boom! A crimson glow shot skyward. The sky shifted once more. A blood moon emerged. It cast an eerie crimson glow. The ground trembled. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks spread. Then, boom! The ground erupted. A massive crystalline arm emerged from the earth, grasping the earth. With a mighty thrust, the crystallized demon's body crawled out from beneath the earth. 3 meters tall, a body composed of black crystals, a massive gemstone embedded in its chest, 3 eyes, all had turned blood red, yet its presence remained terrifying. Roar! The crystallized demon rose to its feet. He looked at Zhang Hao. No hostility flickered in its eyes, only submission. Blood Moon Minion, Crystallized Demon. Level, 54. Skills, Crystalline Cage. Lava Pulse. Demon Rage. Very good. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction. A level 54 boss as a fighter should be sufficient. He looked toward the far end of the hall. There, a passageway extended downward, leading deeper underground, to the location of the final boss. Alright, Zhang Hao gripped the Sword of Greed tightly. Time to take down the final boss. Flame Demon Lord Balsak. I'm coming. He strode forward, toward the passageway. Behind him, the crystallized demon followed closely. The passage was narrow, only 3 meters wide. Height, approximately 5 meters. The walls on both sides were black rock. Their surfaces were covered in cracks. Magma flowed through the cracks, bubbling away, emitting a dark red glow, illuminating the path ahead. The ground was uneven rock. Step upon it. You could hear muffled footsteps. The air thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, more pungent than before. It makes breathing difficult. The temperature kept rising. Though protected by crystallized fire demon-resistant armor, the heat waves still washed over them. The passage was long. No end in sight. Only endless darkness, and the crimson glow of molten lava. Zhang Hao advanced along the passageway. Behind him, the crystallized demon followed closely. Its 3-meter-tall form felt oppressively large in the narrow passageway. With every step he took, the ground trembled. Crack, crack, snap. Footsteps echoed through the passageway. Time ticked by, second by second. 15 minutes. Finally, a light appeared ahead. Not the dark red of magma, but a bright orange red, like the sun's rays. Zhang Hao quickened his pace. He walked toward the light. A few minutes later, he emerged from the passageway. Before him, a sudden, wide-open space. Chapter 110, The Flame Demon Lord. This was a vast subterranean chamber. No, it was more like an underground palace. The chamber was circular. Its diameter measured at least 500 meters. Its height exceeded 100 meters. It was larger than any previous area. The floor was composed of dark red rock, flat and smooth, as if meticulously polished, reflecting the glow of molten lava. The surrounding walls, no longer rough rock, but supported by massive stone pillars, each pillar 3 meters in diameter, reaching 100 meters in height. Their surfaces carved with intricate patterns of flames, vividly lifelike, as if they were burning. Between the stone pillars, magma waterfalls flowed, plunging from great heights, merging into rivers of lava on the ground, thundering with a roar. The ceiling, dangling countless inverted rocks, resembling massive stalactites, but not ordinary rocks. They were cooled magma, dark red in color. Lava still dripped from their tips. Drip, drip, drip. Droplets of molten rock hit the ground. Sparks flew. The entire space, filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Heat waves rolled, distorting the very air. And at the palace's center, lay a colossal lake of molten magma, over 100 meters in diameter. Lava churned within the lake, gurgling and bubbling with enormous bubbles. Each bubble was as big as a house. When the bubbles burst, they spewed columns of magma over 10 meters high, radiating terrifying heat. Zhang Hao stood at the palace entrance, staring at the magma lake. The final boss. He murmured to himself, it should be in there. No sooner had the words left his lips. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The magma lake suddenly began to violently tremble. The entire palace shook. Pieces of stone fell from the pillars, crashing onto the floor, emitting a dull thud. It's coming. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, gripped the Sword of Greed. Boom! At the center of the magma lake, suddenly erupted. A colossal figure surged skyward from the magma. Whoosh! Scorching magma poured down like rain, crashing onto the ground, splashing countless sparks. That figure unfolds mid-air. A dragon composed entirely of flames, over 50 meters in length. Its wingspan exceeded 80 meters. It obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Its entire body, blazing with raging flames, not ordinary orange-red flames, but pure white flames, so intense that the surrounding air itself ignited. Its dragon head was enormous. 2 massive curved horns protruded from its forehead. Flames coiled around the horns, like 2 burning spires. Its eyes were golden. No pupils, only golden flames blazed within, radiating an aura of majesty.
From its mouth, white smoke continuously billowed forth. The heat was so intense it began melting rock. Its body was covered in fiery scales, each as large as a door panel, shimmering with a golden red glow, like countless jewels, set into its body. 4 powerful paws, sturdy and powerful. Each claw stretches 3 meters long, like 5 giant swords, glinting with a cold light. Its tail, stretching 20 meters long. At the tip, a white fireball blazes. The fireball's diameter was 5 meters, like a miniature sun, illuminating the entire palace. Its back grew enormous dragon wings. The wings were composed entirely of flame, burning with white flames. Each flap sweeps up terrifying waves of heat, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The dragon hovers above the magma lake, gazing down at Zhang Hao, golden eyes fixed upon him. Then, it let out a deafening dragon's roar. Roar! The sound thundered like a bolt of lightning. It reverberated through the palace halls. It shook the stone pillars to their foundations. Crumbling stones rained down. Zhang Hao felt his eardrums were about to burst, but he did not retreat. He simply stared silently at the colossal dragon. The next second, boom! The flames on the dragon's body suddenly erupted. White flames transformed into pillars of light shooting skyward, illuminating the entire space, so blinding it was impossible to look directly at it. Within the blinding light, the dragon's form began to shift. Its form shrank. Finally, it settled at around 3 meters. The light dissipated. What appeared before Zhang Hao was a humanoid creature, but it was definitely not human. It stood 3 meters tall. Its body was slender. Muscles were sharply defined. It radiated raw power. Its skin was a dark crimson. Golden patterns flow across its surface, as if molten lava flows within, emitting a faint golden glow. The head remains that of a dragon, but it has shrunk considerably. 2 curved dragon horns protrude from its forehead. Golden flames coiled around the horns. Its eyes were golden, burning with majestic flames. White smoke continuously billowed from its mouth. The contours of its body, resembling a human. Arms. It has legs, but its fingers were sharp claws, each one half a meter long, shimmering with a cold gleam. Thick legs, like dragon claws. Each step sent tremors through the ground. The most striking feature were the dragon wings on its back. Massive crimson dragon wings, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, completely composed of flames, burning with golden red flames. Each flap swept up waves of heat, distorting the surrounding air. It wore a black robe, embroidered with golden dragon patterns, vividly lifelike, as if about to come to life. At the chest, a massive red gem was set. Within the gem, a white flame burns, like its heart. Its entire body radiated a terrifying aura of power, weighting down the very air. The flame demon lord landed on the ground, feet planted on the rock. Boom! The entire palace shook. It raised its head, golden eyes. It looked at Zhang Hao. A faint smile touched its lips. It's been a long time. The voice was deep, like molten lava churning. It's been a long time since anyone come to me. It spread its arms wide. Dragon wings unfurled behind it. Golden red flames illuminated the entire palace. I hope you. The flame demon lord's smile grew even brighter. Entertain me. No sooner had the words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from its body. Golden flames shot skyward, forming a pillar of fire, illuminating the entire subterranean palace. Zhang Hao stared at the flame demon lord before him. He thought to himself, looks like this is the final boss. He immediately activated Insight Intelligence. An invisible wave shot out, landing upon the flame demon lord. The system panel popped up. Target, Flame Demon Lord Balsac. Level, 55. Skills, Inferno Clone. Dragon Flame Breath. Lava Storm. Inferno Domain. Level 55. Zhang Hao read the information. 2 levels higher than me. 4 skills. He narrowed his eyes. But, Zhang Hao didn't hesitate. He raised his hand directly. Shadow Bind. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly came to life, like a black serpent, swiftly extending outward, crawling along the ground toward the Flame Demon Lord, at an astonishing speed. Before the Flame Demon Lord could react, the shadow had already slithered to its feet, wrapping around its legs, then its waist, arms, neck, the entire body, all bound by the black shadow. What? The Flame Demon Lord's eyes widened. What is this? It tried to break free, but the shadows tightened their grip. It couldn't move. Shadow bind successful. Control duration, 20 seconds. Crystallize the demon. Zhang Hao waved his hand. Attack. Chapter 111, Flame Demon Clone. Roar, roar, roar. The crystallized demon roared to the heavens, a 3-meter-tall form. He took heavy, deliberate strides, charging toward the Flame Demon Lord. Boom, boom, boom.
Each step shook the ground. Seconds later, the crystallized demonic being charged before the flame demon lord.
It raised both arms.
The crystalline spikes on its fingers began to glow. The gem on its chest erupted with a blinding red light. Lava pulse. Boom! A thick beam of molten magma. It shot from the crystallized demon's chest, 1 meter in diameter. Extremely high temperature. The air itself warped from the heat. Boom! The magma beam slammed into the flame demon lord's chest. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The intense heat seared.
The flame demon lord let out a pained roar.
Arg! Flame demon lord ballsack HP, 100% 94%. But, at that very moment,
the eyes of the flame demon lord suddenly erupted with an even more intense golden light.
Flame demon clone. Boom!
The flames upon its body
erupted violently. Golden flames spread outward in shockwaves. The crystallized demon was knocked back, staggering back several paces. And the flame demon lord, his body suddenly split in two. Split open from the middle, splitting into two identical figures.
One was bound by shackles of shadow,
unable to move. The other was utterly free, unfettered. Roar!
The free flame demon lord
let out a roar. Dragon wings unfurled from its back. Golden red flames blazed.
It raised its right hand. Golden flames gathered upon its claws,
transforming into a flaming longsword. Damned intruders!
It swung the flaming sword,
slashing toward the crystallized demon. Rip! The flaming blade sliced through the air, leaving a golden trail. Boom! It struck the crystallized demon's shoulder. Crystallized demon's HP, 100% 86%. Zhang Hao watched the scene unfold. His eyes lit up. Oh,
a smile curved his lips.
Using a clone to break my control skill? Interesting. But, crystallized demons weren't pushovers either. Its 3 eyes,
simultaneously erupting with crimson light.
Crystalline cage. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled. Crackle 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 crackle. Countless black crystals burst forth from the earth, like sharp spikes,
piercing toward the flaming demon lord's clone.
The clone tried to dodge, but the crystals were too fast. Whoosh! 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 Over a dozen crystal spikes simultaneously pierced the clone's body, piercing right through, pinning it mid-air. What?
The clone's eyes widened.
It tried to break free, but more crystals surged forth from all directions, forming a massive cage, trapping the clone within. Crystalline cage, duration 180 seconds. The clone was trapped, completely immobilized. Zhang Hao watched the scene unfold. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the main body, bound by the shadow's control, suddenly erupted with golden light once more. Flame demon clone. Boom! Another eruption. Golden flames shot skyward. The main body split into two once more. Another clone emerged. A new clone, completely free, unfettered by any constraints. It landed on the ground. Dragon wings unfurled behind it. Golden eyes. It gazed at Zhang Hao.
A cold smile curled at the corners of its mouth.
You think this is over?
Zhang Hao stared at the 2 flame demon lords before him. One was trapped within a crystallized cage. The other stood completely free. The main body was still bound and controlled by the shadows.
Damn it! Zhang Hao frowned. This boss is something else. Clone ability,
specifically designed to counter control skills.
No choice.
Zhang Hao made his decision.
We'll just have to fight it head-on.
He turned to face the crystallized demon.
Go! Activate Demon Frenzy! Roar! 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 The crystallized demon roared to the heavens.
The sound was deafening. It echoed through the palace halls.
Its body began to undergo violent transformations. The gem on its chest shifted from a deep crimson to a brilliant orange, then pure white. The light was blinding.
It illuminated the entire palace.
3 eyes simultaneously erupted with white flames, like 3 burning suns. The crystals on their bodies shifted from black to dark red, then orange red. Flames began to erupt from their surfaces. White flames, enveloping the entire body. The 6 crystalline spikes on its back grow wildly, from 1 meter to 2 meters, 3 meters, like 6 enormous blades,
forming a fan-shaped array behind him, emitting a terrifying cold gleam.
Demon Rage, enter rage state. Duration, 5 minutes. Attack power increased by 300%. Movement speed increased by 150%. Damage taken reduced by 60%. Roar! 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 The crystallized demon let out a frenzied roar. Then, boom! It charged toward the flame demon lord's clone. Its speed was astonishing, like a burning meteor. In an instant, it was before the clone. It raised both arms. The crystalline spikes on its fingers extended to a meter in length, like 10 razor-sharp blades. Rip! A claw swiped out. The air was torn apart. A piercing whistling sound echoed. Thud! 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 Crystal spikes pierced the clone's chest, piercing right through. Flame Demon Lord Clone HP, 100% 71%. Ah! The clone let out a pained roar. But, at that very moment, the main body, bound by shadow restraints, suddenly erupted with golden light. Flame Demon Domain. Boom! 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 Terrifying energy erupted from the core being. Golden flames transformed into shockwaves spreading outward, instantly engulfing the entire palace. Within a radius of 500 meters, everything was engulfed in golden flames. The ground, the walls, the ceiling, golden flames blazed everywhere. The temperature skyrocketed, at least 10 times higher than before. The air violently distorted, as if it were about to melt. System alert, entering Flame Demon Realm range. Sustained burning damage, losing 5% of current health per second. Crystallized Fiend HP, 100% 95%. Crystallized Fiend HP, 95% 90%. Crystallized Fiend HP, 90% 85%. The crystallized demon's health bar began plummeting. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, crystallized Flame Demon Resistance Armor, Super Fire Resistance activated, fully immune to environmental damage. His health bar remained completely untouched. Thank goodness for the fireproof suit. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. But, he watched the crystallized demon continue to lose health. Damn it! The demon won't last much longer. Zhang Hao immediately opened his pet panel. Come out! Golden Retriever! Boom! Golden lightning erupted from the void. Crackling, lightning flared, illuminating the entire palace. A golden figure burst forth from the lightning. It was a massive wolf, standing at 1 meter 50 tall. Its body measured nearly 2 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in golden fur. Golden lightning coiled around its fur. It crackled and hissed. It radiated terrifying thunderous power. Its eyes are pure gold. No pupils. Only burning golden lightning. Its limbs were thick and sturdy. Its claws glinted with a cold light, like 4 sharp blades. Its tail swings, trailing a chain of golden lightning, illuminating the surroundings. The golden-haired beast let out a long howl to the heavens. Its voice was mighty. It shook the very air. Pet, Golden Retriever, Shadow Lightning Wolf, summoned. Chapter 112, Counterattack. But the next second, sustained damage from Inferno Realm. Golden Retriever HP, 100% 95%. Golden Retriever HP, 95% 90%. The moment the golden-haired beast appeared, its health bar began plummeting. Awoo! The Golden Retriever let out an uncomfortable whine. It collapsed onto the ground. Its tongue hung out, panting heavily. It's okay. Zhang Hao patted the Golden Retriever's head. It can revive after 24 hours of death. Now, he looked at the Flame Demon Lord. Charge! Woof woof woof. The golden-haired figure sprang to its feet. Golden lightning erupted from its body, transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging toward the Flame Demon Lord. Lightning teleport. ZZZZZZ. The golden-haired figure vanished, transforming into pure lightning, instantly materializing before the clone. Thunder Claw. Crack. Golden claws lashed out, carrying terrifying thunderous power. Rip! The claws tore into the clone's face, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Lightning erupted. Paralysis effect triggered. Flame Demon Lord Clone, paralyzed for 3 seconds. Flame Demon Lord Clone HP, 71% 63%. Immediately after, crack! A golden bolt of lightning shot from the golden claw, striking the clone. Then, bounced off. Crack! The lightning bolt shot toward the clone trapped within the crystallized cage. Chain lightning. Another launch. Crack! The lightning bolt struck the main body bound by shadow restraints. 3 targets. All take damage simultaneously. Flame Demon Lord Clone HP, 63% 58%. Flame Demon Lord Clone HP, 100% 95%. Flame Demon Lord Main Body HP, 94% 89%. Excellent. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Chain lightning can hit 3 targets at once. The crystallized demon wasn't idle either. It charged toward the free clone. The gem on its chest erupted with white light. Lava pulse. Boom! A thick beam of molten magma shot forth from its chest. 1.5 meters in diameter. Extremely high temperature. The air itself boiled. Boom! The beam slammed into the clone. It pierced right through. Flame Demon Lord Clone HP, 58% 42%. Aya! The clone let out an agonized scream. But, Crystallized Fiend HP, 85% 80%. Crystallized Demon's HP, 80% 75%. Golden Hair HP, 90% 85%. Golden Hair HP, 85% 80%. The health of both combat units continues to decrease. The damage from the Flame Demon's domain continues unabated. We must finish this quickly. Zhang Hao gripped the Sword of Greed tightly. or the demon and the golden-haired one will die first.
He charged toward the flame demon lord's core.
Thunderbolt thrust.
Golden lightning erupted from his body.
Crackle crackle crackle. Lightning flashed. Zhang Hao's figure vanished, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning,
instantly appearing before his original body. The sword of greed thrust forward.
The blade's tip flickered with lightning,
carrying terrifying power.
Thud. The blade pierced through the main body's chest, piercing right through. Then, boom, lightning erupted. A massive golden bolt of lightning engulfed the upper half of its body. Sizzle 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 sizzle. Critical hit.
Flame Demon Lord main body HP, 89% 61%.
Roar.
The Flame Demon Lord let out a pained roar.
But,
the duration of Shadow Bind ended. The shadows released their hold,
vanished into the ground.
The true form regained its freedom.
It immediately retreated, creating distance. The dragon wings unfolded behind it. Golden red flames blazed.
It flapped its wings with force.
Whoosh! His entire body soared into the air, hovering above the magma lake. Damned intruders! The Flame Demon Lord roared. How dare you? Dare to push me to this point?
The flames upon its body suddenly surged,
from golden red
to pure white.
The blinding white light illuminated the entire palace.
The temperature soared once more.
Flame Demon Lord True Form entering Phase 2. Attack power increased by 200%. Skill cooldown reduced by 50%. Damage taken reduced by 30%. Roar! The Flame Demon Lord roared to the heavens.
The sound was deafening.
The entire palace trembled. Rocks from the ceiling crumbled and fell, crashing onto the floor, emitting a dull thud. Lava storm.
The Flame Demon Lord spread his arms wide.
Dragon wings unfurled fully behind him.
Their wingspan exceeded 20 meters.
White flames
erupted from the dragon wings, racing toward the ceiling.
Boom, 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 boom.
The ceiling began to melt.
Molten lava poured down like rain. Not ordinary magma rain, but meteorites. One magma meteorite after another, plunging from the sky,
each one the size of a car, burning with white flames, carrying terrifying impact force.
Boom, boom, boom.
Meteorites smashed into the ground. They blasted enormous craters.
Magma spattered everywhere. Like a bomb,
the entire palace
was transformed into a magma hell. The crystallized demon took the brunt of it.
A meteorite smashed into its head.
Boom! Crystallized demon's HP, 75% 52%.
Another smashed into its back.
Boom! Crystallized demon's HP, 52% 29%. Roar! The crystallized demon tried to dodge,
but there were too many meteorites.
There's no way to dodge it.
The third meteorite struck.
Boom!
Crystallized demon's HP, 29% 6%.
Golden hair dodged frantically, transforming into lightning,
darting through the palace halls.
But
a meteorite struck him head-on.
Boom! Golden hair HP, 80% 51%.
Whoa! The golden-haired creature let out a pained howl. It collapsed to the ground.
Zhang Hao dodged as well,
but he had fireproof gear. The meteorite struck his body.
Crystallized flame demon resistance battle armor, immune to fire damage. Counterattack triggered.
Flame Demon Lord Core HP, 61% 59%.
Damage reflected back. Damn it! Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. It can reflect damage.
The lava storm raged on for a full 10 seconds.
10 seconds later, the meteor shower ceased.
The entire palace
was in utter disarray.
The ground was pockmarked with craters.
Magma flowed.
Crystallized demons lay sprawled on the ground,
barely clinging to life. Crystallized demon's HP, 6%. Golden hair lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath.
Golden-haired 1 health, 51% 46%.
Golden-haired 1 HP, 46% 41%. The flame demon's domain persists. The health of both combat units continue to drop. It's not over yet. The flame demon lord roared. It drew a deep breath. Its chest swelled,
as if gathering strength.
A white light surged from its throat, growing brighter and brighter, blindingly so. Dragon flame breath. Whoosh! A terrifying pillar of fire erupted from its maw, over 5 meters in diameter. Pure white flames, so hot it ignited the very air.
The pillar of fire swept across the entire palace.
Wherever it passed, rocks melted, the ground melted, everything melted. The crystallized demon bore the brunt of it. White pillars of flame engulfed its entire body. Roar! It let out its final roar. Then, crystallized demon's HP, 6% 0%. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Its body instantly disintegrated.
It shattered into countless crystalline fragments,
scattering across the floor.
Blood Moon Minion, crystallized demon has perished.